In the world of Dragon Ball, on Earth, the young man Luo Hao has awakened memories spanning billions of years, discovering that his childhood friend is none other than the Grand Minister. With the return of the boundless divine power, Luo Hao is poised to embark on a new legend in this vibrant era. Grand Minister, my dear childhood friend has awakened. This, your task is to fulfill all his wishes as long as he remains within the seventh universe. Zeno, what? Luo Hao has awakened? I am about to enter seclusion, and even if the universe collapses, do not disturb me. This, who exactly is this individual? Is it truly necessary to be this anxious? Chapter 1, a special task. Amidst the starry expanse, a radiant light, reminiscent of the stars, flickered and darted through the vastness, revealing a cerulean planet ahead. As the light gradually retracted its brilliance, a figure hovered silently before this azure orb. This figure was Whis, holding the angel's staff. At this moment, gazing upon the blue planet, Whis wore a peculiar smile. Have we finally arrived? Is this Earth? I truly look forward to it. I wonder what kind of remarkable person has you all so on edge. Whis's thoughts drifted back to the day before, in the plaza of the palace of the Omni King, where the Grand Minister was gazing at the distant starry sky with a faint smile, murmuring, Whis, you have arrived. Whis respectfully bowed, saying, Yes, Grand Minister, I am at your service. May I inquire why you summoned me so urgently? The Grand Minister replied nonchalantly, That fellow Beerus is still asleep, isn't he? You have no pressing matters, do you? Upon hearing this, Whis was momentarily taken aback, thinking, this is not the Grand Minister's usual demeanor. When did he call me to assign tasks in such a tone? The use of a negotiating tone sparked a peculiar doubt within Whis. Could there be a special reason behind this? The Grand Minister cleared his throat. It's nothing too complicated. I merely have a special task for you to undertake. Do you have any particular thoughts about it? Asking for my thoughts without providing any details. What is this all about? Whis found himself increasingly puzzled, as this was not characteristic of the Grand Minister. Nevertheless, as an angel of the seventh universe, he maintained his composure and replied solemnly, Please feel free to instruct me, Grand Minister. Observing Whis's utmost respect, the Grand Minister did not dwell on it further. Clearing his throat again, I began to explain. The situation is as follows, Whis. A childhood friend of mine has been in slumber. Yesterday, I suddenly sensed that this fellow seemed to have awakened. He should now be in your seventh universe. Since you have been free lately, could you visit him and keep an eye on my good buddy? Upon hearing this, Whis let out a long sigh of relief. So, you want me to play the role of a caretaker? That's a task I can easily manage. After all these years of collaborating with Lord Beerus on various missions in the seventh universe, even with such a peculiar destroyer like Beerus, I have managed quite well. Surely, there will be no issues with the Grand Minister's good friend. Just as Whis exhaled in relief and looked up at the Grand Minister's expression, a sudden sense of trepidation washed over him. He noticed that when the Grand Minister mentioned the terms good friend and buddy, there was a slight distortion in his expression. How could this be? Such a thing should not happen with the Grand Minister. Given the Grand Minister's composure and demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would exhibit such a peculiar demeanor towards friend. This only deepened Whis's suspicions. Could this task truly be so simple? He then inquired, Grand Minister, since this is your friend and childhood companion awakening, why entrust this to me? This question struck a nerve with the Grand Minister, who raised an eyebrow, immediately sensing his own lapse in composure. He quickly regained his demeanor and spoke to Whis in a gentle and calm tone. You know, a new universe is about to take shape, and I am entirely occupied. Moreover, that fellow, no, my friend, has only just awakened, and much of his power has yet to return. Establishing a good relationship with him now would greatly benefit you in the future. Whis was utterly bewildered. His powers are not fully restored, and yet I am to build rapport with him? Who exactly is this individual? I implore you, Grand Minister, to clarify. The Grand Minister, feeling overwhelmed by the situation, sighed and explained in detail, It's really quite simple. This individual is named Luo Hao, a childhood friend and companion of mine. To be honest, he is truly my best friend, without exception. However, his temperament can be rather peculiar, and most people might find it difficult to handle him. Haha, it's nothing else. Among all my children, your talent and abilities stand out the most. I am quite confident in assigning this task to you. Hearing such high praise from the Grand Minister only intensified Whis's curiosity. This is entirely uncharacteristic of him. Yet one thing became abundantly clear. The being who had awakened was indeed a significant figure. Given that he shared a brotherly bond with the Grand Minister and was a childhood companion, he must be no ordinary person. Thus, Whis no longer hesitated and asked, What then is the objective of this task, Grand Minister? It seemed that Whis was genuinely willing to accept this challenging task, which relieved the Grand Minister considerably. He replied casually, "In truth, there is but one requirement for this task. As long as this fellow does not leave your seventh universe, you are to fulfill all his requests." A peculiar task accompanied by an odd requirement. What an unusual mission. Suddenly, Whis recalled an important question and bowed respectfully. "Grand Minister, I have but one inquiry." The Grand Minister responded with a smile. "Very well. Ask your question. I will do my utmost to assist you." What? Without even posing a question, such a promise has already been made. Could it be? Upon this thought, Whis became even more resolute in his conviction and promptly inquired, "O revered High Priest, I wish to know the prowess of this esteemed individual, particularly in comparison to your own." Upon hearing this, the High Priest was momentarily taken aback, and then, with righteous fervor, he addressed Whis, saying, "Do I even need to say? As the chief steward of the myriad gods of the universe, what sort of figure could possibly be my equal? Whis, do not be so astonished. That fellow is 100% no match for me. Do you truly have doubts about this?" Chapter 2. Luo Hao awakens. At this moment, Whis discreetly observed the High Priest, although he spoke with righteous fervor. The wandering gaze and elusive demeanor betrayed a sense of unease within Whis, causing his heart to race with uncertainty. It seemed that words and actions did not align. Yet this was no longer the crux of the matter. Just as Whis prepared to press further with inquiries, he noticed a narrow crack appearing in the grand door of the All-King's temple, revealing the charming visage of a small head peeking through. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the All-King himself, seemingly eavesdropping on Whis's conversation with the High Priest. This All-King, with his rather clumsy prank, was utterly oblivious to the glances exchanged between the High Priest and Whis. He hurriedly inquired, "High Priest, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Whis was about to step forward to pay his respects when the High Priest cleared his throat and affirmed, "Indeed, you are correct. As you suspected, that individual has awakened." Upon hearing this, the All-King fully emerged from the door, looking stunned for a moment before managing to utter, "Are you referring to Luo Hao? Has that fellow truly awakened?" With the High Priest's confirmation, the All-King, without a moment's hesitation, gravely declared to Whis and the High Priest, "I shall enter seclusion for the time being. Even if the entire universe were to collapse, do not disturb me." With that farewell, and just like that, he vanished into the crack, leaving the massive door of the All-King's temple to slam shut with a resounding thud, indicating it would remain closed for quite some time. Whis found himself utterly bewildered. How peculiar. Something was amiss. The fact that the All-King and the High Priest, two of the most illustrious deities in the universe, were engaged in such secrecy suggested there were matters beyond his comprehension at play. This mission reeked of enigma. Thus, Whis decided against further questioning, maintaining his posture of reverence while keenly observing the High Priest for any further revelations. With the All-King's unexpected interruption, the High Priest's previously composed demeanor crumbled. He sighed with a resigned smile. "Very well, since it has come to this, I shall disclose the truth to you. However, this is an absolute secret. It must be kept confidential." Whis nodded vigorously, realizing there was indeed a mystery at hand. At last, his curiosity was piqued. Since ascending to the status of the universe's mightiest angel, life had become rather mundane, with his partner spending most of the time asleep and upon waking, only seeking sustenance, leaving Whis devoid of any extraordinary diversions. The mundane days have stretched on for far too long, and this time, I unexpectedly received some fresh news from the High Priest and the King of all. Perhaps this task might indeed alleviate the tedium that has beset me. As for the High Priest's so-called childhood friend, is there anyone I cannot handle? Truly, they underestimate me, Whis. After much contemplation, the High Priest let out a long sigh and said, "Whis, there's actually nothing to worry about. You are aware that we once had a total of 18 universes, correct?" Whis nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I am aware. It is part of the history of our cosmic space." The High Priest solemnly continued, "Do you know why only 12 universes remain now?" Whis nodded once more, yes. "Wasn't it said that 6 were wiped out due to a momentary displeasure of the King of all? Is there a problem with that?" The High Priest spoke earnestly. "In truth, you only know part of the story. The 6 vanished universes are directly related to a certain individual named Luo Hao." At this revelation, Whis was taken aback. "What? The disappearance of those 6 universes is directly connected to my target for this mission? Then this task is far from ordinary." Previously, Whis had thought of it merely as a mundane caretaking task, but upon hearing the High Priest's account, he felt utterly bewildered. A simple caretaking task had morphed into a life-threatening mission, The leap in gravity of this situation was indeed substantial. However, the high priest quickly reassured him, but truly, it is not so dire. As long as you fulfill all his requirements, he is not overly demanding, though his temperament may be somewhat eccentric. As long as he remains within the seventh universe, there should be no issue. Observing Whis's dejected demeanor, the high priest offered further consolation. Do not be so pessimistic. This individual has only just awakened, and there remains a significant amount of time before he reaches other universes. If you can foster a good relationship with him during this period, I believe he will refrain from causing havoc in other realms. With this, Whis began to comprehend the peculiar nature of the requirements laid before him. He then inquired, "So, High Priest, what you mean to say is that as long as we keep him in our seventh universe, he will only wreak havoc here and not elsewhere?" The High Priest, taken aback by Whis's cleverness, felt a twinge of awkwardness in his role as the steward of this universe. He casually glanced at Whis before vanishing in a flash of golden light. In that vast plaza, Whis found himself standing alone, lost in contemplation. Is this fortune or misfortune to encounter such a situation? Yet he had boldly accepted the task. Now, there was no chance for retreat. The Grand Priest has vanished, and Lord Zeno has entered seclusion. It seems that all matters must now be faced alone. At this moment, Whis finds himself enviously contemplating the slumbering Lord Beerus, who seems perpetually immersed in dreams. Regardless of the circumstances, this fellow always chooses to sleep, leaving Whis to shoulder all the burdens and uncertainties alone. Particularly vexing is the presence of the Grand Priest's childhood friend. Why must he awaken in our Universe 7? Such audacity. Should I return to the realm of destruction and rouse Lord Beerus for a discussion? This task seems daunting indeed. However, as soon as the thought crosses his mind, he dismisses it. Chapter 3. To Whis's astonishment, Luo Hao has opened a noodle shop. Just moments ago, the Grand Priest had declared that this was a confidential matter not to be disclosed. Awakening Lord Beerus would necessitate clarity and transparency, thus compromising the secrecy. Indeed, all challenges must be met with one's own abilities. Yet, Whis is no timid angel. Among the Grand Priest's offspring, he considers himself among the elite. Nevertheless, what is destined to occur will inevitably happen. Avoidance serves no purpose. Thus, let me discover who possesses the audacity to shroud the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno in such mystery. His thoughts drift back to the vastness of outer space, and with a leap, Whis descends to the surface of Earth. Aha, there you are. It turns out that on the second floor of a noodle shop in West City, the young man Luo Hao stretches languidly. These past few days have been peculiar. I keep experiencing strange and bizarre dreams. Fragments of memories, reminiscent of dreams, yet strikingly real, surge chaotically into my mind, leaving me feeling somewhat neurotic throughout the day. Each dream feels eerily like a personal experience, with subtle changes occurring within him, imparting an odd sensation that these dreams are indeed far from ordinary. Observing the peculiar transformations within himself, Luo Hao grapples with the uncertainty of his situation. Just last night, he dreamt of a weeping child, and gradually, these memories became increasingly vivid. At this moment, he exhales slowly. It appears he may have awakened some memory or significant inheritance. As long as he is not descending into madness, he can manage. The greatest fear is that such phenomena might signify a split in his psyche, which would spell disaster. Having completed his morning routine, Luo Hao quietly approaches the floor-to-ceiling window beside his bedroom, prepares a cup of his favorite milk coffee, and gazes into the distance with deep contemplation, sifting through the complexities of the past few days. A myriad of figures flashes through his mind. Grand Priest, Zeno, angels, gods of destruction. What does it all mean? However, each character is so vividly portrayed and authentic. Could it be that these are indeed the awakenings of memories from a past life? Luo Hao is diligently attempting to organize his tumultuous thoughts. It seems I have also recalled a technique known as the art of following one's heart. What could this be? Is it also an extraordinary skill cultivated in a previous existence? Well, at least it offers some semblance of logic. Since a technique exists, it affirms that I am likely not an ordinary individual. This is precisely how one embarks on an extraordinary journey in life. Suddenly, Luo Hao slightly raised his brow. Someone is observing me. Who could it be? Not far above Luo Hao, Whis was quietly suspended in midair. At this moment, Whis's brows were tightly knitted, and the staff in his hand gently waved, revealing all of Luo Hao's information before him. Gazing at this compilation of data left Whis utterly bewildered. Name, Luo Hao. Age, 16 years. An ordinary human from Earth, a high school student at Shidu High School. An orphan who, for reasons unknown, had come into possession of a significant inheritance, allowing him to live comfortably until the age of 16. The most notable trait of this individual is his passion for the culinary arts. At the age of 14, he remarkably opened a small noodle shop during his spare time from classes, becoming a well-known young entrepreneur in the neighborhood. Is this the person I am to take care of? Whis' frown deepened as, after a period of investigation, he found no special qualities in this ordinary earthling named Luo Hao, despite examining the information from various angles. He had reviewed Luo Hao's data 3 times using his probing technique, yet he discerned nothing worthy of his attention. Perhaps a closer encounter would yield more precise insights? Whis pondered, and in an instant, he appeared directly behind Luo Hao. Luo Hao, gazing into the distance, raised his brow slightly, and without turning around, said, "Ah, Whis, it's you. I never expected this." Just then, Whis, who had just materialized behind Luo Hao, was taken aback. This individual, despite appearing unremarkable in looks and information, could detect my presence without turning around, and even called my name directly. Could he truly be a hidden powerhouse? As Whis observed, the young man slowly turned around, offering Whis a broad smile. "I can't believe it's really you, Whis." Whis stood there, momentarily stunned, looking at Luo Hao with a puzzled expression, uncertain of how to respond. Luo Hao seemed to read Whis' thoughts and flashed a warm smile, saying, "Hey, Whis, no need to be so tense, as you have investigated. I am merely an ordinary earthling." The corners of Whis' mouth twitched, and almost unconsciously, he inquired, "How did you come to discover my existence?" Luo Hao chuckled lightly, responding, "Isn't that simple? I saw your presence in the reflection of the glass before me." Whis, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the glass window where indeed his own reflection was visible. He felt a sense of relief. Had he truly overthought the situation? This fellow seemed to be just an ordinary earthling, causing him to startle for no reason. As Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, that's not right. How do you know me? I have never set foot on this planet before. At that moment, Whis realized the crux of the matter. It was not how this young man had discovered him, but rather how he came to know Whis. That was the pivotal question. Noticing Whis' look of confusion, Luo Hao shrugged and said, "This question is quite a lengthy tale. Why don't we sit down and discuss it leisurely? By the way, Whis, would you like something to drink?" Whis, with utmost respect, bowed and began to respond, "My lord." But was promptly interrupted by Luo Hao. "What, my lord, are you talking about? I hold no official title. There is no need for such formality." Whis offered a gentle smile, thinking to himself, "This fellow truly lacks pretentiousness. He doesn't seem nearly as fearsome as the high priest had described. Perhaps he is indeed an affable individual." He then asked, "How should I address you?" Chapter 4. What is a great attendant? Luo Hao strolled over to the coffee table, pouring coffee for Whis as he spoke. "Oh, let us skip the formalities. Our meeting is a serendipitous encounter. From now on, let us treat each other as equals. You may call me Luo Hao, and I shall call you Whis. This will make our communication much more convenient. Here, Whis, do taste the coffee I brewed, and let me know if you find it delightful." The young man was indeed more approachable than Whis had initially imagined. Since his counterpart was eager for an open and honest discussion, Whis had no objections, though he was an omnipotent angel. This peculiar task felt like a maiden's first journey in a sedan chair for him. After all, Whis' mind was brimming with questions, reaching a state of potential explosion. If he failed to clarify things, he might very well succumb to frustration. Seeing that a cup of coffee had been prepared for him, Whis inhaled the peculiar aroma. Still somewhat incredulous. How could such a simple planet produce such a fragrant beverage? It was truly unlike anything he had ever encountered. Across from him, Luo Hao noticed Whis' naive demeanor and suddenly found clarity regarding his own inexplicable memories. It seemed Whis was quite the glutton. Perhaps he had never truly savored anything exquisite before. In matters of delectable taste, Earth boldly claims the second position in the universe, with no other celestial body daring to assert itself as the first. It seems this fortunate soul has found his way to my side. Thus, it is only fitting that I extend my hospitality. After all, Whis is a genuine angel, a child of my childhood friend, and I, in a previous life, was indeed an elder to this being. Observing Whis at this moment, his grip tightly around his scepter, seated on the couch with an unnaturally rigid demeanor, he appeared to be in a state of heightened tension. I casually remarked, "Whis, here with me. You may as well be at home. There is no need for such apprehension, for I am not a fearsome beast. Moreover, You are a formidable angel in your own right. Should you truly be this anxious and affected? Whis pondered this, recognizing that our acquaintance was still quite fresh. To display any behavior that might tarnish the dignity of an angel would indeed be impolite. I nonchalantly patted Whis on the shoulder and said, "Whis, relax a little. We are in a familiar setting, and there is no need for tension." At that moment, Whis' smile became utterly frozen on his face. Not due to any assault from me, but rather because my seemingly innocuous gesture triggered a tempest of emotions within him. It was only Whis' composure that prevented him from leaping up and shouting in shock. This was not a trivial matter. Whis understood the true significance behind my casual pats. This individual had inadvertently disrupted his mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. How could this be? This technique was a family secret passed down directly from his father, and Whis believed he had reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. Given his current understanding of the ultimate freedom technique, even the formidable destroyer Lord Beerus could not disrupt it unintentionally. His mastery had evolved to the point of instinctive evasion, indicating that I was no ordinary earthling. Whis could hardly accept that the display of power from his scepter was as mundane as it appeared. Suddenly, another critical realization struck Whis. This individual seemed to have only just awakened, and yet could dismantle his ultimate freedom technique. How terrifying would he be upon fully awakening? No wonder the High Priest and the Omni King spoke of him with such caution. Now it all made sense. Noticing the myriad of expressions shifting across Whis' face, I took a moment to reflect, suddenly comprehending the depth of his reaction. With a smile, I said, "Hey Whis, there is no need to be so alarmed. I understand your concerns, and I can offer you a reasonable explanation. The technique you are employing is known as the Supreme Freedom Technique, isn't it? It truly astonishes me that this fellow, the Great Master, has refined it to such an extent. To be candid, this method was co-created by myself and the Great Master in our youth. I never anticipated that he would pass down this modest sorcery, which we conceived as children, to you, his offspring. Quite remarkable indeed." Upon hearing this, Whis, who had not yet regained his composure, found his emotions surging once more. "What? The Great Master? Are you implying that the Great Master you refer to is my father, the esteemed High Priest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Whis blurted out his inquiry, observing the other party nod vigorously, seemingly affirming his assumption. At that moment, Whis was wiping the sweat from his brow, astounded that someone would dare to address his father, the High Priest, as the Great Master. It seemed evident that their relationship was quite profound. The individual before him had indeed provided a reasonable explanation. It turned out that the Supreme Freedom Technique was a miraculous method co-created by him and Whis' father during their childhood. With this clarification, Whis felt a sense of relief. Since the technique was originally theirs, it was entirely understandable that he could effortlessly unravel his own Supreme Freedom Technique. As Whis absorbed this substantial revelation, his expression gradually returned to tranquility. Observing that Whis seemed to have come to terms with the situation, Luo Hao smiled and remarked, "By the way, Whis, what was it you were asking me earlier? I believe I have just begun to awaken, and many of my memories remain fragmented, not yet fully connected. Perhaps our conversation will aid in the restoration of my recollections. Your arrival is indeed timely." At this moment, Whis recalled the first question he intended to ask. Luo Hao. He struggled to articulate the name, for he had long been accustomed to showing utmost respect before his father, the High Priest, and the King. Suddenly addressing such distinguished figures as equals left him feeling somewhat hesitant. Noticing the peculiar look directed at him by this individual, Whis steeled himself and declared, "Very well, Luo Hao, I shall ask directly. How is it that you know my name and recognized me at first glance?" Chapter 5. Luo Hao. This fellow truly is a glutton. After speaking, Whis gave his forehead a sharp slap, realizing how foolish he had been. The other had made it abundantly clear that he was merely in the early stages of awakening and was a close friend of his father, the High Priest. Having grown up together, under such circumstances, was it not a natural progression for him to know Whis? How naive of him! Seeing Whis' awkwardness and turmoil, Luo Hao felt a twinge of sympathy. Wasn't this fellow reputed to be one of the foremost angels? How had he been reduced to such a state? Could it be that the influx of information was simply too overwhelming for him to process all at once? Did the High Priest fail to clarify matters with him before arriving? Well, it is indeed quite a challenge for this fellow. Subsequently, Luo Hao gestured towards the coffee before Whis and said, "Whis, take your time and do not feel anxious. First, why not sample my handiwork? This coffee was brewed by my own hands. I hope it pleases you." Witnessing the successful breaking of the ice, Whis hesitated no longer, lifted the coffee before him, and took a hearty sip. Instantly, his expression froze in place, as two words echoed in his mind. Delicious. 3 words, truly delightful. 4 words, exceedingly delightful. At that moment, observing Whis's rigid countenance, yet noticing his brows dancing with enthusiasm, Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Just a cup of coffee, and he can conjure such a peculiar expression? Remarkable indeed. After standing there for a full 3 seconds in a daze, Whis finally gulped down the coffee and swiftly drained the entire cup, letting out a long, contented sigh. This is truly exquisite, so delightful. In all my years, I have never tasted a beverage as splendid as this. Luo Hao, you are indeed a genius. Who would have thought you possess such a unique talent for culinary delights? It appears that undertaking this task was indeed fortuitous. He chuckled. Ah, my dear father has been quite considerate of me. Oops, I inadvertently revealed my true feelings. Noticing Whis's evident embarrassment, Luo Hao beamed and asked, Mr. Whis, would you care for another cup? Seeing Whis nod vigorously, Luo Hao mused. This fellow truly aligns with my memories. Ever since childhood, he has been a true gourmand, willing to forego everything in the presence of food. This is the angelic Whis I have always envisioned. As cup after cup of coffee was consumed, Whis completely emerged from his awkward and tangled state, gradually regaining his usual serene demeanor. At that moment, the elegant Whis delicately savored the 18th cup of coffee that Luo Hao had prepared for him, remarking, This is indeed delightful. I still feel unsated after so many. Luo Hao sighed softly. You, my friend, I never expected you to be such a voracious eater. Very well. If you enjoy it, do indulge a bit more. However, my supplies at home are limited. I may not be able to brew many more cups, but if necessary, I shall venture to the supermarket for you. Whis's face flushed slightly. I truly apologize for being such a burden on your hospitality during my first visit. Oh, it is nothing, Luo Hao replied with a knowing glance that conveyed, Is it not my duty to treat you well in my home? He continued, By the way, Whis, after reminiscing about so many fragments of memory, I'm starting to recall quite a few past events. What brings you here to seek me? As the conversation finally shifted to the main topic, Whis momentarily wore a look of surprise, his previously nonchalant smile fading as he composed himself and stated earnestly, I have been entrusted by the Grand Priest to take care of you. What? Take care of me? Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon him. Oh, so you're here to look after me. I truly appreciate your efforts, Whis. However, what exactly does taking care of me entail? Could you clarify that for me? Whis silently berated himself for inadvertently revealing the essence of his mission. Indeed, this had been a closely guarded secret in his mind. Yet it appeared that Luo Hao was quite forthright, making it unnecessary for Whis to conceal the truth. Resolutely, Whis shared the details of the task assigned by the Grand Priest without omitting a single word. Upon learning that a celestial angel from the 7th universe had been dispatched to attend to him, Luo Hao realized that as long as he remained within the 7th universe, any request or desire of his would be met. Reflecting on fragmented memories, he exhaled deeply. Very well, it seems that this fellow is genuinely considerate. Perhaps he fears that I might encounter danger before my powers fully awaken if I were to leave the 7th universe too hastily. Furthermore, should I find myself in peril in another universe, he would undoubtedly rush to my aid. If that is indeed the case, it seems this fellow is quite loyal, not forgetting the bond we shared in our youth. With this thought, Luo Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Noticing the eager expression on Whis's face, Luo Hao furrowed his brow. What is it, Whis? Do you have something else on your mind? At this moment, Whis's curiosity ignited into a fervent blaze. Luo Hao, it's not about anything else. The way you refer to my father, the Grand Priest, indicates just how unbreakable your friendship was back then. Could you share some story from your childhood? My father has always kept such matters shrouded in secrecy, never divulging them to my siblings and me. I am genuinely curious about what he was like as a child. This is indeed a rare opportunity for some exclusive insights. Would you be willing to share? Luo Hao smirked slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. That might not be appropriate, Whis. After all, we are discussing your father, the Grand Priest, and doing so in a clandestine manner seems to contradict my principles. Yet, Whis' eyes sparkled with determination, sensing that Luo Hao possessed knowledge that could be coaxed out. With an intense gaze fixed on Luo Hao, he declared, in that case, very well. My mission here is to fully cooperate with you. As long as you have any requests, I shall assist you unconditionally, provided you reveal some secrets regarding my father. I am genuinely intrigued. After all these years, I will be the first to grasp the secrets of my esteemed father. Prai, doing leading me. Chapter 6. The Slug? The Crybaby? Observing the relentless determination on Whis's face. A glimmer of clarity suddenly shone in Luo Hao's eyes. Do you truly wish to know, Whis? Are you willing to accept any conditions? Whis nodded vigorously. Of course. As long as you are willing to speak, I will do anything you ask. Luo Hao began to murmur to himself. In truth, this lad dares not confront me out of his own considerations, for we are far too familiar with one another. Moreover, throughout his life, there is scarcely anything about him that I am unaware of. Upon hearing this, Whis's eyes sparkled even brighter. Luo Hao continued to ramble. I had promised him that, upon reaching adulthood, I would refrain from casually divulging the nicknames he had during his childhood, Crybaby and Slug. This is a secret between brothers, one I would never betray. Upon uttering these words, Whis, seated directly across, was fervently wiping away perspiration. Slug? Crybaby? The esteemed high priest possesses such illustrious monikers? It seemed that only the childhood companion of this revered father could be privy to such tales. However, these secrets must certainly remain buried within. Should he reveal them, it was likely that the high priest would personally ensure his demise before he could utter another word. This was Whis's predominant concern. Meanwhile, Luo Hao appeared to be caught in a reverie, continuing to converse with himself. I recall the time when that rascal pilfered from our female teacher. Realizing the impropriety of his words, he abruptly covered his mouth. No, I cannot disclose this. This matter is absolutely off limits. We have a pact. Such secrets should never be carelessly shared with others. Very well, Whis, cease your inquiries. I shall never reveal such confidences to you. At this moment, Whis was drenched in sweat, his hands busy, trying to keep up with the perspiration. Is this not an indication of withheld secrets? You have already revealed so much. No wonder you must act so theatrically. Whis now fully comprehended why the high priest harbored both affection and exasperation towards this individual, appearing so cryptic. Witnessing the high priest's expression at that time, coupled with Luo Hao's current demeanor, left Whis in deep agreement. If he were to have such a childhood companion and friend, he too would feel helpless. He could only hope that this fellow would truly keep his lips sealed. Should the high priest learn that Whis had uncovered certain secrets that were not meant for his ears, it was unlikely that Luo Hao would face peril. Rather, Whis himself might very well find himself struck down on the spot by the high priest. It is quite surprising that this fellow would bring up the incident of stealing from the female teacher. It seems that these two individuals truly shared a bond akin to that of brothers. In the profound depths of Luo Hao's eyes, Whis discerned a glimmer of clarity, which brought him a sense of relief. This prominent figure, despite currently being an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, must inherently possess the essence of a distinguished individual. Perhaps he had indeed overstepped certain boundaries. At this moment, Whis comprehended everything, gradually assuming a composed posture and engaging Luo Hao in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Luo Hao was somewhat perplexed. The angel had arrived, all necessary explanations had been provided, and they had met. Yet, why did he linger on without departing? However, Luo Hao, true to his nature, was averse to dismissing guests unceremoniously. Yet, this individual showed no inclination to take his leave, which posed quite a dilemma. It seemed he had mentioned earlier that as long as Luo Hao remained within this seventh universe, anything was permissible. Could it be? Surely not. He had his own life to lead. If a companion like this were to constantly shadow him, how would it affect his studies, his business, and his daily existence? Observing Whis engaging in polite conversation, despite having a favorable impression of this angel whose temperament aligned well with his own, Luo Hao felt a sense of unease at the prospect of having such a vibrant presence suddenly integrated into his life. Thus, Luo Hao casually inquired, by the way, Whis, what is your mission this time? Whis replied with a beaming smile, of course, it is to take good care of you. As long as you do not leave this universe, everything is negotiable. What about afterward? Luo Hao asked. Afterward? Naturally, there is no afterward. As an angel, I must remain by your side. I shall reside here from now on. Luo Hao. Where do you think I should stay? With that, Whis unapologetically began to explore Luo Hao's home. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao found himself utterly convinced. This individual was not only familiar, but had entirely disregarded any notion of being an outsider. In his mind, he was akin to a childhood friend of Luo Hao's father, though that seemed to pertain to a past life. After all, he had been reincarnated. He was, in essence, merely an earthling who had just awakened. Contemplating this, Luo Hao's mind shifted, and he devised a rather unconventional plan. He rummaged through his bedside cabinet and retrieved a yellow object, handing it to Whis with a casual gesture. "Here, Mr. Whis, take this." Whis looked momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" "I merely mentioned that I would take care of you. Why do you give me this?" Luo Hao chuckled softly. "It is quite simple, really. I do not employ idlers here. As you know, I am involved in the culinary industry and manage this little noodle shop during my spare time from studies. It is a one-man operation, and I find myself quite overwhelmed. At present, I find myself in need of a server. Here, put this on. It is the first uniform I am providing you. Try it on and see if it fits. Since you will be residing here regularly, I would like you to assist me in my establishment." At this moment, Whis stood frozen in disbelief. "What? I am a true angel, and you expect me to serve in an ordinary noodle shop on Earth? Is this request somewhat excessive?" Observing the sincere expression on Luo Hao's face, it became clear that he was earnest in his proposition. Meanwhile, Luo Hao triumphantly mused, "Humph, let this grand angel serve in my noodle shop for a few days. I doubt he can truly endure it for long. My life, my future, do not require an angelic attendant. Let us see how this fellow responds." Chapter 7. The Grand Angel Becomes a Server. Whis' expression underwent a brief struggle and transformation, but soon he donned the work attire that Luo Hao had handed him, revealing a bright yellow checkered apron. Well, it certainly is fitting. Wearing the apron does make him resemble a server at a noodle shop. In that fleeting moment, Whis wrestled with countless thoughts, ultimately recalling the task assigned by the high priest. He reasoned that completing this mission was his primary objective, as he had come to care for this esteemed individual. Serving in a noodle shop is hardly a disgrace. Why not embrace it? After all, he could enjoy complimentary food and drink. What could be better? Seeing Whis accept so readily left Luo Hao somewhat speechless. This fellow truly possesses an admirable temperament. Are the top-tier deities of today so adaptable? Nevertheless, it matters little. To be frank, my small noodle shop is indeed in need of a server. Since he is willing, let him stay. After all, this is a generous offer from a deity, and resorting to other means to expel him would not align with Luo Hao's character. Suddenly, a flicker of memory crossed Luo Hao's mind, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, Whis, do you not have several sisters serving as angels in other universes?" Whis nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. I have 3 sisters. How does this relate to my serving here?" With this revelation, Luo Hao felt a sense of relief. "Humph. I shall devise a plan to gently encourage this little angel to depart. If a beautiful female angel were to accompany me daily, it would be more fitting for my so-called distinguished status." As Whis adjusted his newly acquired uniform, Luo Hao pondered how to replace him with Bados and the other female angels. Just then, the doorbell rang incessantly, echoing through the air. Whis paused momentarily, glancing at Luo Hao. "Who could that be?" With a resigned sigh, Luo Hao remarked, "Given the manner in which the doorbell is being rung, it must be that girl Bulma. No one else would do such a thing." "Bulma?" Whis inquired, puzzled. "She is a classmate of mine from high school, my desk mate." "A girl named Bulma," Luo Hao replied, shrugging his shoulders. "This girl has been pestering me for several days, and I never expected her to show up at my home today. It's quite bothersome." At this point, the doorbell rang even more insistently, prompting Luo Hao to offer Whis an apologetic smile. Noticing Whis' lack of reaction as he continued to adjust his work attire, Luo Hao hastened towards the door, thinking to himself, "This girl is as impatient as ever." Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a beautiful young lady standing there, her face etched with a look of reproach. "Luo Hao, I knew you were home. Why did you take so long to answer? And what is the deal with you hiding from me?" she exclaimed. "Humph, now I caught you red-handed." Luo Hao, wearing a wry smile, replied, "Bulma, let's take it slow. I have things to attend to." "Things? Just you, a single dog? What could possibly be so important? Are you really going to make me stand out here without inviting me in?" Scratching his head, Luo Hao conceded, "You're right. Fine, come in." With that, he stepped aside to let Bulma into his room. As soon as they entered, Bulma began chattering. "Luo Hao, what on earth are you doing here? What time is it? Shouldn't you be running your noodle shop? Do you not want to keep it open?" Luo Hao shrugged. "It's not like there's no one home." He then gestured toward Whis, who stood stiffly in the room. It seemed that only then did Bulma notice Whis. "Oh, there's someone else here. How did I miss that?" Whis, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, "Am I not large enough to be noticed? This girl seems to only have eyes for Luo Hao and pays me no heed." However, he dismissed any grievances and offered Bulma a gentle smile. Upon seeing Whis' expression, Bulma was momentarily taken aback, then immediately tugged at Luo Hao's shirt and exclaimed, "Hey, Luo Hao, is this your friend? I've never met him before. Quickly tell me, where did you find this avatar uncle?" Avatar uncle? At this, Whis' smile froze in place. Does this girl know how to speak? What does she mean by avatar? All right, I may not comprehend that, but why must she refer to me as uncle? Am I really that old? Feeling a surge of insecurity, Whis touched his face. There were no wrinkles. Surely, I do not resemble an uncle. Upon witnessing Bulma's astonished expression, Luo Hao earnestly explained, Very well, Bulma, please refrain from your wild speculations. This gentleman is neither an avatar nor some mysterious stranger. His name is Whis. Bulma immediately pouted and retorted, You have been so secretive these past few days, hiding away a dashing gentleman in your home. What on earth are you implying? Are you? At this juncture, Luo Hao swiftly covered Bulma's mouth with his hand. You really have no filter, do you? This newly arrived Whis is a server I have recruited for the restaurant. You know well that I manage the establishment alone and have been overwhelmed with work, including conducting interviews. Today, I just signed a contract with this gentleman. No, with Mr. Whis. Is there any need to seek your approval for these matters? Upon hearing Luo Hao's explanation, Bulma seemed to have an epiphany. Why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out you were short-staffed at your restaurant and have hired a new employee. I thought you were engaged in some mysterious business. Luo Hao replied with irritation. What could I possibly be up to? You, my dear, are quite the handful. At such a tender age, how can your thoughts be so impure? Bulma, feeling exasperated, responded, You should have just told me you needed help. I could have assisted. Luo Hao countered, I have sought your aid before. But you are unwilling to endure even a hint of hardship. When you come to my restaurant, aside from enjoying free meals, what have you contributed? Chapter 8. Bulma. Why does he remind me of an avatar? At this point, it seemed Luo Hao had struck a nerve with Bulma. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she circled Whis, murmuring, Mr. Avatar, you are indeed quite handsome. Are you truly here to apply as a server? Luo Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. You have no tact, do you? I have told you, this gentleman is named Whis. Do not underestimate him. He is a genuine angel. This was perhaps the most sincere statement Luo Hao had made, solemnly acknowledging Whis' angelic status. At that moment, Whis stood tall, exuding the aura befitting an angel. However, Bulma, with a note of skepticism, remarked, An angel? Surely you jest. He reminds me more of an avatar. Suddenly, Whis' inherent aura unconsciously activated, causing Bulma to clap her hands twice, only to find herself clapping at empty air. Displeased, she exclaimed, Luo Hao. This fellow claims to be an angel, yet has no wings and lacks a halo. I suspect he is a fraud. Have you investigated his background? You must not employ individuals of dubious origin in your little establishment. If he happens to be a criminal or a fugitive, we would be in grave danger. We cannot invite a wolf into our fold. Luo Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Very well, Bulma, what brings you here today? I have already signed a contract with Mr. Whis, so you need not worry about this matter any further. It seems that Bulma suddenly recalled something of importance. She ceased to dwell on Whis' identity and the question of whether this gentleman was called Avatar or Angel. With a flourish, she extracted an object resembling a massive pocket watch from her small handbag and presented it to Luo Hao. Luo Hao, Luo Hao, behold my research achievement. I have finally succeeded in my endeavor. However, Luo Hao scratched his head in confusion. What exactly is this contraption that you have gone to such lengths to bring to my home? Seeing that Luo Hao had completely forgotten about this matter, Bulma became incensed, discarding her so-called ladylike demeanor entirely. One foot perched on Luo Hao's coffee table, one hand on her waist, she shouted at him. Did I not inform you that I discovered a 2-star Dragon Ball in my home warehouse? Luo Hao nodded. Yes, you seem to have mentioned that before. And then, did I not tell you that I had consulted the texts? This Dragon Ball is a remarkable artifact, and there are 7 in total. If we gather them all, we can grant a single wish. Have you forgotten that? Luo Hao contemplated seriously, recalling that such a conversation had indeed taken place. However, at the time, Bulma had mentioned it casually, and he had listened just as casually, subsequently dismissing it from his mind. And then, at this point, Bulma was increasingly exasperated. You, of all people, have forgotten such an important matter. Using the energy waves emitted by this 2-star ball, I have constructed this device known as the Dragon Ball Radar. With its presence, no matter where the remaining Dragon Balls are hidden, we will be able to ascertain their precise locations. This way, we can successfully gather all 7 Dragon Balls. What do you think? ISNT my idea. Quite innovative? Once we have them all, we can fulfill any wish. Haha. My dreams can finally come true. Ah, I see. Luo Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. It seems that you indeed had such a plan. But what next? But Bulma interjected with irritation. Did you not tell me that as long as I could create the Dragon Ball radar, you would accompany me to search for the Dragon Balls? Have you truly forgotten? Luo Hao patted his head, realizing that he had indeed made such a promise, but time had dulled his memory. Was it really necessary to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls? At this moment, Bulma had vented her frustration and no longer harbored anger towards Luo Hao. She clicked a few buttons on the radar, and 7 blinking lights appeared at its center. Look, this one is at my house, quite close. And this one is the farthest from us, 8,000 kilometers away. There are several in every direction. With my latest aircraft, we can swiftly gather the Dragon Balls. This is what you promised me, so do not dare to renege. Luo Hao shrugged his shoulders, acknowledging it does seem that way. However, our studies. What studies? Bulma retorted with exasperation. You, my friend, have become so muddled running a noodle shop that you've forgotten it's a holiday. If you don't seize this opportunity to search for the Dragon Balls, what else do you intend to do? Do not offer me any excuses or justifications. This quest for the Dragon Balls is a commitment we made, and should you dare to waver, I possess a unique method of entanglement that I will not hesitate to employ. Bulma's threats proved effective, and as memories of their years together flooded back, Luo Hao could only manage a rueful smile. Having grown up an orphan, Luo Hao was acutely aware of the nuances of human relationships. His character was resolute and decisive. He was unafraid of anything, whether from his past life or this one. Yet, when it came to Bulma, he had indeed encountered a formidable challenge. Since her academic prowess had eclipsed his own, Bulma developed a profound interest in him, employing various means to draw him closer. Perhaps this was the innocent stirrings of youthful affection. However, Luo Hao remained blissfully unaware of this budding sentiment, as Bulma's relentless pursuit led him to considerable vexation. Due to her privileged background, she resorted to certain unconventional tactics, ultimately transferring to his class and becoming his deskmate. Though the circumstances seemed bewildering, they compounded Luo Hao's frustrations. Bulma involved him in all her endeavors, wielding the 3 classic techniques of a girl: crying, causing a scene, and dramatic threats. Whenever Luo Hao declined her requests, she would incessantly nag him, escalating to a relentless barrage of complaints, culminating in tears and threats against her own well-being to force him into compliance. Having such an incessantly entangled school beauty by his side placed Luo Hao in a state of both torment and reluctant joy. Chapter 9, with Whis by my side. What wish cannot be fulfilled? Although he had awakened memories of his past life and lost interest in pursuits like gathering the Dragon Balls, facing the tenacious Bulma before him left Luo Hao with no choice but to concede. He raised his hand in surrender, saying, all right, you win. I recall there was indeed such a matter. Let me tidy up, and I shall accompany you in the search for the Dragon Balls. This should suffice, no? Finally receiving a satisfactory response, Bulma contentedly stowed away her Dragon Ball radar, clapped her hands, and declared, now that's more like it. You've finally come to your senses. Having spoken, he burst into the kitchen of Luo Hao's home, much like a general reveling in the glory of a hard-won victory, and helped himself to a can of beverage, savoring its contents with relish. Observing the now tranquil duo, Whis began to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Clearly, this pair of young souls shared a rather tangled connection. Well, now that he grasped the unfolding narrative and being a newcomer among the angels, he realized that fostering a good rapport with Luo Hao was essential. It seemed that Luo Hao was rather reluctant to accompany this girl on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was time for him to step in. With newfound confidence, Whis pondered that if he could assist Luo Hao in this regard, it might indeed mark an auspicious beginning. He adjusted his apron, casting a glance at the two exchanging bewildered looks, and spoke in a gentle tone. I can't believe there exists something on Earth called Dragon Balls. It truly is remarkable. They say they can grant any wish. Could that be true? But why go far afield for what is near? Bulma, however, regarded him with a look of skepticism. Why is this old gentleman still here? Angel, do you have a question? At last, the girl had managed to utter a kind word, no longer referring to him as Avatar, which rendered Whis' previously sullen demeanor a touch more amiable. With a radiant smile, he replied, as I mentioned earlier, I am a magnificent angel, endowed with boundless power. With my divine abilities, there is no need to seek the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron for your wishes. Just bring any concerns directly to me. I am the greatest deity in our universe. With that declaration, a brilliant light emanated from his hand, and an angelic scepter materialized elegantly within his grasp. He waved the scepter with a flourish, striking what he deemed the most striking pose, and confidently proclaimed, With me, Whis, here, there exists no wish that cannot be fulfilled. Young lady, feel free to share your desires. You need not gather the Dragon Balls. I can grant you anything you wish. At this moment, the room fell into a profound silence. Bulma pointed at Whis, yet her gaze lingered on Luo Hao, her voice laced with doubt as she inquired, "Is what this gentleman says true? He isn't deceiving me. Is he?" Luo Hao met her gaze sincerely, saying, "Why don't we give it a try?" In the midst of their somewhat insincere dialogue, Whis nearly faltered in his performance. Did these two truly perceive him as an actor or a charlatan? Well, at least he was the bona fide angel of the seventh universe. In this cosmos, what could possibly be beyond my capabilities? Moreover, even at my lowest, a distinguished angel, far surpassed the so-called Shanran summoned by mere earthlings and their Dragon Balls by countless magnitudes. You two, oblivious to the vastness of the world, dare to question my integrity, labeling me a deceiver. It seems that unless I showcase my true abilities, I risk incurring utter disgrace. Bulma, initially enveloped in skepticism, found her doubts wavering when was conjured an exquisite staff seemingly from thin air, compelling her to reconsider her disbelief. Given that Luo Hao had encouraged her to give it a try, Bulma was indeed tempted. If she could truly meet an omniscient angel, why should she toil in search of the elusive Dragon Balls? With her arms crossed, Bulma sank into deep contemplation, mulling over her heartfelt desires. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a newfound inspiration as she turned to Whis and said, "Dear Uncle Angel, perhaps." But before she could finish, Whis interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Bulma, may I propose a small request? Just call me Whis, without the Uncle or Angel titles. After all, I share a close friendship with Luo Hao, and we address each other by our names. Wouldn't it be simpler to just call me Whis?" Bulma glanced at Luo Hao, who shrugged in agreement. "Indeed, it's best to call him Whis. Otherwise, it feels a bit disordered with all this uncle and nephew nonsense. I call him Whis, and he calls me Luo Hao. It maintains a sense of equality, don't you think?" Bulma pondered for a moment. All right, Whis, I am ready to express my wish." Upon hearing this, Whis straightened his posture with confidence, declaring, "I am indeed a true angel. What unique challenge could a mere girl from Earth possibly present that I could not overcome?" "Let Whis notiest." With Whis radiating confidence, Bulma felt a surge of anticipation and promptly requested, "Whis, could you provide me with the most delectable cake in existence?" However, the previously confident expression on Whis's face froze as he processed her request. "You want me to cook?" "That seems rather challenging," he replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before honestly admitting, "I'm afraid I cannot cook." Bulma's face fell in disappointment. "So you can't prepare food? Then, if someone is bullying me, could you help me fight them?" Whis responded with a resolute shake of his head. "No, I cannot." "What? You can't do that either?" Unable to cook and unwilling to fight, Whis meekly clarified, "Our angelic kind adheres strictly to neutrality. We do not partake in any conflicts or battles. This is a matter of principle for our kind, one we cannot breach under any circumstances." As Bulma listened to Whis's principled stance, she began to wonder if her requests were indeed too demanding. Thus, she conjured a simpler wish. "Perhaps my earlier request was a bit excessive. Since you cannot assist me in a fight, and given your remarkable prowess as a mysterious expert, could you impart a few techniques to help me prevail against that individual?" Chapter 10. To everyone's astonishment, Bulma set her sights on the angel's staff. She pointed her delicate fingers at Luo Hao and declared, "As long as you teach me a few skills to defeat this fellow, that will suffice. He bullies me the most. If you impart a little of your prowess to me, I would be able to handle him." At this moment, Whis was left utterly dumbfounded. "Bulma, what are you saying? You want me to teach you some moves to triumph over Luo Hao? Surely, this must be a jest." In truth, Whis was vigorously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, reflecting, "This young lady truly dares to make such audacious demands. Not even I could contend with Mr. Luo Hao, let alone succeed. And even if our esteemed Supreme Kai were to personally intervene, the outcome would be uncertain. How could you possibly wish for such a thing?" As Whis's expression underwent a myriad of changes, Luo Hao maintained his gentle smile, observing how Whis would navigate this predicament. At that moment, Bulma was indeed feeling somewhat dissatisfied. This guy says he can't do this or that, claiming to be an angel capable of granting any wish. He must be a fraud. She approached Luo Hao and timidly inquired, "Are you certain this fellow is not a charlatan? Not merely an actor?" Luo Hao nodded emphatically, assuring her, of course, "Whis is indeed an angel. I can vouch for that with my integrity." "Bulma, you ought not to press him further. Your demands seem rather excessive." Upon hearing this, Bulma pondered for a moment. Were her requests truly unreasonable? Well, perhaps they were rather excessive. Then, with a bright smile, Bulma said, Mr. Whis, it seems I may have indeed been a bit unreasonable. Please forgive me. I am merely a somewhat naive young girl. How about this? I will not say I am denying you an opportunity. I will present one final modest wish. If you can fulfill it, I shall retract my previous assumptions about you. That should be acceptable, yes? This wish should be easily granted with but a gentle motion of your hand. At this, Whis released a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this girl had some sense and did not insist on further entanglement. Although her requests were not overly difficult, they were indeed beyond Whis's capabilities. Given this, it appeared that this young lady had afforded him a sliver of opportunity. Whis promptly regained his earlier spirited demeanor. And since the other party had stated that her last wish could be fulfilled with a mere gesture, he adopted a gallant pose. Very well, Miss Bulma. As long as your wish is not utterly outrageous, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Pray tell, what is your final wish? Bulma extended her small hand and gently pointed, saying, it may indeed be a bit challenging to ask you to do something else. I am uncertain about the extent of your angelic powers. Let's make it simple. All I require is for you to relinquish the scepter in your possession. That wish should not be too difficult to fulfill, right? Moreover, I mentioned that a mere flick of your hand would suffice to accomplish this. The scepter will then belong to me. Is that agreeable? This scepter is truly exquisite, don't you think, Luo Hao? Upon hearing this, Whis became completely frozen in place. What a ridiculous notion. This is a top-tier divine artifact, and this girl truly dares to make such a request. While it is indeed beautiful, it is not something an ordinary mortal from Earth can possess. This scepter is only bestowed upon genuine angels by the High Priest's approval. A coveted treasure that even the most ordinary apprentice angels have longed to merely touch. How can this girl expect me to give it to her? With this thought, Whis suddenly retracted his expressive features and chuckled self-deprecatingly, questioning himself. What has happened to me? Ever since I arrived on Earth and met Luo Hao, I seem to have lost my composure entirely. Furthermore, the refinement I have cultivated over the years appears to have been cast aside today. What has come over me? Does this mysterious planet possess some unique enchantment that has completely disoriented an angel of my stature? How absurd to be quarreling over such matters with a mere child. In an effort to alleviate his embarrassment, Whis did not allow Luo Hao to witness his discomfort. He paused momentarily, then spoke with utmost seriousness, Miss Bulma. I now affirm that your quest for the Dragon Balls is indeed a sound decision. What do you say, Mr. Luo Hao? Noticing Whis blinking earnestly, Luo Hao clapped his hands and said to Bulma, since Whis has already consented, let us prepare to set off tomorrow. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, what do you mean by I consented? Do you think that if I disagreed, you would refrain from going? How absurd to think they could disregard my angelic status after such a lengthy debate. However, reflecting on the recent events, he vaguely understood why the High Priest had dispatched him to this planet instead of coming himself. All this talk of a new universe's birth and the Omni King's retreat seemed to be mere justifications for his presence here. If even a classmate of Luo Hao, with whom he shares only a casual relationship, is proving to be so troublesome, one can only imagine the chaos that might ensue once this fellow regains his full strength. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Luo Hao had indeed agreed to accompany her in the search for the Dragon Balls, Bulma's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, That's wonderful. I'll return to prepare, and we shall set off tomorrow. Just as she was about to leave, Luo Hao called out after her, by the way, have you asked your father for permission regarding the search for the Dragon Balls? As Bulma cast a charming glance over her shoulder, she remarked, of course. Initially, my father, Dr. Briefs, was opposed to it, but when I mentioned that you would accompany me, he readily agreed without a second thought. Is there any doubt remaining? It became evident that Dr. Briefs harbored immense trust in his daughter. Luo Hao found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he declared, in that case, let us meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, without fail. Thus, Luo Hao, Whis, and Bulma officially embarked on their quest to seek the Dragon Balls on Earth. Naturally, akin to the original manga, their journey led them to encounter companions like Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Puar, and Oolong, as they faced numerous thrilling adventures in their pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 11. Bulma summoned the Eternal Dragon. Throughout their quest, Luo Hao effortlessly thwarted the advances of those who harbored ulterior motives toward Bulma. During this endeavor, Luo Hao also discovered that the fragments of memories he was recovering, the accelerated growth of his divine powers, and his comprehension of martial arts were all progressing at an extraordinary rate. This realization gradually dispelled his earlier intentions of trying to sideline Whis. It seemed that having this little angel by his side indeed served a significant purpose. No wonder his childhood friend, the Grand Priest, had sent him. There was truly a thoughtful intention behind it, given that his dear friend was so considerate. Luo Hao felt it would be a disservice to the Grand Priest's goodwill to engage in any odd behavior. However, Whis proved to be remarkably easy to get along with. Although he shared peculiar traits reminiscent of Master Roshi, Launch, and Oolong, he quickly integrated into the group. He recognized the kindness of Goku, Krillin, and the others, not dwelling on their eccentricities. Moreover, during their quest, Whis generously imparted his wisdom, frequently offering guidance on martial arts to Goku, Krillin, and Launch. Despite being vastly superior in strength, Whis would often dispense kindness in subtle ways. Luo Hao observed all of this. Having such a companion was indeed a commendable choice. It seemed that Whis was quite suitable for the role of his attendant, Luo Hao mused. In truth, Whis' guidance to the Z-Fighters may not yield immediate results. But as Goku and the others truly embarked on their journey of cultivation in the future, the benefits of Whis' insights would gradually reveal themselves. The achievements to come would stem from Whis' inadvertent guidance, leading to remarkable advancements in their combat prowess, an outcome they themselves would scarcely believe. In this regard, Luo Hao remained unconvinced, pondering that Whis likely did not sincerely intend to guide them. Rather, he was merely indulging in the monotony of life, offering a few casual remarks. Such was the essence of Whis. In the future, these individuals would undoubtedly express boundless gratitude toward both him and Whis. Why include himself in that gratitude? The answer was simple. Whis' kindness and selflessness had earned Luo Hao's respect. This fellow was unreserved, willing to instruct these lesser beings from Earth. And as a true individual of stature, Luo Hao would not be stingy in sharing his profound insights on the art of spontaneity in a manner known only to himself. As for the heights Whis, this angel, might reach in the future, that would depend on his own fortune. This art of spontaneity was a supreme technique that Luo Hao had comprehended in his past life, unrivaled in this universe. Even now, with the power of a high-ranking deity, his strength merely ranked among the top 5 in this cosmic expanse, and he would not dare claim invincibility. However, Whis' dispatch to engage with him indicated that the young man held a significant position in the esteem of the high deity. Since the other party had already expressed their goodwill, Luo Hao was not one to owe others a debt of gratitude. Indeed, the principle of reciprocity held true. If one shows a foot of respect, it is only fitting to return it with a yard. Though unspoken, Whis' future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass all other angels. How much higher he would soar could only be revealed with the passage of time. Thus, this peculiar group, through an uncanny twist of fate, managed to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. The next step would be the day of making wishes after collecting the Dragon Balls, and the most exhilarated among them was Bulma. In truth, she held little interest in what wishes the Dragon Balls could fulfill. Her primary objective was to find a reason to invite Luo Hao out, to share experiences and adventures together, which would bring her immense joy. Although she lamented that this delightful journey would conclude with the appearance of the dragon, she believed it was a promising beginning. Gradually, she sensed that she had firmly secured a place in Luo Hao's heart, perhaps a manifestation of a young girl's intuition and sensitivity. Come fort, dragon. With Bulma's delicate exclamation, the sky darkened, and the gathered 7 Dragon Balls emitted a soft, golden glow. Suddenly, a colossal green dragon appeared before them, its imposing presence startling the group of friends. So this was the dragon, magnificent and grand, yet bearing a notably solemn countenance. The ability to summon the dragon and transform the entire sky into darkness left the companions in awe. However, the moment the majestic figure emerged in the sky, the enchantment was instantly dispelled. In the sky, a magnificent green dragon appeared, suddenly wiping the cold sweat from its forehead. Its 2 crimson eyes fixated in bewilderment on the quietly smiling figures of Luo Hao and Whis. Who was this dragon? The aloof creature, once summoned, immediately sensed the extraordinary presence of Luo Hao and Whis. They exuded a subtle divine energy, imperceptible to others like little Yukong, yet unmistakably felt by a being of the dragon lineage. These 2 figures before him were undoubtedly formidable individuals. How could such terrifying beings call upon him? What madness had enveloped this world? Having existed on Earth for so many years since his creation, he had never encountered anyone possessing such overwhelming divine power. At this moment, the dragon continued to wipe away the cold sweat, utterly disregarding the companions who had summoned him, instead bowing respectfully to Luo Hao and Whis. All the customary opening phrases he had once relied upon fled from his mind, and he timidly stammered, "Masters, may I inquire what you wish?" The sight of the dragon stuttering left Oolong frowning. "Bulma, is the dragon we summoned a fake? Why is it stuttering?" Bulma also furrowed her brow, unsure of how to respond. However, the awkwardness was soon overshadowed by the dragon's imposing presence as the group began discussing their wishes. Amidst the hushed whispers, Luo Hao and Whis exchanged a brief glance. This dragon indeed possesses a true essence, capable of sensing the divine power within us. Chapter 12. The dragon conjures a cup of coffee and then vanishes. Whis smiled gently. "Indeed, I too sense that this creature is quite different from those deceivers. It can perceive the divine energy within us, suggesting it is no counterfeit." Seeing that the two esteemed figures showed no inclination to engage him further, the dragon exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as it was about to inquire, Luo Hao raised a hand lightly. "Dragon, since you have been summoned, please proceed to fulfill your wishes without concern for us. Whis and I are merely two ordinary individuals here." The dragon felt as if it had been granted a reprieve. With a solemn tone, it addressed Bulma, little Yukong, Oolong, and the others, "Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can grant any desire." It then stood quietly, awaiting their requests. Meanwhile, the companions below continued their animated discussions about their wishes, ultimately unable to reach a consensus. For each person's desire was entirely unique. Observing the ongoing debate, the dragon felt a wave of exasperation. Did these individuals summon him without having considered their wishes? Engaging in such deliberation was truly excessive. Do they not realize that my time in this world is finite? Yet here they are dawdling. Gradually, the cold sweat that the dragon had just collected began to flow profusely once more. Were it an ordinary creature encountering an average human, summoned forth in such a sluggish manner, the dragon would have disregarded them entirely, vanishing at the appointed time and leaving them to wait another year. However, before him stood two extraordinary beings of immense power, rendering the dragon's departure impossible, yet remaining was equally unfeasible. As his strength waned, the dragon stammered to Luo Hao, "Esteemed one, you see, my time is indeed limited and nearing its end. If you do not express your wishes soon, I may truly cease to exist." It appeared that the dragon had exerted his powers to their utmost. If wishes were not articulated soon, they would indeed have to await the next opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd engaged in animated discussion fell momentarily silent, the world around them hushed. At that moment, in an unexpected turn of events, Whis yawned and remarked, "Ah, how I long for a cup of coffee." This statement inadvertently alleviated the dragon's predicament. A cup of perfectly brewed coffee gracefully descended from the sky, landing directly in Whis's hands. The dragon's eyes glinted with red light as he proclaimed, "The wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." With that, he vanished in an instant before the astonished crowd. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed from the dragon, reverted to mere ordinary stones, swiftly scattering in all directions, disappearing from sight. The sky promptly returned to its normal hue, while Whis, still bewildered, gazed at the coffee in his hand, pondering, did this creature truly fulfill its own wish? I merely expressed a desire for coffee, and he actually obliged. This cunning dragon. I shall deal with him next time. Whis chuckled wryly. Taking a sip of the coffee conjured by the dragon, he remarked, "Alas, Luo Hao, this dragon is rather stingy. This is clearly just a cup of instant coffee, devoid of sincerity. Should we meet again, I must ensure to address him properly." Luo Hao, however, bore a look of resigned amusement, prompting Whis to realize with dismay that the Dragon Balls, painstakingly gathered, had been utilized so hastily. Yet, Whis was quick to react. He gulped down the instant coffee in one go, placing the empty cup in Luo Hao's hands, and without a word, he turned and fled, offering no chance for retaliation. The companions, feeling their pride deeply wounded by Whis's abrupt actions, each seized their weapons, launching into a frenzied pursuit behind him. As Luo Hao observed the reactions of the crowd, a faint smile crept across his face. Indeed, they were a kind-hearted bunch. To have such companions and spend some time living in this place might truly be a wise decision. Thus, a grand adventure in search of the Dragon Balls concluded splendidly. Although the ending elicited a mix of laughter and tears, it allowed everyone to experience the power of the dragon. It seems the legend holds true. Bulma's efforts were not in vain, albeit it ultimately benefited that rascal Whis. As everyone returned to their respective homes, the most aggrieved among them was Bulma. Ever since Whis committed that misdeed, each time she laid eyes on him, her anger flared. She resorted to her signature technique, an incessant stream of complaints and nagging, torturing Luo Hao's already taut nerves daily in his noodle shop. In a few days since returning to West City, Bulma unleashed her full fury upon Whis, employing a relentless barrage of grievances. Yet, the angelic Whis was notoriously good-natured. No matter what Bulma said or did, he would always respond with a sincere smile, never displaying anger or irritation, not even engaging in banter. Ultimately, Bulma found herself at her wits' end with Whis and resorted to mischievous tactics, even retrieving the formidable laser gun she had crafted at the tender age of 6, hoping to teach Whis a lesson and alleviate her pent-up frustration. However, she soon discovered, to her dismay, that no matter what method she employed, she could inflict no harm on Whis. Even causing him the slightest discomfort proved impossible. With her sharp intellect, how could Bulma possibly concede defeat? Yet, she ultimately capitulated, realizing that in terms of intellect, ability, and strength, she was indeed leagues away from Whis. Now, she found herself somewhat convinced that he might genuinely be an omnipotent angel. This angel, however, continued to grace Luo Hao's noodle shop daily, clad in his signature apron, wearing that warm smile. Occasionally, while engrossed in work, he would sport a couple of casual flour smudges on his face, resembling a true restaurant server. Since Whis' arrival, Luo Hao's little eatery had experienced a significant upturn in business. Chapter 13. Luo Hao surrendered to Bulma. Previously, Luo Hao managed a shop during his spare time. But with Whis' involvement, the establishment thrived, serving as a pretext for Whis to seamlessly integrate into Luo Hao's life. Yet, Bulma found herself increasingly frustrated. However, she quickly devised a better plan. Since she could not find a way to outsmart Whis, why not turn her attention to this fellow named Luo Hao? After all, it was Whis who brought him back. Initially, Bulma's intention was to foster a deeper connection with Luo Hao. She sensed that being with him brought her immense joy, regardless of the circumstances. Perhaps the young Bulma did not yet comprehend the true essence of love or emotions. She merely understood her fondness for such actions. In her interactions with Luo Hao, however, Bulma employed entirely new tactics. Since her defeat at Whis' hands, she realized that her usual strategies had little effect on a man with such a thick skin. Yet, given their long-standing companionship as classmates and deskmates, she unleashed many of her ultimate maneuvers upon Luo Hao. For instance, on a bustling evening, Bulma stood quietly before the industrious Luo Hao, refraining from scolding or entangling him in drama. Instead, she gazed at him with eyes filled with longing, unwavering, regardless of what he said or did. Her demeanor resembled that of a forlorn woman, which sparked whispers among the patrons of the restaurant. After all, a stunning young school beauty casting such a melancholic glance at Luo Hao, without causing a scene, inevitably evoked peculiar feelings and unfounded speculations. Had the young man wronged this girl in some unmentionable way? Or was there a matter between them that ignited the imagination? Why did the young lady's eyes hold such sorrow? Furthermore, why was the owner of the quaint eatery so indifferent? Was he devoid of compassion? Amidst this atmosphere, Luo Hao felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. While the angelic Whis could overlook Bulma's antics, Luo Hao, as an ordinary human, could not ignore her behavior, especially since they were not just good classmates, but also close friends. Yet, Bulma persisted in this form of emotional manipulation, and Luo Hao found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Initially, he had been an amused observer, but now, with Bulma directing her attention towards him, he chose to surrender. After all, engaging in petty disputes with a young girl was hardly in Luo Hao's nature. Ultimately, he was compelled to lay his cards on the table. All right, Bulma, just say what you need to say. Please stop this daily torment. Upon witnessing Luo Hao's capitulation, Bulma's sorrowful gaze transformed into one of radiant joy. With such a swift change of expression, Luo Hao believed that not winning an Oscar would be a disservice to her talents. Bulma then pointed to the bustling Whis nearby and declared, Luo Hao, this waiter is bullying me, and you must stand up for me. So it was merely this trivial matter. Luo Hao had anticipated a more outrageous demand from Bulma. It turned out to be a small issue that he could easily resolve. Before long, Luo Hao patted his chest and declared, all right, I understand that the last incident regarding the Dragon Balls has become a source of distress for you. Rest assured, when I have the time, I shall assist you in dealing with him. Surely, that would satisfy you? However, Bulma scoffed and replied, with a bond you two share. Do you really think you can handle him? Don't try to deceive me. I'm not a mere child. Luo Hao shrugged his shoulders and asked, then what must I do to appease you? At that moment, Bulma's eyes glimmered with cunning, and she promptly stated, I demand compensation. He has stolen my wish. and I will not let this go. You two must compensate me. If what you provide is satisfactory, we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I shall pursue this endlessly. Without resolution, it appeared that Bulma was indeed resolute in her decision. Luo Hao pondered for a moment. It seemed reasonable to offer some form of compensation, especially since it was Whis who had taken everyone's wishes. As the initiator of the Dragon Ball search and the creator of the Dragon Radar, Bulma had ultimately come away empty-handed, which did seem rather unfair to her. With this in mind, Luo Hao confidently stated, "Very well, express your demands. And Whis and I shall do our utmost to fulfill them." How'd that sound? Upon hearing Luo Hao's genuine agreement, Bulma felt a renewed sense of confidence. This was because Luo Hao rarely made promises, yet whenever he did, he invariably kept them. This trait was one of the reasons Bulma particularly enjoyed spending time with him. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma remarked, I do not desire much. As you know, I am fond of technological marvels. As long as you provide me with some high-tech gadgets, I shall be quite pleased, and we can put this matter behind us. However, do not attempt to pass off anything ordinary. You know my family is the wealthiest on Earth, and I seek items that I have never encountered before. Her words left Luo Hao in a bit of a quandary. However, a promise made is a promise kept. It was not in Luo Hao's nature to go back on his word. All right, it's settled then. Come back tomorrow evening, and Whis and I will ensure you receive a satisfactory response. You said it, no backing out. Luo Hao raised his hands in mock surrender. Well, have I ever tried to deceive you? With her desires seemingly fulfilled, Bulma strutted home like a victorious little rooster, her pride evident in her demeanor. After the noodle shop had closed for the night, Luo Hao summoned Whis to the rooftop of his home and recounted the entire situation. Whis wore a bemused smile and remarked, "It appears this young lady has ensnared us." Luo Hao sighed lightly. Who can argue with that? What shall we do, Whis? We need to come up with a solution quickly. Fortunately, her demands do not seem excessively unreasonable this time. Whis tapped his head and said, "Oh, Luo Hao, you truly challenge me. Their family is already the wealthiest on Earth. Where can we find more advanced technological equipment?" Chapter 14. Whis, let us seek some assistance from Frisia. Luo Hao pondered for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Indeed, it just recalled, according to my memories from past life. Isn't there a time machine in Universe 12? Why not? Just as he was about to continue, he noticed Whis' expression had drastically changed. He immediately raised his voice by an octave and exclaimed, No, absolutely not. I promise the Grand Priest that as long as you do not leave Universe 7, you may do as you please, but please do not entertain such thoughts. Luo Hao, perplexed, asked, what is wrong? Isn't it merely a trip to Universe 12? With your influence, securing a time machine should not be too challenging, should it? Whis, now devoid of his usual composure, muttered to himself, No, absolutely not. Don't panic. I have a solution. Observing Whis' demeanor, Luo Hao inwardly questioned, is it really that alarming to merely visit Universe 12? However, Whis' distress seemed genuine. Very well. If you have a solution, please share it. Thus, Luo Hao gazed at Whis with sincere eyes, while Whis' face grew increasingly flushed as he struggled to devise a solution. Finally, Whis could no longer contain himself. At that moment, a spacecraft whizzed toward them, providing a much-needed reprieve for the awkward Whis. Luo Hao focused his gaze and realized it was Bulma returning. What brings her here at this hour? He wondered. Soon, he received his answer as Bulma hovered her spacecraft mid-air, casually grabbing a shotgun and tossing it to Luo Hao. Here, this is your gift. Luo Hao looked utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Why did you come all this way at night just to give me a shotgun? Bulma replied, slightly annoyed. You really ought to learn to protect yourself. It's one thing to be weak, but to have such a useless companion by your side is unacceptable. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, is this what it means to be caught in the crossfire? I haven't said anything. Bulma continued, on my way home, I heard that the safety in this area has been deteriorating, with petty thugs causing chaos. I'm giving you this shotgun to ensure your safety. Don't forget our agreement. With that, Bulma piloted her spacecraft away, disappearing from Whis and Luo Hao's sight without looking back. That girl really knows how to make an entrance. Luo Hao sighed, glancing at the double-barreled shotgun in his hands. He couldn't help but acknowledge, well, at least Bulma is thoughtful. It's good to know she cares about my safety. However, if Bulma were truly aware of her own capabilities, it is likely that even deploying an army would be utterly futile. Bulma's interruption sparked a sudden realization in Whis, who had previously been flushed with embarrassment. Ah, indeed. I now have a solution, and I must express my gratitude to Miss Bulma for her insightful reminder. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, shouldering the double-barreled shotgun gifted to him by Bulma. Regarded Whis with a look of skepticism. Pray tell, what is this illusion? Do not attempt to deceive me, or else rest assured. Whis assured Luo Hao, thumping his chest confidently. I just recalled that Lord Beerus has a subordinate named Frisia, a notorious cosmic pirate infamous throughout the universe. Given Miss Bulma's mention of the local lawlessness, it struck me that this individual could be of assistance. If he is indeed a notorious cosmic marauder, then what? Luo Hao inquired, puzzled. Whis exclaimed, it's quite simple. These individuals cruise the cosmos, wreaking havoc and pillaging, thus aiding Lord Beerus in his planetary destruction tasks. If that is the case, surely he possesses a wealth of advanced technology. Why not approach him to borrow some, fulfilling Miss Bulma's wishes? What do you think? Luo Hao pondered for a moment. Seeking advanced technology from Frisia does seem like a plausible strategy, but Whis, do you think he would be willing to lend it? Whis chuckled nonchalantly. With me, Whis, personally negotiating, is there a task that cannot be accomplished? Do not underestimate me. This is the 7th universe. Seeing Luo Hao's doubtful expression, Whis sighed and clapped his hands. Very well, Luo Hao. Let us embark together. You can oversee the proceedings, can you not? I am certain I will successfully complete this mission and return with some advanced equipment to present to you and Miss Bulma. Does that sound agreeable? Noting Luo Hao's lack of dissent, Whis gently summoned his angelic staff, tapping it lightly to reveal Frisia's visage along with that of his legion before them. Whis gestured, behold, this is the infamous Frisia, and behind him lies his army. Their technology and equipment vastly surpass that of Earth. Acquiring even a fraction of their resources would surely suffice to satisfy Miss Bulma. Luo Hao glanced at the projection. All right, Whis, I appreciate your efforts. Let us proceed. Whis chuckled in response. As you wish. With a graceful shift, he stood before Luo Hao. Simply place your arm upon my shoulder. I shall transport you forthwith. Luo Hao complied without hesitation, resting his hand upon Whis' shoulder. Whis then tapped the ground lightly with his staff, enveloping them in a radiant light akin to the brilliance of stars, and in an instant, they transformed into a streak of transcendent meteor, vanishing from their location. This journey marks the inaugural interstellar expedition for Whis and Rohan, and Whis has devoted his utmost effort to this endeavor. In a flash of brilliance, the two have transcended the boundaries of the Milky Way. During their flight, Rohan inquired, Oh, Whis, your speed is quite impressive. Whis replied, Indeed. We angels can achieve the first cosmic velocity, meaning, in this universe, none can surpass our swiftness. Rohan, however, smirked and retorted, Is that so? I recall a certain ability known as instantaneous movement. Aren't you angels capable of that? Upon hearing this, Whis' expression fell. According to the divine regulations, destroyers and angels are prohibited from utilizing instantaneous movement indiscriminately. Rohan continued, Then, if you were to fly at full capacity, how long would it take to reach Lord Frisia? In Chapter 15, Frisia lay prostrate on the ground. Was calculated with his fingers, approximately 18 minutes. It seems this fellow's fleet is indeed quite distant, necessitating such a lengthy journey. Rohan gently shook his head. No matter, allow me to lead the way this time. Just provide me with their coordinates, and I shall transport you directly using instantaneous movement. Whis, puzzled, queried, Is a mere 10 minutes too much for you to bear, Rohan? Rohan replied with a peculiar smile. I will guide you there, and on our return, you may take the lead. Does that sound agreeable? Whis regarded Rohan with a scrutinizing gaze, pondering whether he had ulterior motives. Very well, he conceded. Since you are willing to employ instantaneous movement, I shall not object to your preference. You may guide us back. After all, I have always personally navigated the flights with Lord Beerus and have never led him astray. Without further hesitation, Whis relayed the coordinates of Frisia's legion to Rohan. Rohan silently recited an incantation, and in an instant, both he and the diligently flying Whis vanished from their location. It was evident that Rohan had fully mastered the intricacies of instantaneous movement, executing it with such fluidity that it was clear his power and divine energy had been restored to a significant degree. Should Rohan choose to fly at full throttle, he could easily outpace Whis by several streets. However, to fly directly would indeed compromise the pride of Whis, the so-called foremost angel. After all, with instantaneous movement, who would resort to cosmic flight? Meanwhile, in the depths of space, on an uncharted planet, Frisia sat within his spacecraft, orchestrating the operations of his fleet. Beside him, Dodoria stood with utmost respect, reporting on the fleet's progress. My Lord Frisia, We are merely 30 minutes away from concluding this planetary conflict. Soon, this planet will belong to the Frisia Legion. Frisia assumed an elegant posture and inquired, "How long until Cooler-S Legion arrives?" Beside him, Zarbin wiped the sweat from his forehead as he respectfully reported, "My Lord Frisia, Lord Cooler's army will reach this planet in approximately 46 minutes. However, by that time, we shall have concluded the battle entirely. No matter how many troops he brings, they shall not partake in our spoils, for our mission will be accomplished." Meanwhile, Dodoria immediately offered a flattering remark from his side. "Even if Lord Cooler is the wisest of strategists, he could not possibly anticipate that you, my Lord Frisia, would bring the Jinyu force to partake in this assault. However, for this planet, it seems rather excessive to employ such a formidable weapon. With the strength of the Jinyu force, finishing the battle within 30 minutes is entirely feasible." Frisia cackled sinisterly. "Humph, Cooler, by the time you arrive to claim your share, it shall be too late. This planet holds great value indeed." Just as he finished speaking, the lights in the main command chamber of the battleship flickered ominously before extinguishing entirely. "What is the meaning of this? The energy of my command ship is failing?" Frisia's expression darkened. "Dodoria, what is happening?" Dodoria immediately became alarmed, falling to his knees. "Forgive me, Lord Frisia. I shall investigate at once." He then opened the hatch and vanished in an instant. As Dodoria departed, he inwardly cursed, "Which fool is on duty today? How could they fail to manage the energy control of the command ship?" Thankfully, Lord Frisia is in a good mood. Otherwise, I would bear the brunt of this failure. I would not even know how I met my end. If I discover who is negligent here, I shall ensure they are annihilated on the spot. With that, Dodoria swiftly entered the energy room of the spaceship. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find two of his subordinates inexplicably unconscious on the floor. And before him stood two peculiar figures, one tall and holding a staff, the other slender with what appeared to be a double-barreled firearm slung over his shoulder. Where did these two come from? When did they appear on our ship? Why did the entire vessel not sound an alarm? Dodoria shouted angrily, "Who are you two intruders?" The two figures seemed disinterested in his queries. The one with the staff murmured, "Ah, this must be the control center of their ship. However, judging by the energy levels, it appears to align with advanced technological equipment." The individual burdened with a double-barreled shotgun nodded in agreement, stating that given the technological sophistication of the spacecraft, it should suffice to report to Bulma. He then inquired whether it was time to consult the owner of the vessel. The figure opposite, wielding a staff, vigorously nodded in affirmation, suggesting that if the other party agreed, they could indeed take the spacecraft back. The two continued their leisurely conversation, inciting an overwhelming fury in Dodoria, who exploded with anger, demanding their attention. Just as he began to speak, he was taken aback as the two relaxed conversationalists vanished from his sight. Dodoria stood dumbfounded, questioning the nature of the occurrence. How did they arrive and depart without his notice? He slapped his not-so-quick-witted head in confusion and returned to the command chamber. Upon opening the hatch, Dodoria was instantly shocked to find the previously audacious Frisia prostrated on the ground, displaying utmost reverence toward a certain direction. Following Frisia's gaze, Dodoria's eyes widened as he recognized the two troublemakers from the energy room. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Dodoria's already muddled mind could hardly process the situation. Meanwhile, Zabon was signaling to Dodoria to quickly pay his respects. Yet, still in a state of bewilderment, Dodoria pointed at the two individuals and, gazing at Frisia's unusual posture, muttered, "What on earth is going on?" He was abruptly reprimanded by Frisia, who barked, "Silence, you imbecile." In Chapter 16, Whis addressed Frisia, requesting to borrow his spacecraft, and then, with a sycophantic tone, remarked, "Lord Beerus, I never expected your esteemed presence. I sincerely apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please command us." The command chamber fell into a profound silence. Only then did Frisia dare to glance forward, discovering a reality that diverged from his expectations. Although the previous scene had instilled a deep sense of dread, the figure before him was not the fearsome god of destruction, Beerus, but rather a slender youth who appeared to be carrying what resembled a double-barreled shotgun. Who was this individual? Based on the earlier display of brilliance and speed, it was evident that he had been summoned by Beerus. Glancing behind the youth, Dodoria deduced that this must be Whis, the servant of the god of destruction. If memory served him correctly, this was indeed the one named Whis. The staff, the energy, the mannerisms, the attire. Yes, it was him. To his surprise, the visitor was not Beerus himself. At this moment, a peculiar confusion stirred within Frisia's heart. Previously, It was Whis who guided them during Lord Beerus's arrivals. The familiar radiance and the well-known maneuvers were characteristic of Beerus and Whis, yet here they were again, reminiscent of the past. Albeit with the god of destruction replaced by youth bearing a hunting rifle. What on earth was this bizarre situation? Nevertheless, this revelation alleviated Frisia's earlier anxiety. As long as it was not Lord Beerus himself, there seemed to be room for negotiation. Frisia had feared that his recent lack of diligence or some inadvertent slight against Lord Beerus's authority had summoned retribution. But it appeared that the presence of Beerus's attendant accompanied by another person was not a dire matter. At this juncture, Frisia dispelled the sycophantic tone he had previously adopted. Shedding his obsequious demeanor, gradually regaining his composure, he stood tall, a self-assured smile returning to his countenance as he greeted Whis. "Good day, Mr. Whis. Why had he not accompanied Lord Beerus on this occasion?" Whis, casting a disdainful glance at the self-proclaimed ruler of the universe, remarked, "How oblivious you are, Frisia. It is truly a miracle that you have survived this long with such a lack of insight. The individual before you is far more formidable than Lord Beerus, and you remain entirely unaware? Soon, you shall face the consequences." Meanwhile, Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried to Frisia's side with an obsequious demeanor, saying, "Lord Frisia, these two rascals just caused a ruckus in our ship's energy chamber. I was about to capture them when they suddenly fled here. Shall I take immediate action to subdue them or eliminate them entirely?" Frisia's expression darkened slightly. "It's them? Would they truly cause chaos in the energy chamber? How strange. However, considering the situation, even though I have not encountered this particular lad before, Mr. Whis here is an attendant of Lord Beerus. If he is associated with the god of destruction, he must be no ordinary individual. Therefore, it would be prudent to treat this matter as if it never occurred. Offending Lord Beerus's attendant seems unlikely to yield any advantage for me." Just as Frisia hesitated, Dodoria, with remarkable intuition, activated the device on his forehead to scan the two individuals. With a series of beeping sounds, he was left utterly astonished. Pointing at Whis and Luo Hao, he exclaimed, "Lord Frisia, these two rascals dare to disrupt our cosmic worship? Allow me to apprehend them. The one with the staff possesses 0 combat power, but the individual accompanying him is considerably strong." Frisia was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? This fellow possesses considerable combat strength?" Dodoria, desperately stifling his laughter, replied, "That one carrying primitive weaponry has a power level of merely 5. Ha ha ha, it's utterly hilarious. Lord Frisia, their combat capabilities are 5 and 0, and you still choose to pay respects to them with such grandiosity?" At that moment, Dodoria seemed to realize he had misspoken, inadvertently touching upon a sensitive nerve of Frisia. Indeed, a terrifying murderous intent emanated from Frisia's eyes, causing Dodoria to break into a cold sweat. Without uttering another word, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "I apologize, Lord Frisia. I spoke thoughtlessly, I misspoke." At this juncture, Frisia no longer seemed inclined to hold a grudge against Dodoria, contemplating, "I shall deal with this indiscreet fool later." However, he pondered the implications of the destruction god's servant arriving at his command ship alongside another individual. According to Dodoria, these two had come from the energy chamber. Did they truly harbor interest in his spacecraft? Meanwhile, the onlooker, Luo Hao, subtly signaled to Whis, implying that it was up to him to manage his subordinate. As a figure of great stature, Luo Hao couldn't be bothered to engage with the antics of these clowns performing their tedious act. Whis sighed softly, "Very well, it seems I must take the lead." Whis flashed a gentle smile at Frisia. "Frisia, I've heard you've been performing admirably of late. The tasks assigned by Lord Beerus have been executed splendidly." Frisia, understanding the unspoken etiquette, nodded appreciatively. Indeed, I am grateful for your kind words, Mr. Whis. I would be most appreciative if you could convey such praise to Lord Beerus." The two engaged in polite banter. Luo Hao, growing impatient, shot another glance at Whis, prompting him to clear his throat helplessly. "The reason I'm here is to discuss a matter with you." "What matter?" Frisia inquired directly. Whis responded, "It's nothing complicated. I merely wish to borrow your spacecraft." "What?" Frisia's mood immediately soured, thoughts churning chaotically. "What does this fellow mean? He dares to request the use of my ship? This is not mere borrowing. This attitude suggests he intends to seize it outright. Does he truly believe that I, Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, would allow such insolence? If it were Lord Beerus himself, I might understand, but a mere servant of a destruction god, accompanied by a ragamuffin with a power level of 5, thinks he can commandeer my spacecraft? Not a chance." Chapter 17. Frisia, defeat me, and the entire fleet shall be yours. Yet, it was not the time to openly confront this servant of destruction. Frisia's triangular eyes twirled thoughtfully as a cunning plan formed in his mind. Mr. Whis, this spacecraft holds significant meaning for me. Very well, if you so desire, I cannot refuse you. It is quite simple. Grant me but one request, and the spaceship shall be yours. To this, Whis was momentarily taken aback, pondering. This nefarious individual seems rather perceptive, for he has not pressed further and is willing to relinquish this vessel for merely a modest request. Thus, it appears my visit has not been in vain. With a smile, Whis replied, Very well, Mr. Frisia, what is your request? Frisia clenched his fist and stated, It is quite simple, as long as you can defeat me. Not only this spaceship, but my entire fleet shall be at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Whis was rendered momentarily speechless. This Frisia truly knows no bounds. He dares to challenge me and Luo Hao to best him. Such a feat would be akin to crushing an ant. Typically, I follow Whis and engage in daily supportive tasks. Logically, both the god of destruction and the supreme Kai can be considered disciples of Whis, as these two supreme deities of the universe were nurtured by his guidance. Yet, this subordinate of Whis, a mere lackey, dares to boast before me? Does he truly perceive me, a dignified angel, as a soft target? However, it must be acknowledged that as an angel, I am bound by an unwavering code of conduct, a principle I must adhere to. Despite our formidable power and esteemed status in the cosmos, our singular obligation is to maintain neutrality, merely supervising and preserving order without intervening at will. Though I could easily reduce this audacious fellow to cosmic dust with a mere breath, such an act would violate the ironclad laws of angelic conduct. Contemplating this, Whis found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, Luo Hao is right beside me. This esteemed individual is neither an angel nor a god of destruction. Thus, he shall not be constrained by the cosmic laws. Currently, this individual appears to be merely an ordinary 16-year-old boy from Earth. Indeed, with him present, is there any need for my intervention? Whis, devising a plan, chuckled lightly. Luo Hao, it seems the time has come to rely on you. I have already been looked down upon. Luo Hao, assuming a resigned posture, responded, Whis, you truly are something else. You claim this fellow is Whis' subordinate. Yet it appears you are not as formidable here as one might assume. Whis, remaining unfazed, replied, You say what you will, I am indifferent. It is not within my power to engage. If you wish to obtain the equipment here, then you must defeat him. Ha! I am confident that with your prowess, handling this insignificant Frisia will be no challenge at all. Luo Hao sighed in resignation. Very well, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. How troublesome. I initially saw it merely a spaceship, yet this fellow insists on offering his entire fleet. Refusing such a generous offer would seem rather disrespectful. Wouldn't you agree? Whis expressed his mild astonishment. What? His entire fleet? However, Luo Hao merely chuckled. He said that should I defeat him, his fleet would belong to me. Did you not hear that? The two began to engage in casual conversation, seemingly unfazed by the tension. Meanwhile, Frisia's patience had reached its breaking point. These two fools. One possesses such feeble combat strength, and the other is merely an ordinary subordinate. Yet they truly believe they can treat me like a pushover? Am I so easily trifled with? Without further hesitation, Frisia transformed, unleashing a formidable aura as his final form manifested before all present. In that moment, he declared with pride, Mr. Whis, it is out of respect for you, as you introduce this opponent, that I shall engage him with my full power and my complete form. I'm a being of my word. Should my fists prevail, everything my fleet possesses will be yours. Otherwise, do not expect any leniency from me. All bets are off. It appeared that Frisia was resolutely determined to confront Luo Hao. Meanwhile, Dodoria, seeking to amend his earlier misstep, contemplated for a considerable time before uttering a scathing remark. You, with a combat strength of merely 5, dare to challenge Lord Frisia? You truly do not know the meaning of death. Are you unaware that our Lord Frisia's power exceeds 530,000? His laughter echoed, but it was quickly silenced by a cold glare from Frisia. You imbecile, be silent. I have already transformed into my ultimate form. To be frank, my full power is a staggering 120 million. What is 530,000? If you utter another word, I will obliterate you on the spot. Realizing that he had once again misspoken, Dodoria instinctively aimed his scouter at Frisia. With a resounding bang, the device disintegrated into ruins. Indeed, Frisia's might was unfathomable. Even the scouter was rendered inoperative upon contact, signifying that his strength surpassed all expectations. In that tense moment, Sabo, quick to assess the situation, despite his usual discord with Dodoria, urged, "A fierce battle is imminent. We should leave immediately." Dodoria, recognizing the gravity of the situation, conceded. Having already erred twice today, lingering here could very well lead to their demise. As the three grappled with their dilemma, Luo Hao raised his fist and, with a playful glimmer in his eye, directed his gaze at Whis. "Are you certain you wish for me to intervene? I must clarify in advance that my strength has only just recovered to 2 or 3/10 of its former glory. At present, my mastery over this power has yet to reach perfection, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise." Chapter 18. The Discourse of Whis and Frisia. Whis chuckled softly, assuring, "Fear not. Should any mishap occur, I shall bear the consequences. How much trouble could you possibly conjure? With a bona fide angel like me present, there exists nothing that cannot be rectified. Very well. With such a promise, I shall feel at ease." Casting a glance at Frisia across the way, Luo Hao disdainfully remarked, "It appears that Mr. Frisia is quite fond of reasoned discourse. Well, I too have a penchant for rational argument. However, to strike directly at you seems rather bullying. Considering it was Whis' suggestion, I ought to afford you a modicum of dignity." With that, Luo Hao casually selected a direction and unleashed a punch. An invisible ripple emanated from the trajectory of his strike, gradually expanding outward. At this moment, Whis, who had been smiling faintly by the side, felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. This seemingly nonchalant blow caused the entire control room of their spacecraft to plunge into darkness. And even the very fabric of the universe underwent a transformation. Was this truly an attack from someone with only 2 or 3/10 of their strength restored? Following the path of Luo Hao's assault, everything along its trajectory vanished instantaneously. Planets, armies, stars, and galaxies were reduced to a vast black void. The once majestic starry sky and its celestial bodies were utterly obliterated in the wake of this singular strike, leaving behind an eerie silence devoid of explosions or thunderous roars. Everything simply vanished without a trace. Across from him, Frisia nearly dislodged his own eyeballs in disbelief. What in the world is happening? This blow appears to have been delivered with such casualness. Fortunately, he was not the target. Otherwise, he might have believed, as Doria suggested, that Luo Hao was merely an ordinary fighter with a power level of 5. How could that possibly be true? The sheer might of this uncharged and silent strike was nothing short of monstrous. Was this truly all? This was hardly a matter of mere combat. Even if all his legions combined with the elite forces of the Zeno organization, or even if the god of destruction, Beerus himself, were to descend, they could not hope to match such overwhelming force and terrifying destructive capability. This was an entity that surpassed even the god of destruction. It had claimed to have only regained 2 or 3/10 of his strength. What would happen if he unleashed 50 or 60%, or even 100%? Would this universe still exist? Where did Whis find such a freak of nature? No, I should have anticipated this. If Whis could serve as the attendant to Lord Beerus, and now he has become another's attendant, then that individual is certainly not one to be trifled with. Moreover, that scoundrel Dodoria claimed that his opponent's battle prowess was merely 5, which was undoubtedly a ruse. Indeed, he suddenly realized that his so-called detector could only sense the energy and strength of ordinary mortals, but it was utterly inept at detecting the divine power of true gods. He had been woefully careless, having unwittingly offended such a terrifying figure. Fortunately, due to the presence of Whis and Beerus, he had left himself a sliver of leeway. Otherwise, had he acted according to his usual temperament, he would have met a death so sudden he would not have even known how it came to be. Yet now, it seemed he had no opportunity for regret, as he noticed that the direction in which Luo Hao had unleashed his punch was precisely towards the planet he intended to conquer. Furthermore, all his elite troops, his fleet, spacecraft, and forces, including the very location he sought to seize, had vanished without a trace. Now, he was left with nothing but the dilapidated spaceship beneath his feet, alongside Dodoria and the bewildered Sabo. What on earth could he do? At that moment, the command chamber was filled only with the sound of Frisia's teeth chattering. This fellow was indeed rendered speechless. Thankfully, the target of the attack was not himself. Otherwise, the consequences would be unfathomable. Meanwhile, Whis stood across, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Luo Hao, I merely suggested you teach this fellow a lesson. But how did it escalate to such a magnitude? Half a galaxy has collapsed." Luo Hao, with a resigned gesture, replied, "I apologize, Whis. I mentioned earlier that I had just awakened and my strength has not fully returned. Particularly, it seems I still struggle with controlling my power. I inadvertently exerted a tad too much. I shall be more cautious next time. Was continued, you call that a mere tad. You've obliterated half a galaxy. If you had unleashed your full strength, would there be anything left of our seventh universe? He then recalled a critical point. Indeed. We came here to borrow a spaceship for equipment. With that punch, not only are the ship supplies gone, but everything has vanished. How shall we explain this to Miss Bulma? Meanwhile, Luo Hao clenched his fist and offered Whis an excellent suggestion. Ah, Whis, you mentioned earlier that you would take responsibility for any issues. After all, you are a fully fledged, versatile angel. Whis forced a smile, his lips curling wryly. I was merely being polite. Who could have anticipated your overwhelming strength? Truly, even Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, does not possess such capabilities. He might destroy 1 or 2 planets he finds unsightly, but to annihilate half a galaxy with a mere gesture? Alas, I suppose I was a bit overconfident. What shall we do now? Luo Hao gazed at him with a beaming smile. Whis, given the circumstances, why are you still being so courteous? Don't you angels possess the ability to reverse time? Why conceal your prowess? Upon hearing Luo Hao's inquiry, Whis vigorously wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, you rascal. How could you be here waiting for me? My time reversal ability is not something I can easily unleash. Alas, you are compelling me to contravene the principles of an angel. Luo Hao continued to smile brightly. If that is the case, let us embark on a journey to the 12th universe. I too wish to revisit the past. Does it not sound delightful? Upon realizing that Luo Hao intended to leave the 7th universe, Whis immediately surrendered, declaring with righteous fervor, what regulations? What requirements? Such notions are mere trifles. Let us address the matter at hand. Since you, Luo Hao, have a request, I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. Indeed, only 2 minutes have elapsed. It is the perfect moment to utilize the time reversal. Can such a trivial task pose a challenge to me? Although it will consume a substantial amount of my divine power, it is certainly worth the effort. Chapter 19. Frieza accepts his bet. Witnessing Whis' swift change of expression, Frieza found himself utterly dumbfounded. This seemingly unassuming fellow wielded such formidable destructive power, and this ordinary attendant of Lord Beerus possessed the ability to reverse time. Could he truly restore everything to its former state? If so, such a power would be even more terrifying. It appeared that the most formidable figure was none other than this attendant of Lord Beerus. He must indeed be the true heavyweight. However, if this individual could indeed achieve all that he claimed, then the one known as Luo Hao must possess a status and identity far surpassing that of Lord Beerus. Well, I must consider myself fortunate to have encountered such a top-tier figure. It seems prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. With his backing, what are Beerus and the god of destruction but mere illusions? At this moment, Frieza was already scheming internally, while Whis hesitated no longer. He gently tapped his staff 3 times in the air, murmuring an incantation, and a divine light enveloped his form. In an instant, the time reversal ability manifested, swiftly rewinding the events of the last few minutes like a tape being rewound, returning everything to its state 5 minutes prior. This astonishing technique left Frieza, Dodoria, and Zebon utterly astounded. The vanished fleet, the lost planets, the disappeared galaxies, all gradually reverted to their original forms. This fellow can truly manipulate time. Is this the power of an angel? I had underestimated Beerus's attendant. He is indeed a figure of terrifying significance. At this moment, the hearts of the onlookers found solace, realizing that this seemingly unassuming individual was indeed reasonable. It was their own ignorance that had confined them to a narrow perspective. Especially Frieza, ever since he gained the backing of Beerus, has maintained an air of arrogance, not only among the Frost Demons, but also as a representative of the Zeta organization. Following this battle, witnessing the possibility of restoring everything to its original state brought immense joy to Luo Hao, who turned to Whis and remarked, Whis, I never anticipated you possessed such profound techniques. I truly underestimated you. However, with you by my side, I feel reassured. May I practice my skills more frequently from now on? Whis, upon hearing this, began to wipe the sweat from his brow and replied, Brother, to speak candidly, this time reversal technique is exceedingly taxing on divine energy, and its usage is also subject to a cool-down period. We must exercise caution. If overused, I might inexplicably vanish from the cosmos, even without your intervention. As you know, we angels cannot unleash our full power. Our strength is nearly exhausted, and without restoration, We lack the capacity to invoke time reversal again. You wouldn't wish for my sudden disappearance, would you? Oh, if that is the case. It indeed poses a danger to your existence. We must proceed with greater caution, Luo Hao acknowledged, then shifted his gaze to the trembling Frisia, who seemed to be in a daze. Mr. Frisia, regarding our earlier agreement. In that moment, Frisia appeared to snap back to reality and, without hesitation, seized the quaking Dodoria and Zarbin, exclaiming, "You two scoundrels! Immediately relay the order to cease hostilities. Gather all troops at once and heed my command. Did you not hear the orders from Lord Luo Hao and Lord Whis? Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up!" Thus, the war on this unnamed planet concluded in an inexplicable atmosphere, with Frisia's forces assembling in a bewildering manner. The remaining resistance, which had been in a state of despair, watched in astonishment as the once ferocious warriors suddenly retreated. What was happening here? Amidst the confusion and bewilderment of the crowd, peace was mysteriously restored to this highly rated planet, and the war abruptly vanished. On a high ground of this unknown planet, the execution efficiency of Frisia's army was remarkable. Within mere minutes, the entire fleet of ships was neatly arrayed in the square, presenting a truly magnificent sight. Various colossal warships, spacecraft, and even the weapons, gear, and helmets used by each soldier were meticulously displayed before Luo Hao and Whis. This was indeed an instance of betting and accepting the outcome. It seemed Frisia was genuinely a person of his word, adhering to his promises. Whis observed the display with an impassive expression, while Luo Hao casually remarked, "Whis, your performance has been quite commendable. It appears Beerus has a keen eye for talent." Although the young subordinate he found was rather arrogant, he was undeniably trustworthy, as evidenced by his unwavering commitment to our demands. However, Whis smirked and retorted, "He must be intimidated by you. This fellow is certainly not a congenial companion." "Is that so?" Luo Hao expressed his disagreement with Whis. Meanwhile, standing behind Frisia, Dodoria struggled under the weight of his cumbersome armor, calling out to Zabo, "Hey, you little rascal, why don't you lend a hand? I'm almost done. I just need to get rid of this piece of armor, as everything else is already prepared." On the opposite side, Luo Hao supported his forehead with one hand, a frown etched across his face, and exclaimed, "Hey, that pink, portly figure over there. Yes, I'm referring to you. Don't bother removing the armor you've already worn. I have no desire for anything that carries your scent. You may take that with you, but leave the rest." Whis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, contemplating, these individuals are quite straightforward. If Luo Hao doesn't intervene, would he end up surrendering his battle suit and undergarments as well? If that little girl Bulma finds out about this, I doubt I'd be in any danger. But Luo Hao might be driven to distraction. It seems that brute strength is indeed the ultimate truth. Luo Hao, with a smile, approached Frisia and gently patted him on the shoulder. At that moment, Frisia's face turned pale with fear, wondering if this individual intended to settle the score and strike him. In a swift motion, Frisia prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, "Lord Luo Hao, I have complied with all your demands. Please do not punish me further." Chapter 20. Luo Hao. I am borrowing, not stealing. Luo Hao clapped his hands and mused, It appears Frisia is genuinely terrified. He then remarked, "It's nothing. I merely wish to commend you for being reasonable and trustworthy. Since that is the case, let us consider our misunderstandings resolved. However, I must clarify, the equipment is borrowed, not stolen. As you can see, Whis is beside me, and the value of these items rests solely with that little fellow Beerus. Should you have any objections, feel free to confront Beerus directly. Spare me your courtesy. Haha." Whis, supporting his forehead with one hand, wore a look of dismay and said, "You, my friend, speak so grandly about borrowing. How shameless. You essentially frightened others before plundering their troops and equipment, and you wish to attribute the blame to Beerus? If only Lord Beerus were awake. I suspect he wouldn't hesitate to confront you upon learning the full story. Yet, upon reflection, if Beerus dares to trouble you, it would be akin to inviting his own downfall. Given your strength, by the time Beerus awakens, I doubt even 10 of them would stand a chance against you. Perhaps there will indeed be a splendid spectacle to behold in the future." However, Frisia, trembling with fear, replied, "I dare not. I truly cannot. All this equipment, I willingly concede, is entirely yours, my lord." Luo Hao, with a resigned gesture, interjected, "There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Luo Hao. That which also addresses me as my lord. But I have clarified to them that I am merely an ordinary earthling, with no titles or positions to speak of. Being called my lord feels quite awkward." Frisia, unable to utter another word, harbored resentment within. The plan to seize this lucrative planet before the Gula Legion's operation was supposed to yield great profits. To his dismay, two unexpected figures had emerged, completely derailing his plans and leading to the loss of both personnel and possessions. This venture had turned into a significant loss. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a multitude of dark specks appearing in the sky. Could it be that Gula had arrived? Frisia's heart raced anew. Would he act recklessly and implicate me? At this moment, he could no longer maintain his cautious demeanor before Luo Hao. He immediately displayed a conciliatory expression and soared into the air, heading towards Gula's fleet. In the midst of the air, Gula's mocking voice echoed. Frisia, my dear brother, your speed is quite impressive, but why have you not fully conquered this planet? Do you wish for me to partake in the spoils? Perhaps I have arrived just in time. With that brazen laughter, Frisia began to perspire. This individual truly had no grasp of the situation, audaciously challenging him. Frisia coldly shouted at the fleet in the sky, Gula, you scoundrel, silence yourself. Just then, a figure resembling Frisia emerged from the sky, continuing to taunt him in a mocking tone. Frisia, what is your army doing? Lining up for my inspection? How orderly they are. I never expected your command over your subordinates had improved. As Gula mocked him, he suddenly appeared before Frisia, gazing in astonishment at Frisia, who stood poised for battle and coldly smirked. I merely wish to say a few words. Do you really want to fight me over such a mediocre planet? Do you truly need to get your hands dirty? At this moment, Frisia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pleaded, Gula, my dear brother, would you mind saying a little less? Gula, with a skeptical expression, retorted, this is not your style at all. When did you ever deign to call me brother? What schemes are you concocting? Speak quickly. Let me tell you, you're no match for me now. Frisia, with a resigned expression, approached Gula, who was eyeing him warily, and recounted the events that had transpired. Gula's expression immediately fluctuated between joy and suspicion. Frisia, are you attempting to deceive me? Is this some sort of trap? Not only do you wish to plunder the planet I covet, but you also set your sights on my fleet? Frisia, however, merely shrugged his shoulders and replied, Gula, do not hold it against me for my lack of brotherly loyalty this time. He then pointed below and continued, you see that individual down there. I need not elaborate on his prowess. However, his previous identity was that of Lord Beerus's attendant. A servant of a god of destruction now willingly accompanies another to reason with me. Do you truly believe I jest? Gula narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of skepticism. It was unprecedented for Frisia, so notoriously obstinate, to approach him with such gravity. Furthermore, Gula had long harbored a concern. In terms of strength, cunning, and capability, Frisia, though a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan, fell short in comparison. Why did Frisia receive the unwavering support of their father, King Cold? It was merely due to the fact that this lad had fortuitously latched onto the formidable leg of the god of destruction, Beerus. With such backing, no matter Frisia's future misdeeds, he would escape retribution. Now, although Beerus had not made an appearance, his ever-present attendant, Whis, had indeed manifested on the scene. This made Frisia's claims all the more plausible. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential threat. This was Gula's guiding principle. Since Beerus's aid had appeared, if Gula ever wished to align himself with the god of destruction, he could not afford to offend his entourage, regardless of their strength. As for the enigmatic figure Frisia had mentioned by his side, he was of little consequence. Losing a fraction of fleet equipment was trivial. Should he manage to secure a connection with a significant figure, Gula would be able to navigate the cosmos with ease. Regardless of the veracity of Frisia's words, Gula resolved to take the gamble. Indeed, in terms of cunning and capability, Gula undoubtedly surpassed Frisia. Had Frisia possessed such foresight and ambition earlier, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Chapter 21. Gula offers all high-tech equipment. The two brothers whispered in the air, and Gula swiftly descended before Whis. Kneeling respectfully, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Whis. My brother Frisia has informed me of your keen interest in our warships. I have also brought a portion of my forces and am willing to offer all of my high-tech equipment for your consideration. I hope you will graciously accept." With that, he awaited Whis' response. Whis could not help but smile bitterly. It is truly astonishing that such events could transpire. When I first arrived, I approached that fellow named Frisia in a cordial manner, yet he was unyielding, insisting that Luo Hao demonstrate his prowess before he would acquiesce. In contrast, this individual named Gula promptly chose to compromise. It seems that their cold and malevolent race is indeed brimming with talent. However, whether or not to accept these items is of no concern to me. He then gestured toward Luo Hao, stating, I am merely a subordinate in this matter. Whether I have any interest in your offerings depends on Luo Hao's opinion. Gula scrutinized Luo Hao, pondering. This individual does not appear to possess any extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, since he is favored by Lord Beerus, he must possess some unique qualities unknown to me. Unlike Frisia, Gula was not arrogant. Instead, he respectfully said, Please, Mr. Luo Hao, provide your guidance. Luo Hao, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Whis, whether it is one pig or two, maintaining them is the same. Since Mr. Gula is so earnest in his intentions, let us accept his offerings with a smile and refrain from further niceties. Whis shrugged his shoulders. Very well. As long as you remain in this universe, you may proceed as you wish. Furthermore, their sincere willingness to present these supplies to you meets with my full approval. Gula then commanded his fleet to arrange all the spaceships and advanced technology neatly before Luo Hao and Whis, akin to Frisia's display. In a gesture of courtesy, Luo Hao indicated a small spaceship and remarked, Mr. Gula, we appreciate your generous gift, but we shall decline this particular vessel. As you must return home with so many people, it is best left for you. Gula was taken aback and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Luo Hao. I am truly appreciative. The multitude of Frisia's subordinates, numbering over 2,000, were crammed into the small spaceship, resembling a can of sardines, filled to the brim. As the ship swayed into the air, Whis sighed. Luo Hao, your taste truly surprises me. Luo Hao replied with a faint smile. It is sufficient that I can leave them a spaceship. I have done so out of respect for Gula's perceptiveness. Suddenly, the spaceship, now floating in the air, surged its engines to full power and sped away from the planet, vanishing without a trace. Are we truly that fearsome? Luo Hao glanced helplessly at Whis, who looked up at the sky and mused, only heaven knows. Whis then took a gleeful look at Luo Hao. With all these ships and equipment scattered about, how do you intend to transport them back? This appears to be quite a formidable predicament, as there are only the two of us, drivers or operators. Luo Hao chuckled mischievously. Do you require me to devise a solution? You see, I'm merely an ordinary boy from Earth. What means do I possess to transport all this equipment back to our planet? If I had a way, what need would there be for you, my angel? Upon hearing these words, Vis's expression of schadenfreude abruptly froze on his face. Are you implying? Luo Hao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is up to you, Vis. You can do it. Vis's countenance immediately fell. No way. You expect me to handle all this equipment? What can I possibly do? Yet Luo Hao, with a beaming smile, replied, Oh, come on, Vis, don't feign ignorance. I know you possess a unique ability to create an enormous sealed space. If you could just expand that space a bit, enveloping all this equipment, we could surely transport it all back on our return journey. Vis continued to struggle with the idea, but activating that ability means I won't be able to teleport. Luo Hao maintained a playful demeanor, so I utilized teleportation to arrive here, and you can use your divine power to shroud everything as we make our way back slowly. Didn't I mention that I would guide us here? And you lead us back? Realization dawned on Vis, and his face morphed into one of dismay. Fine, this guy truly sees me as a beast of burden. How outrageous! In the depths of space, a crowded spaceship hurtled forward at great speed. Inside the vessel, Sabo swatted away a foot that had encroached upon his head, cursing. Which scoundrel dares to place their filthy foot upon my face? Beside him, Deloria's exasperated voice echoed. Enough, Sabo! Do you think I relish this? It's not by choice. There's simply too many people aboard this ship. Look, I'm being jostled too. Hey, someone, kindly refrain from pressing your rear against my face. This situation was disheartening. Initially, a formidable assembly was set to launch an assault on this planet, only to be inexplicably robbed. All ships and equipment seemed to have been plundered, leaving just this small mothership behind. With so many individuals crammed into this tiny spacecraft, how could it not be cramped? Yet, there was no alternative. Sabo lamented. Had I possessed the ability to survive in the void of space, would I be crammed in here like a sardine with you lot? Deloria retorted without a hint of courtesy, complaining about the crowd. If it bothers you, go to the command room. Lord Frisia and Lord Cooler have ample space. Do you dare to venture there? As the two individuals engaged in a heated exchange, a frigid voice echoed from the corner, where Captain Jinyu sternly admonished. Are you two done? It's already cramped enough. Do you need to continue wasting time here? Just hold on a little longer. We'll soon reach planet Frieza 3, where we should find ample equipment to expedite our departure from this star system. He continued, honestly, hey, guys, could you refrain from touching me indiscriminately? Your hand is brushing against my ribs. What a misfortune it is to be crammed in this metal-kin with you lot of miscreants. Where am I supposed to seek justice for this? With Captain Jinyu's admonition, the remaining subordinates expressed no dissent. Chapter 22. Gula. This loss will be attributed to you. Meanwhile, in the command room, Frieza and Gula exchanged melancholic glances. It was Gula who first broke the silence. Didn't you always look down on these incompetent subordinates? Why bring them along this time? He asked with a mocking glint, casting a sidelong glance at the woeful Frieza. Frieza retorted with an exasperated eye roll, "Is this my fault? These soldiers are borrowed from my father, King Cold. If anything goes awry, I'll have a hard time explaining it to him, even if they perish on that planet. It would have nothing to do with me." Gula took a sip of his red wine, letting out a resigned sigh. "You really have a knack for attracting trouble. Haven to you? How did you manage to offend such a terrifying figure?" Frieza, still irked, replied, "I had no choice." Gula then adopted a more serious demeanor. "By the way, isn't you're backing that destructive deity named Beerus? Why don't you seek his assistance? Isn't he reputed to be the greatest god in this universe? Even our father, King Cold, wouldn't he dare to act recklessly in his presence?" Observing Gula's incessant chatter, Frieza snapped, "Just say what you mean directly. I don't have the patience for small talk. Can't you see that the individual accompanying that guy is Lord Beerus' attendant? They are undoubtedly a pair. Why provoke them? Aren't you quick to grasp the situation?" Gula, placing his wine glass elegantly on the table, remarked, "Since you are being so candid, I won't beat around the bush either. As you can see, the fleet I brought is of a brand new model. I won't even mention the manpower and combat strength. The detectors were just procured from my father, King Cold, and I haven't even paid for them yet. This loss will entirely be on your shoulders." Frieza, incensed, retorted, "On what grounds? Why should this be attributed to me? Had I not advised you against any impulsive actions, let alone your equipment, it's uncertain whether you would even survive to leave that planet." Gula leisurely remarked, "I'm truly grateful to you, for you're my most beloved younger brother. However, let us be clear, the expenses incurred from this loss will be attributed to you." Frieza immediately bared his teeth, ready to retaliate, but Gula placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Calm down, calm down. This is not the time for you to unleash your fury. We have but this one remaining spaceship. As long as it is operational, we can survive in the cosmos. Yet, if anything were to happen to it, our soldiers trailing behind would face dire consequences, and I am curious to see how you will explain this to our father." He chuckled. "In the past, you had Lord Beerus backing you, and our father showed you leniency. Now, even Beerus's servant dares to rob us. If our father were to catch wind of this, you would surely face grave repercussions upon your return." This statement struck a nerve with Frieza. Having lost the protection of Beerus, the losses he faced, coupled with Gula's, were enough to cause him considerable distress, leaving him uncertain of how many years he would need to toil to settle this seemingly insurmountable debt. Previously, Frieza had been able to act with impunity, largely due to the formidable influence of the god of destruction, Beerus. Now, however, he found himself vulnerable. The very essence of his weaknesses laid bare. Yet, the thought of seeking vengeance filled him with trepidation. After all, the power of the individual he faced was evidently beyond that of a god of destruction. Even during Beerus's prime, he could not obliterate half a galaxy with mere ease. There is always a requisite period for gathering energy and displaying brilliance. This formidable adversary seemed capable of achieving the destructive power of a god of destruction with a mere flick of his wrist. At this juncture, let us redirect our attention to Whis and Luo Hao. In stark contrast to Frieza and Gula's predicament, a dazzling light, akin to the brilliance of stars, flared briefly in the cosmos, moving at a speed unfathomably greater than that of Frieza and Gula. Curiously, while a radiant luminosity illuminated the forefront, a large green square behind trailed a long tail of flames. This was Whis' unique transport space, housing a variety of warships, equipment, and spacecraft. Luo Hao, adopting a relaxed demeanor, casually rested one hand on Whis' shoulder, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position. His eyes fixated on the trailing flames behind them. He exclaimed in wonder, "Whis, you truly are remarkable. I never anticipated that with such an array of equipment, you could achieve such extraordinary speed. I must admit, I have underestimated you." Whis retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Oh please, you only take advantage of my amiable nature. Do not think I am unaware. Had it been you in my position, your speed would have surpassed mine by an unfathomable margin. It is merely your own laziness that holds you back." Luo Hao, however, exhibited no signs of embarrassment at being called out. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, Whis, let us not indulge in complaints. I know you simply desire a cup of coffee, right? Here's the deal. Upon our return to the seventh universe, I shall personally brew you a cup. Is that not satisfactory?" Whis' eyes brightened at once, and he replied eagerly, "No, I want 10 cups." Luo Hao sighed in resignation. "You truly are insatiable. Fine. Considering your efforts this time, I shall grant you 10 cups." It was surprising that he acquiesced so readily, for he was typically rather stingy. Since their first encounter, during which Luo Hao had generously treated Whis, he had only brewed coffee for him on rare occasions, specifically when Whis had performed exceptionally well, which had long vexed Whis. The angel had attempted to brew the peculiar beverage himself, yet whether due to incorrect proportions or improper temperature, he could never replicate the taste of Luo Hao's brew, a source of considerable frustration for him. Having resided on Earth for some time, Whis' palate had grown rather discerning, elevating his expectations for food and drink to a lofty standard. However, it remained uncertain whether he would adapt to life again in the realm of destruction. The planet of Beerus. Chapter 23. Whis appeared to have solidified his suspicions regarding Luo Hao's identity. However, after demanding 10 cups of coffee, Luo Hao had agreed without a moment's hesitation, indicating that the lad was in remarkably good spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Whis contemplated posing a question that had long lingered in his mind, though he hesitated. Luo Hao was notoriously tight-lipped. Whis had exhausted every avenue to extract information, yet the man remained obstinately reticent, a source of great annoyance to Whis. Now seemed an opportune moment to glean some insight. As Luo Hao's demeanor suggested, he might be amenable to sharing. Whis casually inquired, "Oh, Luo Hao, I find myself quite curious. The trick you used to intimidate Frisia seemed oddly familiar." Luo Hao, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I did not intend to frighten him. I merely miscalculated my strength. With regular practice, such errors will become a thing of the past. That said, I am fortunate to have your time reversal ability. Otherwise, I would feel deeply remorseful for the remnants of life on that planet. If my momentary lapse had resulted in such devastation, it would leave me utterly speechless." It appeared that Luo Hao was indeed in good spirits today, as he had even divulged some of the information Whis sought. Through their exchange, Whis gleaned substantial insights, suggesting that Luo Hao had once been a figure of considerable terror. The mere flicker of his strength could obliterate half a galaxy. What manner being could that possibly be? Although the ability to annihilate half a galaxy with a mere gesture is trivial for genuine angels and destroyers, it remains a profound revelation. Even if the omnipotent king could effortlessly erase an entire universe with a flick of his wrist, there would be little to astonish in that regard. Yet, this individual is merely a nascent being, having only awakened recently, and, according to his own claims, has regained merely 2 or 3/10 of his former strength, yet possesses such formidable prowess. What might he become upon fully restoring his powers or reclaiming all of his memories? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Whis' mind. Could this individual possibly be? He then recalled the high priest had seemingly mentioned that this being was directly linked to the 6 obliterated universes. If all of this holds true, then the identity of this being, known as Luo Hao, becomes glaringly evident. If he is not mistaken, he truly is. With this thought, Whis was struck by a chill, prompting him to voice his suspicions. "Luo Hao, if my conjecture is accurate, are you, in fact, the Great Destroyer?" His tone had shifted from inquiry to assertion. Filled with confidence, Whis had already concluded that this individual was one of the legendary cosmic titans, the long-lost Great Destroyer. It must be true. How else could one explain the terrifying power he possessed upon awakening, surpassing even that of a destroyer? Furthermore, his close relation to the high priest and the evident concern shared by the high priest and the king regarding him could not be overlooked. If he were not the Great Destroyer, then who could he possibly be? Whis, a bona fide angel, may not have been entirely versed in the intricacies of ancient matters, yet he possessed a thorough understanding of the divine hierarchy. In a typical universe, there exist angels, destroyers, and Kaiashins, while in this particular realm, the grand steward of all deities is the high priest. The high priest assists the omnipotent king in maintaining cosmic balance, and it is only natural that he would be accompanied by a supreme leader among destroyers, namely, the Great Destroyer. However, this matter has remained shrouded in secrecy between the high priest and the king, never to be mentioned. Given the peculiar behavior of this individual before him, if he were not the reincarnation of the Great Destroyer, Whis would find it utterly impossible to believe. As was confidently affirmed Luo Hao's identity. The latter's expression plunged Whis back into a state of bewilderment. From behind came Luo Hao's languid voice. The Great Destroyer? Who is that? I have no recollection of such a being. Why would you think I am the Great Destroyer? Is he particularly formidable? At these words, Whis, who had just been filled with spirited confidence, felt as deflated as a puncture balloon. Well, based on your response, I truly seem to have misjudged. However, aside from the Great Destroyer, who else could you possibly be? A figure of such prominence? Why can't I seem to recall? Yet, judging by the manner in which this individual speaks, he appears to have no connection whatsoever to the Great Destroyer. Whis, with an expression of exasperation bordering on madness, cast a sidelong glance at the languid figure behind him and solemnly remarked, "Well, we have spent quite some time together now. I suppose we can consider ourselves friends who share everything, can we not?" Luo Hao nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, given all the assistance you have provided me. You have proven to be an exceptionally devoted and responsible friend." Whis, however, continued gravely, "Since we are indeed good friends, we ought to be partners with no secrets between us, don't you think?" Luo Hao merely affirmed with a non-committal sound. Whis then turned around and exclaimed loudly to Luo Hao, "You must reveal your true identity to me, don't you think? After all this time, is there any enjoyment in keeping it hidden? Are you unaware of my insatiable curiosity? I have speculated for ages without success. Can't you just tell me who you truly are?" Honestly, observing Whis's melancholic demeanor, Luo Hao pointed ahead. "Whis, you must pay attention while flying." No sooner had he spoken than the colossal tail flame trailing them collided violently with an unknown planet. The impact reduced the celestial body to mere cosmic dust. In that moment, Whis hastily adjusted their flight path to avert crashing into a second planet that loomed ahead. His spirits soared as he realized that, with his angelic might and power, he had carelessly struck an unfamiliar planet in the vastness of space, a rare occurrence indeed. This incident revealed the extent of Whis's agitation, as he could hardly maintain a steady course. Upon witnessing Whis's woeful expression, Luo Hao felt a twinge of sympathy. He retracted his previously carefree smile and said softly, "Whis, you have truly misunderstood me. It is not that I have chosen to withhold the truth. Rather, I have not been able to recall it myself. I have only recently begun to awaken certain memories and fragments, and for deeper recollections, I require time to gradually restore them. Presently, the memories I can access are merely snippets from the High Priest's childhood, along with a few fleeting moments concerning De Quan and Xiao Quan. Many of these recollections are only coming together thanks to your presence. It is not my intention to conceal or withhold information." Chapter 24. Luo Hao, brother, you have flown past the mark. Whis, upon hearing Luo Hao's words and gazing into his sincere eyes, pondered, could it be that I have truly misjudged this fellow? After all, as someone whose memories are slowly resurfacing, how could he possibly recall everything at once? It seems he genuinely does not know his own identity. I must admit, I have perhaps been hasty and owe Luo Hao an apology. After all, the restoration of memory is never complete, and the one who should be suffering the most is undoubtedly Luo Hao himself. Upon contemplating this, Whis indeed felt a twinge of guilt. However, he was soon reminded of what Luo Hao had just mentioned, De Quan and Xiao Quan. This seemed to be a significant revelation. Consequently, Whis adjusted his flight path to avert another catastrophic collision akin to the previous one. Although the planet he had just collided with harbored no life forms, the destruction was inconsequential. Yet, should he inadvertently obliterate a planet teeming with life, would he not assume the role of a harbinger of destruction? Such an act would contravene the principles upheld by their angelic kin. As a steadfast guardian of these principles, Whis would never recklessly transgress such taboos. Nevertheless, Luo Hao's words had undeniably piqued Whis's curiosity. De Quan? Xiao Quan? Who could they be? They appeared to be of the same esteemed caliber as his father, the High Priest. Suddenly, a thought struck Whis. De Quan and Xiao Quan? Could you be referring to Lord Quan Wong? He promptly voiced his inquiry. Luo Hao seemed to recollect something. "Oh, did I say that?" Whis affirmed. "You did. De Quan and Xiao Quan must refer to Lord Quan Wong. If one of them is indeed Lord Quan Wong, then who is the other?" Luo Hao tapped his forehead and mused. "Let me think." Then, as if a memory had resurfaced, he exclaimed, "All right. The Lord Quan Wong you mentioned is likely Xiao Quan, a round-headed, adorable little fellow. Am I mistaken?" Whis nodded vigorously. "At last, we have a match. After such a convoluted journey, I've finally discovered that Lord Quan Wong was once affectionately called Xiao Quan. How charming! Yet, Such a statement seemed to be one only Luo Hao would dare utter, had it been anyone else. A mere flash of white light could have led to their immediate erasure by Lord Quan Wang. However, one must ponder, why did Lord Quan Wang retreat into seclusion upon hearing of your awakening? Has this fellow instilled a profound psychological shadow upon Lord Quan Wang? And who, pray tell? Yes, Daquan. Yet this time, Whis refrained from posing that question. Meanwhile, Luo Hao murmured to himself, is there only one Lord Quan now? That cannot be right. The bond between Daquan and Shao Quan is exceptionally strong. I recall my childhood companion, Daquan, was always caring for and protecting Shao Quan. Why is there only one Lord Quan now? That seems implausible. Whis immediately inquired, what is the relationship between Daquan and Shao Quan? This appeared to be the crux of the matter. Without hesitation, Luo Hao replied, of course, they are biological brothers. Shao Quan's elder brother is Daquan. Why does it seem like you are unaware of this? Something feels amiss. Currently, Whis finds himself utterly ensnared in a state of confusion. Engaging in conversation with this individual truly taxes the mind. He initially intended to glean more knowledge about ancient matters, only to be confronted by a figure known as Dakian. If his conjecture is correct, the Dakian referred to by Luo Hao must indeed be the legendary Lord Dakian. Yet, why has he never encountered any tales concerning this esteemed figure throughout his existence? Moreover, even the subject of the great destruction, God, remains shrouded in secrecy. It seems imperative for him to seek an opportunity to inquire about this perplexing situation with his father, the high priest. What a chaotic affair this is, especially with the individual behind him, who, despite possessing a wealth of knowledge, struggles to recall many details due to a recent awakening, offering only sporadic hints. The more he contemplates, the more his head aches. Alas, he has unwittingly accepted an enigmatic task filled with myriad incomprehensible elements. Perhaps this is indeed a trial set forth by the high priest? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a soft sigh from Luo Hao interrupted him. Whis, what on earth are you doing? Whis paused momentarily. What is it, Luo Hao? He then observed Luo Hao's expression of exasperation. Brother, you've completely missed the mark. At Luo Hao's reminder, Whis seemed to awaken to a realization. Upon checking his coordinates and the position of the solar system behind him, he could not help but smile ruefully. What is amiss with him? He is so distracted that he has made consecutive errors even while navigating through the cosmos. He had clearly reached his destination, yet he had passed right by it, much to the amusement of the individual trailing him. Well then, since it hasn't resulted in a significant blunder, he abruptly hit the brakes mid-air and turned sharply towards Earth, muttering to himself, it's all your fault for inundating me with such a deluge of information, leaving my mind completely disoriented. Luo Hao chuckled. All right, it's my fault. What about the coffee? Whis immediately retorted with fervor. 10 cups. Not a single one less. Early that morning, as the small noodle shop opened its doors, Bulma strode in with purpose. Observing this unexpected guest, both Luo Hao and Whis exchanged glances of disbelief. This girl is truly impatient, arriving so early to collect debts. Whis continued leisurely wiping his plates behind the counter, thinking that he had fulfilled his obligations and that she would not find him. He would savor his promised coffee at his own pace, while she could manage her own affairs. Noticing Whis' gleeful demeanor, Luo Hao had nothing further to say, contemplating that, thankfully, yesterday's efforts had not been in vain. Otherwise, having this girl block the entrance would have indeed spelled trouble, to the surprise of both individuals. Bulma did not immediately enter to collect her dues upon her arrival. Instead, she chose a seat by the window and called out to Luo Hao, prepare a bowl of noodles for me. I am famished. Alas, I arrived so early that I completely forgot to have breakfast. Luo Hao thought to himself, well, this fellow not only intends to collect debts, but also seems inclined to partake in a meal. Despite his reluctance, he felt helpless in the presence of such a dining companion. However, with business at hand, it was illogical to refuse her. With a beaming smile, Luo Hao replied, certainly. What would you like to eat? Chapter 25. Bulma, I have noticed an issue with your development. Bulma retorted with irritation, the usual, please, bring me a bowl of egg noodles. Given your culinary skills, what else could you possibly make that is worth eating? Your egg noodles are the only dish that seems presentable. Luo Hao, with a resigned gesture, patted Whis on the shoulder and said, it is your turn now. Whis' expression of schadenfreude quickly morphed into a grimace of dismay. Why is it always me? I'm the one who runs errands in this place, washes the dishes, and now I am to cook the noodles as well. Aren't you the owner of this establishment? Luo Hao stated with conviction, of course. I am the owner, and you're the errand boy. If I don't direct you, who else will I direct? Hurry up. Stop the chatter and get going. Whis was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had a point. Could it be that he was indeed being treated like a mule? Well, since it was his responsibility, he resolved to dedicate his youth to the task. He entered the kitchen, where his voice echoed, "Miss Bulma, would you like 1 egg or 2? Bulma, exasperated, shouted back, "Of course, just 1 egg. I am on a diet, and I cannot consume 2 eggs." In no time, Whis emerged with a fragrant bowl of egg noodles, a skill he had recently acquired during his time with Luo Hao. Although his culinary prowess was still a far cry from Luo Hao's, he deemed it sufficient to satisfy Bulma, who had come merely to mooch a meal. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, seeing that there was little to attend to since the establishment had just opened, took a seat across from Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, you arrived quite early. Aside from eating noodles, what else brings you here?" Bulma chuckled mischievously. "What else could it be? I needed to block you. I was worried that you and Whis might slip away." I will discuss the matter of the debt you owe me after I finish my noodles." It seemed that she had indeed come to collect her dues, fearing that she might lose her chance if Luo Hao and Whis found an excuse to escape. Truly, she was judging others by her own standards. Luo Hao then addressed her earnestly. "Why are you only having 1 egg? Consuming just 1 can lead to an imbalance." "What do you mean by that?" Bulma asked, puzzled. However, as she gazed at the steaming bowl of egg noodles brought over by Whis, she paid little heed to it. After taking a whiff of the aroma, she remarked, "While your skills are somewhat inferior to those of Luo Hao, they are still acceptable. After all, Whis, you are a newcomer. Keep up the good work and hone your craft." Whis, with one hand pressed to his forehead, wore an expression of exasperation, thinking to himself, "This girl truly has a knack for being picky. How could she criticize my noodles in comparison to Luo Hao's? Yet, dear sister, have you ever paid for your meals?" These thoughts remained unspoken, for should he voice them, Bulma would likely launch into a tirade that could last half an hour, leaving him no respite. After all, Whis had already endured Bulma's relentless chatter. Bulma blew softly on her steaming bowl of egg noodles and was just about to indulge when she noticed Luo Hao staring blankly at her chest. "What on earth is this scoundrel doing?" Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her chest with one hand, glaring fiercely. "What are you staring at, you rascal?" Luo Hao, feigning innocence, shrugged and replied, "I warned you not to eat just 1 egg. It leads to imbalances. Clearly, your development is not quite right. Why do I always feel there's a disparity?" He continued, "You ought to consume 2 eggs from now on." At this point, Bulma's face had turned as red as a monkey's backside. She buried her forehead deep into the bottom of her noodle bowl, concealing her expression. Was she elated or furious? Her little head trembled uncontrollably, while Luo Hao remained oblivious to her brewing storm, muttering to himself, "This girl is something else. I was merely offering a friendly piece of advice. If she chooses not to heed it, that's her prerogative. Yet, why must she concoct so many excuses?" Suddenly, Whis sensed an invisible aura of menace emanating from Bulma's direction. Oh no, is she about to explode? Thinking swiftly, Whis decided that discretion was the better part of valor and vanished without a trace. Luo Hao, on the other hand, had also sensed Bulma's unusual demeanor and noticed her trembling form, unsure of what she was preparing to unleash. He paused, slightly taken aback. Had he spoken out of turn again? Turning to glance at Whis, he saw him dart away like a rabbit struck by an arrow. Quite the ungrateful companion. When he turned back, he observed Bulma's complexion shifting from red to blue, then to white, and finally to a deep shade of black, creating a veritable spectrum of colors. With all her might, she bellowed, "Luo Hao, you scoundrel! I shall slay you." Luo Hao, maintaining his innocence, replied, "I only meant well. It is indeed 1 large and 1 small. In this day and age, can one not speak the truth?" Bulma, now consumed by rage, seethed, "You wretched scoundrel. How dare you say such things?" Bulma pushed the bowl of noodles forward and, seemingly from thin air, produced an assault rifle, aiming it directly at Luo Hao, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. At that moment, Luo Hao realized he had stumbled into a perilous situation. It appeared this young girl was intent on confronting him with lethal force. No wonder Whis had fled in such haste. Clearly, he possessed a keen sensitivity to danger and the aura of death. Amidst the chaotic gunfire within the restaurant, a group of ruffians loitering at the entrance, planning to indulge in a free meal at the newly opened noodle shop, were led by a red-haired leader who disdainfully remarked that the establishment was run by an ordinary high school student, merely a pretty boy. They believed their presence at his restaurant was a favor, and a meal would require no payment. It had been a while since they had relished a free meal. They were eager to proceed when suddenly, the sound of gunfire echoed, reaching their ears. Almost instantly, A stray bullet flew in from an unknown direction, severing a portion of the leader's red hair. Startled, he recoiled, exclaiming, "My goodness, is this a black shop?" He urged his companions to retreat, recalling the recent reports of deteriorating security in the area. Initially, they thought they were the ones causing trouble, but it seemed they were the true victims. The once arrogant ruffians were now terrified, scattering in panic at the unexpected gunfire. Before long, the gunfire within the restaurant gradually subsided. Bulma, fuming, carelessly tossed the emptied assault rifle onto the dining table. Chapter 26. Luo Hao. I have prepared many treasures for you. Glaring at the still smoking barrel, she furiously declared, "Luo Hao, you scoundrel, do not let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I do, I will strike you." Remarkably, she then began to slurp up her egg noodles in the very noodle shop she had just ravaged. After venting her frustrations, she continued to feast unabashedly. Meanwhile, Whis, having narrowly escaped this unwarranted calamity, appeared behind Bulma, shaking his head in resignation. "Well, it seems I must clean up this mess once again. This is truly excessive. The unscrupulous owner withholds my wages and expects me to toil here. I'm a dignified angel, reduced to a mere server. And now I must bear the brunt of this couple's flirtation?" Contemplating this, Whis felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. Yet behind him, Luo Hao gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Whis, this is your responsibility now. Thankfully, it's a small matter within 5 minutes." Whis turned back with a look of melancholy, replying, "Brother, is my time reversal power meant for situations like this? Is my angelic power truly so undervalued?" With a sense of helplessness, Luo Hao cast a glance at the battered bar, riddled with wounds, as well as the door, which bore the marks of conflict. The tables and utensils on the floor lay in disarray, a chaotic aftermath of Bulma's recent outburst, compelling him to sigh. "Whis, I apologize for the trouble. There is little I can do. If I possess the ability to reverse time, would I need you at all? Very well. I shall agree to brew you another cup of coffee. That should suffice, right?" Upon hearing this unexpected generosity, Whis's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent, as you wish." Thus, Whis promptly summoned his angelic staff, restoring everything to its state prior to Bulma's fury. It appeared that having an angel by one's side proved quite advantageous. Yet, as Whis performed the time reversal spell, he inwardly grimaced. "Where's my pride gone? I've been hoodwinked by this fellow once again. One cup of coffee has cost me another use of my time reversal ability. What a lopsided deal this is. It seems I am perpetually at a loss. This man must be doing this on purpose. Had he not provoked Miss Bulma, we would not be in this predicament. Next time, even if he offers me 10 cups of coffee, I shall not acquiesce to further time manipulations." His audacity knows no bounds. Regardless of Whis's grievances, Luo Hao nonchalantly approached Bulma once more, retrieving from his pocket a device acquired from the Frisia Force. "Here, don't be angry. This is a little gift I've meticulously prepared for you. Take a look. You certainly won't find anything like it on Earth. This should resolve any issues, right?" Having just finished a bowl of egg noodles and brimming with ire, Bulma was poised to confront Luo Hao. But upon seeing the small object he presented, her eyes lit up with intrigue. "Oh, this seems to be something I've never encountered before. It resembles a mask that can be worn over the eyes. What could it be?" Her curiosity and desire to explore swiftly overshadowed her initial intent to confront him. Bulma paid no heed to the fact that the restaurant had reverted to its previous state. Ever since Whis had appeared by Luo Hao's side, many extraordinary events had unfolded. Without Whis's extraordinary abilities, she would not have dared to wield weapons so freely within this modest establishment. Although she remained skeptical of Whis's claims of being an omnipotent angel, she had observed his remarkable capabilities and recognized him as an exceptionally kind and capable individual. As for other matters, she found herself unable to gather clear information and chose to refrain from further inquiries. Her thoughts were solely occupied with the peculiar Luo Hao. Since he had produced a cutting-edge technological artifact, it was evident that he displayed genuine sincerity. It seemed he had not entirely dismissed his promises made the day before. However, it is quite audacious for one to claim that one breast is larger than the other, attributing it to a lack of adequate consumption of eggs. And this is something that even an uncle could tolerate, but surely an aunt cannot. Bulma, known for her rather irritable temperament, seizes this opportunity to cleverly extort from that rascal, Luo Hao. In her mind, she considers Luo Hao to be akin to toothpaste. A little squeeze will yield something. With this thought, she casually tucked the detector in her pocket and declared, "Not enough. Far from sufficient. Do you think this paltry offering can compensate for my mental anguish? What did you just say about me?" Luo Hao, exasperated, replied, I'm only looking out for your best interests, Bulma. How can you be so ungrateful? Sensing Bulma's rising ire, he promptly surrendered. All right, all right. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Since we are discussing it, I shall keep my word. This is merely to gauge your interest. If you are amenable, I have a plethora of other equipment to give you, provided you cease your incessant pursuit of me. Pursuit? Bulma roared, her fury reigniting. I am renowned as a genius girl, a top scholar in my school. Ever since you, this scoundrel, transferred here, you have usurped my position as the academic elite. I am the daughter of the world's wealthiest tycoon, a distinguished young lady, and a former top student. And here I am, spending time with you, and you dare to accuse me of pursuing you? How dare you, Luo Hao? Well, she continued, it seems my lectures have not penetrated your thick skull. Allow me to demonstrate what true nagging entails. As Bulma prepared to unleash her relentless tirade, Luo Hao immediately capitulated. All right, it is all my fault. Is that satisfactory? The items I have prepared for you are quite ample. Take a look first, and if you find them lacking, then you can unleash your wrath. Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she extended her delicate hand, reminiscent of tender green onions, towards Luo Hao. Hand them over. What treasures do you possess? Show me at once. If they're inferior to this detector, do not expect an easy passage. Luo Hao, with a hint of reluctance, responded. Here, it is simply too cramped to produce anything. Bulma, with a glint of suspicion, retorted, are you merely making excuses? This is the main hall of your noodle shop. Surely it is not too small? Luo Hao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is small. There is simply no room to accommodate anything. Whis, in alignment, nodded vigorously, yes. I can attest to that. This space is indeed inadequate. Chapter 27. The wealthy and generous Bulma reluctantly bows. With an air of authority, Bulma grasped Luo Hao's hand and dragged him into the small courtyard behind the noodle shop. Surely this space will suffice? Can you not retrieve an array of innovative high-tech equipment? Do not try to deceive me. Observing Bulma's earnest expression, Luo Hao shrugged. It truly is insufficient. You must find a larger area otherwise. As she spoke, Bulma deftly retrieved a multi-purpose capsule, swiftly releasing the aircraft contained within. Let us go to my home. There's ample space, she declared. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. With a whoosh, the aircraft ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Whis wore a subtle smile, his figure shimmering as he effortlessly matched the pace of Luo Hao and Bulma. Before long, the trio landed in the expansive square in front of Bulma's residence. Bulma gestured with her hand, saying, Here, this should suffice, right? This is the largest open space outside our villa. Surely it can accommodate everything? All the experimental equipment belonging to my father and me has been moved in and out from here. There is also the largest warehouse nearby. Can't that hold it? At this moment, Luo Hao sighed in resignation. Alas, you truly have a limited perspective. I meant it when I said it cannot all fit here. If everything is piled up, your family might as well forget it. Upon hearing this, Bulma thought to herself, Goodness, you are indeed a nuisance. She then dragged Luo Hao back onto the aircraft, soaring to a notably vacant area. As they descended, Bulma pointed to a patch of open ground. What do you think? This should be acceptable? This is the largest golf course belonging to my family. With a playful smirk, she continued, If you manage to fill this space, I will grant you any request, including settling the score for that arrow incident today. How about that? As long as you can fill this area, I am quite magnanimous. Observing the vast expanse of grass, which indeed resembled a grand golf course, Luo Hao nodded in agreement. This location is somewhat suitable. But are you certain you no longer want a golf course? What? You can truly fill our entire golf course? Bulma exclaimed. Very well, I shall take charge today. This golf course will henceforth belong to you. As long as you fill it, no matter the state of destruction, I will not hold you accountable. Does that sound fair? Receiving Bulma's approval, Luo Hao nodded. In that case, prepare to receive the equipment. A mischievous grin spread across his face. I suspect you will be quite busy for a while. Bulma appeared elated. Am I really that bothersome? She pondered, momentarily vexed. However, she caught sight of Whis, who wore a tranquil smile, murmuring something indistinguishable. Suddenly, a magnificent angelic staff materialized before him. With a gentle tap of the staff, a pale green light curtain emerged in midair. Subsequently, a myriad of objects cascaded from above like rain, leaving Bulma utterly astonished. Initially, it felt somewhat peculiar as various devices, detectors, armor, hand cannons, helmets were discarded. Subsequently, the items grew increasingly larger, starting with mini spacecraft, then transitioning to larger vessels, and ultimately culminating in colossal ships. Goodness, it seemed endless. As for nearly half an hour, a cacophony ensued, resulting in a veritable mountain of sophisticated equipment on the golf course. Just how many bizarre and advanced technological contraptions were there? At this moment, Bulma's jaw had practically dropped to the ground, her eyes wide with astonishment, entirely devoid of the poise and perspective one would expect from a wealthy heiress. Staring at the towering pile of high-tech gear, she was rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to reassemble her dislocated jaw and stiffly turned her neck to face Luo Hao, exclaiming, "What on earth have you done? Have you robbed some wealthy magnate? How could you possibly acquire so many spaceships and advanced technologies? And you, Whis, have you too entangled yourselves with someone you shouldn't have?" Luo Hao shrugged and replied, "Well, the story is a bit lengthy, but to simplify, a friend of Whis has a fleet. We intended to borrow a ship for your research purposes. The fellow was remarkably generous, stating that if I could defeat him, he would give me his entire fleet. By some stroke of luck, I managed to best him, and thus he bestowed his fleet upon me. It initially wasn't this extensive, but then his older brother arrived to assist and generously offered his fleet as well, resulting in this vast accumulation of equipment. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift? You did mention that if I filled your golf course, our previous grievances would be considered settled." With that, Luo Hao, accompanied by Whis, attempted to depart, casually remarking, "What a naive heiress, utterly astonished by such trivialities." At that moment, Bulma was overwhelmed, her shock transcending her capacity for comprehension, rendering her indifferent to any sardonic remarks from Luo Hao. Faced with the staggering array of equipment, Bulma's eyes darted, and she seized Luo Hao's sleeve, declaring, You cannot leave." Luo Hao, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter? The items have been delivered, and is this not your golf course? Could it be?" Bulma fixed him with a wistful gaze and responded, "Fine, all prior matters are forgiven, and I owe you a significant favor." It was indeed a rare sight. After so many years, witnessing Bulma, the proud girl, relent was quite extraordinary. With her concession, Luo Hao decided not to press the issue further. "The items are here. Do you have any other requests?" Bulma gestured toward the mountainous heap of equipment and said, "As a woman, how am I supposed to transport all of this home? At the very least, you ought to assist me in returning these items to our laboratory. It would be rather improper to leave them piled outside like a heap of refuse, wouldn't it?" Upon reflection, Luo Hao realized that Bulma's assertion held considerable merit. It was indeed unreasonable to expect a girl to manage such an extensive array of equipment on her own. His gaze then promptly shifted to Whis, who suddenly shivered at the thought. "Not again, me?" Chapter 28. Bulma's tireless pursuit of advanced technology. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had elapsed. Notably, Bulma had seldom troubled Luo Hao during this time, since acquiring the vast collection of high-tech equipment from Luo Hao and Whis. She had immersed herself entirely in her quest to reach the pinnacle of technological advancement. Naturally, the training of Goku, Krillin, and others continued in an orderly fashion. They resolutely took Master Roshi as their teacher and experienced remarkable growth through various battles, culminating in the defeat of the Red Ribbon Army's Tao Pai Pai, as well as the fierce confrontation with King Piccolo, which facilitated Goku's true development. In fact, Bulma reaped the greatest rewards during this period. In a subsequent endeavor to gather the Dragon Balls, she finally succeeded in assembling them once more, allowing her to fulfill her small wish to retain her youthful appearance. Given that the dragon's power was limited, it could only slow the passage of her youth, rather than bestow true immortality and eternal youth. Yet for Bulma, this outcome exceeded her expectations. This technological enthusiast resolutely devoted all her thoughts to the research of her advanced equipment. Additionally, the incident involving Frieza propelled Earth's technology to unprecedented heights, particularly in the realms of medicine and space travel, marking a dimensional leap forward. As for Dr. Briefs, he drew special inspiration from the equipment of the Frieza Force, successfully creating a super-gravity room for Goku and Krillin to train together. Thus, Earth fully embarked on a path of peace and proper development. Regarding Luo Hao and Whis, after Luo Hao's successful graduation from university, he transformed the modest noodle shop into a uniquely designed large-scale dining club. This was not due to financial need, but rather a personal passion. Whis, in particular, took great pride in this development, having transitioned from a mere server at the noodle shop to the effective overseer of the entire dining establishment. Whis felt this decision was the most prudent he had made during his angelic career. Being a true foodie, Whis found his culinary desires thoroughly satisfied since the upgrade of Luo Hao's establishment. Regardless of the new dishes, beverages, or wines introduced, it is always Whis who eagerly indulges in the novelty. Henceforth, Whis has cast aside all dissatisfaction stemming from this perplexing task. Here, amidst feasting and drinking, this formidable angel has seamlessly integrated into the fabric of earthly society. Perhaps sharing a meal is indeed the finest form of communication and connection between individuals. Of course, in recent years, Luo Hao has not been idle. Through his experiences on Earth, his memories and abilities have gradually awakened and flourished, though these are not easily conveyed to outsiders. Yet, throughout these years, Whis has found immense pleasure not only in savoring a plethora of delightful cuisines, but also in witnessing Luo Hao's continual misadventures in matters of the heart. This fellow's emotional intelligence could scarcely be described as zero. It is more akin to a negative value. After all, he is an exceptional young man, exuding charm and radiance during his school days, and now managing a prominent dining club, garnering the attention of many blooming young ladies. However, he remains as oblivious as a block of wood, utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. To quote Bulma, Luo Hao is akin to a purely reinforced concrete structure, whimsically adorned with colorful paint. For him, notions of romance and subtle gestures are mere nonsense. While camaraderie and friendship pose no issue, the mere mention of romance and personal matters sends even Bulma, with her typically carefree demeanor, into a state of utter exasperation. Through many years of interaction, she has grown accustomed to Luo Hao's peculiar ways, and in this regard, she has learned to take it all in stride. He truly is a source of endless concern. One sunny morning, Bulma, for once, set aside her bustling workload, accelerating her limited edition supercar into the parking lot of Luo Hao's dining club. With a screech of tires, she eagerly leaped from her vehicle, glancing over to inquire, "Oh, Mr. Whis, what are you up to?" Whis, wearing an expression of profound disillusionment, replied, "What else would I be doing? As you can see, the flower bed here requires watering, and I am performing that task." Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically and sighed. "You two are something else. I wanted to even mention the small noodle shop from the past. Having you as the errand boy was sufficient. Now that your business has expanded so significantly and has become a renowned dining club, why must all the menial tasks fall solely to you, Mr. Whis? Have you not voiced your concerns to Luo Hao? Is he not being rather excessive in this regard?" Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Whis, who responded with indignation. Who could argue otherwise? Regardless of watering the plants, tidying up, cleaning various corners, or delivering vegetables, I am left to handle it all alone. It seems that every task within the establishment falls solely upon my shoulders. Even the accounting and cash handling are my responsibility. This fellow is evidently a negligent overseer. Witnessing the indignant Whis, Bulma felt a wave of sorrow for him. Surely, that rogue Luo Hao must provide some sort of explanation? Explanation? What nonsense! The usually composed angel Whis couldn't help but curse. That scoundrel Luo Hao. Do you know what he said? He uttered the phrase, "To whom much is given, much is expected." As a powerful angel endowed with ample divine power, he assures me that I can manage it all. How utterly outrageous. After all these years of toiling alongside him, I have yet to receive a single coin in wages, while the workload remains unchanged. At that moment, Bulma remarked with a hint of mischief, "Yet you are still unconditionally assisting him, aren't you? If you truly wish to leave, wouldn't that be an option?" Whis immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, responding weakly, "Alas, what can I do? Who told me his coffee is so delightful? Otherwise, I would never serve this scoundrel." With that, he carelessly tossed the hose to the roadside. In a flash of brilliance, Whis regained his spirited demeanor and politely inquired, "Miss Bulma, what brings you here in such high spirits?" Sensing seriousness in the air, Bulma smiled mysteriously. "Is that rascal Luo Hao at home?" Chapter 29. Bulma confidently stormed into Luo Hao's bedroom. Whis nodded yes. He claims to be training, but who knows what he is truly up to in there. Bulma casually shut the car door. This fellow has been training for years, yet I've seen no significant progress. After all these years of hosting the world's premier martial arts tournament, he has never achieved a commendable rank. This last year, even son Wukong managed to defeat Piccolo at the tournament and successfully married Chi-Chi, while this lad seems utterly oblivious. However, during this period, son Wukong has been rather relentless, frequently bringing Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan to our gravity chamber for rigorous training. I wonder how strong they intend to become before they cease. Alas, It's a long story, and I shan't complain here, but I am truly grateful for your assistance. I have nearly processed the mountain of equipment you brought back last time, and I have a surprise to share with you all. Come, let us find Luo Hao. I fear I might startle him. Observing Bulma's triumphant demeanor, Whis felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Is this girl about to stir up some trouble again? Hasn't it only been a few years of tranquility? Very well, let us see what she intends to do. As assertive as ever, Bulma boldly charged into Luo Hao's bedroom, unconcerned about any potential inconvenience. With a resounding kick, she flung open the door to his room and stormed in with undeniable authority. At this moment, Luo Hao stood bewildered, his mouth full of foam as he donned his pajamas and brushed his teeth. He watched in disbelief as the spirited and reckless girl dashed into his room once more, leaving him exasperated. Is this not a matter of decorum for a young lady? Soon after, he noticed Bulma's eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Luo Hao, hurry and change your clothes. I have a monumental scientific breakthrough to share with you. Quickly, don't concern yourself with the details. As he glanced at the casual outfit Bulma tossed his way, Luo Hao could only feel speechless. Sigh, no matter how urgent it is, you must grant me some space to change, right? Bulma, however, retorted impatiently. What are you pretending for in front of me? Just change already. What have I not seen before? Luo Hao felt a wave of incredulity and dizziness wash over him. This girl truly regarded him as a close friend, showing no restraint whatsoever. With no other option, he began to change his clothes while addressing Bulma. Must you not avert your gaze at least a little? Bulma feigned ignorance, turning her head away while peering out the window, murmuring, this is the greatest scientific revolution I have ever achieved, and here you are being picky. I thought of sharing it with you the moment I realized it. Enough chatter, just don't be shocked when you see it. She continued, however, I must thank you and Whis for bringing back those items, which have helped me overcome numerous technological challenges. Otherwise, achieving my dreams might have taken decades longer. Ha! I am truly the epitome of genius, without exception. Moreover, even my father, Dr. Briefs, and my mother, Panchi, are unaware of this latest research. If they knew, they would surely be astonished. Watching Bulma brimming with confidence, Luo Hao felt a sense of helplessness. What madness was this girl indulging in? Although the equipment he and Whis had brought back had indeed propelled Earth's technology forward in medicine and interstellar travel, it held no particular research value for Bulma. Was it possible that she had actually created something as advanced as Iron Man or the Hulk? If so, they must have accidentally wandered into the wrong narrative. However, such entities seemingly did not exist in the Dragon Ball universe. The truth would soon reveal itself. Just as Luo Hao slipped on his second shoe, Bulma burst in like a gust of wind, grabbing him and tossing him into her supercar. She greeted Whis, saying, Mr. Whis, come and see. Whis, rolling his eyes in resignation, replied, it appears your vehicle only seats two. Are you suggesting I hang on to the back? Bulma chuckled mischievously. You can fly, my friend. I am well aware of that. Enough dilly-dallying. Come along with me. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Whis to grumble. That fellow, Luo Hao, seems to fly even faster than I do. Why does he get to ride in a vehicle while I must take to the skies myself? Upon reflection, my task is to remain grounded and follow him at all times. Alas, one must bow under the eaves. Nevertheless, visiting Bulma's residence might yield some delightful culinary surprises to satiate his cravings, which could indeed turn out to be a fortunate turn of events. With this thought, Whis' previously melancholic gaze transformed into a radiant smile. In a flash of white light, he arrived ahead of Bulma and Luo Hao at the entrance of her home. At the door, Whis glanced around curiously when Bulma's mother, Bujin, approached with an ice cream cone the size of a basketball, smiling gently. Mr. Whis, are you waiting for Bulma again? Don't rush. Why not enjoy a sweet treat to tide you over? Whis graciously expressed his gratitude, reflecting that every visit to Bulma's home came with such delightful perks, which was truly splendid. The Briefs couple were remarkably kind and gentle. However, he often found himself puzzled as to how such benevolent parents could raise a daughter with Bulma's fiery temperament. As a true angel, he had little interest in unraveling such complexities. After all, with dessert in hand, he didn't mind waiting a bit longer. Before long, Bulma and Luo Hao burst through the door at an astonishing speed. Bulma held Luo Hao with one hand while tugging at Whis, who was still savoring his ice cream cone, as they made their way swiftly towards her private laboratory. With a click, the laboratory door swung open, revealing a dark interior where nothing was visible. Bulma's air of mystery deepened, while Luo Hao and Whis exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what this girl could possibly be up to at such an early hour. Suddenly, The lights flickered on, illuminating the vast space. And Chapter 30 revealed Bulma had constructed a time machine. At that moment, the chaotic scene unfolded before them. Was this truly Bulma's laboratory? Could something monumental actually be presented to them? As their confusion mounted, Bulma led them to a device shrouded in a massive canvas. With a vigorous tug, she unveiled an oddly shaped object resembling an egg, which stood before Whis and Luo Hao. "What is this?" they exclaimed, captivated by Bulma's gleaming eyes. Struggling to comprehend its significance, Luo Hao pondered aloud. "It resembles the flying craft of that fellow named Frisia, doesn't it?" Whis nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, it bears quite a resemblance to Frisia's baby carriage." What could it mean? Could it be that Miss Bulma possesses such a peculiar interest, transforming Frisia's baby carriage into one equipped with a protective shield? What does this signify? The two began to engage in a spirited discussion about this unusual apparatus. A baby carriage? Frisia's baby carriage? What peculiar thought processes are at play here? Can you not discern? This is, in fact, the most remarkable technological marvel of our era. Bulma rolled her eyes and explained to the duo. Observing their ignorance, she lost her patience and exclaimed sharply, "This, indeed, is my newly crafted time machine. Surprised, are you? This is a genuine time machine. With it, we can traverse through time and space at will. Impressive, isn't it?" Upon receiving this revelation from Bulma, Luo Hao pondered thoughtfully. "This time machine is quite remarkable. Bulma, if it is indeed a genuine time machine, then your scientific achievement in this endeavor is truly monumental. Undeniably impressive. To my recollection, aside from the 12 universes, there exists no other entity capable of constructing a second time machine in the entirety of the cosmos. It appears you have indeed made a groundbreaking invention, one that warrants your astonishment." Meanwhile, Whis found himself utterly astounded, frozen in disbelief. "Bulma, what did you just say? You have actually created a time machine? Are you not aware that time machines are taboo throughout the universe? How could you possibly create such a thing?" This is beyond expectation. Observing their vastly different reactions, Bulma crossed her arms and addressed the two bewildered individuals. "Humph, I am unaware of any cosmic taboos. All I know is that this has been my dream for many years. However, I owe this achievement to both of you. Previously, I faced significant obstacles regarding materials and energy that I could not resolve. Ever since you brought back so many supplies and equipment, I have successfully overcome these challenges." Hee. If the time machine is indeed a taboo, then Whis, you are the greatest accomplice to that taboo. Without your extraordinary materials from the universe, I would never have been able to construct such an extraordinary time machine. Upon hearing this, Whis adopted a serious demeanor and firmly stated, "Miss Bulma, this is no trivial matter. If this truly is a time machine, it is undoubtedly the greatest taboo in the universe. You must understand that the existence of time machine can cause chaos in the entire parallel space. In other words, if we were to carelessly use the time machine to travel to the past, even the slightest alteration could lead to a monumental butterfly effect. To put it differently, this is an event absolutely forbidden in both the human realm and the divine sphere. While I might overlook ordinary instantaneous travel, there can be no leniency regarding time machines." Even the irreverent and carefree Whis, known for his nonchalant demeanor, spoke with a grave seriousness regarding the significance of the time machine, leaving Bulma, who had been brimming with enthusiasm moments ago, as wilted as a frostbitten persimmon. This was her dream, her greatest invention, the culmination of years of arduous labor dedicated to the creation of the time machine. Yet, it appeared that her endeavor had transgressed the cosmic taboos. Despite the 100 objections swirling within her, facing the solemn Whis, she understood from their years of acquaintance that he was indeed an extraordinary being, not only in divine power, but also in experience and capability. Truly a remarkable entity among deities. Since Whis had spoken with such gravity, the matter was evidently of great consequence. Although Bulma often exhibited the petulance typical of a spoiled heiress, she was not one to dismiss sound counsel. Given Whis's detailed caution, it seemed that her invention would have to be relegated to a museum. She had initially been eager to showcase her prowess before Rohan, but now it felt as though she had kicked a solid iron plate. Alas, what was the point of bringing Whis here? It appeared he had a particular interest in the time machine. What could she do now? A cold splash of reality left Bulma, feeling utterly defeated. Observing her dismay, Rohan suddenly seemed to recall something and posed a question to Whis. "Wait a moment, Whis. Your earlier remarks carried a weighty significance. But why do the Kais possess time rings? How do they have the ability to traverse time?" This inquiry instantly illuminated Bulma's thoughts. Yes, someone uses time rings. She was uncertain about the Kais, but Rohan's assertion was undoubtedly correct. Why did the Kais possess the ability to travel through time? Whis sighed slightly before elucidating. The Kais. They are the guardians and creators of the universe. Their divine rank is not vastly inferior to that of the destroyers. They are, at the very least, of equivalent status. Yet, Bulma was hardly interested in the Kais' origins and pressed on with urgency. I don't care what they are. Why do they have time rings that allow for time travel? Whis continued to explain. Strictly speaking, their time rings do not facilitate actual time travel. Rather, they allow access to the future to observe certain trajectories of cosmic development, which is their duty. As for traveling to the past, that is strictly prohibited. Even with the divine power of a Kai and their artifacts, one cannot achieve the ability to return to the past. This is the fundamental distinction between the time machine and the time rings. Miss Bulma, you must understand that this matter is no trifling joke. Each instance of your time travel would create an additional parallel universe. The emergence of each parallel universe can inflict irreversible damage upon our primary timeline. You should count yourself fortunate that I am here, otherwise. Otherwise what? Bulma immediately pressed for clarification. Chapter 31. Luo Hao accompanies Bulma to the future. Whis let out a sigh, stating that should Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, become aware of this matter, he would unhesitatingly obliterate both your time machine and Earth, leaving no room for future repercussions. This falls within the realm of the Supreme Kai's knowledge. Yet if the Enforcer, the god of destruction, discovers that you have invented such a machine, the consequences could be dire. Bulma immediately shot him a defiant glance. Is this so-called god of destruction truly formidable? Is he more powerful than our Luo Hao? This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Whis, who sighed softly. In comparison to Luo Hao, Lord Beerus is indeed not particularly noteworthy. Ha ha ha. Then there's no problem, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I understand your implication. It suggests that traversing to the past through the time machine might be the greatest taboo in our universe, correct? Whis nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed, Miss Bulma. I would never jest about such matters. Should you venture into the past and alter the fabric of time, a cascade of unforeseen events could unfold. This is unquestionably the gravest of taboos and must not be undertaken. Bulma continued. Since we cannot return to the past, why not venture into the future? Surely, that would not breach any taboos. You just mentioned that the Supreme Kai can observe the universe's development and trajectory in the future. My time machine, after all, is the fruit of my arduous labor. Therefore, I assure you, I will not travel to the past. I merely wish to glimpse the future to satisfy my curiosity. Is that not permissible? I promise I shall not cause any trouble. With that, Bulma playfully clung to Luo Hao. Luo Hao, will you accompany me? Surely that poses no issue. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, having you by my side ensures I will be safe. Initially, Luo Hao had little interest. For someone of his stature regarded the time machine merely as a trivial toy. He sensed that once his abilities and strength were fully restored, he could effortlessly tear open a rift in time and space with a mere gesture, rendering time travel a mere amusement. Yet, the time machine resonated within him, as if calling him to a higher purpose, presenting a significant opportunity for the restoration of his powers and memories. Finally, Luo Hao nodded. Very well. Since you are so earnest, I shall accompany you on this journey. A glimpse into the future may unveil extraordinary surprises, and it could serve as a refreshing respite from the monotony of guarding this restaurant day in and day out. Moreover, Whis, that fellow, watches over me like an international police officer, making it impossible for me to venture into other universes. It is quite excessive. Two oblivious individuals have come to an agreement here, and they have joyfully decided to utilize this brand new time machine. Meanwhile, Whis has found himself in a state of utter helplessness. If it were only Bulma, there would be no need for the time machine. Yet, her reasoning seems valid, and astonishingly, she has involved Luo Hao in this scheme. Since Luo Hao wishes to go, Whis feels powerless to intervene. Nevertheless, he makes an attempt to advise. Luo Hao, I suggest you refrain from using this time machine. After all, it is a taboo in the realm of time and space, especially for someone of your uncertain identity. If any mishap occurs while using the time machine, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to rectify the situation on your behalf. Luo Hao, however, chuckles lightly. You are overthinking it. This time machine evokes a subtle sense of calling. Perhaps it represents a new opportunity for me. By the way, what did your mission entail? Whis contemplates for a moment. The Grand Priest arranged it this way. As long as you do not leave Universe 7, you may do as you please, and any wish of yours can be fulfilled. Indeed, Luo Hao's face brightens with a smile. You see, this is also the result of Bulma's years of hard work. It would not be right to dampen her enthusiasm. Furthermore, we are merely using the time machine to glimpse the future. It does not impact your mission or our agreement. Is it not permissible to take a little break and clear our minds? A glimpse of future Earth may reveal new, delectable creations. Do you not wish to indulge in that experience, Whis? This seems to have touched a nerve within Whis. Just moments ago, he was adamant about preventing these two from breaching the universe's taboos. Yet Luo Hao's words suggest that perhaps a trial could be worthwhile. As long as we do not return to the past, a visit to the future is not a grave matter. After all, the Kais of various universes frequently utilize time rings to observe the trajectory of the cosmos. As a dignified angel, is it not within my purview to glimpse the future? A minor transgression may not bear significant consequences. Moreover, Luo Hao has mentioned that the future might hold delightful surprises awaiting discovery. With that thought, Whis sheds his previous solemn demeanor, his face lighting up with a smile. Very well. If we are to go, then I shall accompany you. Bulma, with a displeased expression, retorts, Whis, cannot you exhibit some perceptiveness? Do you not see that this is my date with Luo Hao? I painstakingly constructed the time machine to prevent you from intruding upon our intimate world. You still call yourself an angel, yet you claim one cannot traverse time freely? In this moment, must you forsake your principles for a mere morsel of delicacy? Are you truly an angel at heart? Luo Hao? Do you intend to take this fellow with you? Before Luo Hao could respond, Whis proclaimed with unwavering conviction, no matter what actions you undertake, do not think for an instant that you can cast me aside. Who knows what mischief you may engage in with the time machine? I must assume the role of overseer. Yes, an overseer indeed. Furthermore, my duty is to accompany Luo Hao, so harbor no illusions. This is a matter of principle. I am an angel who adheres to principles and will faithfully fulfill my task. Moreover, your romantic entanglements or personal affairs can be entirely disregarded in my presence. I'm not one to indulge in idle gossip. Chapter 32. Whis, I'm merely a third wheel. Observing Whis's shameless declarations and demeanor, Bulma felt a sense of powerlessness. However, it was fortunate that he acquiesced to allow them to use the time machine to glimpse the future. In this regard, Bulma's efforts over the years were not in vain. Although it was disappointing that they could not explore the past to witness how the world once was, it mattered little. For the past was merely a collection of events from a year gone by, and Bulma had no regrets. The prospect of seeing their future selves, future Luo Hao, and the world ahead filled her with exhilaration. Thus, with a consensus reached, Bulma hesitated no longer and immediately set to work at the control panel, producing a symphony of clicks and beeps as the time machine hummed to life. Luo Hao paused momentarily. Oh, are you really activating it now? I thought we were merely discussing plans. I need to recharge the time machine. After all, it consumes an immense amount of energy. It should be ready in 3 days. You both should prepare accordingly, as it seems inappropriate for the restaurant to remain closed for too long. We shall depart here at 10 o'clock in the morning, 3 days hence. Let's not be late. All right, you should all go and get ready, if anyone dares to be tardy. Bulma threatened with a show of bravado. Luo Hao, however, looked perplexed. What? We must wait 3 days? Haven't you already completed the machine? Can we take a quick look in return? As Luo Hao expressed his skepticism, Whis vigorously nodded in agreement. He was currently indulging in a colossal ice cream from Bulma's home, seemingly lost in bliss. Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "What you two know? This is a time machine, not an ordinary rocking toy. Let us not jest. This device consumes an extraordinary amount of energy. I have dismantled all the energy cores from several of your flagship warships to acquire sufficient power for a journey through the time machine. I am merely in the charging phase, which will require at least 2 days, and there are still some details I must refine. Did not Mr. Whis state that we could only travel to the future, not the past? You so-called deities certainly have numerous demands." Subsequently, Luo Hao pointed at Whis, saying, "He is the deity. It has nothing to do with me." Bulma casually remarked, "What a lunatic." Ignoring Whis entirely, she indulged in the delightful ice cream, leaving others free to speak as they pleased. 3 days later, the trio, comprising 2 individuals and a so-called angel, convened at this spot for a clandestine journey through time, oblivious to the novel experiences that awaited them. The only thing that astonished Bulma was that was carried a massive backpack resembling a mountaineer. With a skeptical expression, Bulma questioned, "Whis, are you fleeing? We are merely traveling to the future. What is the purpose of such a large pack?" Whis retorted, who knows what the future holds? Is it not prudent to prepare adequately? Adequately prepared? Luo Hao, exasperated, shrugged, and remarked, Whis is chiefly concerned about missing out on the coffee I brew. He even brought along our coffee machine. I'm left speechless. A deity so gluttonous is truly remarkable. Bulma, with an annoyed expression, said, Fine, carry it if you must. It shouldn't significantly affect my time machine. She then unplugged the time machine's charger, opened the hatch, and promptly seated herself inside, declaring, Enough chatter. Luo Hao. Your seat is in the back, so hurry and sit down. We shall depart shortly. I will adjust the equipment. Let us set the time for 10 days ahead. Whis ascended to observe the internal structure of the time machine, which surprisingly resembled a compact two-seater vehicle, crafted quite impressively. It appears that Bulma genuinely put effort into creating this time machine in a two-person format. Wait, Whis suddenly recalled an important question. If you both have seats, where shall I sit? Bulma, irritated, replied, We are pressed for time. Initially, I designed this as a two-person time machine. Since you insisted on joining, I had no choice. Is there not a trunk behind the seats? You can make do and sit there. Whis's expression fell immediately. You two are being a bit unreasonable. It is evident you regard me as an unnecessary third wheel. Then, with a swift motion, Whis placed the enormous pack into the time machine's trunk, stating, This is more suitable. Bulma, with an expression of disdain, remarked, What on earth are you trying to do? Do you not realize that our family has thrived on the power of the universal capsule? Could you not simply create a universal capsule to contain your coffee machine? Whis chuckled softly, remaining silent. However, Luo Hao interjected to clarify, This guy is simply too lazy. I suggested he purchase a brand new coffee machine, but he refused, insisting on keeping the same model that has been in use for over 10 years, claiming it is the taste and quality he is accustomed to. As for anything new, he simply cannot adapt. Although he may appear angelic, his standards are quite high. A slight deviation in flavor is unacceptable. Am I wrong? Whis chuckled again. Indeed, now that I am on Earth, I intend to indulge in its lifestyle and cuisine. If we're going to travel, I should be allowed to be a little selfish. Bulma, wide-eyed, retorted, If you place the coffee machine in the trunk, where will you sit? Surely, you can't expect to squeeze between us. Your presence is already quite unwelcome. And if you sit between us, the time machine will be unbearably cramped, and I shall not stand for it. Whis replied, somewhat irritated in plain terms. It seems neither of you intended to include me. Luo Hao quickly raised his hands in surrender. It's not us two. It's her. I have no intentions of being so inconsiderate. Whis chuckled. No matter. I am an angel and shall not hold a grudge against this little girl. Who are you calling a little girl? Bulma demanded angrily. Chapter 33. The trio of Bulma arrived 10 years into the future. Whis swiftly exited the cockpit of the time machine, gently hovering above it. Very well, Miss Bulma, you may commence the time machine. This should suffice, no? I shall not intrude upon your little world. Ha ha. As long as I can keep pace with the time machine, you shall not be able to shake me off. Wherever you go. Bulma gasped in alarm. Whis, have you lost your mind? This is a time machine, not an ordinary aircraft. According to my calculations, if we engage in time travel, we will encounter spatial storms. Without the protection of the cockpit, you could be in grave danger. If you lose your grip, you could be lost within the time-space rift, and regardless of where you end up, we would be utterly incapable of rescuing you. Whis clapped his hands together. My dear, surprisingly care for others. Quite commendable. For that, I shall grant you a reward in the future. Fear not, I am a genuine angel. If I cannot withstand a mere spatial storm or time rift, then I might as well be remade anew. Enough chatter, let us set off. I will support your time machine, which is already my limit. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to awaken Lord Beerus, the Destroyer, to obliterate your time machine and all its schematics right here. This is a clear violation of the law, akin to the absurdity of your Earth. How could you possibly bring a police officer along to commit robbery? Have you not considered the outrageous nature of such an act? At this juncture, Bulma, observing the confident demeanor of Whis, refrained from further argument. She promptly sealed the time machine's door, activating the launch button with a decisive double-click, which echoed with a resonant hum as it gradually ascended into the air. Then, Bulma adjusted the time control dial to 10 years into the future, smiling as she remarked, Luo Hao, let us venture 10 years ahead. Luo Hao, with a shrug, replied, We're merely going to see what the future holds. I must admit, I am quite intrigued by this time machine. However, despite my curiosity, I have a nagging premonition that I possess the ability to traverse time myself. Though the specifics elude my memory for now. Noticing a flicker of displeasure on Bulma's face, Luo Hao quickly amended. All right. You are the greatest scientist. No one can rival your brilliance in this domain. Let us hasten the launch. I am genuinely eager to witness what the future entails. As for Whis, you need not worry about him. Given his capabilities, your time machine is child's play in comparison. Reassured by Luo Hao's explanation, Bulma hesitated no longer. As energy surged within the machine, she pressed the launch button, and with a whoosh, this pinnacle of human ingenuity, accompanied by a wayward angel, vanished from sight. Indeed, it disappeared quite abruptly. In the future timeline, behind a massive boulder, a dubious figure, a rather unsavory man, was stealthily gazing toward the arena, muttering to himself. Why haven't these fools resolved their matters yet? Truly absurd. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, with a wild hairstyle and a small mustache, this burly man scoffed. I cannot fathom where these golden beings have emerged from. Their strength surpasses my expectations. How is it that I, Satan, a champion of world martial arts, must hide here and peer from the shadows? Fortunately, there are no reporters nearby. Otherwise, my illustrious reputation would be utterly ruined. Just as he uttered these words, a subtle disturbance arose behind him. What is that? Haven't the army and reporters vacated the area? He pondered. How bold of me to linger here and watch their competition. Could there be another sound approaching? Turning towards the source of the noise, Satan beheld a peculiar object materializing behind him. To his astonishment, it appeared to carry a person adorned in a rather odd outfit. The most peculiar detail being the yellow checkered apron wrapped around them. This is clearly the attire of a servant. What on earth is happening here? Do they not realize that the most perilous cell games are currently underway? Once again, we find ourselves confronted by the audacity of those unafraid of peril, daring to venture into this realm. It appears I must first attend to my appearance. Should these individuals capture my likeness, the consequences could be dire. As this thought crossed my mind, I noticed a peculiar youth beside the machine, regarding me with an odd gaze. Instinctively, I straightened my posture, ready to retort, "What are you staring at?" However, I quickly reconsidered. The fierce competition unfolding nearby warranted discretion. A loud outburst could attract the attention of that formidable being known as Cell, which would be akin to striking a match in a powder keg. That monstrous entity is utterly terrifying, should I provoke his notice. A mere flick of his wrist could obliterate me entirely. At this moment, I was engulfed in my thoughts when the hatch atop the strange device suddenly burst open with a resounding thud, and a man and woman leaped forth. These were none other than Luo Hao and Bulma, who had traversed time to arrive a decade into the future. They surveyed their surroundings, pondering, is this truly the future? Why does it evoke such a sense of desolation? If memory serves, this place was once a quaint town, part of the suburban landscape. How has it transformed into a barren wasteland? Noting Bulma's bewildered expression, Luo Hao offered a faint smile, remarking, "It appears we have indeed arrived in the future. The air here carries an unusual essence. Regardless of the circumstances, it affirms that your time machine has succeeded. We have successfully crossed over 10 years into the future, correct?" Whis, observing the calm Whis, Bulma could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, "You truly are remarkable. You bear no injuries whatsoever. And your attire remains unwrinkled by the turbulent currents of time." She continued, "By the way, why do you still wear your shop's apron on this excursion? Is this some form of advertisement?" Glancing down at his attire with a wry smile, Whis replied, "Well, I have grown accustomed to this work uniform over the years. I inadvertently forgot to remove it for our outing. However, Miss Bulma, do you have any queries regarding this journey?" Chapter 34. A decade later. Son Goku has grown incredibly powerful. Bulma wore a troubled expression, fiddling uncertainly with a device resembling a telephone watch, muttering to herself. It seems there is no discrepancy in time. This must be the future. Yet, why is it so desolate? It conveys an odd sensation. Could there be an error in the temporal coordinates? If only someone could provide insight. Whis rolled his eyes in exasperation, gesturing towards a burly man squatting beside a boulder, stating, "Is there not a gentleman over there that we could inquire?" Following Whis's direction, Bulma indeed spotted a robust figure clad in martial arts attire, staring blankly at the three of them. "Ah, it seems we are not alone after all," she exclaimed, her spirits lifting. At this moment, Whis, with one hand resting on his forehead, wore a look of exasperation as he addressed Bulma, saying, "What can I say about you, Bulma? How could you possibly overlook such a large figure?" Meanwhile, hiding behind a massive boulder, Satan appeared somewhat displeased, muttering to himself, "Am I truly so inconspicuous that you failed to notice me? Moreover, how can one refer to me as a mere chunk?" Just as he was about to express his indignation, He recalled that this was not the opportune moment for such outbursts. He immediately gestured for the trio to remain silent and beckoned them to quietly move past him. What on earth is happening here? Whis, Luo Hao, and Bulma exchanged puzzled glances as they approached the boulder, only to discover a timid middle-aged man cowering behind it. Adopting a voice barely above a whisper, he inquired, "From where do you three emerge? Are you unaware that a significant battle is underway? Keep your voices down, do not draw attention, or you might not even comprehend how perilous the situation is. Goodness, didn't your parents instruct you not to wander about recklessly? How can there still be people oblivious to the cell games?" He continued, "And of all places to hide, you chose to shelter beside me? If you attract their attention with your noise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Despite being the world martial arts champion, I am powerless against that formidable android." The trio regarded this incessantly chattering middle-aged man with bewilderment, left speechless. However, Bulma, with her naturally cheerful disposition, leaped forward to face Satan. Noticing his apprehensive expression, she flashed a sweet smile and introduced herself. "Hello, sir. I am Bulma. May I ask your name? What is this cell games competition about?" "We just arrived and are not well acquainted with the situation." Realizing they were merely three naive newcomers, Satan's anxiety lessened somewhat. "I wondered how, at such a critical time, anyone could have the leisure to explore," he thought. He gestured toward the distant arena, explaining, "Do you see that platform over there? The creature resembling a cockroach is called Cell, a terrifying android of immense strength. He has set up this arena, and if no one could defeat him within a day, he will unleash his dreadful power and annihilate all of humanity." He added, "As for those golden beings battling him, I cannot speak to their origins. This is the situation at hand." Posing heroically, Satan declared, "As the world martial arts champion, I shall not flee from the fray. I am here to support them." At this moment, his bravado elicited a slight twitch in Bulma's eyelid. Before her stood a rather unsavory-looking man, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Bulma felt a tumult of emotions within her. Could it be that her inaugural journey through time and space had led her into a significant event? She cast a glance of desperation towards Luo Hao, who merely smiled faintly and shrugged, saying, "Whis, it's your turn." Whis rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Again me? Fine, fine." With that, the gem atop his angelic staff shimmered, projecting a holographic 3D image before the four of them. Mr. Satan, the disreputable man, was taken aback. What were these individuals up to? They even brought along a 3D projector? What an array of gadgets the youth carry these days. But then his expression shifted. This was not merely a standard 3D projection, for what appeared before them was a scene of battle on a distant arena. Bulma focused intently on the figures within the image and, puzzled, inquired, Why does that individual resemble Goku so closely? Yet something felt amiss. Why was he emanating a golden aura? Luo Hao chuckled softly. That should be Goku 10 years hence. Remarkably, these youngsters have grown swiftly. In just a decade, they have become this formidable. Bulma pointed at a figure resembling Piccolo within the projection. Look, that fellow seems to be the Demon King Piccolo. Wasn't he vanquished by Goku? How can he be here again? Could it be that the future Piccolo has fully allied with Goku? Luo Hao smiled lightly. Who knows? With this lot around, anything extraordinary is possible. After all, time has a way of resolving all matters. Bulma then fixed her gaze upon Vegeta, for in this era, she had never encountered him. Pointing casually, she asked, "And who is this fellow with the peculiar hairstyle?" Whis responded, somewhat annoyed, "So now you wish to inquire about me." The angel? Very well, this peculiar hairstyle belongs to Vegeta, a prince of the Saiyans. He is likely one of Goku's team members, probably here to safeguard Earth. Oh, so that's how it is. I never imagined that our first foray into the future would unveil such a captivating battle. Truly, this journey is worthwhile. Bulma exclaimed. Who is that young man? Why does he carry golden lightning? He bears a resemblance to Goku. Whis promptly clarified. That individual must be Gohan, Goku's son. Bulma, perplexed, remarked. When we departed, Goku had only recently wed. 10 years later, his son should merely be 9 years old. How impressive. But what exactly is the situation here? Why are they engaged in combat with someone named Cell? Chapter 35. Whis becomes ineffectual. Observing the group engaged in a casual conversation, Mr. Satan stood by, utterly bewildered, watching their exchange with a perplexed expression. It seems that these individuals are quite familiar with those on the arena, judging by the tone and manner of their conversation. Could they possibly be visitors from past? Is the peculiar device they arrived in a time machine? Unthinkable. Today has been rife with extraordinary occurrences. beginning with the abrupt emergence of a creature named Cell, followed by a formidable assembly of golden beings engaging in combat with this monster. And here I am, a world champion in my own right, forced to conceal myself in this desolate place, quietly observing the unfolding events, alongside three enigmatic figures professing to have traveled through time. What a chaotic situation! Just as Mr. Satan was lost in contemplation, Bulma suddenly exclaimed with alarm. The outburst startled Mr. Satan, who, agitated, hissed, "You little girl. Why the commotion? Don't he know that scaring someone could be deadly?" Bulma, with a furrowed brow, clutched Luo Hao's sleeve and lamented, "Why am I absent from this team? Have I met an untimely end 10 years hence? What shall I do?" At this juncture, Luo Hao and Whis shared a knowing chuckle. "You lot can still find humor in this? My absence 10 years from now? Given my personality, I would surely partake in such revelries, whether in battle or otherwise. Could it be that I truly met with an unfortunate fate?" As Luo Hao and Whis's laughter grew more peculiar, Whis, ignoring Bulma's subtle melancholy, activated a projector that illuminated the space, revealing a picture within a picture. In this image, an anxious Bulma was seen clutching a television, intently watching the events unfold. "Ah, I see. They are protecting you by keeping you from this battle. Are you at ease now, Miss Bulma? According to my calculations, you are destined for longevity. Rest assured, my predictions are quite accurate. After all, I am an omniscient angel." Upon seeing her likeness on the screen, Bulma ceased her brooding and focused intently on the battle scene. Oh, Goku does not seem to be a match for this creature named Cell. Their clash is rather exhilarating. Just as she made this observation, Goku staggered and stepped down from the ring, allowing another contender to take his place. But that means he isn't lost. Why has that young lad taken the stage? Bulma questioned in confusion. Luo Hao responded, "Perhaps it is to provide some training for his son, Gohan? Who knows? However, with Whis and myself present, this elf fellow shall not cause any trouble. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. The gentleman known as Satan, rest assured, with us by your side, your safety is assured." However, Satan cast a disdainful glance. "With your frail limbs, how could you possibly protect me? Yet, the very fact that you can observe distant battles through 3D projection suggests you are far from ordinary beings." As the epic confrontation loomed, after several rounds of sparring, Son Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan state, crackling with electricity. A furious wave of energy struck the arrogant Cell, leaving him battered and broken. Yet, Cell quickly unleashed the formidable power endowed by the Piccolo cells within him, restoring himself to his former state. Nevertheless, the current Cell was no match for the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Under a barrage of powerful blows, Cell expelled the android 18 from his mouth. Just as in the original tale, Cell, humiliated and enraged, recognized that he was no match for Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, and chose to self-destruct, his body swelling ominously. Witnessing this, Bulma gasped in alarm. How did this creature become so corpulent? Luo Hao sighed softly. He must be contemplating self-destruction. Yet, based on his energy level, even in an incomplete form, this explosion could obliterate the Earth. What shall we do? Bulma, pale with fear, suggested, "Should we hurry and use the time machine to escape? It would be dreadful to be caught in the crossfire here." Luo Hao reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Fear not, with me and Whis here. Can you truly be in danger? Trust in Goku and the others. They will not allow this arrogant fiend to succeed. Furthermore, even if he did succeed, we have Whis with us." "Whis? What is that fellow good for?" Bulma questioned skeptically. Luo Hao retorted, "What do you mean, not useful? Do you remember when you were wildly shooting with a machine gun in my restaurant? Who do you think handled all the repairs afterwards?" Bulma replied instinctively, "It was Whis." Precisely, even if this brute possesses the power to annihilate the Earth, with Whis by our side, he wields the skill of time reversal, allowing us to revert time by 5 minutes. He would be rendered powerless. What is there to worry about? Moreover, do we not have the Dragon Balls at our disposal? Bulma, who had been trembling and preparing to climb into the time machine, felt reassured upon recalling Whis's remarkable ability. Indeed, this fool, although he indulges in eating and drinking, seems to have some utility in critical moments. Whis shot Bulma a significant eye roll. "You are the real fool. You are the one who consumes and drinks. I am an omnipotent angel. You should treat me with the respect I deserve." Suddenly, Whis seemed to recall something, gently waving his staff and turning to Luo Hao with a troubled expression. "Alas, it appears there is an unexpected development." Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback. "What? Whis? Are you not the omnipotent angel?" However, Whis furrowed his brow and replied, "This is, after all, a future timeline, which differs significantly from our own. It seems that my angelic powers are partially affected here. I just tested it, and I cannot utilize the time reversal skill in this realm. Other minor spells are not an issue, though. Yet, within this future timeline, my current angelic prowess does not reach the requisite level for time manipulation. What? Bulma gasped, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. So, Whis, does that mean you become powerless in this future realm? Chapter 36. Luo Hao effortlessly grasped the angelic scepter. Whis retorted, somewhat irritated. I merely indicated that my angelic abilities are somewhat hindered. After all, this is a future realm, which possesses conflicting rules compared to our own. Luo Hao chuckled lightly. No worries, for I am here. He took the angelic scepter from Whis, leaving Whis in a state of astonishment, akin to turbulent waves within. How can this individual so easily wield my angelic scepter? This artifact is unique to the angelic lineage. Could it be that he can also utilize it? If so, his identity is exceedingly mysterious. It seems my previous assumptions were entirely erroneous. Furthermore, these angelic scepters are distributed in order, and even the high priest cannot casually wield my scepter. Could it be that this individual, just as that thought crossed his mind, Luo Hao elegantly swung Whis' scepter in the air, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is a magnificent artifact. Fear not, Bulma. Any unforeseen tasks can be entrusted to me. Ha! In this realm, my powers will not be hindered. Are you boasting?" Bulma shot him a skeptical glance. This is the same guy who requires me, the female warrior, to handle even the slightest matters. Yet he claims to possess strength surpassing that of an angel. How can that be? Nevertheless, seeing Luo Hao's confidence, Bulma chose not to dwell on their banter or Whis' astonishment. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically as Son Goku placed one hand on the self-destructing cell, while the other pressed his fingers to his forehead, murmuring something. In an instant, Goku and Cell vanished completely from sight. The Dragon Ball warriors nearby stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Bulma, now lacking the patience to continue berating Luo Hao for his flamboyance, inquired, "Whis, what? What just happened?" Luo Hao casually tossed the angelic scepter back to Whis, stating, "Let Whis handle this trivial task." Whis, with a frown, replied, "Very well, you truly lack courtesy. I thought you might use my scepter for something remarkable. Do I have to take charge?" Luo Hao clapped his hands. "Ah, let us leave the minor tasks to you. If there's truly a need for a grand endeavor, with my presence, you may rest assured." However, at this moment, Whis found no inclination to engage in banter with Luo Hao. With a gentle wave of his staff, the scene transformed, revealing a brand new 3D projection before the gathered crowd. This projection depicted a golden cloud, within which floated a diminutive planet, suspended in serene stillness. As the camera zoomed in, an individual with blue skin and sunglasses came into view, a rotund figure, the leisurely North King. This gentleman was enjoying a hot pot while singing, relishing the bliss of life. In the next instant, a colossal figure suddenly materialized before the king. The North King was momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Sun Wukong, who had arrived with the soon-to-explode cell through instant transmission. This sight left the king aghast. "Wukong, what is this?" Sun Wukong offered an apologetic smile. "There's no other choice, my lord. It's an urgent situation, and I could only sense your energy, otherwise." He trailed off, noticing that Cell was on the verge of a catastrophic explosion. Without further ado, Sun Wukong unleashed a mighty shout, his golden aura suddenly retracting, revealing a striking red energy enveloping his form. Remarkably, he transcended the Super Saiyan state, transforming directly into the Super Saiyan God form. What an extraordinary leap! With the power of a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong flashed a confident smile. "Heh, Cell, with your current energy, you can at best destroy this planet. To inflict harm upon me, you are far from capable." He reassured the North King, "Fear not, my lord. With me here, you are in no danger." Just as Cell was about to self-destruct, Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered, pulling an individual behind him. The destruction of this planet was inconsequential, at most. I could gather the Dragon Balls on Earth and restore the North King's planet. Then, amid Cell's reluctant gaze, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the netherworld. As the smoke dissipated, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state, exhaling a long breath. "Transforming into a Super Saiyan God indeed drains my stamina. With my current strength, I can maintain this form for merely 10 seconds. Any longer would prove too taxing. Nonetheless, 10 seconds was sufficient." "Cell, it seems your ultimate scheme has come to naught." "Fear not, my lord. I shall gather the Dragon Balls and ensure your planet is restored swiftly. Yet, as Sun Wukong spoke, he realized the North King did not respond. What is this? Could the explosion have left the king in shock? How could this be? He is the esteemed North King. How could he possess such a lack of mental fortitude? Sun Wukong turned around, only to be utterly flabbergasted. There was no king behind him, but rather the king's pet, Baburus, the very gorilla that had once trained alongside him on King Kai's planet. How could it be him? Had he, in a moment of panic and haste, inadvertently saved the pet instead of the king? Confounded, Sun Wukong muttered a thoughtless question. Baburus, where is King Kai? Baburus gazed back with an innocent expression and mimed a throat-slitting gesture, indicating that the king had met his demise. This blunder was exceedingly awkward. Sun Wukong scratched his head vigorously. Alas, I initially thought I had merely lost the king's planet, but in my moment of carelessness, while I did rescue Baburus, I unwittingly allowed the king to perish in that recent explosion. How shall I explain this in the future? At that moment, from the far end of the serpentine path, a figure adorned with a halo appeared in the Yama Hall. The king's voice thundered with rage, after finally securing a holiday to enjoy life, feasting on hot pot and singing. You, cursed Wukong, have brought that wretched creature before me. How could a dignified North King find himself in Yama's hall? This is utterly disgraceful. Wukong, mark my words. This is not over. Chapter 37, Cell of Cell Saga. A resounding roar echoed through the skies, and whether Wukong could hear it was uncertain. What surprised him, however, was that not far from the explosion, a piece of debris was writhing. This sight piqued Sun Wukong's vigilance. Oh no, could it be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the debris underwent a remarkable transformation, bursting forth to reveal a new form of cell. Now, this reborn cell laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Wukong, did you not foresee this? I am now an immortal being. As long as even a fragment of me exists, I am indestructible. This is thanks to my fusion with Piccolo's cells. The regenerative power is indeed formidable. Moreover, I sense that my strength has attained a new pinnacle. With a furious shout, the surface of Cell's body shimmered with a purplish-golden hue, crackling with various bolts of lightning. Haha, the purplish-golden lightning Cell has made his grand entrance. Wukong, if you have the prowess to transform into that previous form, perhaps I would not be your match. However, if you confront me as a Super Saiyan, you shall find no opportunity for victory. My patience has run dry, yet I must admit, your earlier move did earn my respect. Indeed, I possess the remarkable learning ability akin to that of your Saiyan race. It seems I've already mastered the art of instantaneous movement. To confront someone like you, I must not only vanquish you physically, but also inflict profound torment upon your very soul. Son Goku paused momentarily, perplexed. What are you planning? Yet, Cell chuckled ominously. I have just realized that your greatest concern lies with Earth and your friends. How amusing that you sacrificed King Kai and his planet, allowing me to expose my intentions here. Son Goku, I have finally discerned your most significant vulnerability. Gritting his teeth, Son Goku retorted, damn it. I have already exhausted my transformation into Super Saiyan God, and my strength is depleted. If I resort to my ordinary Super Saiyan form at full power against this resurrected Cell, my chances of victory appear utterly bleak. What am I to do? Meanwhile, Cell continued to sneer. Do not waste your time attempting to regain your strength. I shall not afford you another opportunity. This time, I will utilize your instantaneous movement to return to Earth and obliterate that planet along with all its inhabitants. Then, I shall return to deal with you. Do not fret. Given my current power, it is entirely feasible. At this moment, Son Goku shouted no, but it was already too late. Cell placed his index and middle fingers upon his forehead and, with a swift motion, vanished before Son Goku's eyes. That damn bastard! Son Goku exclaimed in fury, immediately employing his own instantaneous movement to return to Earth. Anxiously cursing within, he thought, this is dire. Earth is truly in grave danger. If Cell destroys the planet, the Dragon Balls and Piccolo will cease to exist as well. This is indeed a significant predicament. If I and my companions perish here, King Kai's sacrifice would be in vain. At this critical juncture, the 3D projection cast by Whis' staff froze in place, prompting Bulma to express her displeasure. Whis, what on earth is going on? How can you pause the film midway? Why did it stop at such a crucial moment? Are you experiencing technical difficulties? In response to Bulma's irritation, Whis scratched his head and replied, well, this is not my fault. The events have concluded, so the screen stopping is entirely normal. The protagonists of those scenes have already returned to Earth. Really? They're back. Bulma inquired, bewildered. Then what shall we do? According to Goku, he should not be able to contend with that Cell. Whis shrugged helplessly, saying, that is not my concern. Fighting is not my forte. Your Rohan is present. Is he not? With him here, what do you have to worry about? Just as he spoke, they noticed an invisible ripple manifesting behind them, and in an instant, the once arrogant and formidable Golden Cell appeared before them in a flash of lightning. At this moment, the figure of Cell wore a sinister grin. Instant transmission is truly remarkable. I have finally returned to Earth. Son Goku, bid farewell to your friends, for soon you shall reunite in the realm of the dead. As he spoke, the energy within Cell surged violently, preparing to unleash a catastrophic attack that would obliterate the Earth into mere fragments. However, he was taken aback when 4 individuals suddenly materialized before him. 3 men and 1 woman, accompanied by a peculiar machine, standing there with an air of bewilderment. Cell was momentarily stunned. This is undoubtedly Earth. Where did these 4 intruders emerge from? The disheveled man with a beard appears to be that fool named Satan. Isn't he just a buffoon? Why hasn't he departed from this vicinity? And what are the other 3? They seem devoid of any energy or presence. Could they, like this clown, be mere ordinary mortals? What a pity for them. Yet witnessing the moment of Earth's annihilation might be considered a stroke of luck. What perplexed Cell further was the absence of fear or dread on the faces of the 2 men and 1 woman before him. They remained remarkably composed, gazing at him as if he were a simpleton. Did his existence not cast the shadow of terror upon these earthlings? Only that fool named Satan appeared to possess the kind of fearful and despairing gaze that Cell relished. This realization sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Was his display insufficiently intimidating? It seemed these 3 had no inkling of his true might. Nevertheless, such thoughts were now inconsequential. Having resolved to annihilate the entire planet and to witness Goku's agonizing demise in despair, Cell felt he was fulfilling the true purpose of his revenge. Without further hesitation, he unleashed his full energy, summoning a colossal blue energy sphere poised to strike the Earth. Yet the young man who had been staring at him as if he were a fool suddenly vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. This human was courting death. The force emanating from Cell alone would reduce him to cosmic dust. How could he stand there so nonchalantly? Just as Cell pondered this, the tall, sun-kissed youth gently extended a finger. Chapter 38. Could Cell actually be defeated by a simple touch from Luo Hao? The finger, lacking any semblance of force, lightly tapped the purple, lightning-streaked forehead of Cell. In an instant, a soft sound of impact resonated, and Cell felt as though his body were disintegrating into nothingness. Like fragile foam, the energy and might he had unleashed promptly vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Had he truly been so easily vanquished by a mere fingertip? This was impossible. Accompanied by a sense of unwillingness, Cell met his demise without uttering a final roar, as he was inexplicably pierced by a mere finger of Luo Hao. Meanwhile, Luo Hao casually blew on his fingertip and remarked, "How revolting. I never anticipated I would have to engage in such menial tasks." Bulma, casting a disdainful glance at Whis, who had just been shirking responsibility, retorted, "Whis, you claim you are incapable of fighting? That fellow was formidable, yet our Luo Hao dispatched him with just a single finger. It is precisely for this reason that I comprehend why Luo Hao is the boss, while you, my dear, are relegated to the role of a mere attendant." So, you speak of your fighting skills, but I believe you're lacking in every aspect. Whis, rendered speechless, responded, "Very well. I have been in a rather good mood lately. Otherwise, I would have shown you, young lady, a taste of my prowess. However, it appears that this lad's strength is increasingly formidable, although that fellow's aura and energy are insignificant to us deities. The fact that he has attained such astonishing power attests to his diligent training during this period. I vividly recall how last time, Luo Hao effortlessly obliterated half a galaxy with a single punch aimed at Frisia. This time, although it was merely a gentle poke, it caused no ripples. Otherwise, with Luo Hao's energy, such a gesture would have obliterated a significant portion of the entire galaxy. This is not his style at all. It seems this individual is drawing ever closer to regaining his full strength. Yet, that recent display felt reminiscent of a god of destruction's power. Who exactly is he? His current identity has plunged Whis into a perplexing quandary. Whether he can wield his angel staff remains uncertain. Yet there is not a hint of rejection from it towards Luo Hao. That subtle poke seemed to channel the destructive power to its utmost. And even if Beerus were to personally intervene against such a formidable opponent, he could not match Luo Hao's seamless execution without any energy leakage. This individual's identity grows ever more enigmatic. For now, let us set aside Whis' contemplations and dilemmas. More troubled is Goku, who has instantaneously returned to Earth via instant transmission. He looked around, bewildered, huh? Everyone is still here. Did you see that? See what? Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan stared at Goku in confusion. Piccolo let out a long sigh. You're unharmed? Wonderful. That fellow's self-destruction didn't harm you. How did you manage that? Goku, still glancing around, replied, Didn't you all notice? Notice what? At this moment, the others finally began to register the expression on Goku's face. He immediately recounted how he had brought Cell to King Kai's planet, where the self-destruction had occurred. Sun Wukong employed some extraordinary means, although he withstood this self-detonation. It ultimately led to the demise of the North King. What astonished everyone was that the creature known as Cell had not perished, but rather, at the critical moment, he resurrected, significantly amplifying his power several-fold, and was plotting a devastating retaliation against Earth. The collective dread grew, as it appeared that Cell had also mastered Wukong's instant transmission, leaving them in uncertainty about his whereabouts as he prepared to unleash a lethal assault on the planet. The group released their senses of energy, only to discover an utter absence of any energy fluctuations. Could it be that Wukong was experiencing an illusion? In a state of frustration, Sun Wukong scratched his head, exclaiming, How could that be? I distinctly sensed this fiend's energy had increased exponentially, and he clearly stated his intent to seek vengeance on Earth. How could this be? Could it be? Krillin speculated. Could it be that he didn't master the instant transmission and simply relocated elsewhere? Vegeta rolled his eyes dramatically, uttering a curse under his breath. Piccolo, with no restraint, delivered a forceful slap to Krillin's bald head, causing him to grimace in pain. Piccolo, what was that for? I was merely conjecturing. Your conjecture is utterly unreliable. Trunks interjected. Uncle Wukong's instant transmission seems to rely on his sensory perception for positioning. If, as you suggest, it were erratic or lost, then that wouldn't even qualify as instant transmission, would it? Uncle Krillin, can't you formulate a more credible theory? Krillin, feeling wronged as he cradled his head, suddenly spotted a swift black that racing towards them from a distance, pointing out, Hey, what is that? The group turned their vigilant gazes toward the horizon, where a speeding car barreled towards their arena. Isn't that the same vehicle from earlier? Krillin was the first to react. Yes, that was the car driven away by that fellow named Satan when he fled. What? Is he returning? Son Gohan, perplexed, inquired. What on earth is that whimsical uncle returning for? Their confusion deepened, and with a piercing screech of brakes, the car came to a halt before them. Satan leaped out of the vehicle and, after considerable effort, climbed onto the arena where everyone stood, panting heavily. He greeted Sun Wukong and the others. You needn't wait here any longer. The demon named Cell has likely been vanquished by me. You all may proceed with your business. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Even the usually calm Son Gohan blurted out, Uncle Satan, are you here to jest? Quickly leave this place. It is perilously dangerous. Why return after fleeing? Observing the demeanor of Son Gohan and the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Mr. Satan struck a remarkably imposing pose, declaring, Fear not, if my observations are accurate. That fellow named Cell has indeed been vanquished by me. However, as Mr. Satan continued to speak, he realized that his words lacked conviction. Chapter 39. The hasty conclusion of the Cell game. Witnessing the crowd's escalating frustration, Mr. Satan, resembling a deflated balloon, promptly clarified, Well, it seems this incident was rather coincidental for me. Nonetheless, it unfolded this way, believe it or not. He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired nearby, albeit with modifications inspired by the guidance of Luo Hao. Though his account was a blend of truth and fabrication, it left the audience in a state of bewilderment. According to Mr. Satan's narrative, it became evident to the crowd that the situation was as he described. Yet, the outcome and its unexpected twist far exceeded their anticipations. He claimed to have been observing from behind a massive rock in the distance, poised to intervene at any moment. Naturally, the crowd interpreted this statement as mere nonsense, suspecting that the cowardly Mr. Satan had merely not dared to flee too far. Regarding the subsequent battles between Son Goku and Cell, including the instantaneous movements, Mr. Satan admitted his utter incomprehension. He merely noted that Son Goku had teleported away and then returned. At that critical juncture, he inexplicably felt an unusual disturbance in his concealed location, resembling a shadow akin to Cell. Just then, for reasons unknown, Mr. Satan felt a powerful sneeze building up, and he unleashed a colossal sneeze that struck the glass surface depicting the shadow of Cell, shattering it with a resounding crack. Consequently, the image of Cell vanished completely from his sight. Thus, Mr. Satan deduced that perhaps this Cell had been annihilated by his sneeze, which may have been a result of some peculiar magic. With no further developments apparent, and the crowd still waiting in a daze, Mr. Satan hastily drove back in his small car, eager to share this astonishing revelation with everyone. The formidable purple lightning Cell had allegedly been shattered by a mere sneeze from Mr. Satan. While Mr. Satan spoke with great eloquence and conviction, the others could not sense any trace of Cell's presence, leading them to ponder whether it was indeed possible that the world champion of martial arts had eradicated the android Cell with a mere sneeze. How could this be conceivable? Yet, the only one lost in contemplation was Son Goku. After much deliberation, he finally spoke to the group. This situation does appear to hold some merit. What? Not only has Bick expressed his disbelief, but even Vegeta and Trunks, along with Krillin and Gohan, have rolled their eyes in unison. What on earth is happening? How could such a formidable android be shattered by a mere sneeze from an ordinary Earthling? Have you been affected by Cell's self-destruction? Yet, Goku provided a plausible explanation. Indeed, it is quite possible. During my time on Planet Yardrat, while learning instant transmission from Elder Pibra, he once mentioned that beginners using this skill poorly might fall into spatial rifts. Cell, having only just learned instant transmission from me, likely hasn't fully grasped the technique yet. At the moment he teleported back to Earth, he may have inadvertently arrived next to Mr. Satan, coinciding with a period when the fabric of space and mirrors was at its most fragile. At that critical moment, Mr. Satan's sneeze could have shattered his mirror image and coordinates, causing this entity known as Cell to plummet into an infinite spatial rift. The timing of his return, now known only to heaven and earth. Elder Pibra, who taught me instant transmission, seemed to suggest this, which is why I am particularly cautious when using time travel. I never employ instant transmission during battles, fearing that the aftermath might disrupt my positioning. Perhaps Cell's misdeeds have finally led to his downfall at the hands of Mr. Satan. With Goku's explanation, the group reluctantly accepted this absurd, yet somewhat plausible rationale. However, Vegeta posed the most crucial question. So, according to you, the current Cell is lost in the temporal chaos, possibly never to return, yet could reappear at any moment. Is that what you mean? Goku vigorously nodded. Although the odds are slim, it remains a possibility. Nevertheless, this gives us a much-needed respite. From now on, we must continue to train diligently to prevent Cell from returning to wreak havoc. Since that's the case, there is no point in lingering here. Kakarot, you've mastered a new transformation and kept it hidden. Don't think I'll take it easy on you if I surpass you. Goku, however, offered a resigned smile. All right, Vegeta, it's not that I've intentionally concealed my abilities. This transformation is exceedingly difficult to master. Despite my extensive training, I can only maintain it for 10 seconds at most. I had hoped this technique would serve as my trump card against you, yet it has now been revealed. Well, it's quite straightforward. As for Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, you'll need to grasp it on your own. As the conversation unfolded, Vegeta snorted disdainfully and then spat viciously onto the ground. Trunks, let us depart. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of crimson light, vanishing before the onlookers. Piccolo and Krillin exchanged wide-eyed glances, questioning, Goku, could it be true? Goku clenched his fists, a grin spreading across his face. As long as formidable foes exist, the blood within me will continually boil. Gohan, there's no time for chatter. We must resume our training upon our return. This creature known as Cell could reappear on Earth at any moment. With him around, I find the motivation to improve. Otherwise, convincing your mother could prove quite challenging. With that, Goku and Gohan transformed into two luminous beams, disappearing from sight. Left behind were Piccolo, Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha, exchanging glances filled with bewilderment. Was this grand spectacle of the Cell games truly concluding so abruptly? Chapter 40. Bulma arrived at her future birthday celebration. The efforts expended by everyone, the machinations and fierce battles that nearly led to the Earth's destruction, were all seemingly resolved by a mere sneeze from a fellow named Satan. Observing the confusion among the crowd, Satan did not hesitate, singing merrily as he drove away into the distance. The spectators left behind, still in shock, exchanged weary glances. wishing each other well before returning to their respective homes and families. Thus, the incident involving the androids concluded in a most inexplicable manner, with Satan emerging as the true hero of Earth. Shortly after his departure, a video surfaced, revealing that Mr. Satan had first executed a maneuver dubbed Monkey Steals the Peach, followed by a technique known as Black Tiger Prowls the Heart, delivering a devastating blow that left the android cell gasping for breath on the ground, lifeless. The authenticity of this footage underwent rigorous verification by various experts, confirming that the battle had indeed been genuine, captured in a continuous shot. This evidence firmly established Mr. Satan as the savior of the world. As for the origins of this video, opinions varied. Typically, when produced by Whis, one could expect nothing but excellence, leaving little room for ordinary mortals to uncover any flaws. In truth, the sequence of events transpired with Cell unwittingly teleporting directly before Luo Hao, who effortlessly dispatched him with a mere finger. However, Luo Hao soon conferred with Bulma, although they had vanquished the ultimate boss, revealing themselves to the others could lead to complications. Once again, an explanation of their origins is required, alongside the rationale for their absence in this timeline, and an account of how Luo Hao managed to vanquish the terrifying super purple Shalu with a mere finger. How much verbal effort would that consume? Furthermore, the time machine remained stationary, incessantly draining energy. Bulma wisely suggested that, given the resolution of events here and a clearer understanding of the future, it would be prudent to return to her seventh universe. Her proposal was indeed sound. After all, she could not afford to leave the time machine unattended in such a precarious situation. Should any mishap befall it, their return would become an insurmountable dilemma. Having neutralized the danger in their midst, the group agreed that Mr. Satan, conveniently nearby, could be provided with a flimsy excuse to take the blame, thus allowing him to emerge as a hero in the salvation of the world, a rather commendable choice. As for that ridiculous video, it was simply a casual recording by Whis. Indeed, since it was an angelic recording, even if Earthlings were to scrutinize it for 1,000,000 years, they would be unable to discern any flaws or discrepancies within. The feeble excuse for Mr. Satan was, however, concocted by Miss Bulma. Yet, what truly astonished Bulma's astute mind was that, in the end, this inadequate rationale received the endorsement of Son Goku, a testament to the extraordinary synergy among stellar allies. Thus, Mr. Satan ascended to the status of a superhero capable of saving the world. Perhaps this is the fortune bestowed upon the foolish. Throughout all these events, Mr. Satan remained in a state of utter bewilderment. Whether his life unfolded as he envisioned remains a matter of personal perspective. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, Bulma, and the auxiliary Whis did not linger in indecision. Each resumed their positions, and the time machine soared back into the sky, humming softly before vanishing from sight. However, just as the time machine disappeared, Bulma's startled exclamation pierced the air. "Oh no, I forgot to adjust the time coordinates. Now we won't return to our parallel timeline, and will likely arrive a decade later." Accompanied by Bulma's voice, the time machine vanished entirely from this parallel space-time, leaving the future's appearance 10 years hence open to interpretation. Outside, Whis wore a wry smile. "Bulma, I know you must have done that on purpose." "Humph." In the future timeline, a luxurious mega oil tanker glided serenely across the vast ocean. On its deck, a grand celebration was underway. Indeed, this was the birthday of Miss Bulma in the future timeline. She had invited every friend she could muster and had chartered the largest vessel owned by her family for this splendid birthday gala. Amidst the tranquil festivities, an unknown time machine suddenly materialized above the deck, accompanied by a ripple in the fabric of time itself. Outside the time machine hung an object resembling an angel. As the ripples of space stabilized, Bulma's voice echoed from within. "Oh no, we're running out of energy, we might crash." Soon after, a voice responded, "No worries. We're situated right above a cruise ship, so stopping here poses no problem." Bulma questioned, "Will this not cause panic among others?" "Enough chatter from both of you. We have stabilized." Whis interjected with irritation. He then called out, "Miss Bulma, I know you did this on purpose. Look, your little scheme has succeeded again. We have arrived another decade into the future." Bulma, with a glimmer of triumph, retorted, "Returning is not a problem at all. We have ventured into the future, not the past. As long as we are in the future and I exist, the time machine will surely be here. We can simply find a place to recharge and head back." This reasoning seemed quite plausible, leaving Whis momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Hao opened the hatch of the time machine and surveyed the surroundings. "Wow, The environment here is quite delightful. Hearing his words, Bulma also looked around and remarked, "Are we intruding on someone's party? Just look at the decorations and ambience. It surely seems like a celebration." Suddenly, with Bulma's exclamation, she noticed familiar faces nearby. "What is going on? Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, why are all these guys here? Could it be?" Luo Hao chuckled. "Bulma, perhaps this is your own birthday celebration." Bulma leaped out of the time machine, linking arms with Luo Hao, and exclaimed, "What are they all doing? Why are they unresponsive to our arrival?" They're all gazing intently at the sky. What could they be watching? With such a commotion, hadn't they felt anything? Chapter 41. Seek Whis in Times of Trouble. Despite Bulma's confusion, the crowd remained oblivious to the presence of the three unexpected guests. The considerable noise of the time machine had failed to capture their attention, and each maintained their gaze upward. What could they possibly be observing? Bulma particularly noted a certain individual with a spiky hairdo, Vegeta, who appeared troubled as he stared at the sky. Is something happening up there? She wondered. She too looked skyward, but saw nothing amiss. The azure expanse was clear, a mere beautiful day. What was going on with everyone? How had the environment transformed so drastically a decade later? It was indeed peculiar. However, Bulma soon spotted someone with lustrous black hair. Who is this familiar figure? After careful contemplation, observing her attire and stature, it dawned on me. Indeed, it is Krillin. What a remarkable sight. I never imagined that a decade later. This fellow would have tied up his hair. It actually looks rather good, so much so that one might not recognize him at a casual glance. Bulma approached and gently tapped Krillin on the shoulder. "Hey, Krillin, what are you gazing at in the sky?" Krillin cast a sidelong glance at Bulma. Confusion evident in his voice. "Miss Bulma, weren't you supposed to be changing clothes with Miss Emily? Why are you still here? You should hide quickly. Don't you know about the battle in the sky? Goku has already gone to confront the enemy, and this foe is exceptionally powerful. You ought to take cover." Upon hearing this, Bulma was utterly bewildered. What? Is it possible that I have once again found myself among my own companions? And these individuals are once more encountering a formidable adversary? This is truly astonishing. Noticing Krillin's indifferent demeanor, Bulma thought to herself, "It seems I cannot extract any useful information from this fellow. However, with everyone so concerned, there must be something extraordinary occurring in the sky. When in trouble, seek Whis." Bulma scanned her surroundings and realized that Whis had vanished right after making a quip. Where did Whis go? Luo Hao. Have you seen Whis? Luo Hao chuckled. It seems he's been taken away by someone. Even Whis is afraid. Nonetheless, Krillin was correct. Goku's growth in recent years has indeed been impressive, yet the opponent descending from the sky appears even more formidable. "Oh, you can see it too? Of course. Is there anything difficult for me?" Luo Hao shrugged in resignation. Bulma, with an expression of grievance, exclaimed, "You all seem capable of seeing everything. Yet you take pleasure in my inability to see? This is too much. Luo Hao, I don't care, I want to see." Just as she uttered these words, Luo Hao patted Bulma's shoulder. "No need to look. Goku has already descended." With Luo Hao's declaration, a blue figure suddenly plummeted from the sky, as if hurled from outer space, transforming into a blazing red light before crashing into the unfathomable depths of the ocean with a resounding splash. Meanwhile, Vegeta coldly shouted, "Kakarot, you fool, you still require my assistance." In an instant, Vegeta's body underwent a remarkable transformation, a blue aura enveloping him, and with a powerful burst, he ascended into the Super Saiyan blue state. He soared into the air, racing towards the unseen enemy. Piccolo swiftly dove beneath the waves, retrieving Goku from the abyss and placing him upon the deck of the cruise ship. At that moment, Krillin called out, "It's all right. Goku has simply exhausted his energy. He'll be fine." Suddenly, he retrieved a celestial bean from his pocket and tossed it into Goku's mouth. Goku crunched and swallowed the bean, instantly regaining his peak vitality, and gracefully stood up. That fellow truly is formidable. Even in my Super Saiyan Blue form, I find myself outmatched. To my surprise, Vegeta has also charged in. What a rarity to see him so bold today. However, everyone need not worry. Observing Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien, who gazed at him with anxious expressions, Goku reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, that individual harbors no malice. He is merely an exceptionally powerful being, truly a terrifying adversary. I shall engage him again. It is not every day we encounter such a formidable opponent, so do not fret." With that, Goku unleashed his blue aura, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue state, soaring into the air to confront the foe above. seeing that Goku was unharmed and that the opponent bore no overwhelming hostility. It seemed to be merely a standard sparring match. The others exhaled slowly in relief, with both Vegeta and Goku fully committed to facing the adversary. Surely they stood a chance, regardless of the opponent's fearsome reputation. At that moment, the group suddenly noticed the presence of two additional figures, along with the time machine. Krillin, ever observant, pondered aloud, "Wait, didn't T. Bulma say she was going to change outfits? How did she return so quickly?" Yet the Bulma before him appeared significantly different from the one he had known. Though her face had not changed much, her hairstyle and attire were distinctly altered. It was clear that she had been granted a wish by the dragon. This Bulma, however, seemed markedly different from the girl he had known for years. What could be the explanation for this? Moreover, standing beside her was a tall man with black hair. Who was he? Krillin's gaze fell upon the time machine. Ah? ISNT, that Bulma's pride and joy. The time machine? Indeed. As you might have guessed, Krillin, your intelligence remains as sharp as ever. Bulma continued, yes. We have traveled from 20 years in the past. Impressive, ISNT it? Wait, why can't I see my present self? Krillin slowly regained his composure amidst his astonishment. This truly is the time machine. No wonder it looks so familiar. Bulma, pleased with herself, proclaimed, I am a genius. By the way, where did my present self go? Krillin replied, somewhat exasperated. ISNT it obvious? She's gonna change outfits for your birthday party. I just didn't expect these two uninvited guests to appear. Chapter 42. Whis faces defeat. The unexpected guest failed to pique Bulma's interest. She merely inquired, Oh, Krillin, I invented the time machine so early on. Has the version of me from your timeline not used it to travel? Krillin, with a furrowed brow, responded, We did suggest your counterpart in this timeline to take a trip with the time machine. However, she mentioned a cosmic rule that prohibits the reckless use of time machines, which is why your time machine has remained in a theoretical and experimental phase, never truly reaching practical application. I never would have guessed that your past self actually used the time machine to arrive in the present, broadening our horizons. By the way, who is this person beside you? With Krillin's question, Bulma paused slightly. What? You don't recognize him? This is my classmate, Luo Hao. We've been together for many years, and he even accompanied us in our search for the Dragon Balls. Without him, we wouldn't have met. It appeared that Piccolo, Krillin, and the others looked at Luo Hao with bewilderment, all shaking their heads in unison to indicate they did not recognize him. Luo Hao then patted Bulma on the shoulder and said, I forgot to mention that I am unique and can only exist in our timeline. It is impossible to find my likeness in other timelines. As for the reason, I cannot explain. Perhaps it is simply fate. Haha, time and space truly are marvelous. Since it was beyond explanation, everyone chose not to dwell on it further. Bulma continued the previous topic. You mentioned there are two unexpected guests. Who are they? Krillin scratched his head and replied, One resembles a cat human, and the other is exceptionally beautiful, claiming to be an angel. A cat human? An angel? Bulma queried skeptically. What nonsense is this? Why are there always such peculiar beings in the future? Wait, did you say an angel? And very beautiful? Krillin nodded vigorously, yes. A ponytailed individual wielding a staff, claiming to be a genuine angel. What is the matter? Oh, then there's nothing to fear. Bulma sighed with relief. We also have an angel with us from our time travel. Rest assured, our angel is male and certainly more powerful than the female angel you mentioned. Since they are both angels, it is likely they will not come into conflict. As for the cat human, I am certain Vegeta and Goku can handle it. So everyone need not worry. It seems we are again the firefighters, appearing at the critical moment in the crucial place. Oh dear, the time machine was indeed the right choice. Despite Bulma's self-congratulatory musings, Piccolo let out a cold snort. Where are you two up to over there? Not far away. Two mischievous little heads peeked out from the time machine. These were Trunks and Goten from the future, seemingly quite intrigued by the contraption, rummaging about with great curiosity. Meanwhile, Bulma, displaying remarkable composure, reassured Piccolo, do not worry, is perfectly safe. The energy of that time machine has been completely depleted, even if those two rascals were to meddle. No extraordinary mishaps would occur, so you can rest easy. She then turned her attention to Luo Hao, exclaiming, Oh, where has Whis gone? Luo Hao, with an exasperated expression, replied, After all this time, you only now think of Whis? Unfortunately, our angel is currently being thoroughly bested by that female angel. Ah, what is happening? Bulma asked, bewildered. Shouldn't you hurry to rescue Whis? Luo Hao shrugged helplessly. I cannot intervene. After all, they are siblings. An older sister reprimanding her younger brother. What can I possibly say? Is it possible to traverse time and space and still encounter relatives? What a convoluted situation. Bulma felt her mind struggling to comprehend the chaos. Nearby, Krillin and Piccolo were equally stunned. An angel? And their siblings? This is indeed rather confusing. Following Luo Hao's indication, the group peered towards an inconspicuous corner, where they found two figures quietly hovering, the woman fiercely tugging at the man's ear while scolding him. It dawned on them that these two were indeed acquainted. Their skin tone, head shape, and hair color were strikingly similar, confirming their sibling relationship. Bulma, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "How do you know they are siblings and not a couple?" Luo Hao retorted, "Forgive me, but I inadvertently overheard their conversation. Whis is truly suffering, alas. You seem devoid of any compassion." Bulma, reveling in the moment, chimed in, "Didn't Whis always boast about his strength, claiming to be the mightiest of angels? It's quite delightful to see him humbled." With a resigned sigh, Luo Hao remarked, "Well, it appears he has become something of a punching bag. Let us not disturb their sibling reunion." Meanwhile, Whis, in his mind, was lamenting, "You two rascals, hurry and come to my aid. Sister, please know it hurts." On the opposing side, Barros showed no mercy, her delicate hands gripping Whis' ear as she continued her reprimand. "You are far too reckless. Do you not understand that using the time machine indiscriminately is a cosmic taboo? You actually broke the law and brought two mortals along for interstellar travel. If the Grand Minister were to find out, who knows what punishment awaits you?" It was evident that Barros was genuinely angry. After all, traversing time and space with the time machine was indeed a grave transgression, and Whis was fully aware of this fact. However, he was entrusted with a clandestine mission, a secret burden that weighed heavily upon him. As he witnessed Babdos continuing to berate him, he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Sister Babdos, I acknowledge my faults. Yet this situation is not without its reasons. May I have the chance to explain?" At this moment, Babdos's fury had subsided considerably, forgiven her stature and divine power. Her keen eyes could discern the intricate details of the matter at hand. Nevertheless, the nature of Whis' secret mission eluded her comprehension entirely. To her, it appeared merely as if this mischievous brother was whimsically traversing time with two ordinary earthlings using some manner of time machine. How could this be allowed? Chapter 43. Reasoning with Xiangpa? Fortuitously, it was she who encountered him. Had he run into another angel or a different god of destruction? The consequences would indeed have been unpredictable. Should this incident reach the ears of Lord Jinwang, it was likely that even their father, the Grand Priest, would not easily intervene to safeguard this reckless fellow. The more she pondered, the angrier Babdos became, her grip tightening with intensity. Just as she was on the verge of another outburst, Whis quickly interjected, "Sister Babdos, please do not misunderstand me. I truly accepted a secret mission from the Grand Priest, which is why I acted in such a manner." "Is that so?" This revelation caused Babdos to regain her composure. "So you have accepted a secret mission. Does that imply that the Grand Priest is one to flout the law, allowing you to frolic through time with two ordinary earthlings? Are you attempting to deceive me? If you wish to convince me, at least provide a more credible rationale." At this juncture, Babdos's anger intensified, yet upon seeing Whis' woeful expression, her heart softened. This fellow truly was a source of concern. Could there be truth in his words? After all, if Whis intended to deceive or placate her, he would surely devise a more plausible excuse rather than one so flimsy. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you." Finally, Babdos released Whis' ear, which had been tugged in a manner reminiscent of a donkey's. Meanwhile, Whis, with an expression of distress, wiped away tears that had not even fallen. The art of playing the victim was indeed Whis' greatest talent. Observing that he had seemingly passed Babdos' scrutiny, he mused that the Grand Priest's secret mission was indeed effective. "All right, since I have the opportunity to speak, I must inquire. Sister Babdos, how is it that you find yourself in our 7th universe? Moreover, that figure up in the sky appears to be Lord Xiangpa, does it not? What grievances do you hold with this humble planet?" Babdos retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Isn't this all you're doing? My doing?" Whis exclaimed, bewildert. "How could your arrival on this distant planet in the 7th universe possibly be related to me? It appears that this individual is indeed quite oblivious to the circumstances." Babidi pondered. Having returned from the past, it is evident that he remains unfamiliar with the current situation. Babidi remarked with irritation, "It is precisely because you are unaware of the secret mission you have undertaken that you meander aimlessly around this planet day after day. Meanwhile, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, spends his days in slumber, which is equally unproductive." Whis immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, Sister Babidi, please refrain from chastising me. This is indeed a clandestine mission, orchestrated by my father, the Grand Minister. Do continue. What transpired subsequently? Subsequently? Babidi rolled her eyes elegantly. Naturally, your sneaky actions drew the attention of Lord Beerus, and also caught Lord Kampa's eye. Both beings directed their gaze toward this unnamed planet, where they discovered something remarkably intriguing. It turned out to be a culinary paradise, a rare gem that had ignited a competitive spirit between Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus. And then, Whis inquired with childlike curiosity. And then, it was quite straightforward. Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus hosted a cosmic competition, wagering Earth, culminating in a 5-on-5 battle. The outcome saw Lord Kampa's Universe 6 team narrowly triumph over your Universe 7 team. Thus, this planet was deemed a loss for us, Universe 6. That is how the matter stands. Whis, frustrated by the circumstances, exclaimed, "What did you say? Lord Beerus relinquished this planet to your Universe 6? That is absolutely unacceptable." This proclamation piqued Babidi's curiosity. What is unacceptable? It has already been lost to us. We are here to reclaim this planet for Universe 6. Do you think there is another reason? Whis solemnly stated, "Under no circumstances can this planet be severed from Universe 7. That is an absolute boundary. This is directly related to my top secret mission. Were it not for the stipulations imposed upon me, I would not have recklessly traversed time with that fellow." "What mission are you executing?" Babidi inquired, growing increasingly skeptical. Whis, now compelled to divulge, decisively stated, "The Grand Minister once told me that as long as this individual remains within Universe 7, any request can be accommodated. This is the mission I have accepted. Therefore, under this condition, I shall do everything in my power to fulfill the demands of that prominent figure. In truth, I have long been unable to decipher this individual's true identity. All I know is that he's a childhood friend of my father. Given this connection, and the fact that this significant figure has awakened on a planet known as Earth, it is imperative that this world remains within the confines of the 7th universe." "Is it truly that serious?" Bardos expressed her skepticism. Whis, noticing Bardos's lingering uncertainty, cryptically remarked, "Sister Bardos, I fear it may not be wise to withhold this information from you. This fellow has a direct correlation with the destruction of the 6 major universes. Surely, such a revelation is explosive enough. Thus, we find ourselves in a moment that brooks no levity." Bardos retorted with irritation, "How could you divulge such confidential matters? Are you attempting to drag me into this predicament?" Whis quickly surrendered. No, that was not my intention. I merely wished to convey the gravity of this situation." "Very well," Bardos said, rolling her eyes dramatically. "Since you approach this with such solemnity, I shall refrain from intervening here. As for Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa's agreement, you may elucidate it to Lord Kampa yourself. It appears that he is still engaged in battle with those 2 blue-hued Super Saiyans. If you can pacify Lord Kampa, then I shall have no objections." "I didn't anticipate you would accept such a heavy responsibility," Bardos teased. "Sister, do you mean for me to reason with Lord Kampa?" She laughed lightly. "Indeed, as long as you can persuade Lord Kampa, I shall gladly relinquish my involvement." Chapter 44. Kampa, I am here to collect a debt. Whis, however, wore a troubled expression as he lamented, "Very well, if that is the case. I shall do my utmost to ensure that the individual you brought exercises restraint and does not inadvertently cause Lord Kampa's demise, for that would be quite difficult to explain." Upon hearing this, Bardos's pupils dilated in shock. "What? Are you suggesting that the individual you brought should show mercy? How is that even possible? Can you truly pose a legitimate threat to a god of destruction?" Whis pondered deeply before shrugging. "After all, this is an alternate dimension, and my divine powers are constrained. Moreover, it is a rule among our angelic kin that we must not intervene recklessly. Utilizing our full strength would result in our disappearance, a fact of which you are well aware, Sister Bardos." Bardos nodded vigorously, and then, "I merely suggested reasoning with Lord Kampa." With a wry smile, Whis replied, "Indeed, you know well what manner of being Lord Kampa is. When he believes he is in the right, his reasoning often resorts to brute force." Bardos conceded this point. "So you mean to say that the individual you brought possesses formidable strength? Could he be?" Whis nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, he is our target. However, at present, he may have only regained a fragment of his memories. Let's hope that when he attempts to reason with Lord Kampa, he will exercise restraint." Upon hearing Whis's words, Bardos felt a twinge of anxiety. Initially, she had sought merely to witness Whis's folly, but she had not anticipated that this jest would prove so grave. Bardos gently closed her eyes, grasping the angelic staff. and began to attune herself to the essence around her. Addressing Whis, she remarked, "I sense that individual. He is merely an ordinary earthling. Although there are faint traces of divine energy emanating from him, it is not as overwhelming as you suggested." Whis responded, "I cannot quite articulate this either. If he were truly just an ordinary earthling, would I be trailing him across the vastness of the cosmos and parallel dimensions? Moreover, the gravity with which the Grand Priest issued the task, and the fact that the Omni King has retreated into seclusion since his awakening, suggests that such a being cannot be dismissed lightly. To be candid, Sister Bardos, upon our initial encounter, this fellow appeared to have recently awakened. Yet he effortlessly shattered my ultra instinct. At this revelation, Bardos's eyes widened in disbelief. He shattered your ultra instincts so soon after awakening? Whis continued, "That is not the only concern. During our last temporal excursion, he was able to wield my angelic staff with ease." Bardos's mouth dropped open in astonishment, almost as if 2 goose eggs could fit within. Whis added, "Furthermore, there's an audacious individual who dared to provoke him, and with a mere gesture, he obliterated that challenger entirely. Thus, his formidable power is indisputable, and he poses no difficulty in dismantling divine energies or our ultra instinct. Such a terrifying entity. And you expect him to reason with Lord Kampa? I genuinely feel a pang of anxiety for him." At that moment, Bardos's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as she murmured, "Whis, what manner of formidable anomaly have you brought forth?" "Well, that aside, it seems he has already confronted Lord Kampa. By the way, what is his name?" Whis shrugged. "He goes by Luo Hao, claiming to be just an ordinary earthling. That is his own assertion, but once he fully awakens, what his true identity is remains a mystery to me. This is a question only the Grand Priest of our timeline could answer, though I lack the audacity to inquire." Bardos contemplated for a moment and declared, "Very well. I shall take charge of this matter." In an instant, she vanished, appearing at the center of the battlefield, above the arena's deck. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had completely reverted from their Super Saiyan Blue forms, each clutching their wounded abdomens, struggling to stand. They exchanged glances, acknowledging, "This fellow is indeed formidable. We never anticipated that after years of arduous training, we would find ourselves outmatched." Meanwhile, the audacious feline adversary sneered coldly, "You two are quite impressive, but regrettably, you chose me as your opponent. Prepare to face my wrath, although your presence will undoubtedly enhance the overall rating of our 7th universe. It is imperative that you first endure a modicum of hardship. To disrespect a god of destruction? How utterly naive, believing that a mere fraction of divine power grants one the right to boast so arrogantly is the epitome of folly." Accompanied by Kampa's menacing laughter, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally comprehended the implication of this being's arrival. You are a god of destruction? ISNT Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Kampa, however, let out a dismissive snort. "What Beerus? I'm Kampa. I am the god of destruction of the 6th universe. You may address me as Lord Kampa." Seeing the bewildered expressions from the crowd, Kampa continued to elucidate. "As for this planet, it was wagered in a bet with the god of destruction Beerus, and he has lost it to our 6th universe. Henceforth, this planet shall belong to us. My arrival is to collect the debt. Soon, you shall accompany me back to the 6th universe with this planet. Haha, with someone as formidable as me overseeing you, you ought to feel fortunate. How dare you resist? Naturally, you shall face some trials." This proclamation left everyone in a state of utter shock, rendered speechless. What? Our planet has been used as a wager? And lost? This revelation was utterly intolerable for the proud Z-fighters. Yet, under the crushing weight of absolute power, it appeared they had no means to resist and could only argue. "This is our Earth. We are its masters. By what right do you gods of destruction dictate our fate?" Kampa clenched his fists. "Oh, so you intend to reason with me? Very well. I am the most reasonable of gods of destruction. Do you see this? My fist. Should you manage to defeat me, then you may have your say. Consider my previous words mere folly. Does that logic align with your demands?" Observing Sun Wukong, who was nearly exhausted, Vegeta bared his teeth. "You wretch. This is your notion of reason? What of our universe's god of destruction, Lord Beerus?" Kampa let out a cold laugh. "That fool is likely sulking in his god of destruction realm, having lost to me once more. He has no one to blame but himself. I provided him an opportunity. Now then, let us dispense with idle chatter. The reasoning has been made clear. I hope you thrive in my 6th universe." Following this, Kampa erupted into boisterous laughter, only for it to abruptly cease mid-chortle. Chapter 45, Luo Hao. Teach Kampa a lesson. for a discordant voice immediately interrupted. Is that so? So, Kampa, you intend to reason with us? Kampa glared furiously. Who dares to speak so insolently? You will address me as Lord Kampa. How dare you utter my name so freely? It seems you seek your demise. The discordant voice, however, approached Kampa with measured steps. Very well. Since we are in the presence of so many, I shall grant you, this god of destruction, a modicum of respect. Since we are discussing reason, I must admit my only flaw is my penchant for rational discourse. Your reasoning seems to be that might makes right. Kampa sneered disdainfully. An ordinary mortal from Earth, dare to offend me, the god of destruction? Truly, you are unaware of your own peril. However, you are correct about one thing. Indeed, we are all beings who cling to reason. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, who is this individual? The being before us is a god of destruction. Even united, we cannot match his strength. You must not act recklessly. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin stared intently at Luo Hao, pondering. This fellow is quite audacious. Does he believe that having come from a past timeline grants him immunity? Should he perish here, he would be utterly lost, with no chance of returning. Amidst the collective anxiety, only Bulma, who had returned from the past timeline, shouted with fervor, Luo Hao, go for it. Teach this pedantic being a lesson. I know you excel in reasoning. This individual is insufferably arrogant, regardless of their so-called divine status. Daring to wager our Earth is intolerable. This time, do not spare my feelings. Feel free to teach him a lesson. By the way, where has that rascal Whis disappeared to? We need his support at this moment. As Bulma continued her rallying cry, a graceful figure materialized before Kampa and Luo Hao. It was Vados. With a swift motion of her staff, she effortlessly dragged the raucous Kampa away. Lord Kampa, let us settle this matter here and now. Kampa, incensed by Vados' gentle admonition, nearly twisted his nose in fury. Vados, what are you saying? At this critical juncture, you suggest we let it go? Very well. While I may overlook other grievances, this mere earthling has dared to disregard our divine authority and provoke me. For this alone, I shall teach him a severe lesson. Who would have thought that an insignificant little Earth, which I regard merely as a culinary planet, would have so many insolent souls daring to defy Lord Kampa? They truly do not comprehend the meaning of danger. Vados, do not interfere. I will ensure they understand the consequences of crossing me. Kampa, until I leave him with a face as adorned as blooming flowers. They shall never grasp the reason behind such beauty. However, Vados spoke solemnly. Lord Kampa, I act for your own good. I implore you, cease this endeavor. We should depart while there is still time, or else. Or else what? Kampa rolled his eyes. Very well, whatever consequences arise, I shall bear them. You need not concern yourself. A mere remote planet has dared to rebel. Its rightful ownership belongs to our sixth universe, a reality that cannot be altered. Even that arrogant fellow, Beerus, has reluctantly acknowledged this fact. Has he not? By the way, could it be that Whis was just here? Wasn't he sulking alongside Beerus in the God of Destruction realm? How did he end up here? Did he persuade you, his elder sister, to soften your stance and support your little brother? There could be no negotiation. I have won this through my own merit. At this juncture, Bardos let out a resigned sigh. Lord Kampa, I have expressed all that I needed to say. If you insist on being obstinate, you shall bear the consequences. Bardos thought to herself, I have done my utmost. This individual is now in a position where he cannot afford to back down. Convincing the stubborn Kampa to withdraw seems an insurmountable task. I can only hope that Whis manages to persuade him to show restraint and not take Kampa's life on the spot. Otherwise, we would find it exceedingly difficult to explain to the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Just then, Whis appeared before Luo Hao, exasperatedly raising his hands. Luo Hao, may I discuss something with you? Luo Hao raised an eyebrow. What matter is it? I do enjoy a good debate, especially with someone like Kampa who wishes to reason with me. I would gladly oblige. Whis immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What I meant was not for you to engage in discourse with him, but to exercise caution in your actions. He is, after all, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. Should you strike too heavily and inadvertently end his life, it would pose significant complications for the sixth universe. Oh, so you have come to plead for leniency. Very well, rest assured for your sake. I shall not exert excessive force. Upon hearing Luo Hao's assurance, Whis felt some relief. However, Luo Hao continued, that Kampa truly is insufferably arrogant, wagering my home, Earth, as a stake to reclaim his sixth universe. Do these gods of destruction believe they can arbitrarily dictate the ownership of every celestial body in the universe? Such trivial matters cannot be allowed to pass without consequence. Otherwise, when we return to our cosmic realm, I shall have to deal with Beerus properly. To dare use my home as a wager and lose is utterly outrageous. As Bulma has said, this is simply intolerable. Whis, perspiring profusely, replied, "All right, Luo Hao. It appears their actions were indeed unreasonable. Once we return to our primary timeline, I shall earnestly advise both Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa against repeating such foolish mistakes. However, I implore you to merely teach Kampa a lesson and avoid any loss of life. Otherwise, I would truly find it difficult to explain to Bardoss." Bardoss? Luo Hao paused slightly, realizing that beautiful angel from earlier was indeed Bardoss. Indeed, it is as beautiful as I remember, exuding an ethereal charm. A novel idea suddenly struck me. With a hint of skepticism, Whis inquired, "What is it? What whimsical notion have you conjured this time? Do share." Chapter 46. Luo Hao's instant infatuation with Bardoss. Luo Hao chuckled softly. "Oh, it's nothing much, merely a request to let go of this destructive deity named Xiangpa. That should be entirely feasible. However, I do have a modest proposal. What do you think? Whis, can you acquiesce to my request?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Whis murmured, "Just tell me your bizarre requirement. I shall endeavor to fulfill it, provided it is within my means." Luo Hao grinned. "It's quite simple, really. I would like you to be my brother-in-law in the future. Surely, that is agreeable?" At this declaration, Whis was taken aback. "Are you suggesting a connection to the future timeline?" No, Whis, you're overthinking it. After all, this is merely a transient phase in the continuum of time. What I mean is, once we return to our primary timeline, I shall ardently pursue Bardoss to make her my girlfriend, and I shall indeed take her as my wife." He chuckled. "I have only heard tales of her beauty, but to behold her in person is an entirely different experience. Your sister Bardoss, with her grace and celestial aura, has captured my heart at first sight. She is undoubtedly a perfect match. If you agree to be my brother-in-law in our primary timeline, I shall grant you this small favor and ensure no mischief occurs at this moment." This left Whis in a state of hesitation. The matter seemed trivial enough, a mere formality to concede. Yet, he recalled Bardoss's temperament. If Luo Hao, upon returning to their primary timeline, were to fervently pursue Bardoss, claiming Whis' endorsement to be his brother-in-law, it was conceivable that he might not perish in other affairs, but rather face the wrath of his sister Bardoss instead. However, he soon found solace in the thought. If this fellow truly regained his full powers, Whis felt powerless to intervene. Yet, matters of the heart require mutual affection for fruition. As for whatever methods this young man employs to woo Bardoss, that is his own endeavor. Thus, extending a courtesy seemed reasonable. If questioned, he could simply deny any involvement. With a resolute wipe of the sweat from his brow, Whis conceded, "Very well, very well. As long as you show mercy this time, and do not slay Xiangpa, I shall do my utmost to assist you in winning over my sister Bardoss upon our return to the primary timeline. I can assure you of that. But I do have an additional condition." "An additional condition?" Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback. "What peculiar request do you have now?" Whis stated with unwavering seriousness. "It's nothing extravagant, just 100 cups of coffee. That is non-negotiable. I demand a fair exchange for my sister." Once again, Luo Hao found himself at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting. "Your sister's romantic endeavors truly seem to flourish, as you boldly declare a staggering price of 100 cups of coffee. Very well, let's proceed." This time, Luo Hao did not dwell on the matter any further. Initially, his banter with Whis was merely a jest. However, he could not deny the striking feeling of infatuation he experienced upon encountering Bardoss. Yet, she was an angel from a future timeline, and any aspirations he harbored would necessitate a return to his own primary timeline for any genuine pursuit. How the allure of meeting face-to-face surpasses mere hearsay. Nonetheless, the prospect of embarking on a passionate romance with Bardoss seemed to be his foremost desire at present. As for how Bulma might react to this revelation, that was open to interpretation. Nevertheless, Luo Hao was acutely aware of the nuances involved. His relationship with Bulma leaned more towards friendship, lacking the romantic undertones typically associated with love. Perhaps the duration of their acquaintance contributed to this sentiment. But upon meeting Bardoss in this future realm, Luo Hao indeed felt a spark akin to youthful infatuation. Well, it appeared that he had unwittingly experienced the innocent thrill often reserved for the young and naive. Yet, all matters would have to await his return to the primary timeline for further contemplation. Reflecting on Whis' concerns, he acknowledged their validity. He must exercise restraint in his actions. Should he inadvertently vanquish this god of destruction, the repercussions for the prominent figures of this future timeline would be quite dire. He was aware of certain celestial protocols. Should one eliminate the god of destruction of this universe, the Kaioshin would inexplicably vanish, plunging the entire cosmos into a profound silence. Consequently, the ruling angel of this universe would fall into a state of slumber, leaving the future of this realm contingent upon the arrangements of the Grand Minister and the Omni King. The thought that his careless actions could lead to Bardas's slumber due to the misdeeds of Kampa stirred a sense of compassion within Luo Hao. Perhaps this was what it meant to love not just the individual, but their affiliations as well. If only Kampa had not basked in Bardas's radiance. Well, those were considerations for another time. First, he needed to deal with the audacious god of destruction. Ascending into the air, he hovered gracefully, declaring, "Kampa, come forth and allow me to witness the true extent of your destructive prowess." Kampa, with a casual glance, mused, "How bold you are, young one. If you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back." In midair, Kampa maintained eye contact with Luo Hao, when suddenly he heard Bardas's voice calling out, "Lord Kampa, be cautious. Do not underestimate that individual strength." Upon hearing Bardas's words, Kampa felt a wave of frustration. "Are you truly the angel of our sixth universe? How can you still urge caution at such a critical moment, when before us stands merely an ordinary earthling?" Xiangpa responded with exasperation, "I understand. I will bear all consequences myself. Truly, what an unnecessary meddling. Haha, this fellow indeed possesses remarkable courage." Luo Hao clenched his fists. "Very well, if you enjoy discussing principles, let us engage in a thorough discourse. How do you intend to present your arguments?" Xiangpa smirked coldly. "What manner of reasoning is required for someone of your meager combat power? Can you withstand my destructive energy blast before continuing this conversation?" With a swift motion, a purplish-black energy sphere materialized before him. "Humph, the fact that I must resort to such formidable destructive energy speaks volumes about your audacity. Should you perish beneath my energy blast, rest assured, you shall feel no pain. Consider it a benevolent gift to you, an insufferably arrogant wretch. If you can endure this next strike, we may continue our dialogue." Chapter 47. Luo Hao truly is a man of hidden depths. A piercing whistle echoed as the purplish-black energy sphere soared towards Luo Hao at an astonishing speed. It seemed that despite his nonchalant words, Xiangpa had heeded Bardas's counsel, launching an attack with the destructive energy from the god of destruction. After all, Bardas's serious warning indicated that the individual before him was far from the simpleton he initially appeared to be. Thus, it was likely that this opponent exceeded even the formidable Super Saiyan he had faced previously. If Xiangpa were to falter here, it would certainly tarnish his reputation, for this planet was to become the private property of their sixth universe. It would be quite unacceptable for the inhabitants to disregard Xiangpa's authority. However, what transpired next left Xiangpa utterly dumbfounded. That individual dared to extend a hand, attempting to catch his destructive blast. This was indeed a reckless act. At the moment the energy blast met Luo Hao's palm, Xiangpa shouted furiously, "Impudent fool! Are you unaware that my destructive blast cannot be deflected or annihilated? Upon contact, a violent explosion is inevitable. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for the consequences." Thankfully, the power I amassed was not substantial, otherwise the resulting explosion could have obliterated this newly acquired planet into cosmic dust, a loss I would not tolerate. What unfolded next left Xiangpa utterly bewildered. His ostensibly benevolent warning became a testament to his folly, as the carefully launched destructive energy blast, upon mere contact with Luo Hao's palm, dissipated like a fleeting bubble, effortlessly crushed by a gentle squeeze from his opponent. Even the slightest effort seemed beyond the grasp of his opponent, while the destructive energy he unleashed vanished into the abyss, creating not even the slightest ripple. His earlier bravado and concerns now served as stinging testimony to his folly. This individual appeared to be no ordinary foe, effortlessly neutralizing his attack. Indeed, he initially believed there was little amusement to be found here. However, this person might yet surprise him in ways unforeseen. Xiangpa's expression shifted momentarily, and he let out a sinister chuckle, remarking, "You're quite impressive, managing to deflect my assault with such ease. It seems I underestimated you. Now, I shall engage seriously. If you can handle this with such grace, what about a few hundred?" With that, Xiangpa raised both hands skyward. And to his astonishment, hundreds of ominous energy orbs materialized around him, enveloping his form. A cold smile crept across Zhang Pa's face as he declared, "Let us see how you withstand this. Should even one of them misfire, it will trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. At that point, I won't hesitate to obliterate this entire star system." After all, with Bado's present, she could merely rewind time once. However, your insolence towards the might of a god of destruction is utterly unforgivable. Prepare to meet your demise. He then flicked his fingers forward, and a multitude of destructive energy orbs hurtled towards Luo Hao with a deafening roar. Vegeta and Son Goku stood, wide-eyed and in disbelief. Just moments ago, a singular minor energy orb had compelled them, in their Super Saiyan blue forms, to expend every ounce of their strength. One unleashing a Super Kamehameha, the other a Super Gallic gun, to barely withstand its assault. Now, this unknown youth effortlessly obliterated the incoming energy orb with a mere flick of his hand. It was evident that Zhang Pa had not exerted his full power previously. Now, as hundreds of energy orbs screamed toward them, they found themselves at a loss for defense. Observing the despair in their eyes, Son Goku and Vegeta felt for the first time a crushing sense of inadequacy. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin were completely unengaged in this combat, merely watching in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding above. Initially believing this individual to be merely a companion of Miss Bulma, they were taken aback by his true prowess. If this were the case, perhaps their planet could yet be spared. However, the ensuing battle left them utterly perplexed. Even Bulma, who had been cheering from the sidelines, was rendered speechless, questioning, "Isn't this guy, who claims to be a god of destruction, supposed to be formidable? Is he merely capable of launching purple energy spheres?" Moreover, the energy sphere in Luo Hao's hand resembled a bubble, easily bursting with a mere squeeze. What significance does this hold? How utterly tedious. Presently, Bulma found herself engulfed in a rather monotonous sentiment. She nudged Whis, who was wiping sweat beside her, and remarked, "Whis, this battle is truly devoid of excitement. Why not seize this opportunity to procure some delectable treats? I must admit, I am feeling rather peckish." "You are quite carefree," Whis retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Yet he promptly acquiesced to Miss Bulma's suggestion. Indeed, after all, this is a genuine birthday party, and there should be no shortage of delightful edibles. At that moment, they noticed a rotund pink figure sprawled over the table, voraciously devouring an array of puddings. As Bulma contemplated approaching for a few, she caught the pink figure casting a glare that spoke volumes. "These puddings are mine. Anyone who dares to touch them shall face my wrath." Krillin quickly intervened. "Do not mind him, Mr. Whis. This fellow is Majin Buu. He has no other faults save for his insatiable appetite. Worry not. We shall prepare whatever you desire." Whis chuckled. "First, allow me to indulge in 2 servings of dessert." Krillin, quick on his feet, somehow procured an oversized ice cream cone resembling a torch, handed one to Bulma, and thrust the remainder into Whis's hands. "Mr. Whis, please enjoy some dessert." Noticing Krillin's thoughtfulness, Whis opted not to linger on matter. In a flash of light, he teleported to the side of Vados, dividing the cone in half and offering it to her. "Sister Vados, do have a taste. The cuisine of this planet is truly delectable." Vados' eyes sparkled as she replied, "Ah, not bad. You have a bit of conscience after all." Chapter 48. Compa, it's over. I've hit a wall. Vados licked the cone Whis had presented, her eyebrows twitching with delight. "Wow, this is delicious. No wonder Lord Compa covets this planet. If I were in his position, I would not relinquish it easily." However, the situation in the air appeared dire, and she shifted her gaze back to the 2 combatants battling above. At that moment, hundreds of destructive orbs, conjured from the power of the god of destruction, hurtled toward Luo Hao. Luo Hao's form shimmered slightly, and instantly, it seemed as though he had multiplied into hundreds of clones, effortlessly grasping each of the destructive orbs within his hands. In a sudden convergence, all the figures merged into one, and the energy blasts unleashed by Compa were entirely contained by Luo Hao's mysterious force. Luo Hao weighed the peculiar object in his hand, perplexed, and directed his gaze toward Compa. "You claim this object is untouchable, that it detonates upon contact and appears to wield considerable power. Yet, you launched such a multitude at once, and none have exploded." Subsequently, he pinched the purplish-red destructive energy orb that had been compressed by him, casually prodding it. With a soft pop, it emitted no more sound than a mere whisper before being obliterated at the touch of Luo Hao's finger. At this moment, it was Kompa's turn to be dumbfounded, How had this individual managed to completely absorb the destructive energy orb I had launched? Furthermore, he possessed the strength to condense them together and effortlessly puncture it. What manner of energy is this? It appears that this fellow indeed is no ordinary expert. It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, I cannot afford to lose face here. Having triumphed over Beerus, the esteemed god of destruction of the first universe, would I allow myself to be bested by a mere mortal from Earth? Absolutely not. With that in mind, I shall not hold back any longer. If I truly inflict significant damage upon the seventh universe, you, Beerus, must not blame me. It is your planet's inhabitants who have shown a complete lack of discernment, daring to insult us, the gods of destruction. With that thought, Kampa's demeanor shifted, shedding his previously frivolous attitude. A tempestuous purple aura surged from within him, signaling the god of destruction's intent to unleash his full power. Amidst the purple, strands of red subtly emerged, indicating that Kampa had developed a unique understanding and mastery of destructive energy. From a distance, Beerus sighed softly. This could prove troublesome. It appears that Lord Kampa is genuinely angry now. See how he is preparing to exert his utmost effort. Beside him, Whis chuckled, Sistabatos. The desserts here are indeed delightful. What was it you mentioned? Lord Kampa is going all out? No need to worry. Batos shot him an exasperated glare. What do you mean? No need to worry. If trouble truly arises, won't I have to resort to time reversal? Whis merely smiled serenely. It's of no consequence. As long as Luo Hao does not take this seriously and does not exert his full strength, everything will be manageable. This statement left Batos momentarily speechless, and she soon felt disinclined to engage with her unyielding brother. Does he believe that because he hails from the past, he is exempt for the consequences of present events? You are likely still sulking in the god of destruction's realm alongside Beerus. Yet, the battle before them unfolded in a manner that defied Batos's expectations. Indeed, as long as Luo Hao did not engage earnestly, nothing would pose a problem. However, Kampa had now begun to take the situation seriously. With both palms raised to the heavens, the destructive energy surged forth wildly. What had once been an orb the size of a baseball now swelled into a colossal sphere the size of a truck, reacting to Kampa's full exertion. Witnessing this magnificent display of energy in the air, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin below could already feel the overwhelming might of the energy sphere. Do not speak of the entire Earth, or even the entire solar system. If that being, Xiangpa, were truly to unleash his power, it is likely that half of the Milky Way would collapse. It seems that this god of destruction has barely scratched the surface in his spar with Sun Wukong. If he were to become serious, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable expert in the entire universe. The realization that they were battling such an immensely powerful deity is indeed chilling. However, the individual opposite Xiangpa, Luo Hao, exhibited no intention of taking the matter seriously. Observing Xiangpa as he fervently concentrated his destructive energy, Luo Hao made no attempt to interrupt or evade, instead choosing to watch with amusement. Although Xiangpa exerted himself to the fullest, he remained riddled with flaws. Surprisingly, Luo Hao, in an unusually good mood, began to offer his critique. Xiangpa, my friend, what can I say? What purpose does it serve to amass such a vast energy orb? Your destructive power evidently lacks sufficient purity. Tell me, do you often indulge in laziness and neglect the cultivation of your destructive techniques? Despite the grand appearance, the energy may be potent, yet in terms of purity and lethality, it poses no threat whatsoever. No wonder your strength is considered the weakest among all gods of destruction. Being so ruthlessly chastised and having his shortcomings so directly exposed left Xiangpa in a state of indignation and embarrassment. You little brat, you dared to revel in your moment of triumph, and now you have the audacity to critique my cultivation? Very well, allow me to demonstrate the true might of a god of destruction. Without further hesitation or concern for the potential devastation his enormous destructive energy orb might wreak upon the seventh universe, he hurled it towards Luo Hao. Luo Hao merely sighed. You do not appreciate my words of encouragement, do you? It appears that without a small lesson, you remain oblivious to your own limitations. Do you truly believe that ascending to the position of god of destruction renders you invincible? He reflected. Nonetheless, I must show some consideration for Whis. Otherwise, it would be rather inappropriate to obliterate you outright. It would carry a hint of bullying the weak. As the colossal destructive energy orb hurtled toward him, Luo Hao simply waved his right hand nonchalantly. A radiant, multicolored light, akin to flowing luminescence, flickered at his palm. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the gigantic destructive energy orb launched by Xiangpa vanished without a trace, not even grazing him. This left Xiangpa utterly bewildered. How did you accomplish that? That was the culmination of my life's energy, he murmured in disbelief. Chapter 49. Clean the staff and return it to me. However, Luo Hao merely waved his hand and remarked, your energy is exceedingly impure, if you truly believe otherwise. Perhaps if you were to cultivate your destructive energy to a more advanced level, condensing your vast form to the size of a baseball, I might take you seriously. But with your current capabilities, you are nothing but a disgrace to the god of destruction. In the distance, Bardas's pupils contracted sharply. This fellow, astonishingly, possesses the erasure technique? Whence did Whis unearth this individual? How can he wield the erasure technique of Lord Zeno? This is unfathomable. Bardas's understanding was far superior to that of Kampa, and the minute fluctuations of energy exhibited by Luo Hao had already put Bardas on high alert. The fact that this individual could indeed employ the erasure technique was alarming. Had he merely countered Kampa's destructive energy with his own, Bardas would have thought little of it. After all, Whis had mentioned that this being might be the recently awakened great god of destruction. If that were the case, it would be entirely logical for him to wield the powers of destruction. However, the technique he had just displayed was unmistakably the unique skill of Lord Zeno, leaving Bardas in utter bewilderment. Could it be that this entity, who traversed through time, was truly the great Lord Zeno? This seemed to be mere legend. It was said that Zeno had an elder brother, the great Lord Zeno, but throughout their tenure as angels, they had never encountered him, nor had they had any direct interaction. Legends remain just that, legends. Yet here stood a being who had genuinely manifested the erasure technique. If all of this were indeed true, then Kampa had inadvertently provoked an adversary beyond his reckoning. He had not merely struck a wall. He had likely collided with an impenetrable fortress. At this moment, Bardas genuinely began to sweat on Kampa's behalf, while Whis chuckled. This is merely the beginning. Do continue watching. In the air, Kampa, utterly at a loss, lacked the courage to launch another attack against Luo Hao. Luo Hao clapped his hands and stated, "If I were to strike you directly now, my control over my power is still not at 100%. Should I inadvertently injure you, it will be quite regrettable for the audience below. Let me borrow a bit of power, Whis." Whis immediately responded, "At your service. Hand me your angel staff. I shall make use of it." "What? You wish to use my angel staff again?" Luo Hao, how inconsiderate. "My staff is." Just as he began to protest, a flash of light appeared before Whis, and his staff materialized abruptly in front of him. To his astonishment, as he reached out to grasp it, he found that the staff was entirely unresponsive to his commands. In an instant, it soared to Luo Hao's side, swirling around him as if it belonged to him alone, completely disregarding Whis's commands and instructions. With a look of dismay, "This remark, you, my friend, have once again seized my angelic staff. Is this not a tad excessive?" Luo Hao, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, "What can I say? You just advised me to be lenient, and if I were to take matters into my own hands, I might inadvertently damage this rather corpulent feline. By utilizing your staff, at least I can preserve some semblance of dignity for him. Don't you agree?" This conceded. "Very well. You always possess a point. But remember to return it in pristine condition. Otherwise, humph." "What nonsense!" Luo Hao retorted brusquely. Whis, pinching his nose, begrudgingly acquiesced. "All right, you are indeed correct. But this cannot be without cost. For each use, you owe me 10 cups of coffee. No negotiations." Upon witnessing the gleeful twinkle in Luo Hao's eyes, coupled with him clenching his fist towards the elephant-shaped cloth, Whis, lacking confidence, muttered, "All right, this one time will be a complimentary loan, but next time, it will come at a price." He then promptly sealed his lips, resembling a petulant spouse, his face flushed with indignation. Truly spineless. It appeared he would once again embarrass himself before Sister Bados. Bados, standing nearby, was utterly astounded, for it was a rarity to witness such shock and loss of composure from an angel of her stature. In her current state, her astonishment had reached its zenith, causing her ice cream cone to tumble into the sea without her even realizing it. Over the years, she had never seen her so flustered. After all, her thoughts regarding Luo Hao borrowing Whis's angelic staff were trivial, merely the banter of friends. However, what left Bados in utter disbelief was the fact that this individual had managed to forcibly summon Whis's angelic staff despite his objections. And even in the face of Whis's refusal, he had succeeded in drawing the staff to himself for his own use. This was a tactic reminiscent of her father, the high priest. How could this be possible? This fellow not only exhibited extraordinary prowess in the manipulation of divine power, but also possessed the renowned technique of the king, a technique for erasure. Even if all this were within the realm of possibility, the audacity with which he wielded the staff, an artifact deemed sacred by the angelic lineage, was unfathomable. Who then was this enigmatic figure? With the skills Luo Hao had displayed, Bados found herself plunged into a profound state of confusion. Even her keen intellect could not decipher his true identity, leading her to gaze vacantly at Whis and implore, "Whis, speak to me truthfully. From where did you procure this individual?" Whis, equally exasperated, spread his hands in resignation and replied, "Bados, please do not press me further. I have divulged all that I know. Once again, I reiterate, he is merely an acquaintance of my father's. Beyond that, I truly possess no further insights. I had previously informed you that he could wield my angel staff and also harness the power of the great destruction god. I never anticipated that this individual would even possess the abilities of the Omni King. If one truly seeks to unveil his identity, it seems that the only recourse is to consult my father, the high priest. Let us refrain from idle speculation. Instead, you should pray for Lord Xiangpa's safety." As I observed Whis' staff swirling around Luo Hao, the despondent Xiangpa appeared to awaken to a realization. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce brilliance. "So, it turns out you, young one, are not what you seem. Huh, I finally comprehend the truth. Pretending in front of me, without Whis' assistance. Would you have so easily shattered my destructive powers? Do not jest. After all this commotion, you are but a paper tiger." Chapter 50. Lord Xiangpa, may you seek your own fortune. He then pointed at Whis, who stood there bewildered, looking at Xiangpa. I'm merely an onlooker here for the spectacle. Why are you pointing at me, Lord Xiangpa?" However, Xiangpa was unrelenting, stating, "Do not presume I am unaware. This individual before me is indeed a mere paper tiger. It is not you who have managed to fool me. It is your own blunders that have exposed you. Are you not a neutral angel? When did you begin siding with humanity? This is utterly outrageous. For this transgression, I shall report you to the High Priest and the Omni King. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. For now, I shall expose this paper tiger before me and allow you to perform your little act. I maintain that an ordinary human from Earth could never be a match for Lord Xiangpa. Now that I have unmasked your ruse, I shall grant you no further opportunities." Amidst Xiangpa's self-satisfied and arrogant declarations, Bardas stood with her hand on her forehead, her expression one of utter disbelief as she regarded this individual, whose knowledge and strength truly ranked at the bottom among the gods of destruction. It was astounding that he believed his formidable opponent was only able to contend at this level due to Whis' underhanded assistance. Xiangpa's imagination was indeed vast. This left Bardas in a state of absolute speechlessness. Her current desire was to drag this ignorant feline, Xiangpa, away from Earth as quickly as possible. For the humiliation suffered was far too great. Even if she, Bardas, were to personally descend and demonstrate her full power, she would have no confidence against such an opponent. How could Xiangpa dare label his adversary a mere paper tiger? This was utterly incomprehensible. What was most perplexing was his unfounded belief that Whis was somehow orchestrating this from behind the scenes. How could that even be possible? Even if Whis had such intentions, he lacked the capability. Could he truly obliterate the destructive energy of a god of destruction without exerting his full power? This was placing an unwarranted level of faith in Whis. At this moment, Whis watched the battlefield with a sinister delight as he observed Xiangpa. Well, Lord Xiangpa, I can only wish you good fortune." Whis felt there was little to explain to the unfortunate, foolish cat. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, grasping Whis' staff, chuckled heartily. "I see. If anything unexpected were to occur, it would be Whis who takes the blame." With a furrowed brow, Whis replied, "Seriously? Am I to bear the brunt of this as well? Very well. Do as you please. I can no longer intervene. But remember to show some mercy. As you promised me." Luo Hao nodded lightly. "All right. Since you're willing to take the fall, this matter becomes much simpler." Suddenly, Luo Hao's expression shifted, and an intangible energy erupted fiercely from his body. This was a unique divine power. Even Bados, Whis, and Xiangpa had never sensed such an overwhelming and magnificent force. Just as Xiangpa was about to hurl more insults, he found himself rendered voiceless, his entire being seemingly under the control of this terrifying and formidable strength. How could this be possible? He was the most powerful destroyer in the universe. How was it that he felt so powerless? His body began to drift toward Luo Hao, drawing nearer with each moment. No matter how Xiang Pa struggled or attempted to summon his strength, he found no means of resistance. What was happening? Was this the power of this individual? It didn't seem so. Such overwhelming strength could only be sensed in the presence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. No, this person before him was certainly no ordinary foe. Had all his previous assumptions been mistaken? Then, a scene unfolded before Xiang Pa that left him utterly speechless. His body floated to the smiling Luo Hao, who reached out a large hand, grasping Xiang Pa by the nape of his neck and forcefully pinning him onto his knee. What was this person planning? Indeed, as Xiang Pa surmised, Luo Hao had taken control of his body, pinning him in midair on his knee while wielding Whis' angelic staff. Absurdly beginning to spank Xiang Pa. With each crack, Luo Hao chided, "This is what you get for misbehaving, for attempting to rob planets, for gambling without cause, using various planets as stakes. You little rascal, if I don't teach you a lesson, I fear you might go astray." His tone resembled that of a stern elder reprimanding a wayward child, akin to a disobedient pupil being held down by their parents and subjected to a series of spanks. Unable to muster any resistance or even utter a pained sound, the incessant sound of slapping struck Lord Kampa's posterior, filling the esteemed god of destruction with profound indignation. This, indeed, constituted a most egregious humiliation. The adversary had resorted to such a degrading method to subdue him. Yet, no matter how fervently Kampa summoned his divine power or practiced his techniques, he could muster not the slightest resistance. Most distressingly, he found himself utterly unable to utter a sound. He had intended to hurl a few scathing remarks. After all, though he may have been outmatched, he had never shied away from a verbal confrontation. Yet now, he was powerless to retaliate or even voice his grievances. Furthermore, the manner in which his opponent chose to deal with him, a veritable god of destruction, was far more demeaning than simply being bested in combat. In this moment of furious frustration, Kampa even rolled his eyes dramatically, seemingly fainting, which left Whis utterly speechless. This formidable figure was indeed capricious. Would he deem mercy turn out to be this? However, such mercy was best left unoffered, for it had led to the humiliation of the illustrious god of destruction of Universe 6 to the point of unconsciousness. What to be done now? Observing Kampa collapse on the spot, Luo Hao chose not to expose the feline's petty ruse, casually tossing the angelic staff he held to the astonished Whis. "Here? Take it back. I'm done with it. As for cleaning, that's your concern." Whis sighed in resignation. "Very well, my angelic staff, a prestigious tool, has unfortunately become a rod for disciplining unruly children, and only you, Luo Hao, could achieve such a feat." Chapter 51. The time machine exploded, and there's no turning back. On the other hand, Luo Hao glanced at the fainting Kampa and smirked. "Well, a little lesson for you is acceptable, but should you compel me to act, it might indeed resemble a case of the strong bullying the weak." He then casually tossed the unconscious Kampa to Whis. Upon receiving Kampa, Whis found himself at a loss for words. "What should I say to you, Kampa? This truly is a remarkable disgrace." Meanwhile, Luo Hao, observing the expressions of those around him, could not resist delivering a cutting remark. "Honestly, you ought to manage your own unruly child better. Must I step in to educate him? Does no one understand that discipline breeds respect? Well then, Whis, in light of Whis' presence, I shall refrain from holding this against you. Please hasten to return with your child to your Universe 6. As for the ownership of this planet, let that notion be abandoned. Otherwise, no matter who arrives, I shall confront them." Heh, and about that pretender, might you be able to awaken now? Just as Kampa was about to open his eyes and assert his power, he felt a sharp blow to his neck. The assailant was none other than Whis, who could no longer bear to witness the spectacle. This individual had already brought shame upon himself beyond measure. Moreover, it became apparent that the onlookers, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, were struggling to contain their amusement, and if they were not allowed to express their laughter soon, they might very well endure internal injuries from the effort. At that moment, Whis felt utterly speechless and, overwhelmed with exasperation, took decisive action, swiftly rendering the comical Kampa unconscious with a single blow. He then waved his staff lightly, leaving no words behind, transforming into a radiant beam of light akin to the stars, enveloping the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa, and vanishing from the scene. Thus, a terrifying uproar concluded in such a farcical manner. Observing the departing figures of Whis and Kampa, Whis sighed in resignation, pondering that it was likely that neither would ever grace Earth again, as this humiliation had truly reached an embarrassing level. Whis then cast a sorrowful gaze upon Luo Hao. conveying a look that suggested he understood the gravity of the situation. Luo Hao, however, could only shrug helplessly and replied, "Whis, please refrain from looking at me that way. I promised you, and I have indeed shown restraint. I did not inflict any irreparable damage on Kampa. I was quite gentle with him. In the end, I merely gave him a light reprimand with your staff." A sense of powerlessness washed over Whis. "Is this what you consider restraint? You have incapacitated him, pinning him to the ground and spanking him. Who taught you such methods? You certainly have a vivid imagination." Upon witnessing Whis's forlorn expression, Luo Hao concluded, "Nevertheless, this is a permanent solution. At least Kampa will likely harbor no further intentions or actions against this planet for the rest of his life. After all, Earth is my home." At this point, Whis paused, seemingly contemplating the validity of Luo Hao's words. Regardless of the circumstances, Earth was indeed the place where Luo Hao had awakened. And since certain individuals had set their sights on it, Luo Hao's measures were not entirely excessive for the long-term development and safety of the planet. Whis, in his melancholy, mused about how he and Lord Beerus would face Kampa in the future, when suddenly they were interrupted by Bulma's piercing voice. "What are you two mischief-makers doing? Do not touch that red button." Following her warning, a thunderous explosion echoed. When they turned to look, they saw that the time machine they had arrived in had been utterly obliterated by an inexplicable blast. Amidst the debris, two pitiful children emerged, none other than Trunks and Goten, who had been playing around the time machine moments ago. Bulma glared at the scattered remnants and exclaimed in anger, "Did I not tell you not to press that red button?" Trunks, feigning innocence, replied, "Aunt Bulma, you can't blame me. You said not to press it, and I truly had no intention to. I merely brushed against it accidentally. Who knew it would explode? Was that button really? Indeed, you've pressed the self-destruct button, my dear little rascal, and now we find ourselves in quite the predicament." Glancing back at the sky, where Whis appeared lost in thought, I shrugged my shoulders in resignation. All right, I did install a self-destruct button on this time machine. Unfortunately, this little fellow discovered it, and now we're in a real bind. How shall we return to our own parallel timeline? Luo Hao, do you have a solution? Just moments ago, both Luo Hao and Whis exchanged anxious glances. What shall we do now? However, Piccolo reacted swiftly, darting forward to retrieve Trunks and Goten from the ruins. Each grasped firmly in his hands as he presented them to Bulma. "These two rascals have been far too mischievous. I warned you not to let them meddle with your time machine. Now, what are we to do?" Observing Piccolo esse fierce de minor. It was evident he was also providing Trunks and Goten with an excuse. Indeed, he had just cautioned against allowing those two to tinker, and it was Bulma who consented. Now that there is an issue with the time machine, don't place the blame upon us. It seems Piccolo, with his seemingly cold exterior, possesses a rather perceptive heart. At this moment, the most awkward individuals were Goku and Vegeta. What are we to do? They appeared completely at a loss, while Luo Hao and Whis gently descended beside Bulma, witnessing the unfolding chaos. In unison, they exclaimed, "Our coffee machine?" They exchanged glances, thinking, this indeed spells trouble. Hearing their words, Bulma's frustration, which she had barely managed to contain, erupted once more. "You two imbeciles. How can you be worried about your coffee machine at a time like this? The time machine is about to explode. Where will you find another coffee machine? We are facing the prospect of being unable to return to our previous parallel timeline. What shall we do?" As the situation reached an impasse, it was thanks to Krillin's quick thinking that a solution emerged. He suddenly slapped his bald head and declared to the group, "I have an idea." With everyone's attention now fixed upon him, Krillin beamed with confidence. "Have you all forgotten? In this timeline, Bulma, you have also created a brand new time machine. Why not use this one to return to your own timeline? If that doesn't work, you could utilize materials from your lab to construct another time machine and return to your past timeline. That would resolve everything. The most you would have to do is stay here a little longer." Chapter 52. Krillin, Bulma, I am at my wit's end. Upon hearing Krillin's suggestion, Bulma's eyes lit up. "Of course, Krillin. Ever since we were children, I've known you to be the cleverest. What a splendid idea. However," Whis interjected, "could you assist me in crafting another identical coffee machine? The coffee produced by this machine is simply the most delightful." Bulma shot Whis an irritated glare and retorted, "Get lost." Klein, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Bulma's number. Once connected, the two engaged in a hushed conversation, after which Klein approached the group with a forlorn expression. What had transpired to transform his earlier enthusiasm into such a glum demeanor? "Klein, do share," Bulma implored anxiously. Klein, genuinely at a loss, shrugged and gestured helplessly. "I regret to inform you Miss Bulma, that I am now powerless. I have already spoken with you in your present time. And then, Bulma pressed eagerly. Then, Miss Bulma mentioned that not long ago, her time machine had apparently come to the attention of a certain scoundrel named Whis. Whis, nearby, appeared momentarily taken aback. How is this my doing? And to be called a scoundrel? Do I even know you? Klein cast an indifferent glance at Whis. These are the exact words from our universe's Miss Bulma. She stated that after the time machine was discovered by a scoundrel named Whis, it was deemed a forbidden artifact across the entire cosmic timeline, warranting its destruction. Naturally, Miss Bulma vehemently disagreed. Then, that scoundrel brought along a rather formidable entity known as Beerus the Destroyer. With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated Miss Bulma's laboratory, claiming it was a complete destruction, leaving no remnants, and warned against any future aspirations of such nature, lest they face dire consequences. Subsequently, that scoundrel vanished without a trace. At this revelation, the group exchanged knowing glances. Ah, so that was it. Whis wore a bittersweet smile, pondering. Well, this is rather unfortunate. I have unwittingly become the architect of my own misfortune. The future me seems to possess such a penchant for gossip. After all, I am the angelic authority of the seventh universe. It's rather dull to find myself in this obscure corner of Earth, accompanying Lord Beerus to destroy someone's time machine. Is this the infamous karma? No, that little bald fellow is being intentional, using others to insult me. How cunning. Yet, discussing this further serves no purpose. Klein continued. Because of this incident, the moment I mentioned the time machine, Miss Bulma berated me mercilessly, lamenting that not only her laboratory for the time machine, but all her original designs were completely annihilated by that so-called destroyer, leaving no trace behind. As for how you choose to address the past, that is entirely in your hands. Upon hearing this, Bulma's irritation dissipated entirely, as she came to understand the situation at last. Originally, there was hope. Even without a time machine, one could simply recreate it using a laboratory and materials, requiring little effort. Yet now, it has been utterly destroyed. Turning around, a gaze filled with menace fell upon Whis. Whis protested, I am quite innocent. This predicament is not of my making. It is the future me. However, it seems that regardless of the timeline, it is somehow connected to me, an explanation that eludes clarity. In light of this, I shall adopt a nonchalant attitude. For a dead pig fears not boiling water, and an abundance of lice does not fear being bitten. You may proceed as you see fit. Ultimately, it was Luo Hao who mediated, saying, very well, Bulma, do not blame Whis. He is merely an unwitting participant. Who could have anticipated such a debacle? Moreover, these two youngsters did not act with malice. Yet, I must ask, what was the necessity of installing a self-destruct mechanism on the time machine? Bulma retorted indignantly. Was that my intention? The materials you brought back already contained such a device. I merely found it unsightly and, in my laziness, chose not to remove it. Who could have foreseen that these two little imps would activate it? Luo Hao sighed helplessly. Regardless of our arguments, this is of no consequence. Now is not the time for shirking responsibility or seeking excuses. We must find a way back to our own timeline. Prolonged exposure to this future could yield adverse reactions in our universe. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I have thought of a brilliant plan. Perhaps it may indeed succeed. Bulma and Whis brightened at this prospect. Do you have a solution? Pray tell us. Allow me to keep you in suspense. Luo Hao sighed softly. I merely propose we attempt it. Consequently, the divine light emanating from Luo Hao enveloped Bulma and Whis as he bid farewell to the others. Until we meet again. In an instant, with a flash of brilliance, the three vanished unexpectedly from their location. The onlookers, momentarily stunned by the bizarre spectacle, were left speechless. However, the first to comprehend the situation was Sun Wukong. Scratching his head, he turned to the still-dazed Vegeta, saying, well, Vegeta, just as I anticipated, the Super Saiyan Blue is indeed not the pinnacle. It seems there is ample room for us to enhance our prowess. That mysterious figure who just appeared, though he hails from the past, possesses unfathomable strength. This statement garnered Vegeta's agreement, as the proud warrior nodded vigorously. Indeed, I never imagined he could so effortlessly overpower that terrifying adversary. Did you notice how he struck with that stick? It resembled a parent chastising a disobedient child. We have acutely experienced the might of that individual cat. Beside them, Piccolo coldly snorted, mind your words, for that individual is no ordinary being. He is the formidable god of destruction, Kampa, hailing from the sixth universe. If he were to overhear your previous conversation, the consequences for Earth would be dire indeed. Krillin, Perplexed, inquired, how do you know he is a god of destruction, and a top-tier one at that? Chapter 53. Kampa, stop playing dead. Piccolo shot Krillin a look of incredulity, saying, do not forget, I was once the guardian deity of Earth. You think such a title is merely ornamental? Though the status of Earth's deity is rather low, I can perceive the level of power and divine rank of others. Consider this. Above me lies the Galactic King. Above him is the Supreme Kai, and above the Supreme Kai stands a Grand Kai. The gods of destruction and angels are on par with the Supreme Kai. Would you not agree that his standing is quite elevated? In our universe, the most formidable figures are indeed the gods of destruction. Disrespecting them could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Understanding dawned upon them. The hierarchy of divine ranks was indeed intricate. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I once thought that the Kai was the most powerful deity. Huh, you have underestimated matters, Piccolo replied. Nevertheless, since this Kampa has set his sights on Earth, we must be thoroughly prepared. Wukong, Vegeta. It seems your training regimen must commence sooner than anticipated. This statement ignited a fierce resolve in both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, each recognizing the fire of combativeness in the other's gaze. The Saiyan lineage was inherently warlike. Only the strongest foes could spur their growth and dedication to training. Vegeta scoffed. Very well, Kakarot. Let's see who can surpass the legendary god of destruction first, or else. Krillin quickly interjected. We will certainly strive for that. Vegeta, Wukong. It's not just you. Piccolo, we too must endeavor to train hard. Piccolo cast Krillin a look that suggested his efforts would be futile. Feeling disheartened, Krillin turned to Tien and Yamcha for support. The two silent companions, however, were acutely aware of the widening chasm between their abilities and those of these formidable beings. Yamcha, with his hands clasped behind his head, remarked, this fighting and killing is rather tedious. My true passion lies in baseball. I have no interest in indulging in your tiresome games. In the depths of space, a brilliant blue light, akin to a shimmering star, flitted by, none other than the swiftly moving Beerus and the fainting Kampa. Beerus, rolling his eyes in exasperation, said, Kampa, we have arrived. Stop pretending to be unconscious. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiangpa discreetly opened one eye to take a glance around, and indeed, he found himself amidst the vastness of the cosmos. With a disgruntled expression, he turned and sat up, exclaiming, what terrible luck! I never expected to encounter such a setback on this wretched planet. However, Bardoss smiled gently. Oh dear, Lord Xiangpa, you truly are embellishing your own predicament. This is not merely a setback. You have encountered a formidable opponent. Xiangpa retorted with irritation. Just a bit stronger than me. What is so shameful about not being able to defeat him? I can always rally my friends, the other gods of destruction. I refuse to believe that this individual can best me. With my entourage, surely I can reclaim my honor. Don't be absurd. Bardoss, however, shot him a genuine eye roll. Lord Xiangpa, do you still not grasp the gravity of the situation? What gravity? Xiangpa asked, his face a mask of confusion. This time, Bardoss felt truly concerned for Xiangpa's intellect. Do you not find it peculiar, the individual you are up against? Have you not sensed something unusual? At this moment, Xiangpa fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, it was rather strange. He had not anticipated that within the entirety of the 12 universes, there could exist someone whom even a god of destruction could not contend with. Reflecting upon his battle with Luo Hao, he gradually began to perceive a disquieting difference. Indeed, Bardoss observed that Xiangpa seemed to be awakening to the reality, and she bluntly continued, an individual capable of wielding the power of a god of destruction, who can also utilize the erasure technique of the Omni King and manipulate Whis' angelic staff with ease. Could this person truly be ordinary? Particularly noteworthy was his final move, which had completely immobilized Xiangpa. Despite being the legitimate god of destruction of the sixth universe, he found himself utterly restrained, unable to utter a word, as if a mere child was being reprimanded. Do you honestly believe a common individual could achieve such a feat? To be candid, it was only because of Whis' intercession that he showed you mercy. Otherwise, I fear our sixth universe may soon require a new god of destruction. Is it truly that severe? Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief. Have I genuinely stumbled upon a colossal obstacle? Who on earth is this individual? Bardoss, now even more exasperated, replied. If I knew who he was, I would have warned you earlier. To be frank, I am equally in the dark regarding his true identity. Then why do you speak of it so gravely? Bardoss elaborated once more. All I know is that this individual is a childhood friend of the Grand Minister. But as for his true identity, I cannot say. So that's it. Huh. He is a childhood friend of the Grand Minister? What did you say? A friend of the Grand Minister? I have inadvertently provoked such a character? What shall I do? Thus, you should abandon any notions of vengeance. It appears that this beating was in vain. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa shuddered. Vengeance? Donotist. Since I become entangled with the great priest and the Omni King, seeking revenge would undoubtedly be courting death. Thus, I have resolved to never return to the seventh universe. This place is far too perilous. Merely stepping forth to claim a planet could result in encountering such formidable beings. It is utterly unfathomable. Clearly, I must redouble my training to inherit the position of the god of destruction as soon as possible. Perhaps by then, I might have the opportunity to seek vengeance or reason with someone. At this moment, Beerus was left speechless by Kampa's ignorance. Do you still harbor such delusions? If I had not knocked you unconscious and taken you away, I would have been at a loss for how to conclude this matter. Kampa, once again in a state of frustration, thought, once I enhance my power and inherit the title of God of Destruction, I shall stand on equal footing with the great priest. Will I not then be able to reason with him? You underestimate me. Although my chances of succeeding as the God of Destruction are slim, as long as I am willing to strive for it, but even so, you stand no chance. Beerus unceremoniously doused Kampa with cold reality. Do you even know where these three individuals originated? This sparked a new wave of confusion in Kampa. Where did they come from? Wasn't it that fellow Whis who brought them here? Is there more to it? Yes. Now that you mention it, could it be that this scoundrel Beerus has set a trap for me? I wondered why it was so easy for me to lose Earth. And he had me personally come to receive it. It seems it was a pitfall he dug for me, to have such a powerful figure lying in wait on Earth, just so I could suffer a setback. Oh, Beerus, you truly have become increasingly outrageous. In Chapter 54, Luo Hao and his companions arrived at a verdant plain. Upon overhearing Kampa's soliloquy, Beerus felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Kampa, can you not be more sensible? Is your mind merely a vessel for fiction? Your imagination is far too vivid. Do you truly believe such a powerful being could be manipulated by Lord Beerus? Moreover, if this were indeed a scheme orchestrated by Lord Beerus, should this formidable individual discover that Beerus was the mastermind, do you think Lord Beerus would fare well in the future? It is utterly ridiculous. I assure you, there is no opportunity for revenge. Even if you were to inherit the position of the Omni King, you would still have no chance for vengeance. Why is that? Kampa's mind was nearing a state of collapse. Overwhelmed and unable to comprehend, Beerus, uninterested in prolonging the suspense, divulged the truth. These three individuals hail from the past. They traveled here via a time machine for a visit and merely happened upon you. You inadvertently kicked that steel plate. As for your desire for revenge, it is only possible if you can return to the timelines of the past. However, you are aware that traversing through time and space is the greatest taboo of the universe. Only the Kaioshin, due to their duty to observe the workings of the cosmos, may venture into the future, while those who inherit divine status cannot return to the past. If you seek to go back and exact revenge on that individual, it is not merely a question of whether you can defeat him. Even if you could, would you dare return? Are you not fearful that the very laws of time and space might obliterate you on the spot? This explanation plunged the once hopeful Xiang Patch into a state of utter bewilderment. Had I known there were so many convoluted matters at play. Very well, I admit it. I was overthinking. Bardos, could you hasten your pace? I have resolved to leave the seventh universe, a realm fraught with peril, and I vow never to tread upon this universe again in my lifetime. It is far too dangerous. I hope that this fellow Beerus exercises caution. I wonder from which parallel dimension this terrifying creature emerged. It seems I am quite unfortunate to encounter such a being in another's domain. If I do not step forward, could this ill-fated soul truly be Beerus? This time, Beerus owes me a significant favor, as I've taken the blame for him. In a flash of light, three unexpected figures appeared upon a verdant plain. Bulma inhaled deeply, remarking, "The air here is delightful. It possesses a tranquil and harmonious quality." "Where are we? Luo Hao." Luo Hao, with a mysterious smile, chose not to respond, while Whis suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "How did I not think of this? Luo Hao, you truly have an abundance of clever ideas." Observing this disjointed exchange, Bulma, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What does this have to do with our return to our own time? Moreover, where exactly are we? I must say, it feels rather pleasant." Whis chuckled. "This is indeed a splendid place. Fear not, for I shall not startle you with the revelation. We are in the realm of the Kaioshin." "The realm of the Kaioshin? What on earth is that? Where is this?" I have never heard of it before. At this moment, Whis recalled that while Miss Bulma was a genius in technology, her knowledge of the divine realm was as rudimentary as that of a blank slate. Thus, he patiently began to explain. You are aware that we exist within a vast cosmic space, correct? Bulma nodded, of course. Within it, there exist realms such as the divine realm, the mortal realm, and the netherworld. You must have heard of these? Although Bulma expressed a hint of confusion, she indicated that she could grasp the general idea. Since she was able to understand, it became quite simple. Earth belongs to the mortal realm, while the netherworld is the so-called realm of the dead. Additionally, there are two other domains, the divine realm and the realm of destruction, which is where I reside alongside Lord Beerus. It is a territory exclusive to the gods of destruction. Another realm is the domain exclusive to the Kaioshin, also known as the Kaioshin realm. The place we currently inhabit is the residence of the Kaioshin, referred to as the Kaioshin realm. With this clarification, I wonder if Miss Bulma comprehends. Bulma, now increasingly skeptical, retorted, "You've rambled on endlessly, but what I truly wish to know is how we can return to the normal parallel dimension. I care not for realms or deities. In my eyes, Luo Hao is the true divine being, that so-called god of destruction, boasting to be the strongest in the universe. Was merely spanked by Luo Hao moments ago. Had he not urged him to show mercy, he might have been crushed right there. With this in mind, what do I have to fear from gods and phantoms? Spare me the irrelevant details." At that moment, Whis could only wipe his brow, saying, "Well, it seems you, Bulma, have indeed found a genuine ally. What I have said appears to be of little consequence. Even if all the gods of destruction were to band together, they would likely be no match for Luo Hao. What significance is there in hierarchy or reasoning? Very well, let me simplify. Among all the deities, only the Kaioshin possesses the ability to traverse time and space. This is irrefutable." Upon hearing this, Bulma acknowledged her understanding. "So, we must utilize the Kaioshin's ability to navigate through time to return to our past. Does that mean the Kaioshin is the greatest of all gods?" No. Whis immediately corrected this earthling. In truth, the Kaioshin cannot traverse time at will. They must grasp the laws governing the universe's development. For they are the gods of creation and guardianship, not like the gods of destruction who revel in obliteration. One creates while the other destroys, thus maintaining the balance of the cosmos. Do you comprehend this, Miss Bulma? Noting Bulma's escalating frustration, Whis continued, "All right, I've digressed once more. To return to the matter at hand, the Kaioshin possesses the ability to travel into the future, yet they lack the capacity to return to the past. Is that adequately concise?" "Oh, I see," Bulma responded. "Then Luo Hao, what does it mean that you brought us here?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao finally spoke up. Resting his chin thoughtfully, he addressed Whis and Bulma. "My plan is as follows. Since only the Kaioshin possesses the ability to traverse time and space, they must have numerous time rings that pinpoint various temporal coordinates." Chapter 55, Bulma. Why not have something to eat? With the time machine now damaged, their current deficit is not the energy required to return to their original parallel dimension, but rather the coordinates necessary to navigate back. If they can locate a time node coordinate in the Kaioshin realm's repository that is relatively close to where they arrived, perhaps they can return to that specific temporal node using the Kaioshin's time ring. If none can be found, then alternative solutions must be considered. For that indeed would be a last resort. Is it possible that such an imaginative idea could exist? This notion took both Whis and Bulma by surprise. How peculiar this fellow's imagination is. The audacity of his ideas is indeed remarkable. Whis couldn't help but marvel at the fact that although Luo Hao's thoughts were bold, they possessed a considerable degree of reliability. Indeed, what we lack at present is merely a coordinate and a node. If we could identify a similar temporal coordinate, returning to a parallel universe of the past may not be entirely implausible. Given that Luo Hao can utilize divine power to completely immobilize Xiangpa in midair while delivering a playful reprimand, it stands to reason that even a casual release of divine energy could tear apart this space. However, to rend space without a fixed coordinate would result in an infinite array of spatial rifts. If one were to encounter an unforeseen spatial tempest amidst these rifts, even someone as formidable as the angel Whis would likely find no respite within. Although Luo Hao's idea is audacious, it is at least feasible, prompting Whis to promptly concur with his proposition. It seems this journey to the king of all's realm cannot be in vain. However, the current king of all is somewhat disagreeable to Whis. Perhaps in the future, he may undergo a change. For now, Whis can only hope for such a transformation. As for Bulma, upon witnessing Whis nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains, she rolled her eyes at him. You of all people were only thinking about your coffee machine during the unexpected incident? She scoffed. Thank goodness Luo Hao was here. Otherwise, returning to the past might have truly posed a challenge. Now that everything has been clarified, you only just grasp the entirety of the situation. How can you claim to be the omnipotent angel? Seeing Bulma's disdainful expression, Whis immediately responded with earnestness. Very well. Since Luo Hao's plan is highly feasible, I shall take charge of the remaining tasks. What? This left Bulma and Luo Hao somewhat taken aback. What do you mean, you'll take charge? Whis shrugged and remarked, all right for this temporal journey. I have merely been an auxiliary presence, contributing little and accomplishing nothing, merely a burden. Now that Luo Hao has devised a novel plan to return to the main timeline, I shall execute the rest. At the very least, my status as an angel will facilitate communication with the king of all. With a smug smile, he added, since we need to borrow the other party's divine artifact and temporal ring, it is essential to have an acquaintance involved. Otherwise, would you two, being strangers, dare to seize it? That would be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Besides, if we can leverage familiarity, what need is there to waste breath? Observing Whis's confidence, Bulma exchanged glances with Luo Hao, as if acknowledging that his reasoning held merit. After all, they belonged to the same hierarchy, sharing the divine status, which would indeed ease communication. Though in the realm of the future, Whis's divine powers are somewhat constrained. Borrowing an ordinary time-space ring and utilizing the coordinates from the other party should pose no significant issues. Since Whis was willing to act as the vanguard, both parties expressed no objections. With unwavering confidence, Whis shimmered momentarily, transforming into a radiant beam reminiscent of the stars, vanishing from sight. Remarkably efficient, Whis departed at once. Luo Hao mused aloud. Bulma, are you hungry? I have some snacks left over from the party we just attended. Would you like to indulge a bit while Whis is away? Bulma's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful, Luo Hao. You should have mentioned it sooner. Whis may not have many faults, but he certainly has a penchant for gluttony, always trying to outdo me. It's quite disheartening. Ever since he appeared, I've noticed a significant improvement in my figure and have slimmed down considerably. All right. You complain about being overweight, yet you still find a reason to puff up. Luo Hao replied. Before long, the verdant expanse of the grassland echoed with Bulma's exuberant exclamations. Luo Hao, you truly are impressive. A whole lobster. Where did you acquire this? How did I miss it? Oh, is that pudding? That pink glutton seems quite fond of it. You managed to snag some. Truly remarkable. I never anticipated you had such a special talent in this regard. Luo Hao sighed in exasperation. With all this food, how can you still chatter so much? Thus, taking advantage of Whis's absence, the two indulged shamelessly, devouring the delicious offerings from Earth. Just as they finished their feast, a dazzling light akin to the stars flickered in the distance, and Whis reappeared before them. Upon closer inspection, Luo Hao and Bulma noted that Whis's expression appeared rather grim. Could it be that he had encountered setback? That seemed unlikely. He had departed brimming with confidence, asserting his status as an angel in the divine realm, complemented by his roles as a Kaioshin and a god of destruction, entities of equal standing. Surely, borrowing a trivial item would not warrant any disrespect. Yet, observing Whis's sour demeanor suggested he had indeed faced some resistance. Bulma, ever empathetic, offered Whis a cup of yogurt. Whis, do not fret. Have a sip of yogurt to calm yourself. What transpired? Please, share your tale. Whis accepted the yogurt, gulping it down in one go. After savoring the flavor, he exhaled deeply. This is infuriating. The current Kaioshin is utterly insufferable, dim-witted and rigid, especially that servant of his, who is simply unreasonable. I have not been this enraged in a long time. This remark left Bulma and Luo Hao momentarily taken aback. Indeed, since their acquaintance began, Whis the angel had been renowned for his remarkable temperament, with nothing ever truly managing to incite his ire. Could it be that the god of destruction in this realm has struck you? Bulma inquired with perplexity. Chapter 56. The Supreme Kai, Shin, exhibited a modicum of decorum and courtesy. Not at all, was retorted, casting Bulma an exaggerated eye roll. Your mind is rather peculiar, my dear. A servant of a god of destruction, daring to strike an angel? After all, we are deities of considerable status. We cannot afford to engage in petty scuffles like ruffians. I merely expressed that their ignorance has rendered me utterly speechless. What on earth is happening? Do clarify at once. Bulma pressed impatiently. With a sigh, Whis gradually released the pent-up frustration from his chest and proceeded to recount his recent experiences to the two. According to Whis, upon arriving at the Supreme Kai's residence, he encountered not the Supreme Kai himself, but rather his servant, Jebit. This arrogant individual failed to recognize him as the angel of this universe, adopting an attitude of utter disdain, which greatly displeased Whis. Nevertheless, mindful of the necessity to make a request, he explained his purpose and expressed a desire to meet with Supreme Kai Shin. However, as a high-ranking deity seeking an audience with a lower deity, such courtesy was already a rarity. To Whis's astonishment, Jebit, taking advantage of his ignorance and audacity, accused him of being a fraud and demanded he leave. How could Whis endure such an affront? In the heat of their argument, Jebit even spat in Whis's face. Yet, being a high-ranking deity of poise, Whis refrained from retaliating, recognizing that his opponent was merely a servant of the Supreme Kai. Anyone in his position would likely have been driven to madness. The fact that Whis managed to return with composure attests to his immense grace. While the two engaged in a verbal tussle akin to street thugs, Supreme Kai Shin made his entrance. Fortunately, unlike his servant Jebit, Shin was not so ignorant and maintained a semblance of decorum. Upon learning of Whis's identity, however, the Supreme Kai's demeanor swiftly shifted. He explained that not long prior, a certain buffoon named Beerus had unleashed the menace known as Majin Buu, causing Shin and Jebit to live in constant trepidation regarding Buu's movements. Given that Whis served Beerus, it was only natural that he would not receive a warm welcome. Despite Whis asserting his angelic identity, it appeared that this Supreme Kai was also remarkably uninformed. Angel? What on earth is that? I have neither seen nor recognized you, nor do I possess any knowledge about you. However, since you claim to be the servant of Beerus, your words hold little weight here. It is truly astonishing that the immensely powerful and confident Whis was forcibly expelled from his home by the Kaioshin and his attendant. This is something even an aunt could endure, but not an uncle. With a dejected countenance, Whis returned to the residence of Luo Hao and Bulma. Upon hearing Whis's account, Bulma nearly burst into laughter. Is this what you meant by the amicable Kaioshin? In contrast to Bulma's gleeful amusement, Luo Hao maintained a more pragmatic stance. It is rare for Whis to take the initiative to undertake a task. If we further discourage him now, he may become even more apathetic in the future. He then casually inquired, So, Whis, did you not attempt to reason with those two? Whis, with a troubled expression, replied, But we are in a different timeline. My angelic powers are severely restricted. Those two treated me as a fraud and expelled me. I wanted to reason with them. But my powers are limited. If reasoning fails, and I'm struck again, it would be even more humiliating. Therefore, since we're discussing reasoning, I believe it would be more appropriate for you to intervene, as you are the most adept at articulating reason among us. Whis, now at a loss for words, was clearly frustrated. It is indeed a rarity. The Kaioshin has proven to be quite a character, capable of inciting such ire in the usually placid Whis, leaving one to wonder how intense their exchange must have been. Subsequently, Luo Hao handed Whis a pudding. All right, have some pudding to calm your nerves. Since you were unable to negotiate with the Kaioshin, I shall take over. He turned to Bulma. Prepare yourself. We're going to pay a visit to the greatest Kaioshin in this timeline and see what tricks he has up his sleeve. At this moment, Bulma, having overheard Luo Hao and Whis's dialogue, was ablaze with excitement. Is the Kaioshin you're speaking of truly the greatest deity in this timeline? Upon receiving an affirmative response from Whis, Bulma exclaimed, That's wonderful. Are we visiting his homeland? Luo Hao nodded, Indeed. Bulma, do you have any questions? Bulma raised her fist triumphantly in the air. Fantastic. Of course. I have no questions. She then retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket. Aha, this capsule will finally find its purpose. Meanwhile, Whis and Luo Hao exchanged puzzled glances. What connection does this universal capsule have with visiting the Kaioshin's residence? At that moment, Kaioshin Shin and his attendant Jebit were quietly hovering above Earth on a cruise ship, observing the slumbering Majin Buu on the deck. The two deities let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, ever since Majin Buu was defeated by Son Goku, he has completely transformed. Jebit expressed his amazement, remarking that this fellow now seemed to do nothing but eat and sleep, seemingly incapable of inflicting any new harm upon the universe. However, Shin furrowed his brow and replied, Jebit, we cannot afford to be complacent. After all, Majin Buu is the most formidable entity in this universe. No matter how benign he appears, we must remain vigilant and keep a close watch on his movements. Do you understand? Jebit nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, Indeed, it is your wisdom that shines, Lord Kaioshin. As if recalling something, Shin inquired, Was that brazen trickster who just appeared transported from here to our Kaishin realm? Jebet pondered for a moment before responding. If my senses are accurate, they utilized instantaneous movement to arrive at our Kaishin realm from this very spot. Chapter 57. The Kaishin realm is burgled. At this juncture, the Kaishin found himself puzzled, for he observed Bulma below, furiously reprimanding Krillin, Goku, and Vegeta. It appeared that Goku had not escorted them here. Could it be that someone among them possessed the ability to use instantaneous movement? Who could it be? Something felt amiss. She furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Jebet sighed. What is there to worry about? Lord Kaishin? With Majin Buu sound asleep here, and everyone engaged in conversation. What concerns remain? Suddenly, the Kaishin's eyes widened in realization. Yes. I just remembered. We are missing one person. Who? Jebet asked. Song Guang. Have you noticed? He is not among the crowd below. Jebet suddenly understood. Ah, that young man. Ever since the battle with Majin Buu, he has been training with the god sword of our Kaishin alongside that individual named Beerus. Not long ago, he even participated in some cosmic tournament. As for anything else, there is nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, that lad clearly cannot use instantaneous movement. He surely is not the cause of this trouble, is he? This line of reasoning seemed plausible. Yet Xian felt increasingly perplexed. What could possibly be happening? I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. My instincts have never failed me. Could it be? Indeed, Xian's intuition was correct. His ominous premonition was not unfounded. At this very moment, the individual in question was not at home, but rather observing Majin Buu's actions alongside Jebet on Earth. However, their abode in the Kaishin realm had indeed been burglarized, and by a brazen female thief at that. This thief was none other than Bulma. At this moment, she was in the Kaishin's residence, casting her gaze about with Luo Hao, exclaiming, That arrogant fellow seems to be absent. Where could they have gone? His servant is also nowhere to be found. I initially intended to vent my frustration on Whis. Yet here we are. I truly wonder what that fellow is thinking. With a resigned shrug, Luo Hao remarked, perhaps he was feeling a bit embarrassed after being scolded earlier. It seems the Supreme Kai is not at home. However, that works to our advantage. We are here to seek the divine artifacts. Once we locate his time-space ring, we should be able to return to our parallel dimension. Oh, so you're suggesting that everything here is a divine artifact? Luo Hao pondered for a moment before continuing. If we follow your theory, it can indeed be interpreted that way. After all, the Supreme Kai is the creator and guardian of the entire universe. His divine status is on par with that of the god of destruction and the angels. Naturally, the items he possesses must be authentic divine artifacts. Is that so? Excellent. We cannot return empty-handed, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean? Luo Hao felt a foreboding sense of unease. Bulma did not disappoint him. Of course, we should take everything. We've come all this way to a treasure trove. It would be contrary to my nature to leave empty-handed. Do you remember the last time you and Whis went to reason with that fellow named Frisia? I ended up profiting immensely from it. This time, we are fortunate enough to visit the Supreme Kai's domain. And since he is not our Supreme Kai, why should we hold back? Besides, I have never seen so many divine artifacts in my life. Since we are here, do not let me down. My universal capsule is truly going to prove its worth. As she rambled on, Luo Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Bulma indeed did not let him down. She casually tossed out a universal capsule, and with a loud bang, a massive cargo truck materialized before them. Luo Hao facepalmed, gazing skyward. Bulma, do you really intend to help this Supreme Kai move? Bulma chuckled. Whether I help him move or not, I cannot return with regrets. After all, this journey to the future via the time machine was quite an endeavor. I must bring back some souvenirs and local specialties for my father, mother, siblings, and extended family. It is only proper, don't you think? Luo Hao, I hope you understand. If I were to bring back anything ordinary, you know our family is the wealthiest in the world, and we do not find ordinary things appealing. Having come to the divine realm and to the Supreme Kai's home, and since he is not here, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Bulma donned a set of powered armor, the kind typically used by moving companies, and began to assist the Supreme Kai, Shin, in completely clearing out his home. This girl truly lived up to the title of a super tech genius. She was remarkably adept at utilizing the armor for dismantling structures, leaving not a single item behind. Doors, windows, benches, chairs, beds, pots, pans, plants, everything that could be moved was crammed into her enormous dump truck. She even let out a shriek that caught Luo Hao's attention. Luo Hao cast a glance and exclaimed, It turns out that Bulma has discovered the warehouse of the Supreme Kai. It is indeed brimming with treasures. Various time-space rings and crystal orbs filled the entire space. Without hesitation, Bulma began to stuff her heavy-duty truck with an abundance of items. As she plundered, her truck quickly became overloaded. Upon surveying the Supreme Kai's residence, one could see nothing but rubble and ruins left behind. It appeared that the place had been thoroughly stripped. If Bulma's truck were any larger, the very bricks of the Supreme Kai's domain might have vanished without a trace. Indeed, Bulma seemed to possess a natural talent for thievery. Ever since her last escapade with Whis, it became evident that her desire for such exploits was particularly fervent. One could only imagine how distraught Supreme Kai Shin would be upon his return. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden shift in the air revealed the figure of Shin. He had returned, sensing something amiss at home. Luo Hao, quick-witted as ever, realized they could not afford to be discovered. That would spell disaster. Regardless of his apparent weakness, he was still the Supreme Kai. In an instant, Luo Hao executed a swift maneuver, delivering a precise strike to Shin's neck before he could comprehend the situation. The Supreme Kai, having just arrived via instant transmission, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 58. Bulma empties the Supreme Kai's home at that moment. Bulma patted her chest in surprise and queried, "Who is this guy?" Luo Hao retorted, "Who else could it be? You just robbed the master of this house, the Supreme Kai. Who else could it possibly be?" How embarrassing it would have been if they had been discovered. Bulma chakil nonchalantly, no worries. She then produced 2 handkerchiefs from her pocket, offering one to Luo Hao while keeping the other for herself. Luo Hao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by this?" Bulma grinned mischievously. "If we are to embrace the role of thieves, we must do so with a touch of professionalism. A thief unmasked would be an unfortunate sight, especially if discovered by the rightful owner. What if his peers were to find us? Quickly, put it on and be obedient." She tied a black handkerchief around Luo Hao's face and donned a white one herself, cheerfully stating, "Life should have its sense of ritual, don't you think, Luo Hao?" Luo Hao could only shake his head in bemusement. Is this really necessary? With the handkerchief, he indeed resembled a thief. A thief never leaves empty-handed, was Bulma's guiding principle. Upon witnessing the exuberance and delight radiating from the young girl, Luo Hao could only sigh, acknowledging that perhaps he and Whis had spoiled her over the years, leading to her increasingly reckless demeanor. He pondered how much of the God of Destruction's realm might remain intact should they proceed with their antics. Meanwhile, Bulma hesitated no longer. She leapt into her heavy-duty truck, prepared to abscond with the entirety of the Supreme Kai's wealth, eager to escape this tumultuous place. As she revved the engine and pressed the accelerator, her gaze followed Luo Hao's to the pair of patera earrings adorning Supreme Kai Shin's ears. "Oh, what about these treasures?" she exclaimed, abruptly pulling the handbrake, disembarking from the truck, and dashing towards the earrings. Luo Hao, rendered speechless, mused on her ravenous nature, leaving nothing for the owner. Bulma, with a hint of irritation, responded, "There are countless other items, but I've never seen these earrings before. They must be quite valuable, especially since they are worn by the Supreme Kai daily. They should be his most prized possession." With that, she placed one foot on the Supreme Kai's face while her hands vigorously attempted to remove the patera earrings from his ears. After a while, exhausted and frustrated, Bulma realized her efforts were in vain. These truly were remarkable artifacts that refused to budge. Observing from the truck, Luo Hao found the scene increasingly difficult to bear. After all, this was the Supreme Kai, a being of considerable power, and even in unconsciousness, his innate defenses were not something an ordinary Earth girl could easily breach. After multiple failed attempts, Bulma turned her head to see Luo Hao watching with amusement. Why don't you come over and help? Do you expect me to do everything myself?" Luo Hao hesitated, then replied, "Well, you did invade someone else's home, and yet you still demand assistance? But I must admit, your eye for valuables is commendable. Those earrings are indeed the Supreme Kai's most treasured possession. Fine, if that is the case. I don't mind playing the villain for once." In an instant, he flashed to Supreme Kai Shin's side and deftly removed the earrings, handing them to Bulma. Finally catching her breath, Bulma rubbed her sore arms and glanced at the earrings effortlessly taken by Luo Hao. She rolled her eyes dramatically and declared, "Not interested anymore. You can keep them. I nearly exhausted myself for these worthless earrings. It's utterly ridiculous." Luo Hao chuckled, acknowledging, "Well, only you, Miss Bulma, could utter such words. So be it. Do as you wish. I can't be bothered to interfere." Suddenly, he noticed something amiss as he followed Bulma's gaze, which was fixated on the peculiar attire adorning the Supreme Kai's form. Could it be? Was she truly contemplating absconding with the Supreme Kai's garments as well? Surely, This was rather excessive. Indeed, Bulma did not disappoint Luo Hao. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed at the extraordinary cloak lying on the ground. Luo Hao, don't you think the clothing worn by the Supreme Kai is divine? Hee, wouldn't it be a pity to leave this behind? Upon hearing this, Luo Hao found himself utterly bereft of words. He had come to thoroughly understand Bulma's penchant for opportunism. You can't be serious? Luo Hao realized his question was feeble. Yet, Bulma fervently nodded, declaring, yes, I am serious. We absolutely must take this. Why? Luo Hao managed to utter a question that had long lingered in his mind. Bulma began counting on her fingers. You see, Goku has married Chi-Chi, and I haven't given a decent gift. When they have children, I should bring something for the little one, right? I can't offer much, but since we are here at the Supreme Kai's abode, I must bring a gift for the child. And how does that relate to the Supreme Kai's clothing? Luo Hao weakly inquired, his patience waning. Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, on Earth, we've learned to use magical clothing for swaddling. It's the finest material for that purpose. Well, Luo Hao thought he had lost the will to argue. Thus, without further ado, he stripped the Supreme Kai of his remarkable cloak and, under Bulma's direction, removed his shoes as well. Now, it could only be described as a tragic sight for the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, far away, the angel Whis, holding his staff, observed the unfolding chaos at the Supreme Kai's residence, utterly stunned. He leaned against his hand, a look of exasperation on his face, unable to bear the sight. These two miscreants had indeed emptied the Supreme Kai's home. This journey through time and space, he pondered, was a mistake or a blessing. Despite the malfunctioning time machine, visiting the Supreme Kai may very well become the most ludicrous anecdote in the history of the 7th universe. Chapter 59, Bulma, we're the black and white duo. At this moment, Whis too felt powerless to comment. This pair of audacious rogues had truly gone too far. Even if the opponent was weak, they were still a deity. To completely ransack a god's home, leaving nothing behind, not even their clothes or shoes. Could they be any more outrageous? Whis found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. At the crime scene, the two individuals enthusiastically loaded the last remaining items onto the truck. Luo Hao pointed to the vehicle and remarked to Bulma, are we really going to swagger back to Whis in this heavy truck? It seems rather inconvenient. Bulma suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, of course. How could I forget this crucial issue? I've already prepared for this. She then located a button at the rear of the truck, pressed it gently, and with a loud pop, the cargo-laden truck unexpectedly transformed into a small multifunctional capsule, presenting itself before Bulma. See? Problem solved. Luo Hao was utterly astonished. If Dr. Briefs were to learn that his invention had been utilized by his clever daughter to assist the Supreme Kai in moving, one wonders how our great doctor would feel. Just as they were about to leave, the Supreme Kai Shin suddenly appeared in a flash, his expression one of disbelief as he pointed at Luo Hao and Bulma, asking, who are you two? What are you doing here? At that moment, Bulma and Luo Hao were momentarily taken aback. Oh no, we've been discovered. They exchanged glances, relieved that their faces were concealed by the masks Bulma had crafted for their heist, which prevented them from being recognized. Meanwhile, the figure of Jebbit, appearing beside them, shouted in a higher pitch, what have you done here? Where's this place? Poor Jebbit could barely recognize his own home, and as he shouted, he felt a tingling in his shoulders. The masked individual had flashed beside him instantaneously. As Bulma arrogantly declared, we, the black and white duo, are from, she was abruptly interrupted. Jebbit suddenly felt that his divine power had been completely sealed within him, rendering him powerless. In an instant, the masked figure tossed him into the air as if he were refuse, and he vanished without a trace. Bulma, who had been boasting moments before, seemed to realize something and quickly covered her mouth, glancing around. Luo Hao, I didn't say anything I shouldn't have, did I? Where did that guy go? Luo Hao, with a resigned expression, clapped his hands and replied, fortunately, I reacted quickly, and you hit the brakes in time to avoid revealing our information. Otherwise, wouldn't that spell trouble for the future you on Earth? If this case were cracked, and those fellows traced it back to Earth, it would certainly be a handful for Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and you, wouldn't it? Moreover, it appeared that Whis was also involved. From a distance, he stumbled slightly, saying, I was merely observing from afar. How could I be implicated in this? Reflecting on the situation, it was indeed a close call. Bulma had almost let something slip. By the way, Bulma inquired, what happened to that person who just returned? This time, it was Luo Hao who rolled his eyes dramatically. I tossed him into the sky, allowing him to float for a while and granting us some time to escape. As the two conversed, They finally heard the piercing and peculiar cries of Jeebit from midair. The chilling scream startled Bulma, prompting her to shiver. All right, Luo Hao, I never anticipated you possessed such a wicked sense of humor. You actually threw someone into the air. Do you find this amusing? In truth, Luo Hao was inwardly lamenting. Do you think I wanted to? It would have been far easier to knock him unconscious. My concern is that you, my dear girl, might have your eyes set on that divine servant's attire, and then, before we know it, you would strip him bare along with his garments. Where would that leave me in terms of justification? This predicament is thrust upon me by your insistence. Luo Hao redirected Bulma's attention. All right, since they are deities, let them soar in the sky for a while. After all, these gods do enjoy flitting about. However, to mitigate future troubles, we should rendezvous with Whis first. We have everything we need. The priority is to return to our parallel universe. Indeed, returning home is our foremost task. Bulma seemed to have had an epiphany, linking her arm with Luo Hao's. Let us go meet Whis. At that moment, Whis had already stowed away his angelic staff and extended his right hand, gazing at the speck in the sky that resembled a satellite. This fellow truly discarded Jeebit like refuse. The poor divine servant is still soaring up there. If I am not mistaken, Luo Hao must have sealed his divine powers. I wonder when he will manage to return to the Supreme Kai's side. What a pity. Yes, Luo Hao's last remark was indeed astute. To prevent causing trouble for ourselves and Bulma in this timeline, we should hastily return to our parallel universe. Remaining here for even a minute increases the risk of being discovered, which is rather imprudent. In a blink, Luo Hao and Bulma had appeared beside Whis. Without hesitation, Whis accepted the time-space ring from Luo Hao and examined the scale. Indeed, this should be the timeline closest to the parallel universe for which we traversed. Once we return there, it should not be long before we reach our original time. Now, all you need to do, Luo Hao, is invoke your divine power, and we can directly traverse back. This journey has been remarkably discreet. I truly do not wish to linger even a second longer in this realm of the Supreme Kai. It has left me with a profound psychological scar. He then gave Luo Hao a knowing glance, to which Luo Hao could only manage a helpless smile. Very well. In the future, I shall refrain from engaging in mischief while accompanied by Miss Bulma. Otherwise, not only will Whis find it unbearable, but even I will feel utterly bemused. Bulma, seemingly unfazed, clasped Luo Hao's arm and murmured to herself, Indeed, I almost forgot. Shouldn't we take away all those bricks and stones from the Kaishin's residence? That way, wouldn't they be left with no evidence at all? Chapter 60. Luo Hao and his companions finally returned to their parallel dimension. Upon uttering this statement, he noticed that both Whis and Luo Hao suddenly stiffened. Had he perhaps misspoken? In that moment of tension, Luo Hao and Whis seemed to regain their composure, swiftly unleashing their divine powers. A flash of divine light enveloped Bulma and Whis, and with a whoosh, the three vanished without a trace, completely returning to their previous parallel space. Just before their departure, Bulma's remark had instilled a sense of helplessness in Luo Hao. If he hesitated any longer, she might indeed commit an even more outrageous act. At that point, it could become truly irreparable. This audacious individual, if she were to keep a closer eye on the Kaishin realm next time, might even consider relocating the Kaishin realm back to Earth. That would certainly be beyond my capabilities. At this moment, as the three activated their time rings, the airborne Jebbet, akin to a meteor from the heavens, thunderously hurtled toward the base of a mountain, trailing flames. With a resounding crash, after a violent explosion, Jebbet found himself embedded in a massive crater. After exerting considerable effort, he finally extricated himself from the rubble, brushing off the debris from his body. While this minor injury posed no threat to Jebbet, the servant of the Kaishin, it was indeed a tremendous humiliation to be cast aside like refuse. How could he endure such indignity? Was that pile of ruins truly the residence of the Kaishin? At that moment, Jebbet's mind gradually regained clarity. Could it be? The coordinates were accurate, and the aura was unmistakable. Had the Kaishin's abode been reduced to such a state? How could this be? This was the Kaishin's domain. What had that man and woman been discussing? The woman mentioned they were the demonic duo. Was there some formidable interstellar pirate recently making waves in the universe? Yet, no thief, no matter how daring, would dare to set their sights on the Kaishin's residence. Wasn't that akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, inviting disaster? Soon after, Jebbet sensed the divine power sealed within him gradually merging back into his being. That individual had managed to overcome the seal. Truly a formidable adversary. This was dire. The Kaishin was in danger. This was critical. Without waiting for his body to fully recover, Jebet immediately assumed a combat stance and activated his prized skill, instant transmission. With a swift motion, he teleported directly beside Kaioshin Shin, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The man who had just launched himself into the air and the woman who arrogantly proclaimed herself as the embodiment of duality seemed to have vanished from the scene. The sight before Jebet, resembling a desolate wasteland, filled him with trepidation. What kind of fierce battle had transpired? How could it have reduced the residence of Lord Kaioshin to such ruin? And where had Lord Kaioshin gone? Could he have fallen victim to foul play? The mere thought sent a shiver down Jebet's spine. If anything untoward had befallen the Kaioshin, it would spell dire trouble for him as the Kaioshin's servant. Upon glancing down, Jebet was met with an expression of incredulity. Lord Kaioshin Shin lay on the ground, utterly exposed and unconscious. Without a moment's hesitation, Jebet soared forward and cast a healing spell upon the inert figure. As the milky white light gradually enveloped Lord Kaioshin, he felt a slight twitch in his brow. Observing the spell's efficacy, Jebet heaved a sigh of relief. Despite the robbers' ruthless demeanor, they had, at least, refrained from inflicting harm on Lord Kaioshin, indicating that all might still be salvageable. Though Jebet felt a wave of relief wash over him, Shin, slowly regaining consciousness, instinctively touched his neck, suddenly chilled by a gust of wind. What was happening? Glancing down at his vulnerable state, then at the wretchedly smiling Jebet, and finally surveying the remnants of his once grand abode, Shin felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. It was as if something within him had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Was this the sensation of a broken heart? The pitiful state of himself, the bewildered Jebet, and the shattered ruins left Shin too daunted to contemplate further. He then let out a thunderous roar. Who on earth did this? His anguished cry reverberated across the land, while Jebet, who had just roused Lord Kaioshin, stood beside him with utmost reverence, teasingly remarking, according to their introduction, they referred to themselves as the duality of yin and yang. This is the only clue I could gather. Lord Kaioshin, are you all right? Perhaps you should find something to wear. Such a state hardly befits your esteemed dignity. Where am I? If not for the confusion clouding his mind, the Kaioshin would have been tempted to deliver a sharp reprimand to his insufferable servant. However, what had Jebet just mentioned? The culprits had announced themselves as the duality of yin and yang. Had such formidable characters recently emerged in the universe, unbeknownst to this Kaioshin? Yet, such matters were of little consequence. Jebet had indeed been correct in stating that his current appearance tarnished the dignified image of a Kaioshin, a fact that could not be overlooked. With a whispered incantation, divine energy surged forth, and in an instant, a pristine garment adorned Lord Kaioshin Shin. At this moment, the Supreme Kaioshin had fully regained his imposing demeanor. He hovered in mid-air, leaning against a railing, surveying his surroundings with a profound sense of disbelief. These two individuals were indeed audacious. They had even remembered to take their flower pots with them, leaving a chaotic mess of shattered fragments and bricks behind. Who were these people, after all? Shin succumbed to deep contemplation. As the paramount being of the universe, the god of creation and preservation, it seemed he had no adversaries. The foes of yesteryears, Babidi and Dubra, had perished in the last battle. Majin Bu, under his vigilant watch, had not caused any disturbances in recent years. Could it be that a brand new enemy had emerged, targeting the Supreme Kai himself? Such audacity was truly astonishing. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Unless the truth was revealed, he would be utterly humiliated as a Supreme Kai. With these thoughts in mind, the Supreme Kai displayed an expression of indignation, tore between speaking out and holding his tongue. In Chapter 61, Bulma left a shoe print on the face of the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Jebet, observing the change in the Supreme Kai's countenance, felt a surge of unease. It seemed that the Supreme Kai was genuinely enraged this time. As a devoted servant, he ought to contribute something to alleviate the Supreme Kai's burdens, right? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he respectfully bowed to the Supreme Kai, saying, "My lord, I have a suggestion that may relieve your distress." Impatiently, Shin replied, "Speak swiftly. I am quite vexed at the moment." The Supreme Kai, disregarding his usual composure and grace, barked out his command. Jebet, however, persevered, stating, "Though these two individuals come and go without a trace, wielding immense power, they have left behind the most direct evidence that could aid us in apprehending those rascals." Evidence? The Supreme Kai looked around at the wreckage, perplexed. "Do you mean to say this pile of debris is your so-called evidence? I am not blind. How could one possibly identify those who ransacked my abode from this mess?" He he retorted with irritation. Yet, Jebet summoned his courage and pointed at the Supreme Kai's face. My lord, the evidence I refer to is indeed substantial. Those rascals left a shoe print on your face, which should serve as irrefutable proof, wouldn't you agree? His voice dwindled to a whisper, as the admission was difficult to articulate. On the opposite end, Shin was momentarily taken aback. They dared to leave a shoe print on my face. How utterly brazen. With a flicker of divine energy, a mirror materialized in Shin's hand. Gazing into the reflection, he indeed found a petite shoe print emblazoned upon his visage. This was, without a doubt, a blatant affront. Having just regained his composure, Shin was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of fury, feeling an urge to roar and strike. This is an unabashed provocation. Jebet, the evidence is glaringly apparent, so let us not dwell on trifles. Quickly devise a clever plan to apprehend this notorious duo known as the Twin Fiends. I shall make them understand the true wrath of the Supreme Kai. After a moment of deep contemplation, Jebet abruptly opened his eyes. How about this, my Lord Supreme Kai? Shall we report this to the authorities? With a resounding smack, Jebet was sent sprawling to the ground by the Supreme Kai's hand. Report to the authorities? I am the greatest deity in the universe, the Supreme Kai. What mortal officer could possibly intervene in our affairs? At this juncture, Jebet, lying innocently on the ground, looked up at the Supreme Kai. Oh, my Lord Supreme Kai, how did you know my sister works as an officer at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Upon hearing Jebet's explanation, Shin was taken aback. You truly have a sister employed at the patrol headquarters? Indeed, Jebet replied with a sycophantic grin. You are truly the Supreme Kai. Possessing such foresight, I recall never having mentioned this to you. At that moment, the Supreme Kai, with one hand on his forehead, was utterly speechless. I'm at a loss for words regarding you. However, if this version of Supreme Kai Shin were to discover that the mastermind behind the recent burglary at his residence was none other than the Angel of Universe 7 from the past, accompanied by an even more formidable figure, the Grand Minister's childhood friend, Luo Hao, one wonders what his reaction would be. Reporting to the authorities? Even if you were to inform the Grand Zeno, I doubt anyone could render you justice, especially given the temporal discrepancies. But that is a tale for another time. Now, let's shift our focus back to the primary timeline. In the main timeline, the three individuals shimmered in midair, a peculiar wave radiating outwards as their forms abruptly manifested. One of them was clinging to another in an octopus-like fashion. This was Luo Hao, utilizing the time ring to return to the main timeline alongside Bulma. Standing beside them with a playful smile was Whis, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Bulma, my dear, don't you think your position upon me is rather unbecoming? Bulma's cheeks flushed. I had no choice. Had I not clung to you, I would have fallen already. Where are we? Have we returned? Bulma asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. Whis, however, provided an affirmative response. Indeed, Miss Bulma, based on my perception, our temporal journey has been remarkably successful. To think that Luo Hao possesses the divine power to manipulate the Supreme Kai's time ring, and that the coordinates were executed flawlessly without error. Truly, we have succeeded in returning to our primary timeline. Indeed, it is quite fortunate that no unforeseen complications have arisen this time. As Bulma focused her gaze, she spotted a small island standing isolated on the ground. Where's this? Following Bulma's finger, Luo Hao paused momentarily. Could it be the Turtle Hermit's island? Bulma voiced her curiosity. Yes, this should indeed be the Turtle Hermit's island. Although we returned through the time-space ring without any errors in the temporal coordinates, it seems there is a slight alteration in location. Perhaps this is a residual effect of time travel. While the trio rejoiced at their return to the primary timeline, peculiar events unfolded on the small island below. A figure clad in peculiar armor, donning a detector on his face and with hair cascading to his ankles, lay on the ground, continuously spitting blood. Kakarot, you bastard! How dare you attack your own brother? Have you forgotten everything? Opposite him, Sun Wukong, cradling his son's son Gohan, retorted fiercely, I care not who you are. In my memories, there is no brother like you. If you dare harm this planet, I shall never forgive you. Krillin, gritting his teeth, added, what kind of brother are you? Allowing your sibling to annihilate the very humans who raised him? You are truly outrageous. Meanwhile, Raditz, bloodied and clutching his chest, scoffed, but none of that matters now. I have acquired the most vital intelligence. Rest assured, while I may not be your match, in a year's time, 2 terrifying Saiyans will arrive on this planet, and then you will all perish. He continued, this planet holds no value anyway. Chapter 62. Piccolo, That boy Gohan possesses remarkable potential. Value? Krillin was taken aback. However, the crucial intelligence you mentioned has already been transmitted to my two companions via the detector on my face. There exists a wondrous entity on Earth known as the Dragon Balls. Rest assured, for the sake of this artifact, my companions will come with all their might. And then you will all meet your demise. None shall escape. Kakarot, are you truly not considering this? Suddenly, Raditz, still bleeding profusely, glinted with malice in his eyes as he launched a concentrated energy blast towards Krillin. Sun Wukong shouted, "Krillin, watch out." The energy blast hurtled towards Krillin. Yet, at that moment, Krillin remained remarkably composed. He crouched in a horse stance, focused his energy, and with a decisive kick, sent Raditz's energy blast soaring into the air. A loud explosion ensued in the sky. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. That was close. It seems this guy's energy has weakened. As Raditz stealthily attacked Krillin, he gritted his teeth in silent fury, lamenting his misfortune. How unlucky I am. Just moments ago, I was struck in the abdomen by Kakarot's kick, and to my astonishment, this boy's combat prowess has escalated to such heights that a single blow has inflicted grave injury upon me. The energy loss is significant, wounded as I am. It is indeed unwise for me to linger on this planet. Even my desperate attempt to ambush that loquacious little bald head failed. It seems that their combat strength truly fluctuates with their emotions. Well, it matters not. As long as I can depart from this place and recuperate, I shall return once more. Those two terrifying Saiyans I mentioned earlier are no jest. I trust that Nappa and Vegeta have received my message. With the Dragon Balls as the ultimate prize, I am confident they will not disappoint me. At this moment, Raditz, kneeling upon the ground, allowed a sinister grin to creep upon his face as he mused. "Heh, you truly are formidable, little bald head. But Kakarot, enjoy your final year while you can." He then produced a small remote control from the crevice of his armor, pressing its buttons with a series of crackling sounds, laughing maniacally. "I shall leave this planet. But rest assured I will return." Krillin, filled with anxiety, turned to Goku and urged, "Goku, act quickly and restrain him. If he truly returns with his companions, it will spell danger for us all." Goku, however, wore an excited smile. "Is that so? The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated I become." "Heh, Krillin, forget my recklessness." Raditz cackled with a sinister glee. "Haha, Kakarot, in this regard, you undeniably possess the blood of Saiyan. Yet, regrettably for you, this next adversary will surpass your imagination, and soon you shall stand paralyzed with fear, awaiting your demise." Suddenly, a black dot in the sky rapidly expanded, revealing the mini spaceship summoned by Raditz through his remote. With a resounding thud, the ship came to a halt beside him. Raditz cast a disdainful glance back at Goku, Gohan, Master Roshi, and Krillin. "Poor Earthlings, soon you shall perish alongside Kakarot." Stepping into his spacecraft, he closed the hatch, and with a boom, the ship ascended into the air, preparing to leave this place. Raditz, vexed by this planet, had initially believed Earth to be merely an ordinary world with low combat capabilities. To his surprise, the inhabitants had demonstrated such remarkable strength. With a battle power of 1,200, he had gained nothing during his visit. Even his final ambush had failed to eliminate that detestable little bald head. What a dismal failure. However, acquiring crucial information has not been in vain, I suppose. With this thought, Raditz yearned only to escape from this terrifying place. As the spaceship ascended into the sky, a sudden, furious voice erupted from behind Kame House. "Trying to escape? Not a chance. Magic attack." With a whoosh, a violet spiral beam shot skyward, piercing through the already airborne Raditz and his spacecraft. With a thunderous explosion, Raditz's cosmic vessel disintegrated into fragments mid-air. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, Raditz plummeted onto the sandy shores of Kame Island, coughing up blood as he weakly pointed at Goku, murmuring, "Killing me is futile. My comrades will come to Earth and use your Dragon Balls to resurrect me." With that, his eyes closed, his legs kicked out, and he succumbed to death. At that moment, Goku abruptly turned around. "Piccolo, what are you doing?" Startled by Goku's sharp command, Master Roshi and Krillin gasped in unison. "What? The Demon King Piccolo?" They quickly stepped aside. Emerging from the back of Kame House was the young Demon King Piccolo himself. He casually waved his hand, manipulating the energy around him, and remarked, "Humph, Goku, you remain as soft-hearted as ever. You've experienced this guy's formidable battle prowess firsthand. While he may not be our match, he mentioned two incredibly powerful allies who will arrive on Earth in a year. If we do not eliminate their forces now, their combined strength will pose a significant threat. I am the demon king Piccolo, destined to rule the earth, and I shall not let anyone threaten my domain. Realizing this, Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Piccolo's focus was not on him. Meanwhile, Piccolo's gaze, glinting with cold determination, shifted from Goku to his son, Gohan. This lad possesses considerable potential. To be honest, Goku, I harbor no fondness for you, but your son's performance was quite commendable. He managed to withstand that tail attack from Raditz in a moment of fury, showcasing remarkable potential. If I could train him for a year before the arrival of those two formidable Saiyans, he might become an invaluable ally. Chapter 63. Bulma, I have a surprise for everyone. Instantly, Goku embraced his son, Gohan, declaring, "You can't have him. Piccolo, this is my son. Do you think I wouldn't teach him? You may be a good father, but that doesn't guarantee you'll be a good teacher." Just as the two were at an impasse, Piccolo abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky. "Who's there?" Following a fierce command, Bulma's voice rang out, "Everyone's here. How wonderful. What has transpired?" I could hardly grasp the situation. Descending from the heavens were Bulma, Luo Hao, and the angel Whis. The swiftest to react was Krillin, who exclaimed, "Miss Bulma, Luo Hao, and Whis, you have returned. How splendid." As he called out, Whis, Luo Hao, and Bulma had already positioned themselves before the crowd. The previously tense atmosphere between Goku and Piccolo dissipated instantly. Everyone approached, circling around the three unexpected arrivals. "What are you all staring at?" Bulma suddenly pointed at the child in Goku's arms. "Goku, is this your child?" Goku chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, his name is Son Gohan, sharing the same name as my late grandfather." "Miss Bulma, how did you end up here? Moreover, weren't you supposed to be traveling? How could you have been away for so many years?" Years? Bulma realized that both Krillin and Goku had indeed matured significantly since the last time she saw them, and there was evidently a considerable passage of time since their departure. She then glanced suspiciously at Luo Hao and Whis. "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, Whis explained on behalf of Luo Hao, "It's quite simple. We utilized the time machine during our journey, but it crashed, you see, after using the Kaishin's time ring. It naturally resulted in some temporal discrepancies. Returning a few years late is to be expected. However, it is fortunate that we managed to return at all." Understanding dawned on Bulma as she patted her chest and stammered, "I see. You gave me quite a scare." Luo Hao then pointed at the figure of Raditz beside him. "What is this creature? How did it come to be here?" Earlier, they sensed something distinctly unusual about this individual. Upon mentioning this, the previously harmonious atmosphere turned somber again. Through Krillin's explanation, they learned that this being was Raditz, a Saiyan and Goku's elder brother, who demanded Goku join his ranks as an interstellar pirate, intending to eradicate all of Earth's inhabitants. Upon hearing this, Bulma's fury ignited. How could such a terrifying being exist in this world? "Piccolo, you were right to take action against this wretched creature." Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, but Bulma soon questioned, "Isn't it a misguided choice to let Gohan train under Piccolo?" "Goku, had you considered this?" Goku's expression darkened. "Miss Bulma, you have no idea. I have the utmost faith in Piccolo's abilities. However, if I were to entrust Gohan to him, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly tear me apart when we return home." "Oh, I see," Bulma remarked, tapping her forehead. "No wonder you were so adamant. Well then, I shall refrain from further discussion for the moment, as I have a surprise for everyone." "A surprise?" The turtle sage, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Miss Bulma, to be candid, it is quite remarkable that you all managed to return. The ease with which you triumphed over this Saiyan named Raditz can largely be attributed to that gravity training room you left behind before traversing through time. Without that facility, given the current strengths of Krillin, Goku, and Piccolo, they would have stood no chance against Raditz." "Indeed, well then, let me first present the gift I have brought back for everyone before we reminisce," Bulma replied. With that, she tossed a universal capsule onto the nearby beach, and with a resounding thud, a colossal cargo truck materialized before the group. "What is this?" Bulma smiled enigmatically. "These are some local specialties that I brought back from a place called the King Kai's World in the future, and I hope you all will appreciate them. It serves as a token of my affection and a memento of our time travel." Immediately, Bulma clambered onto the enormous truck, rummaging through its contents. From the truck's bed, her voice could be heard as she muttered to herself, "This is for Goku. Oh my, Gohan has grown so much. This one is for him. This item would suit Piccolo quite nicely." Meanwhile, Piccolo, standing outside the truck, asked in astonishment, "What? Is there something for me as well?" "Miss Bulma, you truly are generous." 10 minutes later, the group stood in a daze, each holding their respective gifts while gazing at the smugly satisfied Bulma. an overwhelming sense of futility washing over them. Vados, standing nearby, could hardly bear to look at their expressions and cast a sidelong glance at the sky, signaling that she was not associated with this woman. Meanwhile, Luo Hao wore a resigned smile. Well, it appears your gifts have thoroughly bewildered your companions. At that moment, Goku was discovered to be clutching a kitchen knife procured from King Kai, while Piccolo stood frozen, holding a brick in his hands. And Krillin cradled a flower pot of uncertain origin, all staring blankly at Bulma. The turtle sage, too, held a teapot, exclaiming, "Is this what you refer to as a local specialty? A teapot?" Most perplexed of all was the turtle, who found himself adorned with a massive door panel. "Did you truly bring back a door panel from King Kai's world and placed it upon me? It seems everyone has received a share." The only one left baffled was Gohan, who watched as this unfamiliar lady attempted to drape a rather peculiar garment over him. This was, in fact, the divine robe Bulma had liberated from King Kai before departing. However, given Gohan's diminutive stature, it was impossible for him to wear it. Yet, Bulma, demonstrating her relentless spirit, continued to make attempts, leaving Gohan in a state of confusion. Ultimately, Luo Hao could no longer bear the sight. With a subtle motion of his finger, a gentle beam of light cascaded upon the divine robe in Bulma's hands. The enchanted robe in hand seemed to respond to a silent command, swiftly enveloping son Gohan in its embrace. Perhaps, among all the gifts from Bulma, this garment was the most reliable. Chapter 64. Luo Hao. How you intend to train us? Son Wukong glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand, then at son Gohan's peculiar attire, and with a sense of deep reflection, he remarked, "I must extend my gratitude to you, Bulma. Although the design of this outfit is rather eccentric, it appears to fit quite well." After much contemplation, son Wukong could only conjure that one fitting word. Bulma, however, shot him an incredulous glare. "What do you know? This is a genuine artifact. Do you understand what an artifact truly is? We encountered a being named Kaioshin Xian in the realm of the Kaioshins, and all the items in your possession were sourced from his domain. Can you truly question the authenticity of these artifacts from such a revered lineage?" As Bulma vented her frustrations, Whis gazed helplessly at the sky, while Luo Hao wore a wry smile. Meanwhile, in the distant temple, Mr. Popo observed the trembling deity and inquired with a furrowed brow, "What troubles you, Lord Deity? Are you unwell?" The quaking deity grasped his staff with both hands, murmuring, "It seems we have stirred a significant trouble. What could possibly frighten you to such an extent?" Mr. Popo pressed on, his curiosity piqued. The earth deity murmured to himself, "It appears that Bulma has unwittingly provoked a formidable figure. I hope for their safety at this point." The earth deity fell silent, leaving Mr. Popo perplexed. Despite relentless questioning, the earth deity refused to utter another word. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Above him was the Galactic King, followed by the Kai, the Great Kai, and ultimately the Kaioshin. Moreover, the mysterious energies emanating from the artifacts brought back by Miss Bulma could not be mistaken. They were indeed items from the realm of the Kaioshins. As someone of divine stature, he could sense the profound essence that others could not. It seemed this girl had truly transported items from the Kaioshin's abode. Was this not a grave misstep? After all, we are speaking of the Kaioshin himself. At this moment, the deity found himself in a state of exasperation, silently questioning the heavens, while Bulma, on Kame House, remained blissfully unaware, reveling in her treasures. Noticing the lack of reaction from those around her, she passionately swore, "Rest assured, these are all items I casually brought back with Luo Hao, and the rightful owner of these artifacts has raised no objections." This statement held truth, for their owner, Xian, had been rendered unconscious by Luo Hao. As Bulma turned around, she noticed that everyone was still there, seemingly in a state of bewilderment. She immediately swore, "Rest assured, I guarantee by the name of Whis that these are undoubtedly authentic divine artifacts, with no adulteration whatsoever." Whis, who had previously been gazing helplessly at the sky, suddenly sensed that his reputation had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. What was the point of mentioning his name now? He couldn't help but reflect, "Oh, Lord Zeno, what kind of friends have I surrounded myself with?" Fortunately, they were the Kaioshin of the future timeline. Had it been the Kaioshin of this timeline, he wouldn't even know where to begin when facing that individual. Sigh. At least it was from the future. Whis could only console himself in this manner. Noticing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Luo Hao seemed to recall something. "Miss Bulma, the gift has been delivered. Shall we discuss some serious matters now?" Bulma, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, is there any serious business? What could you possibly have?" Upon the mention of serious matters, Whis appeared to awaken. Indeed, without Luo Hao's reminder. He had almost forgotten the chaos caused by Bulma. What a troublesome divine artifact to have slipped his mind. Whis then asked, Luo Hao, are you implying that? Luo Hao nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is precisely what I am suggesting. Very well, I support that idea. Thus, the two resumed their cryptic exchange, leaving the others perplexed. Ultimately, it was Luo Hao who provided the answer everyone sought. Our recent journey to the future has indeed yielded significant rewards. Not only have we acquired some divine artifacts, but we have also obtained valuable information. Therefore, I have decided to establish a martial arts training class with Whis. Right? Taking advantage of the arrival of these Saiyans on Earth, we can also enhance your combat skills and techniques. I wonder if everyone is interested? At this moment, Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, and the others were already wide-eyed with excitement, as the answer was glaringly evident. Luo Hao then posed a question to Krillin. How did Goku manage to win? He was able to severely injure that Saiyan Raditz, which is quite remarkable. This lad's strength doesn't seem that formidable. At this juncture, Goku enthusiastically explained, actually, that guy captured my son Gohan as leverage, demanding that I kill 100 Earthlings within a day. Luo Hao nodded. Indeed, that does sound like a Saiyan style. And then, Goku continued. Gohan cried and pleaded, which led me to deliver a powerful blow. That guy, infuriated and humiliated, attempted to kill everyone present. Whis, incensed, remarked, Frieza is becoming increasingly incompetent. What kind of subordinates has he gathered, creating such chaos? I must ensure Lord Beerus addresses the discipline within the ranks. If this continues, it will tarnish Lord Beerus's reputation. The others were baffled by Whis' statement, but Goku promptly elaborated, it wasn't just to save Gohan. In my moment of desperation, I ended up fighting that guy. Then, inexplicably, I employed the technique that you and Whis had taught me back in the day, known as the freestyle mastery or perhaps supreme relaxation technique. With an accidental kick, I severely injured this fellow's abdomen. He collapsed onto the ground, spewing blood profusely. That was essentially the crux of the matter. Subsequently, Whis remarked, that individual seemingly expended his entire strength on the sneak attack against Krillin. Yet the fact that Krillin was able to fend it off is quite remarkable. At this juncture, Krillin, brimming with excitement, interjected, Finally, it's my turn. Haha. I must indeed express my gratitude for the gravity training room you all left behind back then. Goku and I frequently trained there. Although we didn't make significant advancements in technique or power, our strength certainly improved thanks to those sessions. Otherwise, this time would have posed a true danger. However, the strength of that Saiyan was genuinely terrifying. It was also thanks to Goku's remarkable prowess that we narrowly escaped peril. Therefore, Luo Hao, what training regimen do you have in mind for us? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ah, I see. Chapter 65. Gohan is taken away by Piccolo. Having finally unraveled this sequence of events, it seems opportune to use this occasion to enhance everyone's strength, which is indeed a commendable choice. If any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, and someone were to hand over Earth to that so-called god of destruction named Kampa, it would be an immense disgrace for Luo Hao. Whis, recognizing this point, promptly concurred. Indeed, everyone must diligently train to prepare for future confrontations. Observing the skeptical expressions on the faces around, Bulma quickly interjected, You all have no idea. In the future, we encountered a god of destruction named Kampa, who was quite formidable and sought to seize our planet for his universe. Can you imagine us tolerating that? Fortunately, we crossed paths with Goku from that time. Goku, while powerful, was still no match for that god of destruction and would likely have been unrecognizable even to Chi-Chi. Thankfully, we managed to catch up, and Luo Hao personally intervened to drive that Kampa, the cat god of destruction, away. Thus, peace was restored to Earth. Otherwise, we would have all been reduced to slaves of that entity from another dimension. Is it truly that severe? I see. It appears we must indeed train earnestly. At this moment, the eyes of the group sparkled with renewed determination. Just as everyone was filled with ambition, an incongruous voice broke through the atmosphere. It was Piccolo, who had been staring blankly while holding a brick. With a cold huff, Piccolo stated, Perhaps your training methods are not suitable for me. I have decided to pursue my own training. As for Gohan, I will be taking him with me. He chuckled, adding, This one is a potential asset. I hope that when those two terrifying Saiyans return to Earth in a year, he does not disappoint me. Without further ado, disregarding whether Gohan or Goku were willing, and amidst the astonished gazes of the others, he swiftly encircled Gohan's waist, soared into the air, and vanished from sight. Bulma was taken aback. Ro, why aren't you stopping him? Ro waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps Gohan following Piccolo for training is indeed the right choice. It seemed that both Ro and Whis had no objections. Although Goku felt a deep sense of reluctance, he had no choice but to suppress it. After all, Piccolo had a point. Being a loving father did not necessarily equate to being a competent teacher. Perhaps Gohan would indeed achieve remarkable success under Piccolo's tutelage. As Gohan was led away by Piccolo, the decision was irrevocable, and there were no further dissenting voices. Only Krillin, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, remarked, "Goku, I wonder how you will explain this to Chi-Chi when you return." At these words, Goku felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Indeed, I have lost my son, and to make matters worse, he was taken by the Demon King Piccolo. This could spell disaster when I return home. Meanwhile, Krillin, with a grin, fanned the flames of the situation. "Hey Goku, after all these years as brothers, I can't say I won't help you." Yet inwardly, he was grumbling. "Who told you to marry so young? Now I don't even have a girlfriend, and you deserve this, you henpecked fool." However, Goku quickly interjected. "By the way, Krillin, it's fortunate you're here. This is perfect." He handed over the knife that Bulma had gifted him, saying, "Time is of the essence. I must hurry to learn martial arts from Ro and Whis. Please take this artifact back home for me, and do explain everything that has transpired here to Chi-Chi. I truly appreciate it. We have been brothers for so many years, and I have never asked anything of you." It turned out that Goku wanted Krillin to explain everything to Chi-Chi. Since he was going to visit her, he couldn't go empty-handed, could he? Subsequently, Bulma rummaged through the various junk she had procured from the King Kai and pulled out a so-called artifact mop, handing it to Krillin as well. "Take this too. Consider it a gift for Chi-Chi. It wouldn't be fair otherwise." With a flower pot on his head, a knife in one hand, and a mop in the other, Krillin wore a wry smile. "You all are going a bit overboard. Are you afraid I might not survive my visit to Goku's house and have prepared these weapons for Chi-Chi?" However, seeing the unanimous agreement on the matter, Krillin felt a sense of resignation. "Well, I suppose I have chosen my friends poorly." Just moments ago, he had relished in Goku's predicament, and now it felt as though he were shooting himself in the foot. Nonetheless, Goku had a point. The Saiyans would soon be arriving on Earth, and indeed, there was no time to waste in strengthening their skills. "I guess I'll just have to make the trip. With my abilities, I probably one team meet my end," was Krillin's final prayer to himself. Suddenly, he recalled Goten's teacher. Indeed, I could bring Goten's teacher along. Surely, Chi-Chi would not erupt in fury at that moment. Would she? He tilted his head, only to discover that Goten's teacher had vanished without a trace. After a brief search, he found Goten's teacher conversing on the phone with the distant Lepin and Tien regarding their participation in a martial arts training class. This fellow was truly cunning and remarkably swift. Krillin clenched his teeth silently. "Very well, it seems I must embark on this perilous journey myself." Without further hesitation, he set off, clutching his flower pot, wielding a kitchen knife, and carrying a mop, soaring into the air. "You all focus on studying the training objectives. I shall return shortly. If anything unforeseen occurs, remember to take care of my remains." With that, he vanished into thin air. At that moment, Bulma was rubbing her stomach, which ached from laughter. "Goku, you are quite the character. Usually, you appear so foolish and harmless, yet in critical moments, you devise such clever strategies. I genuinely admire you." In truth, Goku had not deliberately aimed to outsmart Krillin. Rather, he was simply too engrossed in enhancing his martial prowess and learning new techniques, unwilling to waste a moment. After all this time spent growing and participating in various martial arts tournaments, the only technique he could employ in comparison to Raditz was indeed taught to him by Luo Hao and Whis. Unintentionally, he had executed a kick that gravely wounded that individual named Raditz. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to determine the victor. In a direct contest of strength, Raditz would have proved a formidable opponent. With both of these formidable beings having returned and now present, if he were to return home to report, he would then have to seek out Luo Hao and Whis again, which would undoubtedly consume even more precious training time. Chapter 66. Whis proposed they first return to the noodle shop to satiate their hunger. Observing Goku's fiery gaze, Luo Hao and Whis felt a sense of helplessness. This fellow is truly obsessed with martial arts. When it comes to training, he seems capable of disregarding everything else. Noticing Goku's eager expression, Whis quickly interjected. "How about this? We first head to my noodle shop for a hearty meal. It has been ages since we savored Luo Hao's cooking. After we are well fed, we can devise a new training plan. Sound good?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Goku immediately cast aside thoughts of training, patting his stomach. "Wonderful. I am quite hungry. How can I train without sufficient strength? Upon uttering these words, he noticed that Whis was suddenly wearing a rather dismayed expression, seemingly regretting his suggestion. However, Bulma, ever perceptive, greeted Master Roshi and asked him to inform Lepin, Tin, Krillin, and the others to gather at Luo Hao's restaurant in West City once they were free, so they could collectively strategize their training plans. After tidying up her collection of worn-out artifacts, she patted Luo Hao on the shoulder and inquired, "Shall we set off now?" Amidst the myriad thoughts of the others, Luo Hao felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude. It was rare to find friends so considerate. Without further ado, a flash of divine light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. At this moment, in the restaurant of Shidu, Sun Wukong had devoured an astounding 28 bowls of the signature egg noodles, exclaiming with delight, "Absolutely delectable. Luo Hao, your culinary skills remain as exceptional as they were in our youth. You have yet to disappoint me. Bring me 10 more bowls." Meanwhile, Whis wore a face of dismay, regretting having invited the insatiable Sun Wukong to their establishment. What was meant to be a simple indulgence had turned into a spectacle where the speed of noodle preparation could not keep pace with Wukong's voracious appetite. At this juncture, Bulma had already taken her leave from the two, for she needed to return home to inform her parents of her considerable haul. The damage to the time machine had hit her hard. She was determined to labor tirelessly to construct a new one with the remaining materials. It seemed that this time machine indeed held significant potential, though for now, she would keep this notion a secret from Whis, the so-called angel. As for her training, she was indifferent. The Saiyans were of little concern to her, especially with the formidable Luo Hao and Whis by her side. No matter how powerful the adversary, could they truly surpass the one known as Luo Hao? After all, he had faced the terrifying god of destruction, Shimpa, in the future, leaving him in tears. Bulma's ultimate intention in enhancing Wukong's strength was to ensure that Earth would not be easily sacrificed in future gambles. Thus, this carefree girl promptly returned home to present her plundered artifacts to her parents. Meanwhile, after a hearty meal, Sun Wukong, Whis, and Luo Hao found themselves in the small courtyard behind the noodle shop. For the first time, as they earnestly devised a training plan, Sun Wukong felt a surge of nervousness. Once settled, Whis cheerfully posed a question, "Wukong, I have something to ask you. Would you prefer to learn Luo Hao's whimsical technique, or my ultimate mastery of freedom?" Without hesitation, Sun Wukong replied, "I certainly wish to learn Luo Hao's whimsical technique." This straightforward response rendered Whis momentarily speechless, as he swallowed the latter part of his inquiry. How could Wukong be so candid? He hadn't even considered the option of Whis' technique, making it seem inferior in comparison. However, Sun Wukong promptly provided Whis with the answer he sought. Miss Bulma said that when confronted by that fearsome god of destruction, Shimpa, it was Luo Hao who used his whimsical technique to make that deity weep. At that moment, Whis, it seemed that your ultimate freedom technique truly had not proven effective. It appears that in practical combat, the art of unfettered will is far superior. Naturally, I must aspire to learn the most formidable techniques. This remark left Whis momentarily speechless. Yet he found solace in the choice made by Sun Wukong, relishing his own leisure. After all, he possessed a rather laid-back disposition, and it would indeed be a Herculean task to cultivate a disciple with unwavering patience. Given Sun Wukong's decision, it could be seen as a small victory for Whis' subtle manipulations. Just as Whis was about to address Luo Hao, the latter patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and remarked, "Wukong, you seem to grasp but a fragment of the truth. You should first learn Whis' ultimate freedom technique. This technique serves as the foundational practice for my art of unfettered will. Only by mastering the ultimate freedom technique to its fullest extent will you be granted the opportunity to learn my art of unfettered will. Otherwise, how can one who cannot walk aspire to run? Thus, you must cultivate patience and fully comprehend Whis' technique before I share my art with you. Many endeavors falter when pursued with haste. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ah, I see now." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his gaze now fixed intently upon Whis. Although reluctant to accept this reality, each of Luo Hao's words seemed to resonate with truth. After all, the ultimate freedom technique was imparted to him by his father, the Grand Priest, and indeed, it was a technique co-created by Luo Hao and the Grand Priest. If the ultimate freedom technique is the introductory method for the art of unfettered will, then it is certainly justifiable, and it appears my plan for ease may be thwarted. However, contemplating the grim circumstances of the future, he resolved to endure. Instructing a disciple should not be overly arduous, should it? Sun Wukong's aptitude was commendable. And having gathered his thoughts, Whis inquired, so Wukong, during this time, how have you comprehended the art of unfettered will and the ultimate freedom technique that Luo Hao and I have taught you? How have you practiced them? Managing to shine brilliantly in battle against the Saiyans? This inquiry struck a nerve with son Wukong, who immediately grimaced and replied, "The techniques you have taught me are indeed powerful. However, after all this time, I have only had one successful application during the conflict with Raditz due to an unforeseen circumstance. In previous encounters, be it the World Martial Arts Tournament or my decisive battle with Piccolo, I have never succeeded, which has left me quite distressed. Are there flaws in your techniques? They are formidable, yet they often leave me inexplicably injured when I employ your ultimate freedom technique." Chapter 67. Whis. Let son Wukong first seek the Kaioshin to learn techniques. Whis paused slightly, astonished. How is that possible? What you see is the exquisite art of the free and unfettered technique, a unique skill of the angels. How dare you suggest that my mastery of it is feeble? Pray tell, how have you approached your training? Have you not followed my guidance to attune yourself to the earth and to nature? Upon hearing Whis' words, Wukong felt a twinge of displeasure. He retreated 2 steps, resting one hand against the wall, and replied, "I have indeed been striving to comprehend nature and all its wonders, just as you advised. I often lean against the wall to sense the pulse of the earth or embrace trees to feel the essence of life. Yet, inexplicably, I often drift into slumber when I do so. Truly, grasping the essence of these concepts appears to be quite a challenge." At that moment, Whis, with a hand on his forehead and a look of exasperation, expressed his utter disbelief. "I spoke of understanding nature and the laws of the universe, not merely leaning against walls and dozing off. Given that, it is indeed a marvel that you can even employ the free and unfettered technique." Observing Whis' distressed demeanor, Luo Hao interjected, "Oh, but did you not say that you have trained in the gravity chamber created by Miss Bulma? Surely you have practiced there?" This time, son Wukong nodded with enthusiasm. "Indeed, I can now endure nearly 20 times the normal gravity. The chamber's effects are remarkable. Even a brief session there greatly enhances my strength, far more reliably than the free and unfettered technique you taught me, which is a true enhancement of my power." At this point, Whis felt a wave of frustration wash over him, contemplating, this fellow, clearly misapprehending his own training methods, dares to blame my technique for his shortcomings. I truly wish I could avoid teaching this pupil. Yet these individuals are Earth's hope. I cannot allow another god of destruction to invade Universe 7 without my presence to maintain order. Moreover, although Luo Hao possesses immense strength, I cannot allow this deity to engage in battle recklessly. He might inadvertently obliterate the entire universe. And then where would I stand to reason with him? It seems that nurturing this pupil is indeed an inescapable burden. I wonder when that spiky-haired Vegeta will make his appearance. Perhaps their rivalry could accelerate their growth. For now, all hope rests upon son Wukong. Observing Whis' pained expression, Luo Hao kindly suggested, "Whis, could it be that this fellow's lackluster abilities, combined with the profound complexity of your free and unfettered technique, renders your instruction somewhat strained? Are we perhaps forcing the issue? Perhaps it would be wise for him to first solidify his foundational skills, attempting simpler techniques before gradually delving into your free and unfettered technique. This may yield better results in the long run." A single phrase awakened the dreamer, and Whis suddenly struck his forehead. Indeed, the techniques and abilities he possessed were meant to instruct both the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. Yet here he was, engaged in competition with an ordinary Saiyan from Earth. If this fellow managed to fully comprehend his ultra instinct in such a short time, would he not dare to challenge Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction, directly? With this realization, Whis emerged from his reverie. It was not the fault of his techniques. Rather, it was the individual's lack of strength that hinted at the dangers of hastening growth. Then a thought struck him. Yes, he could seek out the Supreme Kai. That individual held a lower divine rank and possessed lesser strength. If one considered a gradual approach, having Goku learn some esoteric techniques from him might yield significant benefits. Yes, that was the plan. Allow him to study under the Supreme Kai for a while, and once he had matured, he could gradually experience the ultra instinct that I imparted to him, leading to true achievements. Resolved, Whis displayed a cunning smile akin to that of a fox. "Goku, how about this? Given your current strength and state, I have found a more suitable teacher for you. Why not learn from him first? It might lead to remarkable advancements in your abilities." "What? Is that teacher stronger than you?" Goku inquired, bewildered. No. That teacher is somewhat weaker than I, but his techniques are ideally suited for you. Is that so? Goku regarded Whis with skepticism, uncertain of his intentions. Whis promptly clarified, haven't you trained in the gravity chamber? Adapting to 20 times the gravitational force? The instructor I am introducing you to has profound insights into this area. He practices a technique known as the Kaioken. In simple terms, it involves perfecting the synchronization of your body's energy and coordination, using added physical stress to accumulate power. With your current physique, it could potentially double your battle prowess instantly. This should be the most fitting technique for you at present. What do you think, Goku? To double one's strength instantaneously is an awe-inspiring prospect. Goku's excitement surged. If that's the case, I am certainly willing. Where is this esteemed Supreme Kai? I wish to learn the Kaioken at once. With this strategy successfully set in motion, Whis exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Luo Hao. However, Luo Hao regarded Whis with a teasing expression. It seems not only am I lazy, but you are even more so. Passing Goku off to the Supreme Kai and claiming he is only slightly weaker than you. If Goku were to discover the vast disparity between the Supreme Kai's divine power and your own as an angel, he might very well curse you to the ends of the earth. Whis, it seems at this time a correct decision has indeed been made. Given his current abilities, compelling Son Goku to comprehend the Ultra Instinct technique would undoubtedly be an undue burden on him. Well then, Luo Hao shrugged and remarked, Whis, why not send Goku on his way? Allow him to journey to King Kai's realm to learn the Kaioken and expedite his training to enhance his strength. Whis raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bewildered Son Goku before looking at the staff in his hand, and inquired, right here, at this moment? This time, it was Luo Hao who wore a puzzled expression and asked, what? Does learning King Kai's techniques require specific time? Whis, however, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, saying, I am but a neutral angel. Matters of killing are not within my purview. Chapter 68. Whis entrusted Son Goku to King Kai. With Whis's remark, Luo Hao immediately grasped the situation and playfully kicked Whis's backside, exclaiming, what are you thinking? I meant for Son Goku to make a trip to the underworld and seek out that King Kai fellow to learn the Kaioken. Who said anything about you killing him and sending him straight to the afterlife? Can't you conjure up a different plan? Realization dawned on Whis, who donned a wry expression. If you want him to arrive faster, why must I make the trip? Luo Hao feigned anger, prompting Whis to sidestep, all the while muttering complaints. With instant transmission, must I still accompany him? Isn't that a bit excessive? Luo Hao retorted, It's not my fault that my newly customized coffee machine is about to arrive. Hurry back, and I can fine-tune the equipment here by the time you return. I might just have a fresh cup of coffee waiting for me. After drinking for so long, wouldn't you want a taste of something new? I see. Whis promptly responded, very well, Lord Luo Hao. I shall return shortly. As he spoke, he noticed Son Goku, who seemed utterly lost in the conversation. Kill myself? Go to the underworld? Seek out King Kai? Learn the Kaioken? What on earth is all of this? And what about the coffee machine? How does any of this relate to my techniques? Then Whis, beaming with joy, approached Son Goku and placed a large hand on his shoulder. Goku, let us depart. Without waiting for Goku's reply, a brilliant light, reminiscent of the stars, began to emanate from Whis, and with a whoosh, he vanished without a trace. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, Luo Hao seemed to hear Goku's voice. How do I come back? The drawn-out awe trailed off into the horizon. In the backyard, Luo Hao gazed at the distant flash of golden light, marveling, Whis truly excels in efficiency. It seems that as long as there is food involved, he is far more industrious than I had anticipated. Perhaps I should provide him with more delectable treats. It might inspire him to work even harder. In midair, Whis suddenly let out a mighty sneeze. Who dares to insult me? In the underworld of the Nether Realm, at the end of the Serpent Path, the king of the realm was enjoying a hot pot and singing merrily. Today is yet another splendid day. A resounding crash erupted from outside. Who has the audacity to disturb my mealtime? Irritated, the king stepped outside and saw a figure seated on the ground, grimacing in pain. Who is this fellow? Does he not understand that interrupting someone's meal is exceedingly impolite? The king cast a disapproving glance at the individual. Meanwhile, Whis's voice echoed from above. Study hard, I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, he vanished without a trace. Seated on the ground, Sun Wukong, with an air of resignation, remarked, You, my friend, are being quite excessive. However, the atmosphere here differs greatly from that of Earth. Suddenly, he seemed to realize, staring at the rotund king of the realm. You are the king of the realm? The king, bewildered, nodded. You arrive at my abode and inquire who I am. Is that reasonable? I am, of course, the king of the realm. No, you should address me as Lord King. You rude rascal. Sun Wukong, rubbing his sore backside, sprang to his feet. Splendid. At last I meet you, King. I am Sun Wukong from Earth. In a year's time, we shall be besieged by terrifying Saiyans. And I have come to, just as he was about to elaborate, the king interrupted. You say you are from Earth? Someone intends to attack your planet? And you come to me? Without a hint of reservation, Sun Wukong sniffed the air. Ah, Lord King, what is that delightful aroma? The king, annoyed, replied, I was just about to dine. Quickly, state your business. By the way, you lack a halo of death above your head. Is some deity responsible for your arrival here? Deity? Arrival? Sun Wukong scratched his head, struggling to keep pace with the king. I merely heard that your king fist is formidable and hope to learn martial arts from you. Ah, I see. The king exclaimed, enlightened. If you wish to learn my martial arts, it is quite simple. There is but one rule. Tell me a witty joke. If it amuses me, I shall teach you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's face fell, and he sighed heavily. I never anticipated that learning martial arts here would come with such a peculiar stipulation. How truly challenging this is for me. Over the years, apart from fighting and killing, it seems Sun Wukong had little skill in jesting. Moreover, to elicit laughter from this seasoned king was clearly an insurmountable task. As Sun Wukong pondered deeply, the king secretly reveled. Ha, I detest those who take shortcuts. Oomph. If you cannot amuse me, how could you expect me to teach you martial arts? Not a chance. I care not for your lineage, your friendships, nor your stature. Should you seek to exploit backdoor dealings with me, you shall find no quarter. Just as the king of the worlds was basking in his own arrogance, he suddenly witnessed Sun Wukong pointing vigorously at his nose, promptly raising a grand thumbs up and bellowing, esteemed king. I have heard that your king fist is unrivaled in the universe. The king, as if struck by lightning, was taken aback. What nonsense is this? My king fist is unmatched. Who would dare believe such folly? A cacophony of laughter erupted from him. You little rascal, your flattery is utterly devoid of merit. To proclaim my king fist supreme in this cosmos is simply ludicrous. Just as he contemplated this, he paused, gazing at the self-satisfied Sun Wukong, and remarked, My lord, you have laughed. It seems you are indeed capable of imparting martial arts to me. So this scoundrel had been waiting for me all along? How could the king of witty banter be outsmarted by this foolish boy? Truly outrageous. Yet, as the king of the worlds, his words bore weight, and he must remain true to them. Reluctantly, he responded, Very well, since you demonstrate such earnestness, I shall accept you. You claim to come here to learn martial arts. Hailing from Earth, do you not find the gravity here somewhat unaccustomed? Sun Wukong flexed his ankles. Indeed, it is quite heavy here. That is correct. The gravity here is tenfold that of Earth. To live and train in this realm, you must first acclimatize to this weight. Thus, whenever you have adjusted to this gravity, come seek me once more. Chapter 69. A feast was devoured by Sun Wukong in an instant. A robust gorilla appeared before the king of the worlds. The king gestured towards Sun Wukong. This is Baburus, my pet. For now, he shall accompany you as you adjust to the weight of this planet. If you can capture him without external aid, you may then learn more profound martial arts from me. Let's assign you a task. I must first indulge in my hot pot before it cools and becomes less delectable. Just as the king prepared to return indoors, he was startled to see Sun Wukong dart forward and, in a flash, embrace Baburus, exclaiming, My lord, I have captured it. The king was taken aback. How is this possible? Are you not from Earth? How could you so swiftly adapt to 10 times the gravity? Could this fellow be a super genius? Subsequently, Sun Wukong offered a rather humbling retort. Indeed, what is merely tenfold gravity to me? In fact, I have a gravity training chamber on Earth where I have already acclimatized to 20 times the gravity. My lord, this poses no challenge for me at all. At this revelation, the king was rendered speechless. This individual, a peculiar anomaly from who knows where, could adapt to 20 times Earth's gravity? Truly excessive. He then caught a glimpse of Sun Wukong's whimsical gaze. What are you up to this time? The king of the worlds inquired warily. Sun Wukong sniffed the air. What is that delightful aroma? My lord, are you dining? I find myself a bit peckish. May I partake in your culinary skills? The king paused, slightly taken aback. Aren't you the one who insisted on coming here to learn martial arts? Do you also wish to mooch a meal? That seems a tad excessive. You come to me for training without tuition, and now you wish to feast as well? Sun Wukong rubbed his belly. I only had some noodles before arriving, and I still feel rather unsatisfied. If I could have a morsel, that would be splendid. My lord, you wish for me to learn quickly and depart, do you not? Surprisingly, The young rascal struck a chord with the king's thoughts. Very well, since you voiced it, come in and join me. Taste my hot pot. It is a new creation of mine, and I seldom share it with others. In an instant, Sun Wukong dashed into the king's chamber, and upon seeing the lavish spread before him, his appetite surged. My lord, I shall not hold back. With astonishing speed, he devoured the feast, leaving the king astounded by his extraordinary talent for consumption. This fellow was not merely a prodigy, he was a veritable glutton. The table, laden with ingredients for hot pot, had not even been touched by the king, yet it was swiftly ravaged by Sun Wukong. These delicacies were rare offerings sent by Yama, and now they had all fallen into the hands of this impudent character. How outrageous! The king muttered. Wait a moment, what are you doing? Sun Wukong had lifted the pot base and was gulping it down, heedless of its heat and spice, consuming it all in one go. Patting his now full belly, he remarked, the taste is beyond words, but I am certainly satisfied. Thank you for your generous hospitality, my lord. Truly, this fellow was insufferable. Alas, a rare hot pot meal had been disrupted by this cheeky rascal. All right, let us hasten to teach you what you wish to learn, so I can send you on your way and relieve my mind. Thus, the king chose not to dwell on the matter further. Gulme, you wish to learn the king's fist, do you not? Follow me to the courtyard. I shall teach you immediately. Not only the king's fist, but I will also impart my ultimate technique, the spirit bomb. Once you've learned, be swift in your departure. 3 days later, Sun Wukong hurled the spirit bomb towards a distant boulder, and with a resounding explosion, it vanished without a trace. The king marveled. Your talent in martial arts is as formidable as your voracious appetite. You truly are a remarkable being. To my astonishment, in just 3 short days, you not only mastered my king fist, but also perfected my spirit bomb to an exquisite level. Well, I find I have little left to teach you. You may return whence you came. Our meeting, however brief, is serendipitous. So, shall you take your leave? At this moment, Sun Wukong gazed at the power he wielded, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the king. Thank you, esteemed king. I believe my time here is limited, yet it has been an honor to make your acquaintance. Once again, my gratitude. The young man, showing such courtesy, brought a sense of balance to the king's heart. Yet, to his surprise, Sun Wukong simply sat down, showing no inclination to depart. Aren't you leaving? Just moments ago, you bid me farewell with great emotion. What does your sitting here signify? However, the king hesitated to send him away, as their time together had fostered a semblance of affection. Moreover, the speed at which this individual learned martial arts and his extraordinary talent piqued the king's appreciation for his potential. After a brief interval, Sun Wukong lay back down on the ground. What is he doing now? The king was utterly perplexed and was about to inquire when he noticed Sun Wukong had turned, prostrating himself across the entire planet. What trickery is this? The king could no longer contain his exasperation and exclaimed, Are you not departing? What is your purpose here? Sun Wukong meekly replied, I am here to train. I have imparted all I can teach you. Do not squander your time here. Return to Earth and seek your gravity training room. The multiplier of the King Fist can be further enhanced, which may provide you with greater leverage against your adversaries. Truly, do not waste time here. Sun Wukong tilted his head, gazing at the king with sincerity. Esteemed king, this planet is indeed a treasure. The king, bewildered, asked, What does that mean? Sun Wukong elaborated slowly. In the past, I had a master named Whis who taught me a technique called the Ultra Instinct. However, my understanding of it on Earth was always elusive. Since arriving on your king's planet, I have discovered that this modest planet significantly aids my comprehension of the Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct? The king fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. Are you referring to the legendary technique? Chapter 70. Sun Wukong comprehends Ultra Instinct. This revelation startled the king, causing Sun Wukong to jump in surprise. What? The legendary technique? I have never heard of it. There was merely a common blue-skinned fellow who wielded a staff and claimed his Ultra Instinct was formidable, urging me to train with him. Yet, my progress thus far has been sporadic. It seems to lack any remarkable power. The king of the universe pointed at Sun Wukong and exclaimed loudly, You wretched creature. You are truly squandering a priceless treasure. Do you even comprehend what the ultimate freedom technique is? It is, without a doubt, the most formidable martial art in this universe, and it can only be mastered by the most powerful deities. To me, it has always been but a legend. Had you not mentioned the name of this technique, I would have remained uncertain. My knowledge of the ultimate freedom technique is derived solely from ancient texts found in the archives of the great king. You, who dwell in a land of riches yet remain oblivious, have failed to learn it. How outrageous. What did you just say? There's a trend of progress regarding the ultimate freedom technique on my planet? What on earth is that about? The king was now completely entrapped in a state of frenzy. You scoundrel. You possess a master who knows the ultimate freedom technique. Yet you still come here to study the king's fist? Regardless of the reason, are you trying to drive me to madness? You've learned it. So be it. Just go on your way. Must you tell me about it? Are you intentionally provoking me? Oof. Do not speak of me. Even the great king above me, and the king of kings, lack the qualifications to learn the ultimate freedom technique. You of all people, someone teaches you, yet you still cannot grasp it? Is this not enough to infuriate a deity? The king continued to rant, fuming with rage. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood there, bewildered. My lord, are you having a fit? Or have you taken up a new dance? At that moment, the king felt utterly unwell and had no desire to continue conversing with this rascal. All right then. You claim to have had some insights regarding the ultimate freedom technique on my planet. Why is that? Sun Wukong, looking perplexed, replied, My lord, are you asking me? Who should I ask? Regardless, I have practiced for many years on Earth with little progress, but here, merely touching the ground of your planet grants me a peculiar sensation. I do not know why. Just sitting here, I felt a slight advancement in the bottleneck of the ultimate freedom technique. Lying there, I discovered that my understanding of the technique was accelerating. Subsequently, as I prostrated on the ground, I sensed the very veins and rhythms of the planet, leading to a remarkable leap in my progress with the ultimate freedom technique. As for the specifics, I cannot articulate them clearly. At this point, the king pondered for a moment and suddenly slapped his forehead. I understand. So that is it. Witnessing the king's epiphany, Sun Wukong eagerly inquired, My lord, what have you realized? Pray, share it with me. The king retorted sternly. You truly are a person of great fortune. You have genuinely learned the ultimate freedom technique. I now comprehend why this technique has been inconsistent for you and why you have struggled to make progress. It is a technique meant to be understood only by the divine. In essence, without divine power as a foundation, no matter how diligently and arduously you practice, there will be no significant advancement in the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. This planet of mine is, after all, the king's star, forged from divine energy by the great king himself. Thus, it is only here, with divine power as your base, that your ultimate freedom technique can witness remarkable progress. You, my dear lad, are indeed fortunate to be learning the ultimate freedom technique. Had I known, I would have never pursued the king's fist. What a waste of potential. Such a formidable technique, even if you were to comprehend it over a millennium or 10 millennia on Earth, would yield only minimal results. However, if you were to dedicate time to cultivate it on my king's star, you might genuinely achieve something remarkable. If you aspire to greater accomplishments in the future, your first task is to cultivate your own divine power. Thereafter, when you grasp the ultimate freedom technique, the results will be exponentially more rewarding. Truly, you are a blessed individual. I find myself quite curious. Who is your master? How did he come to bestow upon you such a legendary technique? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, He is just a greedy fellow who carries a staff and claims his name is Whis. Do you know him, king? A staff? Vice. I have not heard of him. Nonetheless, I assure you, this individual is not to be underestimated. Underestimated? I see nothing particularly formidable about him. He merely runs away quickly. From the outset, Sun Wukong had held a disdainful view of Whis' every action. In his eyes, aside from indulging in food, drink, and merriment, Whis possessed no noteworthy skills. The only thing that struck him was Whis' apparent fear of Luo Hao, perhaps due to a natural order of dominance. Then, Sun Wukong scoffed. That so-called important figure you mentioned appears to me as nothing more than a parasite, merely existing for sustenance and leisure, lacking any qualities worthy of special attention. Moreover, his boss is even more excessive, boasting of some technique called the Divine Freedom Technique, or its upgraded form. I suspect they are merely bragging. I see no remarkable prowess there. In any case, when it comes to battles, it is still I who must take the lead. These two characters, one who cooks and the other who enjoys coffee. At this point, the king broke into a cold sweat. Enough, enough. Let us cease this discussion. I have no desire to invite calamity upon myself. Regardless of their identities, it seems my divine status does not reach them. Very well, Wukong, focus on your cultivation here, and I shall provide you with the finest sustenance. My goodness, who is this? They have sent such a distinguished individual. I initially thought him a mere minor character, perhaps someone who took shortcuts. It seems, however, that his master's divine power may surpass even that of the king. Within my understanding, The king is already the highest-ranking official in this universe. Yet, it appears even the king is not qualified to study the ultimate freedom technique. This individual's background is indeed formidable. In light of this, it would be wise not to offend him, though this young man may be somewhat foolish. He possesses a genuinely kind heart. Perhaps the discerning eyes of the prominent figures are drawn to such a temperament. Regardless, I am relieved that I have imparted all that I intended to teach him. He may linger here for as long as he desires. Alas, it is wise to cherish life and steer clear of these formidable individuals, for a mere sneeze from them could render both myself and my realm non-existent. Chapter 71. Beerus awakened by a nightmare. Speaking of sneezing, there is presently an individual who is particularly distressed by the prospect of such an occurrence. This individual is none other than Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. On Beerus's planet, the weather remains dark and dreary, an ideal setting for slumber. Lord Beerus is nestled in his castle, soundly asleep. Suddenly, two peculiar figures materialize above Beerus's castle, yet the sleeping deity remains completely unaware. It is a mystery how these individuals manage to stand before his bed, gazing at the mightiest god of destruction in the seventh universe with their cold, penetrating eyes. As if sensing something, Beerus, with sleepy eyes, slowly opens them. Upon focusing, he is utterly terrified, for standing before him are the Grand Priest and the Omni King, both observing him with an unusual intensity. When did these two figures arrive on Beerus's planet? He is perplexed. However, their imposing presence instantly dispels all of Beerus's morning irritability and ill temper. Clad in adorably whimsical pajamas, Beerus stands before them with utmost respect, bowing at a 90-degree angle and inquiring, "What brings you, esteemed lords?" Yet, to his dismay, the Grand Priest and the Omni King ignore his manners and engage in conversation. The Omni King asks, "Grand Priest, what is the current comprehensive evaluation index of the seventh universe?" The Grand Priest coldly replies, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that it has fallen to a mere 35 points. Such a low score? Shouldn't we devise some sort of plan?" The Omni King inquires. The Grand Priest responds with a sinister smile, "It is entirely at your discretion, my lord." Very well, since the comprehensive score has plummeted to 35. Their existence may no longer be warranted, the Omni King concludes. With a flick of his hand, Beerus witnesses a flash of light as the Omni King utilizes his divine power to assess the situation. It appears that, aside from his realm of destruction, the seventh universe has been utterly erased from existence, seemingly obliterated by the Omni King's own erasure technique. This revelation sends a chill through Beerus, rendering him utterly terrified and bewildered. No longer daring to face these formidable figures, he silently mutters, "Whis, you scoundrel, where are you? The seventh universe has been obliterated by Lord Zeno. And are you still standing idly by, reveling in this misfortune? Why do you not hasten to assist me?" At this moment, I observed Lord Zeno, who had erased the seventh universe, gazing at Beerus with an unusual expression. Although Beerus was internally pleading for Whis, he maintained a facade of utmost respect, for he was confronting the most formidable being, Lord Zeno. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed before him as the Grand Priest spoke with a serene demeanor. "Since the composite score has plummeted to 35 and the universe no longer exists, is there still a need for a destroyer?" It seemed as if Lord Zeno had an epiphany, responding, "Indeed, if the universe has ceased to exist, what purpose does a destroyer serve? Let us eradicate it altogether." With a flicker of white light from his hand, Beerus felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him. What is this? Has everything vanished? Is it truly over? In an instant, Beerus jolted awake from his slumber on his grand bed, only to find his body drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, he realized the terrifying truth. Had he just experienced a dreadful nightmare? It felt so alarmingly real. Glancing around his room, surveying his castle, he sensed the atmosphere of the seventh universe. Thankfully, it was merely a nightmare. Everything that Lord Zeno had erased seemed to still exist. Despite his usual tendency to awaken in a foul mood, Beerus had entirely shed his unpleasant habits this time. Suddenly, an itch in his nose compelled him to face the window, resulting in 2 resounding sneezes. The destruction wrought upon the planets outside was of no concern to him. He felt as if he had emerged from a harrowing dream. Did this signify that ominous events were destined to unfold? Why had that nightmare felt so vivid? The Grand Priest and Lord Zeno had appeared simultaneously, directly erasing him and the seventh universe on the spot. Could it be that the score of the seventh universe had genuinely fallen below 35, inciting the ire of these two esteemed figures? Though, It was merely a nightmare. It had unsettled Beerus considerably. After all, if the composite universe score fell below 35, the likelihood of obliteration would be substantial. Lost in thought, rubbing his nose, Beerus suddenly recalled something. Sitting up in his pajamas, he shouted, "Whis! Whis! Where are you? You must appear at once. I have urgent matters to discuss." As the piercing echoes of his voice reverberated across Beerus' planet, there appeared to be no corner untouched by his call. Yet after calling out for an eternity, he received no response. Had Whis taken advantage of his slumber to sneak off on an escapade? How outrageous! This angel truly lacks reliability. At this moment, Beerus remained oblivious to the fact that he had not fulfilled his duties as a god of destruction, spending his days in slumber. Even when matters arose, he found fault with those around him. Perhaps this was simply a reflection of Lord Beerus's unique disposition. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, a feeble voice echoed from the doorway of his chamber. It was the oracle fish, leaning weakly against the doorframe, sighing in resignation as it said, "Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened." "Huh? It's you, oracle fish. What has happened to you? You appear quite frail. What could be the cause?" The oracle fish, rolling its eyes in exasperation, replied, "How can you even ask? Just like you two, keeping a pet? I must have been terribly unfortunate to end up in the realm of destruction of your universe 7. One god of destruction spends all day sleeping, while another angel is nowhere to be found. Have you ever considered the feelings of your pet in all this? How many years has it been since you last fed me? I am famished." Seeing the oracle fish looking as though it might faint from hunger, Beerus too felt a twinge of hunger. He remarked, "You haven't eaten in years? How is that possible?" Chapter 72. The oracle fish, starved and gaunt. Suddenly, Beerus smacked his forehead as a thought struck him. "By the way, where has Whis gone? Why has there been no word from him?" The oracle fish retorted irritably, "Don't even get me started. Whis was summoned by the Grand Priest a few years ago for some special mission, and since then he has been out of contact, never to return to the realm of destruction." What? This revelation left Beerus in shock. So, Whis merely sneaked off to play. He was tasked with a secret mission by the Grand Priest, and it had been several years. How could such a situation arise in his universe 7? Why didn't he even say farewell before departing? Observing Beerus' expression, the oracle fish understood his thoughts and quipped, "Humph, Lord Beerus, given your morning temperament, who would dare to engage with you while you sleep? It's likely you would have caused even more trouble for Whis. Besides, this is a top-secret mission arranged by the Grand Priest. Do you expect them to wake you up just to inform you?" Perhaps the oracle fish had a point. At least now he knew that Whis was on a mission, which provided some relief. It was clear that it must be of some significance. Yet, the prolonged absence filled Beerus with suspicion. Well, now was certainly not the time to fret over Whis, especially with the impending erasure of a universe and himself. What significance did these tasks and secrets hold? He promptly addressed the oracle fish. "What brings you here? Was it not your incessant wailing that summoned me?" The prophetic fish, with a hint of indignation, remarked, "And you, after sleeping for over a decade, you awaken but show no concern for your pet. Me. Look at me. I am nothing but skin and bones, unable to even fly." Beerus retorted, "You, of all creatures, still have the audacity to be picky? Do you not know where the kitchen is? I have left a plethora of exquisite delicacies there, saved for my enjoyment upon awakening. How could you allow yourself to become so famished without even making the effort to visit the kitchen?" At this, the prophetic fish felt a twinge of annoyance. "How can you say that? The delectable dishes that was prepared were all taken away when he left. And let us not forget, the various treasures are sealed with your divine power. As an ordinary prophetic fish, how could I possibly unseal them? Please, Lord Beerus, do not jest." Upon hearing this, Beerus scratched the back of his head, as if recalling something. It dawned on him that, in his efforts to prevent the prophetic fish and Whis from indulging, he had indeed sealed away the various culinary delights before his slumber, inadvertently causing the fish to suffer. With an awkward smile, Beerus snapped his fingers in midair. "Very well. I shall lift all the seals. From now on, you may feast at your leisure. I truly did put you through unnecessary hardship." The prophetic fish gazed at Beerus with a mournful expression. "Even if my memory lasts but 7 seconds, you cannot treat me so cruelly. For years, I have received nothing to eat. If it weren't for the scraps and leftovers in the garden, perhaps you would never see me again after this awakening. However, I must admit, you at least have the conscience to ask after my well-being, unlike that scoundrel Whis, who has completely vanished without a trace, failing even to check on my existence. I wonder what mischief you two are up to." Yet Beerus, unusually in good spirits, replied, "Let us not dwell on my matters with Whis. By the way, May I inquire about the current comprehensive rating of our seventh universe? You are asking me? The prophetic fish sighed, flapping its delicate fins in exasperation. Isn't that the duty of angels and gods of destruction? What significance does my answer hold? Beerus rolled his eyes. Whis is not at home, and I have just awakened. You should be the most informed about the rating of our universe right now. Hurry and tell me. His impatience was beginning to show. Noting Beerus's impending frustration, the prophetic fish, grateful for the lifting of the food seal, chose not to prolong the argument. It brought its fins together before its chest and quietly recited an incantation, a peculiar rune materializing above its head. With a gentle flap of its fins, the prophetic fish addressed Beerus. Lord Beerus, as I have foretold. The comprehensive rating of our seventh universe has now plummeted to a mere 37. Indeed, it is true. The score has plummeted to 37. What? Beerus exclaimed, his voice rising an octave in disbelief. Has it truly fallen to 37? How can this be? I distinctly recall it being 42 before I slumbered. Now, the oracle fish was displeased. You inquired of me. My prophecies are seldom erroneous, especially concerning such matters. If you doubt my words, you may verify for yourself. However, Beerus felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. How is this possible? I clearly had 42 points before I fell asleep. How could it have dropped to 37? Yet, if the universe's composite index were to decline to 35, there would indeed be a peril of being erased by Lord Zeno. Could that recent nightmare have been a forewarning? But no, I had set contingencies in place before sleeping. Although Frisia's subordinate possesses limited strength, he spares no effort in the destruction of planets. While this individual often exploits his position to engage in unsavory deeds, at the very least, he has contributed significantly to the obliteration of celestial bodies. In this regard, Beerus harbored a degree of confidence. Otherwise, with his tendency to sleep for decades at a time, the seventh universe would have long since been obliterated by Lord Zeno. Observing Beerus lost in contemplation and not reacting with alarm, the oracle fish yawned and rolled its eyes, declaring, "Very well, I shall not linger to converse further. Should you have inquiries, direct them to whomever you deem appropriate. It is fortunate you awakened from that nightmare. Otherwise, I might have been the first pet oracle fish to perish from starvation in the realm of destruction. Truly, it is a lamentable fate." Subsequently, the oracle fish began to float unsteadily, its deflated belly urging it towards the kitchen. Oracle fish, you are remarkably carefree, always preoccupied with eating. While Beerus regarded the oracle fish with disdain, he never considered that this insatiable appetite might be a peculiar trait of his home planet. Chapter 73. I don't mind having Cooler as my proxy. From the oracle fish to the angel, and now to the esteemed god of destruction himself. It seems they are all true Germans. Was I just pondering? Yes, that rascal Frisia. Has he accomplished nothing of significance? The tasks I entrusted him must have been poorly executed, for how else could the seventh universe's composite score have declined so rapidly? If he had exerted even a modicum of effort, maintaining a score above 4 would have been entirely feasible. It must be his doing. Very well. It appears I have slumbered too long, allowing him to completely abandon responsibility. With that, Beerus raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with cold determination, and with a snap of his fingers, a three-dimensional projection materialized before him. This was the newly forged communicator, a manifestation of the god of destruction's power. Before the communicator, a figure from a frozen demon clan appeared, none other than Frisia himself. Upon noticing that it was Beerus who had taken the initiative to contact him, Frisia stood at attention, trembling slightly as he greeted, "Greetings, Lord Beerus. It has been quite some time. May I inquire what brings you here?" However, upon observing Frisia's presence, Beerus's initially accusatory tone softened, transforming into one of skepticism. Where exactly are you located? Frisia, for once, sensed a hint of concern, and his excitement knew no bounds. Is Lord Beerus expressing concern for me? I am profoundly moved. Enough of your prattle. Answer my question. Beerus retorted impatiently. This is our spaceship manufacturing workshop. Where else could I be? In the spaceship manufacturing workshop? But why? Beerus's suspicion deepened. Why are you dawdling in the workshop instead of executing the tasks I assigned and the plan to destroy planets? Do you no longer wish to continue? Or do you have some other intentions? The gravity of Beerus's words struck fear into Frisia, leaving him trembling. Lord Beerus, you are truly mistaken. I assure you, it is not that I have neglected my duties. Rather, an unexpected incident has occurred. What? Is there something particularly unusual happening? Beerus's tone took on a chilling edge. After all, the temper of Beerus is not to be trifled with, and being awakened from a sound sleep by a nightmare was hardly a trivial matter. If he were to discover that this nightmare was a harbinger of doom, he would accept it. However, the cause of this ominous premonition was not himself, but rather this frozen demon before him, who had failed to diligently carry out his orders. Humph. Beerus scoffed coldly. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I would not hesitate to consider a new agent. I have heard of your brother, Cooler, who has long sought to contact me. If you are unwilling to comply, I would not mind having Cooler as my representative. At this moment, Frisia, drenched in cold sweat from Beerus's words, trembled in fear. Lord Beerus, you are truly unjust in your accusations. In recent years, it has not been for lack of effort on my part in conquering and destroying planets, but rather due to an unforeseen incident. Moreover, as you mentioned, my brother Cooler is also in the spaceship manufacturing workshop, busily engaged. What? Cooler is also in the spaceship manufacturing workshop? Have all of you from the Frozen Demon clan changed careers? No longer pirates of the cosmos, but instead manufacturers of spaceships? At that moment, as Beerus focused his thoughts, another figure indeed appeared before him. Cooler, busy welding a spaceship. It was clear that he was actively engaged in the production of spacecraft. What on earth was going on? Have you, the Frozen Demon clan, not always served the Zeno organization? How has that affluent band of space pirates fallen to such depths? Furthermore, as two prodigies of the Frozen Demon clan, how have you both stooped to the level of manufacturing spacecraft? What on earth is going on? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, then your existence holds no significance. I shall personally come and reduce you to cosmic debris. Lord Beerus, are you unaware of the circumstances? Of course, I am oblivious. Beerus retorted, his tone tinged with irritation. If you do not clarify the situation for me, I shall terminate this conversation. During our next meeting, I shall speak to you with my destructive powers. Frisia wiped the cold sweat from his brow and slightly bowed, addressing Beerus with utmost respect as he recounted the events of recent years. Through Frisia's narrative, Beerus began to grasp why the overall rating of his seventh universe had plummeted so drastically in recent years. Initially, Frisia had been quite diligent in his role as an agent. However, a few years ago, he was ambushed by Whis and a mysterious individual. That heist had resulted in the near-total loss of his legion's advanced technology. To make matters worse, the unfortunate Cooler had also been caught up in the chaos, resulting in his forces being thoroughly plundered. Now, both factions found it exceedingly extravagant to engage in interstellar battles, let alone communicate and share information. Tragically, Frisia's father, King Cold, and his brother Cooler were often toiling in the spacecraft manufacturing facility, participating in various supply efforts. Frisia had longed to voice his grievances to Beerus regarding these dire circumstances. But the god of destruction had been perpetually asleep, leaving him without an opportune moment. At last, he had the chance. Listening to Frisia's lamentations, it became apparent that the young tyrant was not lacking in effort, nor was his legion negligent. Rather, it was Whis and that enigmatic individual who had undermined Frisia's forces. If that were the case, it seemed unjust to blame Frisia for his recent lackluster performance. Clearly, the rapid decline in the universe's overall rating was indeed connected to Whis. Beerus fell into contemplation once more. This was rather awkward. However, the petty figures on Frisia's side were of little concern to him. With a disdainful snort, Beerus declared, "I do not care. Do not present me with excuses. If I learn of any further negligence regarding your assigned tasks, I will not hesitate to obliterate you and your entire legion. Consider this a warning." With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Chapter 74. Beerus, soon I shall no longer be your subordinate. Frisia, who had just been reverently respectful, instantly donned a sinister expression. Humph. Lord Beerus, it is merely because I am currently unable to defeat you that I address you as Lord. While the words spoken are indeed the truth, I'm already well aware of the matters concerning the Dragon Balls. Just wait. Once I fulfill my wish for immortality using the Dragon Balls, those so-called gods of destruction will soon find themselves beneath the heel of our Frost Demon clan. You may flaunt your arrogance now, but before I realize my wish, you still have a little time to continue your role as a god of destruction. Dodoria, how many days until our new fleet can set sail? Dodoria replied with utmost respect. Lord Frisia, our new fleet is set to officially embark in 3 days. Do you have any orders? Frisia pondered for a moment, then said, Very well, command the Jinyu force to prepare for battle. Gather all the fleets and execute our previous plan to annihilate the stars. Indeed, it is the star annihilation plan. Full-scale warfare is imperative. We must obliterate those targeted planets as our foremost priority. Go execute it at once. Dodoria immediately performed a courteous bow and departed the command chamber bearing Frisia's orders. However, beside him, Zabon interjected, Lord Frisia, did you not receive the message relayed by Raditz? Is it not more pressing to seek the Dragon Balls first? Why send the Jinyu force to carry out the Star Annihilation plan? That matter can wait. It is not urgent. Observing this loyal subordinate, Frisia let out a subtle sigh, inwardly cursing, if it weren't for Beerus stirring up trouble and pressing for action. Why would we bother with the Star Annihilation plan? We could simply seek the Dragon Balls, wish for immortality, and return to vanquished Beerus, securing our triumph. Yet, now that Beerus is alert, Frisia contemplated for a considerable time and resolved to adhere to Lord Beerus's commands for the moment. Otherwise, he might be annihilated by Beerus before he even gathers the Dragon Balls to achieve immortality. It is wiser to proceed cautiously, allowing the Jinyu force to undertake the mission to eliminate planets as assigned by Beerus. Without providing Zabon with the desired explanation, Frisia inquired, by the way, when can I expect the delivery of the new batch of detectors I commissioned? Zabon checked the instruments in his possession and respectfully responded, Lord Frisia, that set of detectors has already departed from Lord Cooler's location. However, it was intercepted by Lord Goldo's men en route. As for the estimated arrival of the new detectors, it will likely take another year. Frisia cursed vehemently, Goldo, you wretched fool. At such a crucial moment, you choose to hinder me. Without detectors, how can we venture to Namek? We would be unable to uncover anything. On such a vast planet, are we expected to search for a needle in a haystack? We must urgently prompt Father Cooler to expedite the shipment, ensuring that we acquire the latest batch of detectors. Without detectors, nothing can be accomplished, and it is truly vexing. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he let out a sinister chuckle, acknowledging that leaving behind a few Saiyan offspring had indeed been a wise decision. Without the intelligence relayed by that scoundrel Raditz, how could we ever have become aware of the Dragon Balls? Alas, it is a pity that that fool Vegeta has set his sights on that insignificant planet Earth, oblivious to the fact that the true homeland of the Dragon Balls lies on Namek. Very well, Sabo, I entrust this matter entirely to you. You should have prepared sufficient small spacecraft by now. Ensure that an adequate force is ready, and as soon as the new type of detector arrives, we shall promptly embark for Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. I shall commend you for your efforts. As for that imbecile Dodoria, convey my orders to him. Once they set out, instruct him to hasten the production of the fleet. It is infuriating that the technology at my disposal only allows for the construction of spacecraft and mini-spacecraft, while my father, King Cold, possesses the technology for detectors. It is truly maddening. Being constrained by others is a most unpleasant sensation, and that rascal Goldo seems to be up to no good as well. Frisia, muttering to himself, appeared to recall something. Very well, I hope this year passes swiftly. Beerus, soon I shall no longer be your subordinate. Amidst his cackling laughter, Frisia somehow instilled in Sabo a sense of vigor. Could this be but an illusion? Meanwhile, after severing communication with Frisia and Goldo, Beerus sat at his dining table, looking utterly dejected. What on earth is going on? Whis, you scoundrel, how could you bring an inexplicable individual to rob my subordinates, seizing all their spacecraft and advanced technology? What manner of nonsense is this? Did the Grand Priest assign you tasks that included such shenanigans? This is utterly absurd. My dreams are now dashed. It is truly vexing. What is Whis up to? Why can I not reach him? No, I must locate Whis, otherwise, nothing makes sense. At this moment, Beerus had fully regained his composure from the earlier nightmare, realizing that all issues stemmed from Whis. He then snapped his fingers in the air. Whis, you rascal. Connect the communication at once. What on earth are you so busy with that you dare ignore my calls? Even if you are engaged in some clandestine mission, you ought to inform me of your whereabouts or what you are doing. Time swiftly passed, and Beerus's patience waned with each fleeting moment. After a full 5 minutes, the call remained unconnected. Whis, you scoundrel, what are you up to that you dare not answer my call? With a sudden clap of his hands in the air, a resounding crack echoed, and a crimson divine power surged forth, slowly coalescing before Beerus into the semblance of a galaxy. This appears to be a place known as the Milky Way. Based on the vision conjured by Lord Beerus' divine power, he deduced that perhaps Whis was in this remote galaxy, indicating he was indeed within the 7th universe. Given that he was in the 7th universe, there should be no unusual occurrences. Why then was Whis ignoring his communications? Peculiar. Indeed, there must be something amiss. With that thought in mind, Beerus resolved to uncover the truth. Determined, his divine energy surged forth uncontrollably, and the scene before him became increasingly vivid. In Chapter 75, Beerus found himself in a state of unexpected fatigue. Images of the Milky Way, the solar system, and Earth slowly unfolded before him. In a certain city on Earth, at a modest noodle shop, the figure of Whis suddenly materialized before Beerus. The sight rendered him momentarily speechless. Is this truly my angel, Whis? In the image, Whis, clad in a hotel staff uniform, appeared startled at the projection of Beerus' visage. Oh? Why is it Lord Beerus? Do you require something from me? Ah, whatever it is, we can discuss it later. The shop is quite busy at the moment, and I have no time for idle chatter. By the way, you should get some rest and not disturb my work. Well then, I must go. Goodbye. With that, Whis' image vanished entirely from Beerus' sight. What's going on here? Beerus fumed. What is this fellow up to? Does he truly believe he is too busy attending to customers to converse with me? I am a distinguished god of destruction. How dare he dismiss my call? As if he has something more pressing to attend to. Does he not comprehend the magnitude of energy expended in traversing such vast distances to track down an angel? This individual offered no explanation, dismissing him so abruptly. It was utterly outrageous. Beerus felt his temper rising. This was intolerable. There must be something peculiar about this situation, and he was determined to ascertain the truth. Is it really necessary to journey to that distant planet for such a trivial matter? It hardly seems worthwhile. Very well. I shall reach out once more to discern what this fellow is truly up to. With resolve, Beerus summoned his divine power once again, establishing a mental connection with Whis. However, this time, no visual image appeared before Whis. Instead, he curtly remarked, Lord Beerus, what is it that you desire? I have mentioned I am quite busy. What could possibly be more important than my inquiry? Beerus restrained his anger, coldly questioning. You have been away for years. What have you been doing? At this juncture, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Did the oracle fish not inform you? It had indeed spoken, yet it failed to mention that you were serving as a waiter on a remote planet. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Across from him, Whis appeared slightly stunned, quickly following with a resigned sigh. Alas, there is little to be done. The Grand Minister has assigned me a mysterious mission which I must fulfill. He then inquired, Lord Beerus, what is the urgency in seeking me? To be succinct, I am currently engaged in a top-secret operation and cannot afford any carelessness. Are you aware of the grave consequences that could ensue? This statement rendered Beerus completely silent. Given that this matter involved the Grand Minister, it must indeed be of utmost significance. Evidently, Whis bore certain burdens of his own. Recognizing this, Beerus decided not to press further. He proceeded to recount the troubling nightmare he had experienced. Ah, I see. Your subordinate, a character named Frisia, crossed our paths last year, and we encountered some minor complications. However, the submission of those devices and advanced technology was entirely voluntary on the part of Frisia and Cooler. We did not coerce them in any manner. Why then? Has the blame been shifted onto me? Moreover, I am engaged in a highly confidential mission. How could I possibly partake in such trivial matters? Consider our standings. How could someone of our stature fail to clarify relationships with a being from the Frost Demon clan? It is preposterous. Well, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Lord Beerus, do keep an eye on your subordinates. It is best for you to rest and attend to your own affairs. My task here is of paramount importance. Not merely the seventh universe, but all universes could potentially face grave peril. This is the extent of what I can divulge. Should any further inquiries arise, you may consult the Grand Minister directly. For now, let's leave it at that. With that, Whis once again terminated the communication with Beerus. The latter, left in a state of bewilderment, pondered, what on earth is happening? It seems to be of considerable gravity. Was Whis' mission truly so severe? If it involved not only the seventh universe, but all universes facing immense panic, then indeed, it was a significant event. Furthermore, Whis' assertions appeared devoid of substantial flaws. Anyone who could collaborate with him in executing a mission would likely be of equal stature to an angel or a destroyer god. Who else could possibly be worthy of Whis' company, shrouded in such mystery? This line of thought seemed illogical. Even beings of their caliber, particularly with Whis present, would not resort to robbing Frisia and Cooler. However, based on his investigation, Frisia and Cooler had no apparent motive to deceive him. Yet, the losses they incurred were indeed severe. Was there perhaps another secret lurking beneath the surface? After a while, Beerus finally comprehended everything, realizing that possessing too much knowledge might not necessarily bode well for him. There was a significant possibility that his extensive awareness could lead to his demise at the hands of others, a fate that had not been unheard of in the past. Given this, as long as the universe maintained a score above 4, and the seventh universe was not whimsically erased by the Omni King. He, as a destroyer god, could continue to enjoy his peaceful slumber. Suddenly, Beerus stifled a yawn, fatigue overtaking him. It appeared that his urgency in seeking Whis had severely drained his divine energy, and now fatigue relentlessly assailed his mind once more. To his surprise, he found himself drowsy again, as weariness surged within him. Beerus reassured himself that the plan to destroy the universe could be left to Frisia and Cooler-S legions, which should not significantly impact the universe's overall score. Furthermore, with Whis stationed in the universe, he was confident that no major complications would arise. It seemed that the more one knew, the more one could err, and thus, it was perhaps wiser for him to return to his restful slumber, aligning with his true desires. He then left a message for Frisia, indicating that he could be summoned for any special matters, and he could attend to them when necessary. As for Whis, following the completion of his task, he would undoubtedly return to the realm of the Destroyer God to provide a reasonable explanation. With all these thoughts clarified, Beerus yawned again, bypassing even a farewell to the prophecy fish, and directly retreated to his chamber. He lay upon his bed, swiftly drifting back into a deep slumber. Chapter 76. Nappa and Vegeta head to Earth. Indeed, one must admit that Beerus possessed a remarkably large heart. However, this time, it would be Frisia who bore the brunt of the consequences during Beerus's slumber. By the time Beerus awoke again, he might find a mysterious surprise awaiting him. Presently, he had no inkling as to why Whis was acting so cryptically. When the secrets were eventually unveiled, they would undoubtedly astonish Beerus. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Although Frisia currently had his own plans and schemes, in the grand scheme of things, his forces still adhered to Beerus's directives, destroying planets and waging battles as instructed. The main forces had been dispatched, and it was unlikely that any significant disturbances would arise regarding the seventh universe's overall score, at least ensuring that Beerus would not encounter any unexpected surprises during this period. However, it was a trying time for Frisia-S subordinates, as the current equipment and spaceships were alarmingly scarce. What once came, and what with a mere wave of the hand had transformed into a rare commodity, causing distress for Nappa and Vegeta, who were engaged in battle on an unknown planet. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Vegeta cautiously disabled the communication function on the detector and then sharply commanded Nappa, "Nappa, prepare yourself. We are departing." Beside them, the recently seated Nappa was momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong, Vegeta? Aren't we continuing to conquer this planet?" Vegeta retorted sharply, "Did you not hear my words? Prepare yourselves. We shall depart immediately. Our destination is Earth." Nappa blinked in confusion. "Why must we go to Earth? After conquering this planet, wouldn't we not receive another supply of equipment?" Vegeta scoffed. "It's all that fool Raditz' fault. He was killed by a being with a power level below 3,000 on a place called Earth." Nappa chuckled. "In that remote location, there are indeed individuals with a power level reaching 3,000? How intriguing." Yet Raditz was unfortunate. He went equipped with a valuable scouter, and such calamity befell him. Could he not have fled? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. That worthless fool couldn't even escape. He lost both his ship and the scouter. Utterly pathetic. Now we must make another trip ourselves. Nappa lamented. Indeed, that guy truly squandered a ship and a scouter. These supplies are exceedingly precious. I currently lack a scouter for use, and I am unaware of when the next batch will arrive at our headquarters. Otherwise, this predicament is quite troublesome. These individuals scurry about like field mice, and without a scouter, it is exceedingly difficult to pinpoint their location. It is utterly exasperating. Why waste so much time exerting ourselves on this desolate planet? Vegeta coldly interjected, "Enough, Nappa. Let us dispense with the idle chatter. Although Raditz's incompetence has cost us a ship and a scouter, it has also led to significant losses. Yet, at the very least, he has relayed a crucial piece of intelligence. He discovered a local specialty from Earth known as the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish when all 7 are gathered. Heh, Nappa, since our planet was shattered by that colossal meteor, this may be our chance to rise and escape the clutches of that scoundrel Frisia. Raditz has indeed contributed to this cause." At that moment, Nappa gestured for Vegeta to lower his voice. "Do not speak carelessly. Your scouter has a communication function." Vegeta rolled his eyes. "You imbecile. I have already disabled the communication feature. What we must do now is journey to that planet, locate all the Dragon Balls, and fulfill our long-awaited wish for immortality. Once we achieve immortality, Frisia shall pay for his misdeeds." Dragon Balls? Immortality? Vegeta, is your plan? Of course. Do you still not comprehend my intentions? Well, I understand now, but we currently possess only a miniature spaceship. Can accommodate us? Vegeta clenched his fist and muttered with disdain, that fool Raditz actually managed to waste one of our spaceships. Now we are left with no choice but to squeeze into this one. However, the fact that he was vanquished by a group of individuals with power levels around 3,000 suggests that the inhabitants of that planet should not be underestimated. The last transmission from the probe indicated that those people can seemingly control their combat abilities through their emotions. If all goes well, I could handle this alone. Yet, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, you ought to accompany me. Though it is a single-person mini-spaceship, the two of us can manage to fit inside. How infuriating! That scoundrel Raditz expects us to assist him in his resurrection? It is utterly unforgivable that he destroyed a precious spaceship and a probe. Very well. Once I become the strongest warrior in the universe, I might consider avenging him, if I am in a good mood. Nappa also clenched his fist, realizing that the humans on that planet are indeed formidable. Raditz, the fool, has met his just end. It is quite an honor for him that you, Vegeta, are personally seeking vengeance on his behalf. Without further ado, the mini-spaceship quietly hovered before Vegeta and Nappa. The two of them squeezed in, forcing themselves into the confined space. Vegeta, feeling extremely disgruntled, exclaimed, Nappa, your bulk is too much. Could you possibly give me some space? Nappa, now pressed against the wall of the spaceship, replied helplessly, Vegeta, I have no choice. This ship is far too small. Aren't we on a tight budget? If we had extra ships, I would not be crammed in here with you. Vegeta coldly retorted, do you have any objections? Nappa quickly assured him he had none. Well then, since we're on a quest for Earth specialties, I suppose I can endure this for a maximum of 9 months. 9 months should suffice for us to reach the place called Earth. Poor insects, savor these last 9 months of bliss. With that, the small single-person mini-spaceship whizzed off towards Earth. Chapter 77, Whis in Pain and Joy. The terrifying Saiyans are about to descend upon Earth in this sardine-kin manner. While the people on Earth tirelessly train in preparation for the impending confrontation with the Saiyans, sweating profusely as they strive to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo continues to share his knowledge, rigorously training Goku's son, Gohan, in an intensive regimen. Gohan has indeed risen to the occasion, adapting to Piccolo's training methods within just 6 months, steadily improving his abilities. Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and others have shed their previous lethargy, surprisingly becoming diligent, spending their days in the gravity chamber at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, dedicated to training and enhancing their prowess. After all, the Saiyans who have arrived this time remain an enigma, leaving everyone uncertain. It is imperative that the burden does not rest solely upon Goku's shoulders. They too are Z-warriors of Earth, and must contribute their share of effort. In this regard, the collective determination of the group is evident to all. Interestingly, the most profound changes, albeit seemingly ineffective, have transpired within Luo Hao. Since their return from the future, Whis has been astonished to discover that Luo Hao has made remarkable strides in the restoration of his memory fragments. While it is uncertain to what extent his memory has returned or whether his true identity can be uncovered, Whis has relinquished hope on that front. Nevertheless, the scenes of memory restoration that have emerged since their return have left Whis profoundly unsettled. The mystery surrounding Luo Hao deepens. The more he learns, the more he feels a sense of helplessness. Most significantly, Luo Hao's burgeoning power has left Whis utterly astounded. This individual transforms daily. Initially, Whis could sense the faint divine energy and an aura of strength emanating from Luo Hao. But now, as his power becomes more restrained, he resembles an ordinary person more than ever. In terms of energy and divine force, even Whis, an angel, can perceive no trace of energy fluctuations, which is a source of great astonishment for him. Even the Grand Minister or the Omni King could not entirely suppress their power in his presence. Yet, the gradually intensifying pressure indicates that this individual is certainly far from ordinary. The subtle sense of oppression he exudes reveals that he has merely contained his divine energy and strength within. As for just how formidable he has become, perhaps only those at the level of the Grand Minister or the Omni King can truly comprehend. What is even more alarming is that his ascension in power continues unabated, evolving daily, which leaves Whis in a state of trepidation. It appears that great figures are indeed unparalleled, transcending the realm of ordinary angels and deities of destruction. For now, Whis can only console himself in this manner. While Luo Hao's strength perpetually escalates, What astonishes Whis the most is the seemingly limitless nature of his growth, changing with each passing day, from initial shock to horror, and ultimately to a state of numbness. Whis has ceased to concern himself with the matter of Luo Hao's power development. This individual resembles an insatiable abyss, continuously growing stronger. As for how powerful he can become, Whis has lost interest in pursuing that inquiry, just as with the identity of this enigmatic figure, which has been the subject of his inquiries and contemplation since the restoration of his memory fragments. Whis is left to ponder. As time progressed, the multitude of disordered fragments and an overwhelming influx of information began to mount. Even someone as astute as Whis, an angel endowed with extraordinary cognitive capacity and computational prowess, experienced a sense of impending collapse. What manner of creature is this, truly? Nevertheless, regardless of his formidable strength or the chaotic nature of his memories, at least he could find solace in the fact that he was gradually recuperating in the seventh universe. This, at the very least, was a positive sign, a self-reassurance that Whis could cling to. It is no wonder that the Grand Minister conveyed such gravity when assigning him this task, leaving even the Omni King in a state of alarm. Perhaps all of this aligns with some semblance of logic. Ironically, the lazy Lord Beerus, upon awakening, chose to make his presence known on Earth with an assertive demeanor, ostensibly to defend his subordinate, Frisia. If that were indeed the case, things would surely take a turn for amusement. Ah, Lord Beerus, does your penchant for slumber absolve you of responsibility? If you were aware that this entity had dealt a harsh blow to Kampa upon his recent awakening, one wonders if you would still dare to provoke this now vastly more powerful figure than you once knew. It is only fitting to refer to him as a significant individual. The true nature of his identity remains elusive. Ever since Beerus made contact with Whis, the latter harbored genuine concern that this reckless destroyer might carelessly venture to Earth, only to confront Luo Hao in a fit of fury. Given Beerus's brazen and unruly nature, an encounter with Luo Hao could only result in his misfortune. Perhaps Whis's prayers and blessings bore some fruit. After a few days, it became evident that Beerus had not recklessly rushed back to Earth, allowing Whis to gradually exhale in relief. Subsequently, upon employing a probing technique, he discovered that Beerus, in his nonchalant manner, had once again succumbed to deep slumber after addressing matters concerning Frisia, prompting another sigh of relief from Whis. Whis was intimately familiar with Beerus's usual temperament, yet this situation warranted a uniquely careful approach. Confronting a being like Luo Hao, it was only a matter of time before Beerus would face repercussions. However, due to the confidentiality of the mission, Whis could not divulge everything to Beerus. Doing so might risk breaching some arcane taboo, which troubled him greatly. Although there were numerous aspects of Beerus's conduct that was found objectionable, the bond they had forged over the millennia was undeniable. At this moment, Whis fervently hoped that Beerus would not recklessly awaken and seek trouble. Thus, he entrusted the future fate of Beerus to his modest blessings. Consequently, during this period, Whis found himself leading an exceptionally fulfilling life. Even though all the responsibilities of the dining club rested squarely on his shoulders, he embraced the pain and joy that accompanied it. Happiness lies in savoring the myriad delicacies that the earth has to offer, while pain, for an angel, is trivial. Chapter 78. Bulma forcefully kicked open the door to Luo Hao's home. However, with the deepening of their exchanges, the camaraderie between the two continued to flourish. From various fragments of Luo Hao's memories, Whis gleaned considerable insight into future events. It appeared that in the timeline ahead, Beerus's loss of Earth was merely the nascent phase of a much larger conflict between the 6th and 7th universes. Eventually, a so-called tournament of power was held. Such an occurrence, though it was only slowly revealed through Luo Hao's memories, at least foreshadowed what was to come. Regardless of the perspective from which one viewed the situation, a singular truth emerged. There was a pressing need to enhance the strength of humanity across the universe. Elevating the power of the inhabitants and boosting the universe's overall standing was the only foundation upon which the 7th universe could thrive. The fortification of others, on the other hand, held little significance in the grand scheme of these events. Thus, it became evident to Whis that he had acquired a crucial new responsibility to discover and nurture exceptional talents, cultivating a formidable team. In the future, these powerful warriors might very well be the cornerstone of his and Beerus's foothold in the 7th universe. The realization of this task filled Whis with immense satisfaction. Yet he was even more astonished to find that Luo Hao seemed equally intrigued by the endeavor. He often dedicated his leisure time to mentoring Krillin Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha in their training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months had swiftly elapsed. One day, a colossal Saiyan spacecraft, resembling Comet, crashed thunderously into a small town on the outskirts of West City. With this earth-shattering sound, the spacecraft created a vast crater upon impact. As the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, 2 men who had been embraced in slumber for 9 months emerged from the vessel. These were Nappa and Vegeta. Having arrived on Earth, Nappa stretched his waist, grumbling, "It's quite cramped in here. Thankfully, we activated sleep mode. Otherwise, I can't imagine how we would have endured these 9 months." As soon as he spoke, Nappa sensed a chill emanating from Vegeta, suggesting he had overstepped. Oh no, he had misspoken. It wasn't he, just himself, who felt confined. Vegeta seemed to be squeezed even more. Realizing the potential trouble, Nappa quickly assessed his surroundings and, with a clever instinct, raised his hands to the sky, unleashing a powerful energy wave. A tremendous roar echoed as an innocent little town behind Nappa was obliterated by the explosion of his attack, which finally dissipated the murderous aura emanating from Vegeta. At this moment, Nappa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had acted swiftly to annihilate the human settlement behind him. Had anyone witnessed the scene of him and Vegeta cramped within the same spacecraft, it would have been disastrous. If Vegeta had intervened, he likely would have eliminated everyone, including Nappa himself. Grateful for his quick reflexes, Nappa felt a sudden, piercing gaze. Something was amiss. Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly returned to the spacecraft and carefully retrieved their sole device, the scouter, reverently placing it in Vegeta's hand. "Vegeta, what should our next course of action be?" Vegeta's expression softened slightly, indicating that Nappa's awareness of the situation had spared him from dire consequences. However, Vegeta merely snorted, slowly donning the scouter on his forehead. "Since you have already made contact with the natives of this planet, we are now bound to visit the strongest warrior on this world." With that, Vegeta pressed a button on the scouter, and after a series of beeps, he abruptly pointed in a direction. There, remarkably, there exists a warrior with a power level of 5,000 on this planet. It seems we have underestimated them. Nappa gasped in astonishment. What? A power level of 5,000? How is that possible? In this remote galaxy? On this unknown planet? Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Vegeta chuckled. Even if the scouter were faulty, a power level of 5,000 is still within manageable limits. However, it is unfortunate that Beerus, that fool, did not gather proper intelligence before recklessly arriving at this peculiar planet. He is truly courting disaster. Yet, perhaps upon meeting this individual, they would uncover new revelations. The thrilling game had only just begun. Nappa, ever obsequious, exclaimed, "Then let us proceed, Vegeta." The two ascended into the air, soaring towards Piccolo's location. Meanwhile, in West City, the door of Luo Hao's dining club was kicked open with a resounding thud. Inside, a voice of impatience echoed, "Whis. Who could that be?" His tone shifted dramatically as he caught sight of the furious figure at the entrance. Bulma, visibly upset. Whis quickly adorned his face with a radiant smile. "Isn't this Miss Bulma? What brings you here in person?" Bulma, undeterred by the rudeness of kicking down the door, shot Whis an annoyed glance and retorted angrily, "Where's that scoundrel Luo Hao?" Whis, feigning innocence, pointed upstairs. "He should be training." Bulma let out a disdainful huff, exclaiming, "At a time like this, he's still training?" She then stormed upstairs with determined strides. Truly, only Miss Bulma could harbor such a fierce and aggressive attitude towards someone like Luo Hao. It was precisely this audacity that could elevate her to the status of a goddess in Whis' eyes, albeit a rather tempestuous one. Upon barging into Luo Hao's room, Bulma found him lost in contemplation, gazing out at the sky. Is this what Whis refers to as training? Bulma thought, perplexed. Luo Hao turned his gaze back and smiled gently. "Oh, Bulma, what brings you here?" "Luo Hao, I heard from Whis that you were training?" "Indeed," Luo Hao replied earnestly, nodding his head. "I am diligently honing my skills." "What of it?" Bulma scoffed. "You were merely daydreaming here, yet you have the audacity to claim you are training? Such shamelessness." Chapter 79. Should we have Whis eliminate the 2 Saiyans? However, Bulma soon recalled the primary objective of her visit and promptly explained to Luo Hao. "Did you know? I just saw a news report stating that those 2 terrifying Saiyans have arrived on Earth." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Hao responded with a blank expression. "Are you even listening? I'm talking about those 2 fearsome Saiyans." "Oh, so it is them." His calm response unsettled Bulma further. "Did you not hear my words? Aren't you even a little surprised or excited?" "What is there to be surprised or excited about?" Luo Hao retorted. "Fine, you have no idea how terrifying they are. Upon their arrival, they turn a small town outside West City into ruins. Quickly, turn on the television to see for yourself. With practiced ease, Bulma switched on Luo Hao's television, focusing intently on the recent footage. Look, how cruel these two are. They have already taken many lives. Aren't you even a little shocked? How can you remain so composed? Luo Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Miss Bulma, what would you have me do? Quickly contact our friends. We must stop them from wreaking havoc on Earth. Isn't that the duty of a protector of this planet? Whis has always claimed you are incredibly powerful. What? Are you backing down now that we face these two dreadful Saiyans? Luo Hao sighed softly. Very well. If my intervention is truly necessary, perhaps stretching my limbs would be beneficial. However, shouldn't we first observe the situation? Observing sounds reasonable. Bulma suddenly seemed to recall something. After all, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin are around. With your presence, they can strategize effectively. Assisting them from the rear might yield better results. Soon, Bulma located the earlier footage of the destructive incident that had devastated the town, pointing towards it. Look at how despicable those two Saiyans are. This is troublesome. It seems the transmission system over there has been entirely destroyed. How can we investigate this now? Would you like to see the live footage? Now, it was Luo Hao's turn to inquire of Bulma. Bulma nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Of course I want to see it. I'm immensely intrigued by what has transpired over there. Unfortunately, all the audio-visual systems are down. Why don't we head to the scene? However, Luo Hao merely smiled slightly. With Whis here, is there really a need to go to the site? We can observe what is happening there anytime, anywhere. At that moment, with a subtle gesture, Luo Hao summoned Whis, who had been struggling to repair a lock in the first floor lobby. Whis sighed with a wry smile. Again? You really are something else. My angelic staff is becoming your angelic staff. You take it without so much as a thought about whether I am willing. My staff seems to lack any backbone. I summon it and you appear at once. How frustrating. Yet, in this regard, Whis merely expressed his mild annoyance, having no true anger. He had made an earnest effort to regain control over his staff, but his attempts had ultimately led to disappointment. Despite commanding the staff simultaneously with Luo Hao, it completely disregarded its master and obediently flew towards Luo Hao. This left was feeling utterly powerless. All right, I'm merely an onlooker. I suppose I must accept my fate. During this period of reflection, the staff inexplicably vanished from his presence once more. Was this another instance of taking without asking? After finishing the lock repair, Whis ascended to the second floor, where he found two individuals engrossed in the 3D holographic projection, holding the angelic staff. These two truly seemed oblivious to the value of such a divine artifact. They had forsaken the television and were using my staff as a projector. What were they watching? Suddenly, he glimpsed two figures clad in Saiyan armor soaring through the air. Could this be what they referred to as Saiyans? At that moment, Bulma excitedly pointed at the screen. Wow, Whis' staff is truly remarkable. It can show whatever we wish to see. I'm starting to believe that your power is indeed formidable. How about this? You send Whis away to eliminate those two Saiyans. As Whis approached the doorway, he stumbled slightly. You certainly have a high opinion of me, expecting a dignified angel to tackle two ordinary Saiyans. Continuing, Bulma murmured, I wonder if Whis, with his petite frame, can indeed contend with that burly man's bald head. If not, perhaps you could lend a hand. The two of you together might impart a profound lesson to those Saiyans. Are you not renowned as true masters? Maybe there is still hope for victory. Otherwise, at this juncture, Whis found himself utterly speechless. As a distinguished angel and the Grand Minister's childhood companion, was it truly necessary to team up to defeat two mere Saiyans? It was thanks to Bulma's uniquely unconventional reasoning that Whis found himself in a state of utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Bulma paid no heed to Whis or Luo Hao's thoughts, instead intently observing the two Saiyans soaring through the sky, casually inquiring of Luo Hao, where are they headed? Luo Hao replied with a gentle smile, they are likely seeking Piccolo. After all, Goku is not currently on our Earth. They must be looking for the strongest being here. Ah, so Piccolo is the mightiest on Earth now? I had assumed it was you and Whis. Whis, too weary to argue, stood by, observing with a wry smile. Well, it seems I've been compared to a mere mortal and a group of ordinary beings. I suppose I shall let this slide, considering your perspective as an ordinary Earthling. Who can blame me for being magnanimous? At that moment, Bulma suddenly recalled, Goku is not on Earth. Where have you sent him? Luo Hao shrugged, explaining. It was to prepare for the arrival of these two Saiyans. Whis has arranged for Goku to train in a special location. He probably hasn't received any news yet. Whis added, we should soon hear of the Saiyans' arrival. I believe Goku will return promptly. However, it may take some time. His training is likely progressing well, and defeating these two Saiyans should pose no problem, provided he can make it back in time. Chapter 80, Whis, please take me back to Earth. The two exchanged glances, sensing a playful undertone in each other's eyes. Observing their peculiar demeanor, Bulma grew increasingly suspicious, fully engaging her clever and agile mind. As she scrutinized the scene before her and noted their strange expressions, Bulma seemed to recall something. Wait, that Saiyan, the little one named Vegeta, looks somewhat familiar. Let me think. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Yes, I recall encountering this fellow named Vegeta in the future timeline. However, the future Vegeta appears to have become a warrior for Earth, having fought for its cause. Indeed, that explains your odd behavior and calmness. This fellow is currently an antagonist, but will eventually become one of us. In the realm of the Netherworld, on the planet of King Kai, Sun Wukong reclined on the lush grass, eyes closed, arms tucked beneath his head, diligently practicing his Ultra Instinct technique. Truth be told, the leisurely life here was rather delightful. Ever since he had learned this technique from Whis, he had experienced an unprecedented surge in his abilities. Suddenly, a rather impractical voice interrupted his tranquility. Wukong, are you slacking off again? It was King Kai, his expression decidedly displeased as he disrupted Sun Wukong's meditation. Wukong immediately sat up, a look of mild reproach crossing his face as he replied, My Lord King Kai, what do you mean by slacking off? I am honing my Ultra Instinct here. Can you not see? Ah, you always have an excuse, King Kai retorted. However, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Wukong paused, momentarily taken aback. Are you going to send me away again? But I have no intention of leaving, for my training here is immensely beneficial. It is not merely a desire to linger. King Kai then playfully tapped Wukong on the forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I such a petty individual? I merely wish to convey crucial information. Crucial information? Wukong's curiosity piqued. What could be so significant that you would come personally to inform me? King Kai spoke with a grave demeanor. The two formidable Saiyans you were concerned about have arrived on Earth. What? Wukong exclaimed, springing to his feet in alarm. My Lord King Kai, please repeat that. King Kai, somewhat exasperated, replied, Do I need to repeat myself? Those two Saiyans have indeed landed on Earth, and seem to have destroyed a small town. They are currently searching for your companions. This is the information I have gathered so far. And yet, you remain here, leisurely enjoying the scenery. Are you remarkably unconcerned or simply oblivious? Wukong, scratching his head in embarrassment, responded, Well, thank you for the notification, my Lord King Kai. It appears I must return to Earth immediately. Could you assist me in that regard? King Kai stood momentarily stunned. What? You're not going back? With a chuckle, Wukong replied, I actually have no means to return. It was a fellow named Whis who brought me here, and as for how to go back, I am quite at a loss. King Kai, wearing a bemused expression, said, Then why don't you promptly contact the one who brought you here to arrange a return? You cannot expect to linger here any longer. In the future, refrain from visiting my planet without cause. Wukong, with utmost sincerity, bowed to King Kai and said, Truly, I am grateful for your hospitality during my time here. I shall not impose further. Please, could you inform us on my behalf? What? King Kai was momentarily taken aback again. You want me to notify Whis? Who is he? I do not know him. How can I possibly relay a message? At this, Wukong scratched his head once more, realizing the predicament. This has indeed become troublesome. My Lord King Kai, do you have any other means to assist me in returning? The King of the Worlds pondered for a moment and asked, Have you never traversed the million-kilometer Serpent Road? A look of confusion crossed Sun Wukong's face as he continued to gaze at the king in bewilderment. The king, somewhat exasperated, replied, It seems you truly know nothing. Very well, as a gesture of goodwill, place your arm on my back and silently invoke the name of the person you wish to contact, and you shall connect with them. Have that person come to retrieve you, and you can return to Earth. Honestly, must I be troubled with this? Observing the king's melancholic expression, Sun Wukong hesitated no longer. After spending considerable time with the king, he had developed a modicum of respect for him, yet when it came to business, he was unreserved. He placed his palm firmly on the king's back and silently called out the name of Whis. Meanwhile, on Earth, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Wukong, is that you? Sun Wukong, equally surprised, exclaimed, Ah, Whis, I actually reached you. The king, with a hint of annoyance, interjected. What sort of person do you think I am to deceive an ordinary mortal like you? Speak swiftly, do not waste my time. Sun Wukong responded, somewhat timidly, All right, Whis, do you have a moment? I've heard that the two Saiyans have arrived on Earth. My training here has come to a pause. So please hurry and come to fetch me. Whis, slightly taken aback, replied, Wukong, can't you return on your own? Son Wukong scratched his head and said, oh dear. It seems I would have to traverse 1,000,000 kilometers of Serpent Road to get back. Who knows how long that would take? Would it be too much trouble for you to come get me? Whis sighed in frustration, Wukong, it's not that I don't wish to come for you, but I truly cannot spare the time. My staff is currently occupied by 2 individuals watching videos. You know that without my angelic staff, I am powerless to act. Think of a solution yourself. We shall talk later. With that, he abruptly ended the communication, leaving Sun Wukong and the king staring at each other. Whis' dismissive manner was impeccable, yet he had stated that his staff was commandeered for video watching. When weighing the urgency of the Saiyan threat against watching videos, Sun Wukong felt a bit disoriented. As for the alternative of running back through the 1,000,000-kilometer Serpent Road, it seemed it might only take a few hours. The king calculated for a moment, Wukong, given your current strength, it should not pose much of a challenge. It is estimated that in approximately 12 hours, you could reach the end of the Serpent Road. I can assist you further. I will inform the Earth's deity to await you at the road's end. Once you complete your journey, the deity will escort you back to Earth. There, my obligation will be fulfilled. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 81. Bulma took on the role of an external advisor. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong greeted King Kai and immediately soared into the air, effortlessly escaping the gravitational pull of King Kai's planet to land on the Serpent Road, which stretched for millions of kilometers. Ah, so this is the Serpent Road. I completely overlooked it when I arrived with Whis, as he whisked me directly to King Kai's planet. This time, I must set off with full vigor, otherwise, those 2 Saiyans on Earth may truly elude me. I wonder how formidable their powers are. Yet, the mere thought of engaging in combat with genuine masters sends exhilarating tremors through my body. At this moment, Sun Wukong had pushed his speed to its utmost limit, twisting and turning as he sped along the Serpent Road. He chuckled to himself, relishing the sensation of freedom. Little did I realize that this was the location of King Kai's planet. I hope that Lord Kami can successfully bring me back. Alas, what a bother. Just then, King Kai's voice reached his ears. Wukong, have you set off? Sun Wukong, racing at full throttle, replied, yes. What's the matter, Lord King Kai? King Kai sighed with a hint of resignation. You'd best hurry. I observed earlier that the strength of those 2 Saiyans is quite formidable. It seems your companions on Earth may not be their match and could be in grave danger. I merely offer this as a friendly warning. The rest is up to you. As for that fellow Kami, he should be waiting for you at the end of the Serpent Road. Whether you can make it in time will depend on your efforts. So, it appears that Earth is indeed facing a crisis. Nevertheless, with Whis and Luo Hao present, Sun Wukong was not overly concerned. However, hearing King Kai's earnest words, he recognized that this individual would not casually misrepresent the situation. Should anything befall his companions on Earth, it was an outcome Sun Wukong would dread. Yet, from another perspective, with the exceptional status of Whis and Luo Hao, they were far beyond the reach of King Kai's level. He could only perceive the threats on the surface. Had he known about the existence of these 2 extraordinary beings on Earth, he would not have worried about any danger befalling it, nor would he have felt compelled to caution Sun Wukong. Nonetheless, this well-intentioned advice invigorated Sun Wukong, prompting him to unleash the King Kai fist he had learned from King Kai himself, dramatically doubling his speed. After reveling in this burst of power for a while, Sun Wukong pondered, what if I return too late and those 2 Saiyans are defeated by Piccolo and the others? Wouldn't that diminish my own excitement? Thus, Sun Wukong shouted fiercely into the air, double King Kai fist. Once again, his speed surged exponentially as he raced furiously towards the end of the Serpent Road. At this moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Although employing the double King Kai fist imposed a certain strain on his physical stamina, he found it entirely manageable. The sensation of such a surge in power was undeniably delightful, as Sun Wukong's hearty laughter echoed through the air. Even the golden clouds beneath the serpent path rippled with the energy of his presence. While Sun Wukong made his way, Nappa and Vegeta successfully reached the frozen plateau where Piccolo resided. Suddenly, Piccolo turned sharply, barking at his companions. Are you lot ready yet? The adversaries are nearly upon us, and you're still dawdling. Behind him were Gohan, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and Kaiotsu, all preoccupied with donning various armors and battle suits, remarkably resembling the attire of the Saiyans. Gohan lamented, Uncle Krillin, could you help me find a smaller size? This armor feels a bit too large. Krillin sighed in exasperation. Gohan, just make do with it. This is the smallest size available. Look at Kaiotsu. He can't even fit into his. Kaiatsu, it's just a scouter. You can wear it without needing to know how to operate it. At least it will make an impression, Krillin continued. And Yamchu, Tien, are you two ready? I heard from Piccolo that our foes are almost here. Hurry up, we can't afford to be the laughingstock. Yamcha grinned and remarked, Krillin, you've really outdone yourself. Where did you procure such peculiar gear? The material of this armor is surprisingly good. Krillin chuckled sheepishly. Well, before we set off from the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, I happened to borrow a few items from Bulma's small storage. I stumbled upon quite a few treasures. Although the designs of these armors may seem a bit outdated, their defensive capabilities are quite comparable to what we usually train with. Since we're going to battle the Saiyans, it is wise to equip ourselves accordingly. Tien held up a larger piece of armor and inquired of Piccolo, Are you certain you don't want to wear a set? Piccolo scoffed coldly, You, my friend, can rest assured that even if it costs me my life, I will never don such absurd attire. The sight of you all dressed like this is truly eye-opening. He then glanced up at the two dark figures in the sky. They are here, Krillin exclaimed. Everyone put on your scouters. These are high-tech devices designed by Miss Bulma that can gauge the strength of our opponents. However, for us, it seems somewhat redundant. We can sense their energy levels through our key sensing techniques. Still, as a communication device, it proves to be quite useful. At that moment, a disgruntled voice from the scouter rang out. Krillin, you rascal. You cleared out my entire storage. Just wait until I get my hands on you. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, for they all heard Miss Bulma's voice. Krillin timidly inquired, Miss Bulma, can you see what is happening here? Of course. Who do you think I am? You lot better perform well, or you'll waste my armor and detector. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Especially you, Gohan. Stop wearing that outdated detector. There should be a smaller one in the storage. Yes, just like that. To everyone's surprise, Bulma was offering off-site guidance from within the confines of Luo Hao's home, instructing everyone on how to don their gear properly. Meanwhile, Piccolo called out to the group, expressing his boredom before glancing up at the two figures hovering in the air, Vegeta and Nappa. These two were undeniably formidable. The aura they exuded made everyone uneasy. It was evident that their strength far surpassed that of the one called Raditz. Chapter 82. How can the legendary Saiyans appear akin to beggars? As Nappa and Vegeta descended swiftly before the group, both sides exchanged bewildered glances, each sensing something peculiar in the other's eyes. Vegeta and Nappa were utterly confounded by the sight of these Earth warriors from a remote planet, each equipped with the latest detectors and adorned in battle suits and armor designed specifically for Saiyans. Who were these individuals? And why did they possess gear akin to their own? On the other hand, Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien looked back at Vegeta and Nappa with equally strange expressions. Are these two truly the legendary Saiyans? Why do they appear so disheveled? It was not unfounded for Krillin and Piccolo to regard Vegeta and Nappa with peculiar looks. Their appearance was indeed quite dismal. Nappa, clad in a specially designed Saiyan battle armor, was missing a piece from his shoulder, seemingly torn away by a fierce attack, and he lacked a portion of his waistguard. Furthermore, two dark marks marred his chest, suggesting he had sustained considerable damage from some unknown assault. While Vegeta's armor appeared significantly more intact than Nappa's, lacking visible damage, it was nonetheless amusing to see that his battle boots had a hole in one of them, with his big toe protruding and swaying about. Was this fellow here to entertain? In stark contrast, Krillin and Gohan stood before the two extraterrestrials, clad in pristine Saiyan battle suits and armor, all new, resplendent, and impeccably arranged. Each bore a detector that gleamed brilliantly, polished to a shine, radiating a lustrous metallic gleam, indicative of high-quality equipment. In contrast, Vegeta and Nappa shared a single detector, which flickered with sparks on Vegeta's face, as if it were on the verge of malfunction. In this moment, it is truly difficult to discern which party embodies the role of the cosmic brigand. It appears that perceptions have been entirely reversed. Vegeta and Nappa shared a prolonged gaze with Gohan and Piccolo for a full 3 minutes, during which Vegeta's carefully crafted words remained unspoken. It was Gohan who inadvertently shattered the awkward silence by tugging on Piccolo's cloak and innocently inquiring, Uncle Piccolo, are these two individuals beggars? This remark struck Vegeta and Nappa like a bolt from the blue, rendering their bodies rigid with indignation. They had journeyed to this remote planet in search of the Dragon Balls, only to be mistaken for beggars by a mere child. This was utterly intolerable. Vegeta, possessing considerably more composure than Nappa, managed to suppress Nappa's impending outburst by clenching his fists and uttering a dismissive scoff. You little brat, what do you know? I don't know where you acquired some of our gear, but to flaunt it here is simply outrageous. Nappa, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Humph. We can hardly blame that scoundrel Frisia. I don't understand how it has come to be that all supplies have seemingly ceased over the past year. Their equipment appears far superior. It's quite disheartening." However, Vegeta interjected with a cold snort. "Do not engage them in trivial banter. Our purpose here is to locate the Dragon Balls." He pressed a button on his sparking scouter, a sly grin spreading across his face. "I knew it. How could there be a power level exceeding 5,000? It turns out to be a Namekian. Humph, but this is fortuitous. The presence of a Namekian confirms the authenticity of the Dragon Balls. Nappa, eliminate these contemptuous wretches first, but leave the Namekian for later. Once our wishes are granted, I shall personally dispatch him. Yet, it seems Kakarot is not among them. I am quite curious. Could it be that he anticipated our arrival and has hidden himself away?" Nappa chuckled coldly. "Very well, Vegeta, as you wish. Do they dare to look down upon me? Humph. After I vanquish them, I shall seize all their equipment. I have been rather impoverished of late. However, Vegeta, to be frank, your shoes are in dire need of replacement. How could you possibly have worn a hole in them? It is quite embarrassing." At this moment, the facade of calm that Vegeta maintained was shattered by Nappa's words, causing him to erupt in fury. "You scoundrel. I ordered you to eliminate them. What are you boasting about here? How dare they belittle us Saiyans? Humph, they must not be allowed to perish too swiftly. I recall that during our last battle, we retained some seeds of the cultivator, did we not? Let us employ them to eliminate the weaker ones. While you may take your time dispatching the more formidable foes, I shall grant you no further chances, should your performance fail to meet my expectations. I will not hesitate to obliterate you on spot." Nappa was rendered speechless by Vegeta's overwhelming presence. "Well, I was merely offering a friendly warning. Is it necessary to become so enraged?" However, upon witnessing the murderous glint in Vegeta's eyes, Nappa swallowed his last two sarcastic remarks. Fear and trepidation were all he felt towards Vegeta. Yet, facing this group, a sinister grin crept across Nappa's face. "Haha, behold the fruits of my diligent savings. Allow you to witness true terror." Though the strength of his cultivated warriors was not formidable, it was more than sufficient for opponents with power levels barely surpassing 1,000. Meanwhile, in West City, Whis, Bulma, and Luo Hao watched the clash, their laughter echoing through the air. Bulma, especially, found herself in stitches upon seeing the hole in Vegeta's shoe, her tears of mirth flowing as she leaned against Luo Hao. "Can you believe it? Luo Hao, Vegeta, the mighty warrior, has a shoe with a hole. It's utterly hilarious." Bulma's hearty laughter resonated throughout the dining club. Whis, ever perceptive, brought forth 2 buckets of popcorn, handing one to Luo Hao and placing the other in front of himself. He settled down cross-legged on the ground, eagerly joining Luo Hao and Bulma in observing the unfolding battle. After enduring a long stretch of monotony, this rare spectacle of combat was a refreshing delight. Bulma, feigning irritation, remarked, "Whis, you are rather biased. What about my popcorn? Watching a blockbuster without a tasty treat is simply rude. I am, after all, a guest." Whis paused for a moment, realization dawning upon him. I completely overlooked that." He promptly offered Bulma his untouched cup of milk tea. "Miss Bulma, please enjoy this while we continue to watch. I shall fetch you another bucket during the next lull in their battle. Does that suffice?" Thus, the trio reached a tacit agreement, quietly observing the distant skirmish. Chapter 83. Cultivated Warriors Battle Cultivated Warriors. At the battleground, Nappa approached with a sinister grin, addressing the gathered crowd. "Humph. You wretched insects are hardly worth the effort of Lord Nappa. Yet, Vegeta has commanded me to utilize my cultivated warriors against you. These are the last 5 seeds I have painstakingly saved, a token of respect towards you. 5 against 5, a perfect match. To be frank, each of my cultivated warriors possesses a battle power of 1,200. You would do well to tread carefully." With that, Nappa jabbed his finger into the ground, creating 5 holes, into which he placed the seeds and dripped 5 drops of nutrient solution. Chuckling, prepared to witness true horror, he then awaited the growth of his warriors. Meanwhile, Krillin, upon hearing cultivated warriors, observed Nappa's actions and seemed to realize it appears that this Nappa has some sort of seed for cultivation. "We have some as well. If I recall correctly, there should still be plenty in the warehouse." In a sudden flash, Krillin dashed into the warehouse that had been transported from Bulma's house. After a thorough search, he emerged before Vegeta and Nappa, brandishing a large bottle. The expressions on Vegeta and Nappa's faces mirrored that of someone beholding a monster as they gazed at the bottle in Krillin's hands. Could it be that the contents were indeed cultivators? It appeared to contain hundreds of seeds. How could this be possible? Earthling, are you certain that what you possess is also cultivators? Do not jest. This is a rare weapon. However, Krillin casually extracted 5 seeds from the bottle and planted them into the ground with a swift motion. Heh, if I plant more than necessary. Do not accuse me of bullying you. You truly seem to come from the countryside, looking rather impoverished, I must say. Turning to Gohan, Krillin remarked, that fellow's bottle of cultivator liquid seems rather scarce. And have you noticed? The cultivators he has grown appear somewhat underdeveloped. Just look at theirs and then look at mine. With that, Krillin set the bottle of cultivators behind him and retrieved a bottle of nutrient solution. As the nutrient solution dripped onto the 5 seeds he had planted, the cultivators sprouted vigorously. Nappa's pupils constricted in surprise. The liquid in Krillin's possession was indeed cultivator essence. But from where did he acquire such a substantial bottle of nutrient solution? Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the cultivators he produced were significantly more robust than those on his side. Could it truly be that the scarcity of his nutrient solution had led to the malnutrition of his soldiers? Vegeta interjected with a sharp command, Nappa, be cautious. The strength of these cultivators should not be underestimated. It appears that our opponent possesses our equipment. A smirk crossed his lips. Perhaps we have stumbled upon a treasure. Not only can we locate the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, but we may also receive a substantial supply of equipment. Indeed, this time, Earth had proven to be a fortuitous destination. One could only wonder where these ruffians had procured such gear. Nonetheless, none of that mattered. Once they vanquished them, they would extract all the answers they needed. Show no mercy. Let's act swiftly. Nappa let out a sinister laugh. Very well, just a few cultivators. I shall not be concerned. Observe. He pointed forward, and Nappa's cultivators charged ahead with fervor. Krillin, undeterred, commanded his more resilient cultivators to launch a countercharge against Nappa's forces. Amidst a flurry of punches, kicks, and explosions, it became evident that Nappa's cultivators were no match for Krillin's. They were swiftly overpowered and sent sprawling to the ground. With a series of 5 explosive sounds, Krillin's side did suffer significant losses, ultimately leaving only 2 battered cultivators standing amidst the chaos. At this moment, the astonished Krillin murmured, this fellow is indeed ruthless, capable of self-detonation. Alas, our understanding of this high-tech product is rather limited. However, since such a valuable asset exists, it should not go to waste. With a swift gesture, 2 fighters charged towards Nappa. In that fleeting moment when Nappa was caught off guard, 2 resounding explosions echoed as Krillin's last 2 fighters self-destructed on the spot. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Nappa's appearance seemed increasingly tragic. A significant portion of the armor on his shoulder was blown away, and his knee appeared severely injured, charred black. This device is truly formidable. At this juncture, Vegeta was rendered speechless. You fool. The fighters are powerful, yet you confront them head-on. I scarcely know how to respond to your foolishness. Are you truly compelling me to intervene? Is it worth my personal involvement to deal with these insignificant insects? Nappa, wearing a sheepish grin, replied, Vegeta, do not be angry. Leave the aftermath to me. They are merely pitiful ants. When Nappa, get serious, they shall have no chance to struggle. Nappa, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Otherwise, do not blame me. Nappa shuddered at the realization of his own arrogance, sensing that Vegeta's fury had reached its zenith. Very well, you seek your demise. Nappa pointed at Krillin's head. Baldy, it is you who is so audacious. Fine, let it be. You shall be the first to face my wrath. The others may choose to join you, or confront me one by one. I am indifferent to prolonging your lives. Baldy, you are doomed. Unleash whatever tricks you possess. Krillin, undeterred by Nappa's provocation, leapt into the fray, declaring, I am not Baldy. I am Krillin. Bring it on, Big Baldy. Nappa was momentarily taken aback. This guy dares to call me Big Baldy? Very well, he is courting death. Since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Piccolo interjected with a cold snort. Krillin, be cautious. This foe is formidable. Unleash your full power, and do not falter here. Krillin was slightly taken aback. This guy is strong? Thank you, Piccolo. With a fierce shout, Krillin unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, elevating his combat power and aura to its utmost limits. The last Saiyan I had no chance to confront was eliminated by Piccolo. This time, I shall not hold back. You have truly made a grave miscalculation. Chapter 84. Piccolo's battle power continues to rise. As Krillin's aura intensified and surged, Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, snorted derisively. Impossible? Battle power 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Little Baldy, how is it possible that your combat power exhibits such a formidable fluctuation. Be cautious. That fellow is not to be trifled with. His power has surged beyond 5,600. Over 5,600? How can this be? Naba exclaimed, utterly astonished. This is merely an ordinary earthling, and in this remote galaxy at that. How could anyone possess a combat power exceeding 5,000? He is not an Namekian. Vegeta scoffed. How should I know? Their power levels seem to fluctuate with their emotions. Do not underestimate him. With your power level of 7,000, confronting someone over 5,000 should pose no issue, but remain vigilant against ambushes or severe injuries. Defeating him should be within reach. Rest assured, I will be right behind you. Huh. I never anticipated that these individuals could provide such delightful surprises for us. Perhaps we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time, Vegeta declared confidently, surveying the group with a derisive expression. I hope you do not disappoint me. At this moment, the battle between Krillin and Naba had escalated into a fierce confrontation, with both sides abandoning any pretense of testing each other's strengths, launching into an all-out assault. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their fierce exchanges. Although Krillin's momentum had reached its zenith and his energy surged to its peak, his overall strength still paled in comparison to that of Naba. A fact Vegeta had accurately noted. During the skirmish, a figure was suddenly propelled through the air by a powerful kick from Naba, crashing into a distant mountain. Emerging from the rubble, Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "This behemoth's strength is indeed extraordinary. I am no match for him." Yet, Krillin was not disheartened by Naba's strike. He regained his composure and resolved to continue battling. At this point, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha were not pleased with the situation. Yamcha shouted, "What are you doing? You've already lost. It's our turn now." Tien Shinhan retorted bitterly, "Do you intend to hog all the glory for yourself?" Yamcha shrugged. "Come on, Tien Shinhan. You're being unreasonable. Surely it's my turn now." Vegeta gritted his teeth. "What do you all think this is? A game? A tournament? Ridiculous. This is a battle for survival. Naba, do not hesitate. Eliminate them all." Naba cracked his knuckles. "As you wish, Vegeta. This little guy may be slightly weaker, but fighting him is still exhilarating. As for the others, I have no qualms about annihilating them one by one." Just then, Piccolo interrupted the squabble between Tien Shinhan and Yamcha with a cold scoff. "You two, stop arguing. Neither of you stand a chance against him. Just watch me." Removing the burdensome cape and helmet from his body, he carelessly tossed them to the ground with a clatter. Vegeta, however, was momentarily taken aback. This fellow still wore weighted clothing? No wonder his combat power had increased. This Namekian was indeed formidable. Subsequently, Piccolo turned his gaze towards Vegeta's scouter. "Why not take a good look at our combat power? Just how dare you Saiyans attempt to invade my Earth? Such arrogance is astounding." With fists clenched, Piccolo unleashed a powerful roar, elevating his energy to its utmost limit. Meanwhile, Vegeta's scouter displayed a series of escalating readings. Combat power 5,600, combat power 6,000, combat power 6,500, combat power 7,000. Astonishingly, it continued to rise. Combat power 8,000, combat power 8,380. Nappa returned. "You are no match for this Namekian." Nappa hesitated slightly. "This Namekian? Vegeta, is your scouter malfunctioning?" Vegeta scoffed. "You fool. This fellow's energy is entirely different from those earlier ones. You stand no chance. Watch closely. I never expected this remote planet to harbor such skilled fighters. They can indeed adjust their power through their emotions, making them quite troublesome." Piccolo, fully unleashing his aura, chuckled softly. "What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Aren't you the fearsome Saiyans? Is this all the courage you possess?" He grinned. "Big guy, I can assure you that you are certainly no match for me. And you, little one, stop talking. Is that all you can do?" He continued. "Let me tell you, if Goku were here, you wouldn't even have a chance to leave Earth. Enjoy these final moments, for soon you will have no more opportunities." Vegeta paused. "Goku, you mean Kakarot? Right? I just remembered. Where has that scoundrel gone? Is he at B Station, or what? Tell me, where is that traitor to our Saiyan race?" At this moment, Goku remained in the underworld, traversing the Serpent Road. He had ceased his frantic running and hovering, standing at the edge of the path, supporting himself on his legs, panting heavily while wiping the sweat from his brow. It was truly exhausting. Using the Kaioken to travel had proven to be a foolish endeavor. If he didn't hurry, he would fail to make it in time. The burden and fatigue inflicted by the Kaioken were indeed formidable. While it might be manageable for brief skirmishes, employing it for sustained flight was overwhelming. Goku, glancing helplessly at his trembling limbs, suddenly had a realization. Of course, why am I relying solely on the Kaioken? Have I truly forgotten the profound insights gained from my practice of the ultimate freedom technique over the past 6 months on Planet King? Indeed, I am capable of mastering the ultimate freedom technique. With this thought, Sun Wukong gently closed his eyes. The ultimate freedom technique that was taught me must be executed in this manner. In an instant, Wukong's form vanished from sight, as if he had employed instantaneous movement. The next moment, at the end of the snake path, the Earth God, anxiously awaiting, was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure beside him. Wukong, is that you? How did you arrive so swiftly? The god looked at Sun Wukong with a mixture of surprise and confusion. Chapter 85, The Fall of Nappa. Sun Wukong gazed at the god with equal bewilderment. Is this what the ultimate freedom technique entails? I never anticipated it could possess such miraculous capabilities. In that fleeting moment, he found himself at the end of the remaining distance along the snake path, astonished by its unexpected potency. Whis and Lord Beerus truly are formidable masters among legends. However, reflecting on this now is futile. The unpredictable efficacy of the ultimate freedom technique leaves me quite helpless. Abruptly, Sun Wukong snapped back to reality. Great God, how do I return to Earth? The god wiped the cold sweat from his brow. You truly do speak too much nonsense. Those two Saiyans have been on Earth for quite some time. If you do not hurry back, you may find yourself collecting their remains. Quickly place your arm on my back, and I will transport you back to Earth immediately. Obeying without hesitation, Sun Wukong swiftly returned to the god's temple. Upon arrival, he opened his eyes. Wow, so this is the temple. Truly impressive. As he surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowed slightly, though it seems a bit distant. I should still make it in time. With a leap, Sun Wukong jumped from the temple, and as he passed by Korin Tower, the wise Korin tossed him 2 senza beans. Wukong, restore your stamina before heading back. There shouldn't be any immediate danger on their end. Accepting the senza beans, Sun Wukong propelled himself toward the battlefield where Piccolo and Krillin were engaged. Just as he set off, he popped one of the senzu beans into his mouth, crunching it and swallowing it down. With a powerful surge, his stamina and energy were fully replenished. Indeed, senza beans are remarkable. At this moment, Sun Wukong's confidence soared to its zenith. With a fierce shout, Kaioken, he doubled his strength and speed, racing toward the battleground of Vegeta and Nappa. Suddenly, he found himself suspended in midair, retracting the Kaioken technique. How foolish of me. I intended to use Kaioken again. Yet I completely forgot the ultimate freedom technique I had just mastered. How careless. If I attempt to traverse this distance with Kaioken, I might end up gasping for breath once more. At this moment, Sun Wukong came to a profound realization, gently closing his eyes to contemplate the positions of those around him. In his heart, he silently prayed for the manifestation of the extraordinary powers of his ultimate technique once more. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, after issuing a warning to Nappa, Vegeta suddenly activated his scouter, which emitted a sharp alert. What is happening? Vegeta turned his head to gaze into the distance. Nappa, alter our strategy. Nappa, slightly taken aback, responded, what is the matter? Vegeta turned back to Nappa and barked, Weevee. He detected another fighter with a power level around 8,000. This could be quite a surprise. Unfortunately, that individual appears to be quite far from us. Before they converge, we must eliminate all of our current foes. Otherwise, if they unite, it will pose a significant challenge for us. I'll handle this Namekian, and the rest are yours. Let us finish this swiftly, no time for chatter. Nappa gritted his teeth. Another fighter with a power level of about 8,000? This is indeed troublesome. At this moment, Piccolo seemed to sense something amiss, shouting, everyone, hold nothing back. Give it your all, or we'll be in serious trouble. These Saiyans appear ready to fight to the death. Tien and Yamcha exchanged glances before unleashing their full energy. It seems we are truly at a critical juncture. Krillin, however, felt a twinge of concern for Gohan, as the latter stood there, somewhat dazed by the surge of energy from the others. He was still just a child. Despite a year of intense training with Piccolo, he had never encountered such chaos and was particularly prone to being overwhelmed in this tumultuous battle. In a moment of distraction, Krillin was struck by Nappa, suffering a devastating blow. A kick from Nappa shattered one of his arms. Now, Krillin helplessly cradled his broken limb. You're quite the cunning one. Nappa chuckled wickedly. This isn't a fair duel. Vegeta has ordered that you all be eliminated before that fellow arrives. Little bald head, you're the first. But don't worry, soon your companions will join you. Gohan, feeling guilty, helped Krillin to his feet. Uncle Krillin, I'm sorry. It's my fault you've been injured. Krillin shook his head. It's all right. I still have one arm left. I can still handle him. Piccolo snorted. You two fools. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. With that, he prepared to charge at Nappa. Just as he moved, Vegeta's figure appeared before him. Vegeta, arms crossed, stood coldly in front of Piccolo. Namekian, what's your rush? Your opponent is me. Heh, don't even think about trying any tricks in my presence. Piccolo was utterly astonished. The speed of this diminutive Saiyan was astonishing. My eyes could scarcely keep up. How terrifying indeed. It appeared he was the true, formidable adversary. Meanwhile, in the distance, Nappa was grinning maliciously. What final words do you both have? If none, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. With that, a radiant glow emanated from his right hand, and an energy wave was poised to be hurled at Krillin and Gohan. At that moment, Tien and Yamcha attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Krillin gritted his teeth. I still have my ultimate move. You think you can obliterate me so easily? Dream on. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan, raised one arm skyward, and muttered, Spirit Bomb. Thus, a spherical energy wave, resembling a disc, materialized above Krillin, aimed directly at Nappa. Take this, you scoundrel, my Spirit Bomb. With a resounding hum, the Spirit Bomb surged toward Nappa with unrelenting ferocity. Nappa, whose energy had waned considerably, dismissed the thin, round energy wave, scoffing at its insignificance. You little bald-headed fool, your stamina and combat prowess have plummeted to a new low. What harm could such a feeble attack inflict upon me? Don't be ridiculous. Suddenly, a warning from Vegeta pierced the air. Nappa, you fool. Watch out. Just as Nappa registered the warning, it was too late for him to evade Krillin's Spirit Bomb. With a resounding hum, the Spirit Bomb sliced through Nappa's body, cleaving the formidable Saiyan in two, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground. Remarkably, he had succeeded. Chapter 86. Goku, it's in your hands now. Krillin vigorously clenched his fist. You foolish buffoon, you will never underestimate me again. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Tien and Yamcha were completely dumbfounded. Gohan, equally astonished, felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. Wow. Uncle Krillin, how is that move so powerful? Krillin chuckled. This past year has not been spent idly. This is my self-discovered ultimate technique, capable of slicing through anything. That fool underestimated me, thinking I was incapacitated with one arm gone. Vegeta, grinding his teeth in frustration, remarked, Nappa, you moron, after years of battle experience, you couldn't even discern your opponent's technique, only to meet such a pitiful end here. But that Namekian, it seems you are not much stronger than Nappa. At this moment, Piccolo remained in shock from Nappa's demise, still in a state of disbelief. As he watched Krillin's display, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He had been ambushed by Vegeta. That scoundrel showed no honor, daring to strike from the shadows. However, suddenly, Piccolo's consciousness became somewhat hazy. The force of that punch from this fellow was truly heavy and formidable. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta retracted his heavy assault on Piccolo. That Namekian, don't think you are much stronger than that foolish Ba. Let me first eliminate you, this warrior with a power level of 8,000. Even if Kakarot arrives later, he will not be my match. You underestimate us, Saiyans, far too much. Immediately, Vegeta gathered a more terrifying energy blast in his right hand, pressing it directly against Piccolo's chest. Namekian, you can rest assured and die. I initially intended to save you for last, but it seems the timing does not permit it. However, that is of no consequence. As long as I acquire information about your Namekian kind, that will suffice. As for the Dragon Balls, once I reach Namek, everything will be resolved. Your life or death no longer matters to me. It is time for you to perish. As Vegeta spoke, the energy in his hand was about to explode outward. Suddenly, an unexpected voice arose from behind him, bellowing, King Kai Fist. A flash of red light struck, as if Vegeta had been struck by lightning at his waist. With a resounding boom, Vegeta was ambushed, two fists crashing into his side, sending the terrifying Saiyan flying into the air. The energy blast he had conjured barely grazed Piccolo's shoulder, shooting past him. That was close. If it weren't for this, Piccolo would have been obliterated in an instant. The strength of this Saiyan is indeed fearsome. As the crowd recognized the figure that had appeared behind Vegeta, they collectively exhaled. Goku, thank goodness you made it just in time. It was a close call. However, Piccolo coldly scoffed. Son Goku, who asked you to save me? If it weren't for that Saiyan's ambush earlier, I wouldn't be in this predicament. You stubborn fool. Goku glanced at the wobbling Piccolo and said, All right, stop being so obstinate. What is the point of saying all this? He then retrieved a senza bean from his belt, splitting it in two. One half tossed to Piccolo, the other to Krillin. You both are severely injured, but it's all right. Leave this Saiyan to me. I feel an inexplicable fate between us. At that moment, Goku gazed at Vegeta hovering in the air, filled with anticipation. For some reason, this guy excites me. Perhaps he truly is my destined rival. You two should heal first. I will handle the rest. As Piccolo and Krillin consumed their halves of the senza bean, their injuries were instantly healed. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the entire exchange, narrowed his pupils slightly. What on earth is Kakarot holding? It restored that bald-headed one's severed arm, and this Namekian's injuries completely. If this object were to increase in quantity, would they not become immortal? This indeed presents quite a dilemma. Nevertheless, despite the complications, in comparison to my combat prowess, they are but mere trifles. Vegeta erupted into a boisterous laugh mid-air, declaring, "You insignificant ants have truly provoked me. Come at me all at once. This time, I shall not grant you any chances. Even if you possess such miraculous items, I shall not allow you the opportunity to utilize them. With a single, fatal strike, do you truly believe there will be a chance to consume such extraordinary medicines? However, this revelation has bestowed upon me newfound knowledge. It appears that this item is even more extraordinary than our medical pods. After I eliminate you all, perhaps such miraculous beings will still exist on Earth. Carrying a few for self-preservation seems a prudent choice. In gratitude for your existence, I shall eradicate you one by one, sparing you from any suffering. Consider yourselves fortunate for my mercy. Will you confront me together, or how shall you proceed?" Vegeta taunted the crowd, while Goku gradually ascended, maintaining a stance of opposition against Vegeta. "You think you need us to face you? Defeat me first, and then we shall see." Piccolo, clenching his teeth, shouted, "You arrogant fool! Do you truly believe you can contend with them on your own? Without my assistance, that is utterly impossible." Krillin placed a reassuring hand on Piccolo's shoulder, saying, "Piccolo, this is not the moment for pride. You felt the terrifying surge of power that Goku unleashed just now. We are clearly not on the same level as Goku and this malevolent Saiyan. Remaining here will only hinder Goku. We should withdraw to a safe distance and observe, allowing Goku to confront him alone. I believe that is what Goku intends." Piccolo, with a reluctant grimace, replied, "Humph. There will be no second chance like this." Subsequently, Goku soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. Krillin, Gohan, Launch, Tien, and Yajirobe exchanged glances. "Goku, it's all in your hands," they declared in unison, before taking flight towards the direction Piccolo had gone.